When Bo Jingyan sent someone to the hospital with the divorce agreement for her signature, her heart shattered into a million pieces. Fine, fine, it was just a divorce, right? Let it be. She decided to treat the once deep affection as if it had been fed to the dogs. The reason for the divorce? Her infidelity, with ironclad evidence to support it. Layer upon layer of incriminating proof left her speechless, prompting her to flee from his confinement, flee from his humiliation. Chapter 1. Leaving with nothing, at the hospital entrance. Sushi glanced at the dried blood on her fingertip, a sarcastic yet sorrowful smile gracing her lips. In over a year of marriage, she had poured out all her tenderness, yet still failed to capture his heart. Not even when she collapsed and ended up in the hospital did he bother to show up, nor did he even call her. What pierced her heart even more was that he had sent his assistant to deliver the divorce papers to the hospital. With this thought, Sushi felt a sharp pain in her chest. She trudged heavily and weakly opened the taxi door. 20 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of a villa. Sushi gazed through the glass window. Her eyes dimmed as she slowly stepped out and walked inside. "Madam, how was your checkup at the hospital today? Is it your stomach that's bothering you?" Upon seeing Sushi enter, Wuma immediately rushed over, her concern palpable. Sue's eyes gazed darkened as she instinctively touched her abdomen, then moved her hand to her stomach. "Yes, my stomach isn't well." Wuma looked at her curiously, her gaze shifting to the small bag in Sue's hand as she continued to inquire, "Then why didn't you get any medication?" Wuma stood at the foot of the stairs, looking up as Sushi vanished down the corridor on the upper floor. The nearby servant also glanced upstairs and leaned closer to Wuma, whispering, "Wuma, Madam doesn't look well. She was all smiles this morning when she left. What's going on?" Wuma furrowed her brow. "I think something's off. Perhaps it's her stomach." Servant, "Should we inform Master Bo?" Wuma paused before responding. After half an hour in the upstairs room, as Sushi was about to exit the bedroom, her gaze fell upon her slender fingers. The diamond ring on her ring finger, which had once radiated happiness on her wedding day, now appeared glaringly out of place. With trembling fingertips, she removed it and tossed it onto the corner cabinet. Pulling the door shut, she descended the stairs while sending a text to Inchi, her assistant. "Please inform Bo Jingyan that I will be at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 9 a.m. to finalize the paperwork. Please do not be late." Wuma, still waiting at the foot of the stairs, noticed Sue, she carrying a small suitcase, her eyes tinged with red, her complexion worse than before. Furrowing her brow, Wuma asked with concern, "Madam, it's already late. Where are you planning to go?" Sushi tightened her grip on the bag strap, forcing a hint of warmth into her eyes. "Wuma, I'm leaving. Thank you for your care over the past year." "What? Madam, what do you mean by this?" Upon hearing those words, Wuma's eyes widened in shock and sorrow. Although Sushi's relationship with Bo Jingyan had always been quite distant since her marriage, there had never been any notable arguments or discord between them. What was this? Was she leaving because of a temporary spat? With this thought, Wuma hurriedly stepped forward to stop Sushi from leaving. "Madam, it's already late. Where could you possibly go alone?" Wuma understood Sue's family background. They were hardly supportive. Even if they cared for her, it was only because they could benefit from her connection to the Bo family. "Madam, did Master Bo upset you? It's normal for young couples to argue. Please listen to Wuma and don't leave in a huff." "Wuma, thank you. I truly must go now." At the Bo group, she hung up the phone and entered the vast office, respectfully reporting, "Mr. Bo, the residents called to inform that Madam has packed a few belongings and left." Bo Jingyan's brow furrowed slightly, a chill evident in his gaze as he coldly inquired, "What do you mean by a few belongings?" And she hesitated. "She only took a few clothes and her identification." As he spoke, and she pulled the divorce agreement from his briefcase and placed it gently on the desk. "Mr. Bo, please take a look. This is Madam's signature." "Who permitted you to continue referring to her as Madam?" Bo Jingyan's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it carried an air of authority that was deeply unsettling. Hearing this, and she immediately lowered his head, too intimidated to speak further. Bo Jingyan set aside the work documents in his hand and picked up the agreement, scanning it with a cold snort. "Wanting nothing? Is this meant to humiliate me?" Clearly coveting his wealth, was she now resorting to such tactics? Did she desire more but felt too ashamed to ask, thus opting for this clean break strategy? And she felt the sweat beginning to bead on his back as Bo Jingyan's relentless questioning continued. After careful consideration, and she finally spoke cautiously, "Mr. Bo, Madam. I mean Miss Sushi. I tried to contact her today, but couldn't get through. I called Wuma, and she mentioned that Madam went to the hospital for a checkup this morning, but when I arrived, she was lying on a gurney in the emergency room. The nurse said she had collapsed." After saying this, and she paused deliberately to gauge Bo Jingyan's reaction. The tension in Bo Jingyan's jaw seemed to ease slightly, though his brow remained tightly knit, filled with confusion and concern. Continuing, and she noted, "Mr. Bo, upon hearing this, your expression seems more troubled. Sue, she has always been gentle. What could she be doing? Is she sulking?" Demonstrating defiance, He recalled how, just this morning, as he had mentioned divorce, her side had suddenly gone silent. Could it be that she fainted? Was that why he hadn't heard her voice through the phone? Bo Jingyan rubbed his temples. Did she say anything? His voice was hoarse, tinged with an undercurrent of fatigue. He scrutinized the red stamp on the lower right corner of the document, growing increasingly irritated by its presence. And she, wearing a sorrowful expression, cautiously ventured, "Mr. Bo, there's one more thing." "Speak." And she took a moment, unfolding the text message from Su Shi that he had received earlier and placing it before Bo Jingyan. Bo Jingyan read the message, the veins on his forehead gradually bulging. "Is she more anxious than I am?" And she added, "Miss Su Shi has requested that you not be late." Bo Jingyan tapped his fingers on the desk. "I can see that." And she nervously swallowed. I just wanted to mention that tomorrow morning is when Miss Lu Cook's flight lands. You reminded me yesterday to ensure you're there to pick her up." Bo Jingyan slowly raised his arm, pinching the bridge of his nose in thought. After a moment, he said, "Then tell Su Shi to reschedule for tomorrow afternoon." "Is this such a small matter that I need to instruct you?" Chapter 2. I am 2 months pregnant. And she nodded, his fingers instinctively tightening even further. It was not just Su Shi. Even a man would feel a chill upon hearing such news. The delay from Bo Jingyan was not merely an effort to postpone the divorce. Rather, it was evident that his heart and mind were consumed by that woman, Luo Kiki. He hadn't even inquired about why Su Shi fainted, nor had he shown any concern regarding her meager belongings or her destination. Even their visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau was dictated by Luo Kiki's schedule. The more Chi pondered, the more sorrowful he felt, even pitying Su Shi. Although his interactions with her were minimal, being merely an assistant, Su Shi had always treated him with warmth, never exhibiting any air of superiority, nor had she ever belittled any of the household staff. Such a beautiful and gentle woman was simply perfect. Yet, it seemed that Bo Jingyan took little interest in her. Unable to restrain himself, and Chi spoke again. "Mr. Bo, perhaps you should call Miss Su Shi?" She appeared quite pale today. "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?"
Bo Jingyan interjected sharply,
cutting off in Chi before he could finish. And Chi lowered his head, sealing his lips tightly. After leaving the Bo residence, Su Shi, clutching her small travel bag, hesitated on the street for quite some time before ultimately deciding to visit her dear friend, Gu Shanshan. The moment Gu Shanshan opened the door and their eyes met, Su Shi's restrained tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. Seeing her friend in such distress, Gu Shanshan's heart ached. "What happened? Did Bo Jingyan neglect you again? Or belittle you?" she asked anxiously as she embraced Su Shi and ushered her into the house. Su Shi's trembling lips parted several times before she managed to utter a few words. "Shanshan, I'm hungry." "All right, I'll make you a bowl of noodle soup." "Let us eat first," Gu Shanshan replied, guiding Su Shi to the couch and gently dabbing her tears with a tissue before hurrying to the kitchen. Just as Su Shi leaned back on the couch, her phone rang loudly from her bag. After a brief moment of hesitation, the ringing abruptly ceased. Without needing to look, she knew it was Bo Jingyan calling. In the past, whenever he called, he had never shown the patience to wait for the ringing to stop. If she didn't answer immediately, he would invariably hang up. This thought brought a sardonic smile to her lips. Before long, Gu Shanshan returned with a steaming bowl of noodle soup, placing it before her. "Eat at the coffee table, quickly," she urged. Su Shi slowly accepted the chopsticks from Gu Shanshan. Regardless of whether she was genuinely hungry, she knew she had to eat well. After all, what could possibly take precedence over the life within her? Meanwhile, Gu Shanshan sat silently beside her, watching Su Shi devour the food, her heart aching as if being torn apart. Though she had seen Su Shi cry before, she had never witnessed such despair as she did today. With tears glistening in her eyes, reflecting profound sorrow. When she finally served the noodles, it took only a short while for Susie's expression to turn completely blank. Something must have transpired. A few minutes later, after finishing the last of her soup, Susie delicately wiped the corner of her mouth and, with an utterly subdued tone, declared, "Shanshan, I have divorced him and left with nothing. I no longer have to tiptoe around him like a maid, seeking his approval. Nor do I need to allow the Su family to exploit my connection with Bo Jingyan, constantly begging him for favors. In short, Shanshan, I am liberated. Please wish me well." "What?" Gu Shanshan, who had been seated, was so taken aback that she mechanically rose from the sofa. Susie paid no heed to her dramatic reaction and swiftly retrieved today's medical report from her bag, placing it on the coffee table. She added, "Also, I am pregnant, 2 months along."
"What?"
Gu Shanshan gasped again, her shock palpable. "Susie, have you lost your mind?" she stammered, trembling as she scrutinized the ultrasound report. "You need to let me process this. Divorce, leaving with nothing and a baby. No, Susie, you must be insane. This Bo Jingyan is even more despicable than I imagined. He is bullying you. Shan, please calm down, Susie interjected softly. The divorce and leaving with nothing was my choice. As for the child, 2 months ago, he was drunk. When it comes to the baby, he may not even recall the night we spent together. That evening, he had been intoxicated to an extent she could scarcely comprehend. It was the first time he had kissed her, the first time they had consummated their marriage. Yet when she awoke the next day, he was nowhere to be found, returning instead to his usual indifferent self, as if nothing had ever transpired between them. She recalled how, at the beginning of their marriage, although he never touched her, they still shared the same bedroom, the same bed. Shan, his heart is not with me. You are my only confidant, and I hope you can understand and support my decision. Susie's voice grew increasingly serene, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, Gu Shan, with her fiery nature, found it difficult to comprehend Susie's resolve. I have always supported your decision to divorce, even opposing your marriage to him. Look at the life you've endured these past years. Others may not understand, but having grown up together, I do. You have a remarkable ability to articulate your deepest sufferings with the calmest of tones. It infuriates me. I support you in your divorce and in raising your child alone. But leaving with nothing is absolutely unacceptable. On what grounds? Shan. Susie gazed at her friend, hands on her hips and a furious expression on her face. Softly interrupting her. Shan, I am exhausted. Only you can truly understand me, right? The tremor in Susie's voice betrayed a fleeting vulnerability, but it vanished in an instant. Shan, I wish to start anew. I do not want to hear a single word about him. Please do not seek him out. The agreement is signed, and I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. However, Gu Shan still wished to contest Susie's decision. Shan. Susie once again interrupted her in a calm tone. Gu Shan froze, studying her intently for a long moment before finally recognizing the unwavering determination in her eyes. Gu Shan let out a heavy sigh, her fingertips flicking at the ultrasound report, and spoke earnestly. Chapter 3. Are you out of your mind? You're getting a divorce? Sushi remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, I cannot agree. You are currently with child. I cannot allow you to live alone. Gu Shan interjected, her gaze fixated on the small shadow on the ultrasound, murmuring, This is the baby. How miraculous. A warm smile lingered on her face before she continued, From now on, you shall reside with me. As for work, you may resume your previous career as a photographer. I always said you should not have abandoned your profession. Yet you chose to marry and succumb to his wishes, becoming a full-time housewife. Just as Sushi was about to respond, her phone buzzed again from her bag. But she made no effort to retrieve it. After a prolonged silence, the music ceased only to ring once more. Finally, Sushi pulled her phone from her bag. Gu Shan leaned in closer, asking, Is it that false mother of yours? Surely she is not asking for money again? Sushi shook her head helplessly, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Indeed, a false mother. Ever since she learned the truth, she had confided in Gu Shan. In the yard that day, her father, Su Daqiang, and her mother, Zhou Milin, had their backs turned to her. The conversation they shared sent chills down her spine. She was not Zhou Milin's biological daughter, and there were instances in her childhood when Zhou Milin contemplated abandoning her. Perhaps out of sorrow, she lost the will to hear the remainder of their dialogue. If she was not Zhou Milin's child, then who was her mother? Could it be that she was not Su Daqiang's child either? Although Su Daqiang treated her well, he was a quintessential henpecked husband, never daring to utter a word when Sushi faced punishment. If none of them were her true parents, then who were her biological ones? Afterward, Sushi somewhat regretted not listening further. The phone continued to ring incessantly, reminiscent of Zhou Milin's ghastly visage. With a swift motion, Sushi pressed the green button, her voice icy as she declared, I have divorced and left with nothing. From this moment forth, there is nothing here that you desire. As soon as Sushi finished speaking, a thunderous shout erupted from the receiver. What? Are you out of your mind? You're getting a divorce? And leaving with nothing? Have you thought about how the Su family will manage from now on? Go apologize to Bo Jingyan immediately and remarry. Sushi paused momentarily, her tone remaining unfazed. Without me, the Su family will not starve. I have matters to attend to. I must hang up now. With that, Sushi decisively ended the call. Gu Shan gasped, her mouth agape, exclaiming, And yet, you repeatedly allowed them to manipulate and bully you. But now, the world is finally at peace. From now on, focus on nurturing the baby. Once this little one arrives, I will help you raise them. After a lengthy discourse, Gu Shan suddenly slowed her speech, uncertainly asking, I haven't had the chance to ask you until now. Have you made up your mind to keep this child? Money is not a concern, for I am here. But being a single mother is not an easy path. You must tread carefully. Susie took a moment to regain her composure, her gaze clouded with strands of sorrow. With a quiver in her voice, she remarked, Shan, I haven't fully contemplated this yet. Once the divorce proceedings are finalized, I'll give it more thought. Gu Shan firmly grasped Susie's hand, saying, all right, whatever you decide, I will support you. If there are any difficulties, I will bear them with you. Susie, touched, found her voice choked with emotion. They embraced for a while before Gu Shan swiftly began to arrange Susie's belongings. Susie interjected, Shan, wait. Gu Shan waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I cannot rest easy letting you stay alone like this. Be obedient. Before Susie could protest again, Gu Shan had already taken her luggage to the guest room. Susie, still bent over, sat back down. She knew that if she continued to refuse, Gu Shan would surely become upset. At that moment, it was indeed a call from Bo Jingyan that rang, the tone echoing for 5 seconds. She slowly moved her finger to open an unread message from Inchi's assistant, notifying her that the appointment at the Civil Affairs Bureau had been rescheduled to the afternoon. Susie scoffed under her breath. Did everything have to revolve around him? Even the timing for the divorce proceedings had to align with his schedule? Her slender fingers danced over the screen as she quickly composed a response and sent it. Mere seconds after sending, and she called again. Susie answered with a dismissive hang-up. Shortly after, and she sent another message. Miss Susie, Mr. Bo has an urgent matter tomorrow. Could we reschedule for the afternoon? Susie replied, no. After sending the text, she turned off her phone. The following day, in an effort to avoid tardiness at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Susie arrived at the hospital by 7 a.m. to Q, as the doctor had instructed her to fast for numerous tests that day. While waiting in line, Bo Jingyan called her again, this time repeatedly. Susie, uninterested, ignored every call. Eventually, he sent a text, come to Bo's group immediately. Lives are at stake. Clutching her phone, Susie felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if something significant was about to transpire. Half an hour later, she stepped out of the taxi at the towering Bo Group building, anxiety gnawing at her. After alighting, she hurried towards Bo Jingyan's office. Upon reaching the door, she noticed no unusual sounds emanating from within. As she hesitated, Chi's respectful voice resonated from behind her. Madam, the president has asked you to enter. Susie turned her head slightly, her gaze cool as she replied, just call me Susie. And Chi, with a complex expression, nodded respectfully and opened the door for her. As Susie entered, her eyes scanned the room. Bo Jingyan sat behind an imposing desk, seemingly engrossed in work. Beside him stood a strikingly youthful woman, her chestnut curls cascading to her waist. Her delicate, heart-shaped face was adorned with exquisite makeup, radiating beauty and allure. Her curvaceous figure swayed slightly, standing in close proximity to Bo Jingyan, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Although Susie had never met Luokako, her appearance matched the descriptions she had heard, with little difference. Susie's cold gaze swept past Rococo, ultimately resting upon Bo Jingyan's face. Mr. Bo, may I inquire about your urgent matter? Was her previous lightness of step too conspicuous? She spoke, prompting both of them to lift their heads. Chapter 4. It is said that today's mistresses are increasingly brazen. Bo Jingyan's eyes, raised higher than before, exuded an even colder demeanor. Susie, perplexed, furrowed her brows and added, I am quite busy. Please speak swiftly. Her gaze met his unwaveringly, a calmness underscored by an unfamiliar edge. Bo Jingyan twirled the pen before discarding it onto the desk, slowly rising to approach her, his tone exceedingly formal, regarding the properties, real estate, shares, and cash outlined in the agreement. If you deem them insufficient, please state your price now. Susie, bewildered, recalled the message that spoke of life and death matters. Was this truly what he considered such? Her eyes involuntarily scanned Rococo once more. How anxious must Bo Jingyan be to rid himself of her? He had even brought this woman here to discuss divorce in her presence. I have clearly stated this issue at the bottom of the agreement and affixed my signature. If that does not suffice for legal validity, you may have your lawyer draft a new one, and I shall sign again. Bo Jingyan's brow furrowed tightly as he heard her speak in such a detached tone. The Susie before him was a version he had never encountered. In the past, she had been gentle and warm, yet the woman standing before him now seemed to be bristling with thorns. Annoyed, Bo Jingyan took a step closer, his imposing figure nearly enveloping her. The overwhelming pressure he exuded made Susie's palms sweat. She instinctively took a step back, and soon, his cool voice reached her ears. Susie, you seem quite adept at feigning ignorance. Taken aback, Susie could not comprehend the origin of his words. Before she could respond, Bo Jingyan's phone rang. After casting a fleeting glance at Susie, he sauntered out of the office to take the call. As soon as he left, Rococo's arrogant voice pierced the air beside Susie. Are you Miss Susie? I hear you signed a clean break agreement while simultaneously sending your mother to create a scene. Are you pretending to be oblivious, making Brother Yen seem like a fool? With that, she approached Susie, crossing her arms and standing in a provocative stance. The posture suggested that Rococo was indeed Bo Jingyan's wife, while Susie appeared as a scorned creditor. Brother Yen? Susie knew that Bo Jingyan's eagerness to divorce was undoubtedly for this woman. Even before the divorce was finalized, she had the audacity to confront her. The matters between my husband and I do not concern an outsider like you. Susie's back straightened, her words light yet imbued with an undeniable force and disdain. Rococo's lips twitched, forcing a laugh. Oh really? Is today not the day for divorce proceedings? How affectionate you sound. You truly have some nerve. Susie caressed her fingertips, blowing softly near her lips, utterly unwilling to acknowledge that Bo Jingyan was her husband. However, confronted by this ambitious woman, she could no longer tolerate being pointed at. Are you eager to ascend? I've heard that today us mistresses are increasingly audacious, and indeed, what I witnessed today is remarkable. Susie's gaze remained fixed upon her, her tone light yet imbued with an unyielding strength. As soon as Susie's words fell, she observed Lukik, arms crossed defiantly, instantly dropping her pose. In a mere 3 seconds, she transformed from haughty to pitiful. Soon after, she began to sob delicately. Where had her earlier bravado vanished? Susie, perplexed by her display, then heard Lukik's plaintive voice. Brother Yen, she. Lukik wiped her tears while writhing closer to Bo Jingyan, who had just entered. The next moment, Susie heard the unusually gentle tone of Bo Jingyan. Don't cry. Immediately, her eyes fell upon him as he strolled over to the coffee table, retrieving a tissue to hand to Lukik. Seizing the opportunity during Bo Jingyan's turn, Lukik cast a victorious glance at Susie. A pang of sharp pain pierced Susie's heart. He had never comforted her in such a manner. In fact, there were times when her slight displeasure would evoke his impatience. Yet, to Lukik, he appeared to be the epitome of consideration. Was this not the very definition of a duplicitous couple? The agreement was signed, yet the divorce certificate remained unfiled. Furthermore, had they not already engaged in unspeakable acts behind her back? Suppressing her fury, Susie stood erect. She was determined to witness what words Bo Jingyan would employ to humiliate her, to defend his so-called lover. Before long, Lukik's sobs diminished. Susie apologized to Kiki.
Bo Jingyan commanded.
Susie's heart constricted yet again, though her expression remained composed as she coldly retorted. Apologize for what? Which of my words was incorrect?
Bo Jingyan's countenance darkened.
His chiseled features shadowed by a hint of anger. Susie, you were never this harsh before. What? Were you merely concealing your true self all along? Have you finally revealed your true colors? Susie laughed in disbelief, the corners of her mouth curling in a cold, resolute arc, and she declared with fervor. Bo Jingyan, to reprimand your legally wedded wife in front of a stranger is unseemly. Your entanglement with another woman while married is dishonorable. Collaborating with others to bully me is the epitome of cowardice. No sooner had Susie's words escaped than Bo Jingyan's large hand seized her jaw. Is this how I appear in your eyes? Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? After his inquiry, he added sternly, apologized to Kiki. Susie gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her nose tinged with sorrow. Was he truly squeezing her with such force? Was he coercing her to apologize to his mistress through intimidation? After over a year of marriage, even if he offered her no affection, she had once been his wife, had she not? Susie's hands had just grasped a sturdy arm when a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her mind. Was she beginning to faint again? In the fleeting moment before Susie lost consciousness, his chilling voice echoed in her ears. Then came Enchi's startled exclamation, Mr. Bo, the lady may be experiencing hypoglycemia. Susie's vision blurred further, and suddenly she felt herself lifted, as if weightless. A familiar fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Was it him? Had he cradled her in his arms? Tears welled in Susie's eyes as she succumbed to oblivion. Chapter 5. You strayed first, yet you cast the blame upon others? Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Susie slowly opened her eyes. The room before her was draped in shades of black and gray, the sheets matching the somber palette. The familiar scent enveloping her was unmistakably his. After glancing around the room, she attempted to rise, only to have the door pushed open from the outside. Bo Jingyan's tall figure lingered at the threshold for a moment before he gracefully approached the bedside. I apologize for disturbing your bed, Susie remarked in an unusually formal tone as she hastily prepared to leave the bed. This is my lounge. You should remain here. The doctor will arrive shortly, he said, tossing a chocolate from the bedside table onto her lap. Eat this. Though his words were terse, there was a softness in his voice that had previously been absent. Susie glanced at the chocolate, her thoughts racing at the mention of the doctor. She quickly inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" "I'm fine now. I need to leave." She rose once more, feeling faint again, perhaps due to having eaten nothing that morning, coupled with the blood draw and a series of tests. Bo Jingyan had summoned the doctor, but she was uncertain whether he would call for a traditional Chinese physician. If he did, a mere pulse check would reveal her pregnancy. That could not happen. They were on the verge of divorce. Given Bo Jingyan's character, he might insist she terminate the pregnancy. Even if he did not, he would likely fight her for custody once the child was born. Desperate to extricate herself from the situation, Susie quietly stated as she descended from the bed. Before she could finish her thought, Bo Jingyan's icy voice cut through the air. "There's no need to dance around the subject. If you believe the divorce settlement is insufficient, feel free to speak plainly. Now, eat the chocolate." In an instant, he transformed from someone seemingly composed to a figure of fury, truly perplexing. Without hesitation, he bent down, seized the chocolate from the bed, tore open the wrapper, and presented it to her. "As for pretending to be considerate, you need not feign affection here," Susie retorted. In response, Bo Jingyan simply tossed the chocolate into the wastebasket and dusted off his hands. "I'd rather feed my dog Mocha. It would be a more heartfelt gesture than giving it to you." His frigid tone pierced through Susie's heart. Mocha was his beloved pet dog, who adored trailing behind him, nipping at his pant legs and licking his hands. In that moment, it seemed she ranked lower than his pet. Regaining her composure, Susie shifted the subject, calmly stating, "Whether you believe it or not, I have signed the document. The actions of others are of no concern to me."
With that,
She had already put on her shoes. As she passed by Bo Jingyan, his large hand grasped her arm firmly. "Have I granted you permission to leave? Who taught you to speak so harshly of Luaka Ko?" She bit her lip, suppressing the sorrow within her. Even after fainting and waking, he had not forgotten her words regarding Luaka Ko. She forcefully shook off his grip, tilting her head back to glare at him, her voice raised in defiance.
Bo.
"Shall I pay my respects to Luaka Ko? Do not forget, our formalities remain unaddressed. Grandpa Bo is merely in a coma. He has not departed yet. Are you so eager to rid yourself of me? If I am displeased, beware that I might not visit the Civil Affairs Bureau." Bo Jingyan stared in shock at the woman before him, taken aback by her fervent outburst. He had never witnessed her so articulate. However, the fierceness of her temper was not simply aggressive. It bore an unexpected charm. Was it her striking beauty that rendered her anger so captivating? Bo Jingyan closed his eyes momentarily, his voice surprisingly calm. "Do you realize whom you are addressing?"
Suwon replied, "Chen Chimei."
"What did you say?" Bo Jingyan's voice rose incredulously as he registered her audacious comparison to such a heartless character. She felt the grip on her arm tighten, his expression darkening. Bo Jingyan furrowed his brows, pausing in silence before stating, "Are you more eager to formalize our union than I? Do you long to return to the embrace of your old flame?" She was struck speechless by his sudden assertion, her mouth forming an O of disbelief. What nonsense was he spouting? Was he attempting to shift blame? "Bo Jingyan, you initiated the betrayal, yet you cast the blame upon me?" Bo Jingyan slowly advanced, cornering She against the wall, one hand propping against the surface behind her while the other tilted her chin, caressing her gently. "What evidence do you have to prove my infidelity? Tell me, what is your true intention behind marrying me?" She found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend his words. It was as if she had proposed a divorce. Meeting his gaze, she replied coolly, "Speak plainly. There is no need for such circumlocution." Bo Jingyan licked his molars, scoffing lightly before releasing her, his tone icy. 2 o'clock this afternoon, at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Let us not miss each other. With that, he turned away, leaving her no room for further dialogue as she stepped out. Upon exiting the room, She realized she had been resting in his office's lounge. Luaka Ko was no longer present, nor wasn't she. Had he carried her to the lounge when she was on the verge of fainting? Had he removed her clothing? The memory of the sun-protective jacket she had worn over her tank top resurfaced.
Swansea.
"So you are indeed here, you heartless wretch." As Susie witnessed Zhou Mylan lunging at her like a madwoman, she swiftly dodged, evading Zhou's clawing figure. Chapter 6. Have you acted enough? You are wasting my time. It was perplexing how Zhou Mylan's movements were so rapid. When she lunged again, Susie attempted to evade once more, but Zhou Mylan seized her long hair, pulling it back with all her might. Just as Susie feared she might fall and struggled to break free, an angry voice resonated from behind. "Let her go." Zhou Mylan halted her tugging, turning to look at Bo Jingyan, saying obsequiously, "Son-in-law, you're here. This ungrateful girl doesn't understand. Let me teach her a lesson." Bo Jingyan's gaze hardened, his voice leaving no room for dissent. "I said, let her go." Faced with Bo Jingyan's intimidating expression, Zhou Mylan reluctantly released Susie, though not without giving her hair a painful yank as she did so. Susie covered her sore scalp with one hand, steadying herself against the armrest of the sofa. The forceful tug had brought tears to her eyes, and she fought to hold them back while attempting to smooth her hair. This was not the first time Zhou Mylan had treated her this way. Whenever Zhou was displeased, Susie would inevitably bear the brunt of her frustrations. Yanking hair and pinching her had become routine. Bo Jingyan's gaze swept over Susie, mingled with a complex array of emotions, part concern, part disdain for her perceived weakness. He then shifted his eyes back to Zhou Mylan, who instantly plastered a smile on her face, speaking gently, "Son-in-law. This ungrateful girl wouldn't answer my calls, and I couldn't find her. I was just sitting in your reception room. It was only when I heard Assistant N's phone call that I realized she had arrived." As Zhou Mylan approached Susie again and pinched her arm, urging her to speak to Bo Jingyan, Susie remained motionless. Just as Zhou Mylan attempted to pinch her again, a large hand reached over her,
pulling Susie to the other side.
"Madam Zhou, I have already signed the divorce agreement with your daughter. However, if you have any demands, you may present them now." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mylan's heart raced with anxiety. How could this golden son-in-law just let go so easily? She had already inquired within Qi and learned that Bo Jingyan's generosity was akin to providing Susie with an endless fortune. Was Susie truly out of her mind? After being discarded by a man and losing everything, she was willing to forsake even her wealth? Such intelligence was indeed rare, clearly a product of a liaison. She was unworthy of the Su surname. Having married into the Bo family for over a year, she had not brought any substantial benefits to the Su family. At least, she had not elevated their status. Now, pretending to be high-minded and seeking a clean break, the Su family had wasted years raising her. "Son-in-law, you are still young. It is normal for couples to argue. Her father and I went through our share of quarrels in our youth. State your conditions." Bo Jingyan coldly interrupted her, each word that fell from her lips sounding like a cacophony to his ears. Such a deranged woman could raise a girl like Susie. It truly is a miracle of the human realm. He had neither the time to engage with them nor to witness their theatrical antics. Upon hearing Bo Jingyan's voice, which brooked no refusal, Zhou Mylan's smile gradually faded from her face. Bo Jingyan's countenance, starkly cold, suggested that there was indeed no room for negotiation in this matter. Could the son-in-law truly set any conditions he desired? As soon as Zhou Mylan finished her words, the previously silent Susie spoke up. "Mr. Bo, I have made it clear that I desire nothing. Please do not involve me in your agreement with Ms. Zhou. I have matters to attend to. I will see you at 2 o'clock this afternoon." With that, Susie gathered her hair and proceeded toward the door. Zhou Mylan swiftly intercepted her, indignantly pointing a finger at her. "Are you just going to leave without a care for the Su family? Do you think it was easy for us to raise you? You ungrateful wretch, and now you won't even call me mother?" Susie cast a cold glance at her and retorted, "Are you expecting me to bear the entire burden of the Su family's expenses? Without me, would you all cease to exist? Do you not realize why I do not call you mother? You are an unmitigated ingrate. How am I supposed to endure my life from now on?" Behind them, Bo Jingyan, having just finished a cigarette, found himself irritated by the commotion. He struck the table with force, and when he spoke, his voice resonated with an icy chill reminiscent of a haunted house. "Are you done with your performance? You are wasting my time."
"What?"
Susie stood frozen, incredulous that he still doubted her sincerity. Did he really think she was acting? His callousness was one thing, but to view her in such a dismal light was another.
"Bo Yingan."
Susie summoned the courage to call him by his full name. Previously, she would not have dared to do so, perhaps having never spoken it aloud before. Bo Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, Susie continued, "Is my expression unclear? Or are you hard of hearing? Do you think your time is the only one that matters? Are we ordinary people unworthy of time?" With those words, Susie made a gesture of oath and declared, "I, Susie, hereby sever all ties with Bo Jingyan. I will take with me only what I brought into the Bo family. If all the assistance Bo Jingyan has provided to the Su family over the past year must be repaid, I am willing to do so in my future life. In short, I wish to have no further entanglements with Bo Jingyan. Mark my words, I want no further entanglements. Please do not change the meeting time, or be late this afternoon at 2 o'clock. After fervently expressing herself, Susie felt a flame igniting within her chest, invigorating her spirit. Love, men, Rococo, Zhou Mylan, she wished to be rid of it all, to hear nothing further. Having obtained her divorce certificate, she desired for these individuals to vanish entirely from her world. With a fierce glare at the two, she strode confidently out the door. Inside the office, both were seemingly taken aback by her uncharacteristic demeanor. The obedient daughter they once knew had vanished. The once gentle and virtuous wife has vanished. She solemnly swore an oath here. The atmosphere grew quiet for a considerable time, and Zhou Milin offered a sheepish smile to Bo Jingyan. Son-in-law, please do not rush to expel me. Allow me to finish my words. You see, Su Shi adores you immensely. Your sudden proposal for divorce must have deeply unsettled her, resulting in her erratic behavior. She was once very filial towards me. Look, she no longer even wishes to call me mother. Surely something is amiss. Chapter 7. Have you not taken enough from the Bo family? Bo Jingyan raised his eyebrows slightly and gestured for Zhou Milin to take a seat. She nodded and awkwardly settled onto the sofa. Her own circumstances were rather dire, despite having acquired such an outstanding son-in-law. The secrecy of their marriage left her unable to share this joy with her friends, leaving her with no opportunity to boast. To refrain from embellishing her status was one thing, yet she hoped to endure in the hopes of relying on the Bo family for prosperity, thus securing a foundation for her life. However, this young man was quite intimidating, seemingly dismissive of everyone around him. She found herself, unavoidably, slipping from the stature of an elder to a more humble position. Noticing Bo Jingyan's silence, Zhou Milin continued to prattle on. Son-in-law, I am advancing in age and have seen much in life. Might you reconsider? Look at Su Shi, a graduate of a prestigious university with a commendable career, both gentle and considerate. Although your marriage was arranged by your grandfather, having spent over a year together, no, not merely cohabiting, but genuinely getting to know one another, could there be no feelings at all? Why must you pursue a divorce? Zhou Milin's lengthy discourse resembled a convoluted tale. Yet all Bo Jingyan could hear was that Su Shi had burned herself while learning to cook for him. The Bo mansion had chefs and servants. Did she truly need to cook? Could she possibly love him? Beyond seeking his assistance for various matters, did she possess any genuine affection for him? It seemed commonplace to offer kindness when one is dependent on another. Bo Jingyan's thoughts spiraled as he paced the office for a long while, before a calm yet resolute voice broke through the silence. Even if we divorce, she must receive the final compensation I am willing to provide. With that money, she could care for her child or secure her own future. Relying on that Su Daqiang, she would hardly enjoy any comfort in life. No, she shall not leave empty-handed. With this thought, Zhou Milin's demeanor shifted to a more submissive tone, her face adorned with flattery. Son-in-law, Su Shi is surely acting out of frustration due to your abrupt desire for divorce. Before marriage, she had her own career and was self-sufficient, but after more than a year of rest, which studio would still desire her? If you abandon her like this, how will she manage to live? You engage in so much charitable work, surely you wouldn't mind extending a bit of kindness? Just as Zhou Milin finished her plea, disdain flickered across Bo Jingyan's features. In this past year, how much have you all extracted from the Bo family? I have said enough. If you do not leave now, I shall summon security. As he spoke, Bo Jingyan had already moved to his desk and picked up the internal phone. Zhou Milin, observing his demeanor, hurriedly interjected. Please, please, I must leave now. Do not find me tedious. Susie is truly a rare gem of a girl. Do reconsider, Zhou Milin implored, only to witness Bo Jingyan lifting the telephone receiver. She hastily turned and dashed out of the office. In that fleeting moment, the ingratiating smile vanished from her face, and her gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity. As Bo Jingyan watched her depart, his brow furrowed even deeper. The image of Susie's fervent vow lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Her eyes sparkled with a certain light, not one of declaration, but of tears. Over the past year, he had not witnessed her cry. What could have driven her to tears now? In a manner of speaking, she genuinely wished to extricate herself from him. Had he not broached the subject of divorce, she might have taken the initiative herself, perhaps? With a heavy sigh, Bo Jingyan gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling window, his thoughts ebbing and flowing like the tide. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a gleaming Bentley came to a halt in the parking lot of the Civil Affairs Bureau. A pair of polished leather shoes emerged from the vehicle, touching the ground. In the next instant, a tall, robust man stood beside the car, his cold eyes scanning the blinding plaque on the steps while he observed the comings and goings of individuals at the entrance. Yet, there was no sign of Susie. And she, following his gaze, searched as well and handed his sunglasses to Bo Jingyan, reporting, "It is not yet time. Miss Su might be en route or perhaps already waiting in the lobby. Given the scorching sun outside, it would be prudent for you to wait indoors, Mr. Bo." Bo Jingyan donned the sunglasses and strode toward the main entrance, expressing his displeasure. There are still 3 minutes until 2 o'clock. She had better not attempt any tricks. And she hesitated for a moment before cautiously responding, "She will definitely arrive." Bo Jingyan halted in his tracks, fixing a penetrating gaze on In-Chi. "On what basis do you place such confidence? Do you truly know her? Did you not see her today, coming to the company with her mother to perform an act?" "Mr. Bo, Mrs. Su, no, Miss Su is not that kind of person." Over the past year, she has been exceptionally kind to us. The servants at the mansion all hold her in high regard. Bo Jingyan furrowed his brow, retorting coldly. Oh, it seems her performance has been quite convincing, deceiving everyone, including you. And she was at a loss for words, bewildered by Bo Jingyan's profound skepticism towards Suzy. What a splendid girl she was. How could Bo Jingyan fail to see it? Was it possible that the astute Bo Jingyan, much like the protagonists in novels, was a blind and deaf domineering figure? And she sighed inwardly several times, refraining from uttering further words. The two arrived at the area designated for processing divorce paperwork, and she deliberately chose a secluded spot for Bo Jingyan to sit. It is 2 o'clock. Where is she? Call her. Bo Jingyan impatiently demanded as he settled into his seat, and she promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Suzy's number. The call rang until it automatically disconnected, with no answer on the other end, and she continued to redial, but after several attempts, there was still no response. Bo Jingyan shot him a glance, coldly remarking, "Are you admitting that you have been deceived by her?" And she stammered in response, "I." Bo Jingyan scoffed again. Would someone like her take the bus? Send someone to find her. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Anqi's hand, gripping the phone, was drenched in sweat as he promptly contacted the bodyguard to locate Sushi. A bunch of imbeciles. Upon hearing Anqi's report, Bo Jingyan was instantly enraged. Has he finally come to see her true nature? With that thought, Bo Jingyan rose from his seat. Chapter 8. You must remain in bed. Otherwise, there is a risk of miscarriage. Yes, Mr. Bo. Anqi lowered his head and trailed behind, a sense of unease gnawing at him. From his understanding, Sushi was not the type to simply stand someone up, and he had heard her vow in the office today. It was a tone that only a woman in despair would adopt. He could not fathom why Bo Jingyan failed to comprehend this. Perhaps it was because Anqi himself lacked an understanding of love. However, once they reached the ground floor, Anqi could not restrain himself any longer. Mr. Bo, I still believe Miss Sushi is not the sort to innocently cancel. Could it be that something has happened to her? You simply misjudge character. Anqi halted his steps as Bo Jingyan did, but after uttering those words, Bo Jingyan strode towards his car with haste. Are you still standing there?
Oh.
I'm coming right away. Anqi discreetly connected his phone to Bluetooth, slipping on an earpiece out of Bo Jingyan's sight. He lowered the volume and continued dialing Sushi's number. On the third ring, someone answered the call, a young man's voice. Anqi, startled, quickly hung up. What was happening? Sushi had stood him up, and her phone was answered by a man. Who could it be? In the hospital, Sushi slowly regained consciousness in a blindingly white room. What was going on? She had fainted twice in one day. All she remembered was hailing a taxi when Zhou Mylan suddenly pulled her hair. In the midst of the scuffle, everything went dark. Suddenly, it struck her. She had been on her way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Glancing at the time, Sushi realized it was already evening. Just as she attempted to rise from the bed, the door to her hospital room swung open. Miss Sushi, please do not move. You cannot get out of bed right now, a stern nurse admonished. You are in the early stages of pregnancy, and your constitution is too weak. You must remain in bed to avoid the risk of miscarriage. Upon hearing this, Sushi's spirit sank, and she looked down, then abruptly raised her head to inquire. Do you know who brought me here? They said it was a passerby who saw you being bullied and fainted. That gentleman handled the paperwork and then left. It seems your assailant was taken away by the officer. If you wish to express your gratitude, you may ask the doctor for the name of the person who registered once you are well. Thank you. The one taken away by the officer must be Zhou Mylan. She did not wish to involve herself further. A short while later, the nurse provided Sushi with a few more instructions before exiting the room. Sushi's gaze drifted to the bedside table, where she picked up her bag and rummaged for her phone. The screen displayed numerous missed calls from Anqi. Without needing to think deeply, she could easily envision Bo Jingyan's fuming face, veins bulging in anger. Given this sudden turn of events, he would undoubtedly be convinced she was up to mischief. However, at this moment, she could no longer afford to ponder such matters. Whether he believed her had become inconsequential. The most pressing concern was to safeguard the life growing within her. In the days to come, this tiny existence would be her most cherished treasure. Reflecting on this, Sushi gently caressed her flat abdomen. A few rings later, the call connected, but the voice on the other end was not in cheese. Sushi, what tricks are you playing? Bo Jingyan's cold voice reached her ears. Sushi remained silent for a few seconds before responding in a calm tone. I have an urgent matter. I will contact you in a few days. What urgent matter could you possibly have?
Who was it that solemnly vowed this morning? What?
Are you now secretly hiding away in the afternoon? Just say what you want. I have no patience for games. It's a personal matter, not convenient to disclose. I shall reach out in a few days. For now, this is how it stands. With that, Sushi hung up the phone. She sighed softly. If not for her troublesome condition, she would have already secured the divorce papers by now. Suddenly, she recalled her need for bed rest, and that she would require someone to care for her. She picked up her phone again and dialed Gu Shanshan. The call connected swiftly on the other end. Sushi. I have an urgent matter and need to step out. I'm about to board. If you need anything, just send me a text. I will be off the plane in 2 hours. I must go. Before Sushi could utter a word, the call was abruptly terminated. Staring at the silent screen of her phone, Sushi's fingertip traced the surface, contemplating her balance. She was still unaware of how much the hospital fees would amount to, and if she were to hire a caregiver, it might not suffice. As she hesitated, the door to her room swung open once more. Hello, I am your caregiver. Employee number 29. A woman clad in a gray uniform entered with a beaming smile directed at Sushi. Sushi was taken aback and softly inquired, I haven't hired a caregiver. Have you perhaps entered the wrong room? Upon hearing this, the caregiver stepped back to check the door plate, re-entering to clarify, VIP room 3, Miss Sushi. There is no mistake. Perhaps you could ask your friends or family if they arrange for me. Sushi pondered for a moment. She had no friends to speak of. The only plausible explanation was that the person who saved her had arranged for this, and likely secured this VIP room as well. With this in mind, Sushi handed the caregiver her medical card. Could you please check how much treatment fee has been deposited? Miss Sushi, there is 100,000 yuan in the account. Sushi was momentarily stunned. Could it truly be that person who had contributed such a generous sum? A stranger? So benevolent? After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to keep the caregiver for the time being. Once she recovered, she would find a way to return the money to that individual.
Meanwhile,
Bo Jingyan entered the mansion with a gloomy demeanor. As he loosened his tie, he passed by Wu Ma and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he turned to Wu Ma and coldly stated, she is no longer Mrs. Bo. With that, he dismissed her with a chilling remark and entered his study. After drawing a few cigarettes, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the bedroom. He slowly pushed open the door and immediately spotted the ring on the corner cabinet. Chapter 9. Remember, do not allow yourself to suffer any longer. In an instant, his gaze shifted to his own fingers, and he was reminded that, due to their concealed marriage, he had never worn the ring. Bo Jingyan furrowed his brow and began to survey the room. The wardrobe doors stood wide open. Although she had not taken many clothes with her, he had yet to see her carry the limited edition handbag they had purchased together. In addition to the bag, she had acquired numerous expensive pieces of jewelry, yet the adjacent dressing room remained devoid of her belongings. What had become of those items? Had she either given them to the Su family or something else? Surely, his grandfather was mistaken in calling her a good girl who was not driven by greed. While she may have deceived his grandfather, she could not fool him. Today, she had failed to keep her promise to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. He wondered what trick she was playing this time. As he walked further inside, he found himself drawn to the bedside table. Leaning down, he opened the first drawer, where a delicate velvet box lay. After a moment's hesitation, he reached for it and opened it. The pendant bore the glaring inscription of the word love. Unmistakably, the necklace she cherished most. How urgent had her departure been? How eager was she to leave this home that she did not even take the necklace she held dear? Bo Jingyan's fingertip brushed over the repaired marks on it. Remnants of their struggles. She had worn it around her delicate neck since the first time he laid eyes on her. What else could it be but a token of their bond, coupled with the vague, love-like words from her dreams? He scoffed at the thought of such a master of disguise. The more he pondered, the more irked he became, and he tucked the necklace, along with the velvet box, into his pocket before hastily exiting the room to visit his comatose grandfather at the hospital. A week later, under the physician's guidance, Su Shi was ready for discharge. Su Shi, your complexion is a marked improvement compared to a week ago. It's rosy and fresh, almost reminiscent of baby fat, someone commented.
Suom smiled fondly. Indeed.
This past week had been filled with rest and nourishment, leading to a stabilization of her pregnancy, leaving her both physically and mentally rejuvenated. As for Bo Jingyan, he had not troubled her in recent days. Su Shi retrieved her phone and searched for Chi's number. Gu Shanshan peered in and asked, "Are you arranging the paperwork? That's good. You should expedite it to alleviate your concerns." Nodding, Su Shi connected the call.
Miss Su, hello, Anki greeted.
Su Shi could discern the respect in his tone and replied politely, "Hello, could you please convey to Bo Jingyan that my matters are in order, and I am available to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at any time?"
Miss Su.
"There is something I have deliberated upon and believe it prudent to inform you privately. Old Master Bo awakened this morning." "Really?"
Suom exclaimed.
Excitement bubbling forth before he could finish his sentence. Bo Huilin had been in a coma for half a month. He had finally awakened. 2 years prior, Bo Huilin had collapsed due to heart disease, and in that critical moment, there had been no time to wait for medical assistance. It was Su Shi who had saved his life through acupuncture. After saving a life, she left without even leaving her name. However, Susie was perplexed as to how Bo Huilin managed to find her. Ever since their meeting, Bo Huilin frequently invited her out, showering her with affection akin to that of a beloved grandfather. As time passed, 6 months later, Bo Huilin took it upon himself to arrange her engagement to Bo Jingyan. Eventually, they stepped into the sacred realm of matrimony. Assistant N, how is Grandpa Bo's condition? Susie's voice trembled slightly. Throughout her life, if there was ever a mention of familial love, it was only from Bo Huilin that she had felt it. Thus, in her heart, she had long regarded him as her own grandfather. He's doing well. He can eat normally now. Miss Su, I must take my leave for now, mister. Bo is calling for me. I will confirm the time with him and inform you later. The call ended, and Susie caressed her phone screen, softly uttering, Shan Shan. I wish to visit Grandpa Bo, but I fear that learning about my divorce from Bo Jingyan might worsen his condition. Gu Shanshan gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. I understand your feelings for Grandpa Bo. If you wish to go, then go. I doubt anyone will deliberately inform him. The Bo family has always been eager to expel you. Susie nodded, her voice choked. Yes, I will wait until he is not in the hospital to visit. Shortly thereafter, Gu Shanshan had gathered her belongings. Just as they exited the hospital room, Susie's phone rang again, displaying Bo Jingyan's name. Susie chose not to answer. She merely needed to arrange the time for their visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and she could have Chi relay the message. Why did he feel the need to call her personally? The ringing persisted for a while before ceasing, and just as Susie intended to silence her phone, it rang once more. Noticing the call was from Chi, she delicately swiped the green button. Why can you answer Chi's call but deliberately ignore mine? Susie, do you truly dislike me that much? Bo Jingyan's magnetic voice emerged from the receiver, lacking the anger he had exhibited days prior, now eerily calm. Susie paused, then slowly replied, if you have no pressing matters tomorrow, let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 a.m. I have something to discuss with you. Where shall we meet? I can send a driver to pick you up. I'm unavailable. If you're still fixated on the divorce settlement, I can reiterate that I desire nothing. Once she finished speaking, silence enveloped the other end of the line. Susie added, see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Wait.
Bo Jingyan interjected promptly, his tone still surprisingly amiable. However, Susie had no intention of reciprocating that tone. She stated bluntly, speak. Bo Jingyan replied, let's discuss it in person. I have no time. Let us talk over the phone. After a brief pause, his calm words took on an edge of threat. If you're not at the Su residence, shall I have to find you at Gu Shanshan's home? Susie's gaze instinctively shifted to Gu Shanshan beside her. Although their bond surpassed that of sisters, she felt like an unwelcome guest to her home, and Gu Shanshan had always disdained uninvited visitors. Xinghong Road, Blue and White Cafe. I will wait for you, for only 10 minutes. With that, Susie ended the call. Gu Shanshan, filled with curiosity, inquired, who was that? Gu Shanshan furrowed her brow and inquired, is Bo Jingyan coming to see you? You wouldn't have softened your heart, would you? Su Shi replied with a faint smile. Do you truly believe I would be swayed? With a casual shrug, Gu Shanshan completed her statement and escorted Su Shi towards the elevator. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, they parted ways. Su Shi joined the throng of pedestrians at the crosswalk and made her way to the entrance of a coffee shop across the street. Rather than entering, she chose to wait in the outdoor seating area. Occasionally, she glanced at the time on her phone. As the countdown approached 10 minutes, she picked up her bag and descended the steps. Chapter 10. The matter of divorce shall be postponed for now. Just as she reached the curb, a sleek black Bentley halted beside her. The window slid down, and from the dim interior emerged his magnetic voice. I never realized you were so punctual. With an air of displeasure, Bo Jingyan cast a few glances her way. Was she truly so unwilling to wait a mere minute for him? One must ponder how challenging it is for others in this capital city to secure an audience with him. What was she being so haughty about? I have always been punctual, she retorted, recognizing the futility of such words, knowing they would only squander time. After a brief pause, she inquired, what do you need to discuss with me? Bo Jingyan did not respond, his gaze shifting from Su Shi to the unassuming, somewhat shabby coffee shop. A flicker of disdain hidden in his eyes. Get in. I have made a reservation, he commanded. Su Shi made no move to enter the vehicle. Anki, seated in the driver's position, stepped out to respectfully open the door for her. Miss Su, please, Mr. Bo has important matters to discuss with you. Matters of significance to you. Su Shi speculated that it might pertain to old Master Bo. However, she declined the invitation to the back seat, offering Enchi a faint smile as she opened the passenger door and took a seat inside. Enchi stood momentarily stunned before closing the door and returning to the driver's seat. Without needing to look, he could vividly imagine the scowl on Bo Jingyan's face in the back. With this thought, and she instinctively softened his movements as he started the car. Wary of provoking a rebuke from Bo Jingyan, the trio traveled in silence, and she controlling his breathing to remain as discreet as possible. Meanwhile, his eyes were not idle. He would occasionally glance at Su Shi beside him, then steal a look at Bo Jingyan through the rearview mirror. Su Shi remained gazing out the window, her demeanor cold and distant, resembling a frigid beauty. Bo Jingyan, at times, closed his eyes in repose, yet in she could sense the simmering anger he suppressed, feeling neglected and disdainful of Su Shi's indifference. The 10 minutes Su Shi had mentioned felt as though they had pushed Bo Jingyan to the brink of frustration. After more than half an hour on the road, they arrived at a manor on the outskirts, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief as he swiftly opened the doors for both of them. Su Shi stepped out and surveyed the manor before her, a place she knew intimately. After all, their wedding had been held here. At that time, he had acquiesced to his grandfather's wishes for the marriage, stipulating one condition: a secret union. Deep within, Susie felt that he looked down upon her as a person, and even more so, her family background. Nonetheless, the wedding proceeded, under her grandfather's insistence, in front of a few close friends and relatives of the Bo family. Throughout the entire process, he remained as calm as if attending a banquet. When the priest prompted the vase, he merely uttered 2 words: "I do." Beyond that, Susie felt no hint of joy or happiness associated with marriage. At that moment, her grandfather consoled her, assuring that being together was sufficient. But what of later? Had he begun to love her? Contemplating this, Susie's heart involuntarily contracted, a sharp pain coursing through her. What was truly happening? At some point, Bo Jingyan had stood beside her, speaking in a mild tone. "Let's go inside." As he said this, he gracefully stepped over the servant and entered through the opulent doors. Susie, displeased, quietly followed, determined to discern what scheme he might devise. Upon entering, Bo Jingyan showed no intention of entering a specific house. Instead, he headed towards the lawn on the side, standing by the pond as if awaiting Susie's approach.
Today.
He seemed somewhat peculiar, though she could not pinpoint exactly why. Nevertheless, she quickened her pace and halted not far from him, slowly turning to face her. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon his perfectly chiseled features, as if he were adorned in regal gold. Susie's admiration for him did not begin on the day of their engagement. She had fallen for him long before, in her youth. Hence, she spoke directly. "What do you need to discuss?" Bo Jingyan stepped closer, his tall frame slightly bowing before her. His voice softened. "Let's hold off on the divorce for now." Without a moment's hesitation, Susie firmly refused. "Bo Jingyan, regardless of your reasoning, I disagree. We shall proceed with it tomorrow." As she spoke, she retreated, maintaining her distance. This action was perceived by Bo Jingyan as exceedingly uncomfortable. His voice, tinged with displeasure, cooled further. "I am not consulting you. I am informing you." Susie lifted her gaze to meet his, finding him flawless in her eyes.
Indeed.
When one is ensnared by love, they tend to see only the beautiful and good. She failed to notice the arrogance in his eyes, which ignited within her an impulse to confront him. "I disagree. Bo Jingyan, do you believe everyone in the world should bow to your will? That they must follow your lead?" Susie spoke coldly, expecting her tone to provoke an outburst from him. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed. After a considerable pause, he gently replied, "Grandfather has awakened, and his health is stable. You wouldn't want him to discover our divorce and risk a relapse, would you?" Susie's brow furrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "No one in the Bo family would intentionally bring it up before him. Everyone would prefer I leave the Bo family and would certainly keep it a secret from grandfather. We can handle the paperwork, and afterward, I can accompany you to visit him, ensuring everything remains secure." Biao Jingyan's gaze darkened. He assumed that a mere phone call to inform her would suffice. Alternatively, by bringing her here, she might recall the past and readily agree. Furthermore, considering her profound affection for her grandfather, Biao Jingyan believed that Su Shi would consent to postpone the divorce. It was he who had initiated the separation, yet she appeared more anxious than he was. He gradually closed the distance between them, the faint fragrance enveloping Su Shi, a scent she had cherished over the past year, surpassing all skincare products and perfumes. Perhaps it was a memory embedded within her physiological instincts, causing her to feel a surge of anxiety. She instinctively retreated a few steps, attempting to create space between them. However, with each step she took back, he advanced. Eventually, she found herself against the courtyard wall, with no avenue for retreat, and was compelled to halt. Chapter 11. Why not proceed? Wasn't it you who was eager for divorce? Su Shi concealed her nervousness and feigned calm as she spoke, then moved sideways along the flower bed railing. After taking a few steps, Biao Jingyan crossed a single stride, blocking her path. Are you so eager to divorce me? His magnetic voice floated above her. The question struck Su Shi as utterly ridiculous. Who had proposed the divorce? Who was so impatient as to send the divorce agreement to the hospital? Yet, Su Shi no longer wished to engage in this entanglement. Yes, I am quite eager. Could you kindly step aside, esteemed Mr. Biao? Biao Jingyan furrowed his brow, suddenly grasping her arm. You have always been so sharp-tongued and confrontational, haven't you? All the while pretending to be gentle and virtuous before my grandfather and me. Su Shi struggled, but his grip, neither too tight nor too loose, held her firmly, making escape impossible. She found herself at a loss. Had he never contemplated the faults within himself? Ever since she married him, Zhou Meilin had frequently sought to exploit her identity to curry favor with Biao Jingyan. To any observer, it was evident that she could not extricate herself from this situation. Nevertheless, his words made Su Shi feel uncomfortable. She gradually lifted her chin, a hint of derision curling her lips. Indeed, is this clarity only dawning upon you now? Therefore, let us swiftly finalize the paperwork. It would be for the best of everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, Biao Jingyan tightened his grip on her arm once more. What a best for everyone, he scoffed. Su Shi frowned. There was something distinctly odd in his tone and expression, as if there were unspoken implications beneath his words. Yet, she was disinterested in such disputes. Deceiving her grandfather together was acceptable, but the formalities still needed to be addressed. She no longer wished to live under the constraints of being controlled and submissive. You are hurting me, Su Shi involuntarily exclaimed as he gripped her tighter. Hearing her, Biao Jingyan eased his hold slightly before releasing her altogether. Thus, it is decided. Once grandfather's condition stabilizes completely, we shall proceed with the formalities, Biao Jingyan stated, turning to stride towards the main building. Su Shi hurried to keep up, puzzled as she said, I have already stated that I will cooperate with you, considering grandfather's health. There is no conflict in handling the formalities. Why has it not been done? Are you not the one eager for a divorce? So much so that you had Anqi chase me to the hospital for my signature. What is it? Just because you say it one to be done. Do you think you are an emperor from ancient times? Suddenly, Bo Jingyan halted in his tracks, causing the hastening Su Shi to unexpectedly collide with his solid back. Bo Jingyan's tall figure slowly turned toward her, casting a gaze that seemed to penetrate her very soul. Su Shi felt a chill run through her as he scrutinized her with an inscrutable expression, yet she maintained her defiance. They remained locked in a silent standoff for several seconds. She anticipated a rebuttal, but instead, he grasped her hand and proceeded toward the main building. Let go of me, Su Shi shouted, but he acted as if he were deaf, tightening his grip and quickening his pace. She was led into the grand hall, where he finally relinquished her hand. Inside, several servants greeted them with deep respect upon their arrival. Su Shi's gaze fell upon the long table adorned with an array of delicacies, complete with candelabras and fresh flowers. A camel at dinner? Was he flaunting this for her? Showcasing the surprise he had prepared for another woman? A pang of something akin to hurt struck her chest, and she could not comprehend her own vulnerability. With that, Su Shi turned away, her expression devoid of emotion. Bo Jingyan's cold voice echoed behind her. How much do you despise me? He continued to utter strange remarks, particularly in front of so many servants. Between them, who truly harbored contempt for the other. Su Shi resumed her steps toward the exit. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, her arm was abruptly seized. She turned around, her gaze landing on the large hand gripping her arm. What exactly do you intend to do? Su Shi asked, her tone indifferent. Bo Jingyan mirrored her tone. It's dark. We are having dinner here. Mr. Bo, are you so idle? Or is the woman you invited unable to come, and you're left with no choice but to let me dine on leftovers? A hint of mockery graced Su Shi's lips as she spoke. Regardless, she found it hard to believe that this meal was prepared with her in mind. After all, since their acquaintance, he had never taken her out to dine. Even their shared meals at home had been alarmingly few. One must wonder how such a husband could, after proposing a divorce, still orchestrate a camel at dinner? Just a simple meal, perhaps to celebrate her grandfather's awakening. Bo Jingyan maintained his previous demeanor, seemingly unfazed by her sharp words. Yet this left Su Shi even more perplexed. Why was he eager to celebrate with her? In any case, his behavior today was undeniably peculiar. Even if this lavish dinner had been arranged by him, the atmosphere between them would be rife with awkwardness. With these thoughts in mind, Su Shi managed to extricate herself and began to stride forward once more. Unbeknownst to her, whether it was the steps at the entrance or the poor quality of her shoes, as she glanced down, she noticed that her shoe sole had come unglued, gaping like a hungry child's mouth. Su Shi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily concealed her foot, taking small steps forward. However, this scene had already caught Bo Jingyan's attention. He gazed at her feet for several seconds before his eyes slowly traveled up her form. She wore an ordinary cotton dress, a plain white t-shirt, and a simple ponytail. Even her bag appeared to be an exceedingly inexpensive canvas tote. Not a single piece of jewelry adorned her. Thin Jingyan furrowed his brow. Was the bank card he had previously given her insufficient for her needs? Or was she deliberately portraying herself as impoverished? Her attire was as shabby as it had been before she entered the Bo family residence. Thin Jingyan, displeased, stepped forward to obstruct her path. In the next moment, he bent down and effortlessly lifted her, striding toward the dining room.
Suonse.
Taken by surprise by her sudden elevation, had not yet protested when he set her down at the dining table. The servant, standing by the table, cautiously arranged the cutlery and dishes. She remained seated, her gaze coolly sweeping over Thin Jingyan, who had nonchalantly taken a seat opposite her. She could not fathom why he insisted on sharing this meal with her. Perhaps he had ulterior motives, requiring her to make sacrifices? Was this candlelit dinner an attempt to win her favor? Did he still believe that, like before, a mere kind gesture would bring a smile to her face? Once the servants had departed and the overhead lights dimmed, Thin Jingyan gently rolled up his sleeves, revealing his prominent veins. Chapter 12. Eager to divorce me? Are you seeking some wild man? As he grasped the knife and fork, he raised his gaze to meet hers, scrutinizing her from head to toe before speaking softly. Did you deliberately dress so poorly to make me look bad? She replied coolly, it is a concealed marriage. I cannot aspire to be someone you would flaunt. Thin Jingyan inquired, what? Do you feel wronged by this secret union? Wronged? Indeed, she felt wronged. What woman would not desire a grand and public marriage? With a mere certificate and a meal, she was transformed into a married woman. She lamented her own naivety and foolishness. She chose not to respond further. Any additional words would be futile. Where did all the money I previously gave you go? Thin Jingyan's voice echoed in her ears. She was bewildered. He had given her money? When had she ever sought his financial support? Was he referring to the betrothal gifts? After her marriage, the dowry had ended up in the hands of Zhou Milan. Her expenses within the Bo household were covered by her own savings. As for the bags, clothing, and jewelry in the house, she had heard they were promotional samples from companies under his group. Moreover, Zhou Milan would seize the opportunity to take them whenever she visited the mansion while she was away. Aside from sharing a few meals with the Bo family, what had she ever spent of his money? Contemplating this, she coldly retorted, is this a post-facto reckoning? If you are referring to the dowry, I will repay you with the money I earn in the future. Upon hearing this, Thin Jingyan frowned slightly, his expression mingling displeasure with confusion. Since when have you grown thorns all over? Knowing full well my intent, why do you distort my words? Was his inquiry not sufficiently clear? The card had indeed been used. Who was she trying to impress with her frugal attire? Distort? You are merely recalling my appearance from when I first entered the door, shabby as ever. Do you truly believe that the splendid life I've led over this past year is a result of your efforts? Should we also account for the meals I've shared with you? As soon as Susie finished speaking, she noticed Bai Jingyan's complexion had turned a ghastly shade, resembling that of a liver. It appeared he was genuinely angered. Anxiousness fluttered within her. After all, from her understanding, no one dared to speak to him in such a manner, herself included, in times past. As her gaze flitted about, she observed him rising from his chair, slowly approaching her. Susie's hands, which hung beneath the table, instinctively tightened around the tablecloth. Susie, this conversation ends here. My grandfather has awakened, and I am in a good mood, so I shall not hold this against you. Moreover, the divorce proceedings will be temporarily suspended. Upon hearing Bai Jingyan's words, Susie's grip on the tablecloth intensified, her nails nearly piercing the fabric into her palms. He wouldn't hold it against her? The divorce proceedings on hold? After several deep breaths to quell the fury swelling within her chest, she spoke slowly. Thank you for your magnanimity, but I will seek a divorce tomorrow. Bai Jingyan. This is not about your desire to divorce me. It is about my wish to part ways with you. With that, Susie rose from her chair, grasped her bag, and strode towards the exit. As she passed Bai Jingyan, her arm was suddenly seized by him. His piercing gaze bore into hers as he questioned, Are you so eager to divorce that you wish to seek another man? His words left Susie momentarily stunned. She had never imagined that the man she once admired and adored could be so unreasonable. He himself had strayed, and now he turned the tables? Bai Jingyan. Do not slander me. My desire for divorce stems from your arrogant, heartless nature. Is that clear? May I be released now? After speaking, Susie cast a disdainful glance at his bulging arm. Remove your hand. Bai Jingyan was taken aback, remaining in shock for a considerable time before slowly loosening his grip. As Susie stepped outside, his hoarse voice echoed behind her. Will you come to the hospital to visit my grandfather tomorrow at 9? He longs to see you. Susie halted mid-stride. His sudden, somber tone carried an undertone of sorrow. Yet, she had no interest in delving deeper. Mentioning her grandfather made her want to inquire about the old man's health, but she did not wish to ask him. She missed her grandfather, his warm smile, and the affectionate pat on her head. With that thought, it dawned upon her that Bai Jingyan's sincere feelings for her grandfather were indeed profound. This dinner had been a means to win her favor, hoping she would visit him. The postponement of the divorce was similarly strategic. He believed that if they divorced, she would no longer care for her grandfather. If her grandfather were to learn of their separation, it would surely agitate him and worsen his condition. I will arrive punctually tomorrow. Please ensure you bring your identification. After visiting grandfather, we shall proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Rest assured, I will keep matters concerning grandfather confidential. With that, Susie exited, the soles of her shoes peeling off with each step. A state of disarray she had endured before and found inconsequential. Even under the watchful eyes of all the servants, she remained unfazed. As Susie continued walking, she increasingly felt discomfort in her foot, prompting her to bend down and remove her shoe. With one bare foot, she stepped outside. Standing by the table, Bai Jingyan watched Susie's remarkably stubborn silhouette, the veins on his forehead gradually becoming pronounced. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed. Master Bai, what are you doing? A nearby servant rushed over, shouting anxiously, Master Bai is injured. Quickly, fetch the medical kit. Your wound.
Go.
The servant, reprimanded by Bai Jingyan's loud voice, immediately fell silent and scurried outside. Bai Jingyan discarded the napkin and dialed an cheese number. Investigate the card I previously provided to Susie. Who has been using it? In the hospital's VIP ward, Susie clung tightly to Bai Huailin's arm, tears streaming down her face since entering the room. Good child, stop crying. Look at your face. You're turning into an ugly duckling. Bai Huailin gently patted Susie's back while teasing her. Susie managed to smile through her tears, saying, Cece isn't crying anymore. Grandpa is awake. I'm just so happy. Bai Huailin looked at her kindly. Child, you don't look well. Did that rascal Jingyan bully you again? Who complained to Grandpa while I was away? Just as Bai Huailin finished speaking, a familiar voice approached from the entrance, warm and comforting, reminiscent of a caring companion. Susie knew that this tone was reserved for moments shared before their grandfather. Chapter 13. He married her merely out of consideration for his grandfather. Susie's tears had yet to dry when Bai Jingyan's tall figure stood by the bedside. Grandpa, how are you feeling today? Quite well, you rascal. Why didn't you come with Cece? Why did you take so long? As Susie listened to the banter between the grandfather and grandson, she suddenly felt his warm hands on her shoulders. Cece, why are you crying? Is something wrong? Susie felt uneasy due to Bai Jingyan's actions and his exceptionally gentle tone. But with her grandfather present, she forced a smile. No, I was just talking to Grandpa and got a bit too happy. Didn't you say you had a meeting and would come later? How did you arrive so quickly? I was worried you'd have a hard time looking after Grandpa alone. So, I hurried over after finishing the meeting. As he spoke, Bai Jingyan's large hand slid to hers, holding it tightly. Why are your hands so cold? The hospital's air conditioning is too low. You should have brought a cardigan when you went out. His warm voice filled her ears, and the scent of his breath enveloped her senses. For a fleeting moment, Susie felt an illusion of being loved, but she quickly forced herself to regain her composure. Under her grandfather's gaze, she displayed a gentle smile and softly replied, My hands are always cold. It's nothing. Her lowered gaze fell upon his bandaged hand, and she glanced at Bai Huailin, who had also noticed the injury on his hand. Susie barely had time to feign concern before Bai Huailin spoke first. What happened to your hand? With determination, Susie grasped his hand in a reverse grip, feigning gentle concern. You seemed fine when you left this morning. When did you get hurt? Does it still hurt? A mere scratch, it's nothing. Just blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore, he replied. Susie thought to herself, if we are to pretend, must we really take it to such a nauseating level? She remained rooted in place. Yet it appeared that Bai Jingyan was merely waiting for her to blow on the wound, while Bai Huailin smiled expectantly. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly leaned down and gently blew on the injury. Her gaze flickered over the bandage. He had been perfectly fine when she left last night. What had he done to sustain such an injury? As her thoughts drifted, a sudden warmth brushed against her cheek. Realizing it was his kiss, Susie felt her face ignite with heat. Thank you, my dear. It doesn't hurt at all now. Susie. At that moment, Bai Huailin's laughter rang in her ears. You two have been married for over a year, yet our Cece still blushes so easily. Well, this old man has enjoyed the show. Jingyan. I see her complexion isn't great. Since we're at the hospital, why don't you take Cece to see that doctor for a checkup? Grandfather. I've just been feeling a bit unwell in my stomach these past few days and haven't eaten much, which is why I look a bit haggard.
I'm perfectly fine.
Impudent boy. Why are you still dawdling? Bo Huilin said, gesturing towards the door. Bo Jingyan obediently took Susie's hand, one hand holding hers gently, while the other arm draped around her shoulder. Listening to grandfather, I'll take you to get checked. If your stomach is acting up, it's best to have a thorough examination. His actions and words painted the picture of a devoted husband. Susie couldn't help but glance up at him a few times. Though it was all an act, she found no trace of insincerity in his eyes. Perhaps he believed this would appease grandfather. Cece, hurry and go see the doctor with Jingyan, or grandfather will worry. Unable to resist Bo Huilin's urging once more, Susie complied and followed Bo Jingyan out of the hospital room. A few meters from the door, she broke free from his grasp. The abrupt separation left Susie with an indescribable feeling, as the previous moment of mutual warmth and closeness was something she had long yearned for. In just a few minutes, from inside the door to beyond it, they had crossed into two different worlds, two different realities. Susie's heart churned with complex emotions, rendering her motionless. Meanwhile, Bo Jingyan, the gentle soul, withdrew from her embrace, his arm lingering in the air for a moment before slowly lowering it. Neither spoke until a nurse passed by, mentioning a patient suffering from severe gastric bleeding. Only then did Bo Jingyan break the silence. Let us get you checked. No, it's unnecessary.
I'm fine.
With that, Susie quickly turned to face the wall, desperately trying to control her emotions, managing to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. Once she regained her composure, she turned back to him. As long as grandfather is well, I can relax. I must take my leave now. It's 9 o'clock, and I have an appointment at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10. With that, Susie walked forward with heavy steps. Cece. As she took a few steps forward, she was suddenly met with the hoarse call of Bo Jingyan from behind. She halted, attempting to discern something more from his voice, only to feel a wave of absurdity wash over her. It was merely a performance. She would no longer harbor the naive expectation that he would be as tender as he once was after each meeting with her grandfather. Such longing had often transformed from warmth to coldness at his whim. However, it was evident that his marriage to her and his willingness to share a life were solely motivated by his concern for his grandfather. It was astonishing that she could still feel ripples of emotion from that earlier act, a silent shift in feelings that made her despise herself. Standing still, Bo Jingyan observed Sushi, whose silhouette radiated resoluteness, a mix of concealed anger and sorrow etched across his features, even a hint of sadness. Lost in thought, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Mr. Bo, we have clarified the card details. All the expenditures were made by Zhou Mylin. The items purchased were sent to her children studying abroad, Sushi's fraternal twins. Moreover, it was only after they received Sushi's dowry that they had the means to send those twins abroad for their studies, including the luxurious bags and jewelry from the mansion. Some of these were sold off without permission by Zhou Mylin, and others were sold by Sushi. It appears the funds are linked to a place she frequently visits. Chapter 14. How could he be so heartless? After leaving the hospital, Sushi carefully considered the time and chose to take the bus to the Civil Affairs Bureau. She had expected the divorce window there to be desolate, yet it turned out to be bustling with people. Finding a secluded corner, she sat down. The hall was filled with individuals, some sobbing uncontrollably, others with ashen faces, and some, like her, exuding a calmness that suggested they were merely there for routine matters. She waited until 10:30, but still no sign of Bo Jingyan. She took out her phone and dialed his number several times, but to no avail. Patiently, she waited another half hour, yet he still did not arrive, and the phone remained unanswered. Sushi found herself perplexed. He had been so eager for her to sign the agreement, yet now he hesitated to come and sign it. Had she not been clear enough? She would not allow her grandfather to be affected. Half an hour later, Sushi arrived at the entrance of the Bo Group building. Once more, she called his phone, but no one picked up. Hesitating for a moment, she made her way into the lobby. However, unlike her previous visit, the security guard at the first floor stopped her. Miss, you need an appointment to see Mr. Bo, otherwise I cannot allow you upstairs. With a slight sigh, she pondered how she had been able to enter so easily just days prior. Was this a command from Bo Jingyan? Was he intentionally avoiding her? For the sake of his grandfather, he truly could endure quite a bit. Excuse me, could you please inform him? My name is Sushi. I believe Mr. Bo will be willing to see me. Seeing her polite demeanor, the guard nodded. A minute later, he hung up the internal line and, with an apologetic expression, said, I apologize, Miss Susie. The front desk informed me that Mr. Bo has important guests today and has no time to meet. Susie hurriedly inquired, Did the front desk mention my name? When will he be available? They stated that it was Mr. Bo's personal instruction not to see anyone today. If you wish to make an appointment now, it would likely take about half a month. Susie paused, recalling what she had heard from Anqi. Many desired to meet Bo Jingyan, and it was challenging for ordinary individuals to gain an audience with him. As a concealed wife, who would recognize her and allow her entry. Could you please trouble yourself to call his assistant, Anqi? The security guard frowned slightly. Anqi carries his mobile with him at all times and keeps it on 24/7. You can certainly call him yourself. Susie fell silent, slowly making her way to a corner of the lobby, where she sat on the sofa, hesitating. It seemed that Anqi was deliberately instructed not to take her call. She sat there until nearly noon, feeling a bit hungry. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a faint commotion near the elevator. Following the sound, she saw Lukik affectionately linking her arm with Bo Jingyan's, making their way through the crowd toward her. Fragmented whispers followed. Is that the president's girlfriend?
Goodness, how chic.
This is the first time we've seen the president publicly with a woman. He must really like her.
How enviable.
What charm does she possess to have captured such a perfect man? Now that they are out in the open, isn't this tantamount to an official announcement? You silly thing. Susie instinctively clutched the leather fabric of the sofa tightly. Is this what he referred to as an important guest? After much hesitation, she rose and followed them, catching up just as they reached the car by the roadside.
Boyingan.
If Susie had hesitated any longer, they might have already entered the vehicle. Lukik's hand remained draped over his arm, casting a few provocative glances at Susie when Bo Jingyan was not looking. Why didn't you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Susie pressed. Bo Jingyan turned slightly, gesturing for Lukik to enter the car first, her obedient nod radiating an air of entitlement. Susie could hardly bear to watch. Once the car door closed, Bo Jingyan finally turned his gaze toward her. I made myself quite clear last night. The divorce proceedings are postponed. Susie retorted. Did I agree to what you said last night? I was quite clear when I left the hospital. She glared at him, her expression tinged with a mix of indignation and exasperation. What do you actually want? Isn't the person you've been yearning for already by your side? Shouldn't you hurry and give her a title to prevent the media from finding out that you, a respectable president, are having an affair and abandoning your wife? At this point, Susie's voice abruptly halted. What was she saying? She must have been so flustered that she nearly revealed the existence of the child. If he were to learn of the child's presence, Susie could already envision Lukik stepping into the role of her child's stepmother, with her child growing up under the torment of a wicked stepmother, just as she had. Abandon what? Before Susie could formulate her next words, Bo Jingyan, with a furrowed brow, inquired. A wave of anxiety surged within her, yet she endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, promptly altering the subject. Bo Jingyan, there are many people here. I have no intention of causing a scene. Let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the formalities. From this point on, you shall walk your path, and I shall traverse mine. Let there be no further entanglements. Gasping for breath, she spoke with determination. As her words lingered in the air, Bo Jingyan's tall figure loomed closer, an undeniable sense of pressure accompanying him. After speaking, he turned to open the car door, preparing to depart. Perhaps it was the urgency that clouded her mind, for she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Recalling her previous experience with vertigo, she quickly grasped a nearby tree trunk, her other hand rummaging through her bag for candy. In her haste, the strap of her canvas bag slipped from her shoulder, causing its contents to tumble to the ground, creating a cacophony of sounds. In that fleeting moment, as Susie crouched down to steady herself against the tree, Bo Jingyan was simultaneously closing the car door. Had he not noticed? Did he not hear such a commotion? It seemed impossible. Thus, he could be so heartless. Susie raised her sweat-drenched face to look up. The luxurious vehicle glided past her, its windows sealed. She could only faintly discern his profile. Sculpted and handsome, yet devoid of warmth. Chapter 15. Can you entice men even on the road? When she finally grasped the candy, her hands had grown numb, and it took a considerable effort to tear open the packaging. As the sweetness enveloped her senses, Susie felt a slight alleviation of her discomfort. Just as she prepared to rise, a pair of casual shoes appeared in her line of sight. Miss, what seems to be the matter? Allow me to assist you. The man spoke as he helped her to her feet. Looking up, Susie was met with the visage of a strikingly handsome and sunny man. I'm fine, thank you. The man hesitated momentarily before bending down to gather her scattered belongings. Once everything was collected and restored, he reached out again to assist her. You appear to be experiencing low blood sugar. It would be best not to attempt standing on your own right now. Let me escort you to that cafe over there for some rest. Following his gaze, Susie noted a high-end coffee shop. Concerned about the possibility of collapsing, she gently nodded in agreement. Just as she stood with the man's support, her other arm was suddenly gripped tightly by a large hand, the pressure causing her discomfort. Bo Jingyan. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she witnessed the man assisting her being forcefully shoved aside by Bo Jingyan. "What are you doing?" Susie protested, struggling to free herself as her irritation mounted. Bo Jingyan cast a cold, piercing glance in her direction before shifting his attention to the man. "Are you not leaving?" The man, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "It seems this young lady is experiencing low blood sugar. Gripping her so tightly is quite uncomfortable for her." Upon hearing this, while Bo Jingyan's gaze remained icy, his grip transformed from a constricting hold to an embrace. "Miss, do you know him? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am more than capable of handling myself." The man casually pocketed his hands, speaking softly. "Tell him who I am to you." As soon as the man finished speaking, the commanding tone of Bo Jingyan echoed in Su Shi's ears. Su Shi continued to struggle, yet Bo Jingyan held her even tighter. "Let me go, Bo Jingyan," she exclaimed, glaring at his cold face. What role was he playing now?
Who was this man?
Why did he have the audacity to touch her? Bo Jingyan asked coldly. Su Shi glanced at the man, who was also looking at her. Bo Jingyan had a fiery temper. If she said something foolish, a fight might ensue. She couldn't possibly drag an innocent bystander into this. "I dropped my belongings. He merely helped me pick them up."
How rude of you.
Su Shi closed her eyes in exasperation. Which of his eyes had seen the man holding her? She couldn't waste time arguing with him and turned back to the man, politely saying, "Thank you for your help just now. I'm fine now. You may carry on with your business." The man took a few steps forward. "Do you really not need any assistance? Who is this?" Before Su Shi could respond, Bo Jingyan interjected coldly, "I am her husband. You can leave now."
"Oh."
"It seems you are quite an incompetent husband," the man remarked before striding away. "Are you satisfied now that someone else has belittled me?" Bo Jingyan's icy voice came from above her. Once again, Su Shi found herself speechless. He truly was unreasonable. Utterly unreasonable. It was unclear whether Bo Jingyan was incensed by the man's words or simply losing his mind, as he continued, "You can entice men even on the street? Who taught you that? Urging me to get a divorce, so you can be free to flirt with other men?" A loud slap resonated against Bo Jingyan's cheek. He stared at her in disbelief, utterly stunned. Su Shi was equally taken aback. She paused for a moment, slowly lowering her head, her palm now tinged with red from the impact. Yet, within mere seconds, her guilt evaporated. It wasn't her fault. He deserved it for humiliating her.
Suonse.
Bo Jingyan shouted, causing her shoulders to tremble. After taking a few steps, her feet suddenly left the ground. "Let me go," Su Shi cried out. But Bo Jingyan had already swept her into the car. Before she could move towards the door, he quickly entered, shut the door and locked it. Su Shi called out loudly, "And Chi, open the door." And Chi gripped the steering wheel, too terrified to move. He had witnessed the scene unfold vividly. It was hard to imagine what terrifying actions Bo Jingyan might take next, having been slapped in public. Seeing and Chi's silence, Su Shi's gaze shifted back to Bo Jingyan. His expression, cold and fierce, was laced with a hint of anger that sent shivers down her spine. He irritably tore off his tie and tossed it aside, then unbuttoned his shirt sleeves and rolled them up. Was he about to strike her? Su Shi instinctively shifted towards the left door, retreating until there was nowhere left to go. Suddenly, Bo Jingyan leaned closer, taking a seat beside her. He rested one arm on the backrest, while using the other to snatch her bag and toss it aside. The exposure of half of his chest, combined with the intensity of his gaze, imbued him with a primal aura. Observing this, Susie felt her anxiety escalate. That day in his office, he had been able to control her jawline, and coupled with his fiery temper, she feared the worst. After having slapped him moments ago, she wondered if he might retaliate with violence. What should she do? Her petite frame could hardly withstand his aggression. "I warn you, domestic violence is illegal. If you dare to lay a hand on me, Susie stammered, yet before she could finish her sentence, Bo Jingyan's muscular form loomed over her. The scent of him, mingled with an undertone of danger, enveloped her. The overwhelming pressure silenced her voice. Susie instinctively curled her arms tightly to her chest, shutting her eyes. It appeared she was indeed about to face brutality. In the car, apart from them, there was only Chi, who would certainly not come to her aid.
"Drive."
To the Champalices Hotel. Susie heard Bo Jingyan's deep voice suddenly, devoid of anger. Only then did she dare to slowly open her eyes, and upon doing so, she was startled, as his face was mere inches from hers. "Are you afraid?" His husky voice resonated in her ears. Susie swallowed hard, turning her face away to mask her tension. In the next moment, Bo Jingyan tilted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "You struck me. How shall we settle this debt? And what of the humiliation you inflicted upon me? Am I mistaken? Bo Jingyan casually continued, his eyes unwavering from her face. Chapter 16. Will you walk in with me? Or shall I carry you in? Susie hesitated before responding. That person merely assisted me when my blood sugar dropped, kindly picking up my belongings and helping me. Yet, you accuse them of trying to seduce me? Do you think others are as cold-hearted as you? Watching me suffer and walking away without a care? The moment the words left her lips, regret washed over her. What was she rambling about? Was this not a clear complaint? Could she still afford to voice grievances in their current situation? Realizing the impropriety of her statement, she quickly added, although we have yet to formalize our marriage, the agreement has been signed. In my heart, I consider this marriage dissolved. I am free to pursue whomever I choose. What business is it of yours? As soon as she finished speaking, Bo Jingyan abruptly released her, his cold voice cutting through the air. Feel free to pursue someone, if you dare. Hearing the threat embedded in his words, Susie let out a breath of relief, hoping he wouldn't misconstrue her previous comments as complaints against him. Bo Jingyan fell silent, leaning back in the seat as if to rest. After approximately half an hour of driving, the vehicle halted in front of an opulent hotel. Bo Jingyan stepped out with long strides, then leaned back inside. Get out. Susie hesitated for a moment before exiting from the other side. As she did, she couldn't help but wonder if the woman would be waiting for him at this hotel. Had they arranged to have lunch together? Or perhaps to share a room? Upon this thought, Susie directly inquired. At that moment, Bo Jingyan had already circled around the car and approached her, his gaze gentle as he suggested, let us dine inside and converse as we eat. With that remark, he proceeded towards the hotel lobby. There's no need for that. We can discuss matters here, she replied. Feeling that the previous evening's meal had been sufficiently intimate, negating any further necessity for shared dining. You struck me. Shouldn't you be treating me as an apology? Bo Jingyan countered, turning back towards her. Instinctively, Sushi stepped back, stealing a glance at his cheek, which bore no blush or mark. Regarding the strike, you first humiliated me, so it seems even, she retorted. Bo Jingyan, I do not have the time to engage in these disputes with you. I shall await you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 o'clock this afternoon. After speaking, Sushi slung her bag over her shoulder and turned, only to have her wrist grasped firmly by Bo Jingyan. Sushi, do not test my patience. Even in divorce, many matters require clarification. She struggled to free herself, but his grip tightened. She met his gaze defiantly. Clarification? You have over 20 clauses in the agreement that remain unaddressed. Despite the knowledge that she went to the hospital to deliver the divorce papers, and despite the heartbreak it caused, I read those stark words clearly. Clauses regarding mutual non-interference post-divorce, prohibitions against disclosing our past relationship, and so forth. Each one imposes constraints upon me. Why should this be so? In this marriage, I am the one who has lost the most, am I not? Why must every stipulation be aimed at me? Are you coming in with me, or shall I carry you inside? Bo Jingyan disregarded her words entirely, feigning an intention to lift her. Sushi extended her arm to block him, stating coolly, let's simply go in for a meal. Only then did Bo Jingyan release her, one hand tucked in his pocket while the other gestured invitingly, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. Sushi sauntered into the lobby, where she soon spotted Luo Kiki waiting from a distance. At that moment, Luo Kiki approached them with graceful strides, bypassing Sushi to take Bo Jingyan's arm. Bo Jingyan frowned slightly, gently withdrawing his arm. Luo Kiki, unfazed by his aloofness, instead adopted a soft, endearing tone. A shiver ran down Sushi's spine as she observed the scene with cold eyes. Bo Jingyan's gaze briefly flicked towards her before returning to Luo Kiki. No, I wish to dine with you, Luo Kiki insisted. Sushi closed her eyes, taking several deep breaths. She could not afford to rush at Luo Kiki in anger, otherwise Bo Jingyan might mistakenly believe she still cared for him. With that thought, Sushi donned a maternal smile and spoke gently, Miss Kiki. May I request your assistance with something? I wonder if you would be willing to help. Upon hearing this, Luo Kiki's expression became somewhat more serious, albeit constrained by Bo Jingyan's presence. Sister Sushi, whatever you need, please feel free to ask. I am delighted to be of service. With a twinkle in her eye, Sushi raised an eyebrow and continued to speak softly. Your brother, he is unwilling to proceed with the divorce formalities, which troubles me greatly. If he continues to procrastinate like this, how will you manage to navigate the entertainment industry with the reputation of being a mistress? After saying this, Sushi deliberately paused, observing Luo Kiku's expression as if she had swallowed a fly, and then continued with satisfaction. Sister, I am also considering your best interests. Therefore, I would like to ask you to persuade him, or perhaps we could go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together this afternoon, and you could witness our divorce. What do you think? although he will become a second-hand man afterwards still. Enough. She was abruptly interrupted by Bo Jingyan's stern voice. This was followed by the sound of Luo Kuku's soft weeping. She unabashedly met Bo Jingyan's gaze, which was tinged with slight anger, and gently remarked, "Oh, your dear little sister is crying. Aren't you going to comfort her?" Bo Jingyan's cold eyes fixed on Sushi's beautiful, smiling face, lingering for a considerable time. He felt somewhat disoriented, more shocked than on previous occasions. Was it after signing that divorce agreement? Did she not desire the divorce as well? "Brother, my stomach hurts." Luo Kuku's voice, filled with extreme grievance and pity, suddenly rang out, and she feigned a weak appearance, as if she might faint at any moment. Bo Jingyan's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes revealing visible signs of tension. She discerned that his anxiety stemmed from Luo Kuku's declaration of pain. Chapter 17. We are done, Bo Jingyan. In the next moment, Bo Jingyan supported Luo Kuku's arm and quickly moved to the roadside. When they reached a spot a few meters away from Sushi, he halted abruptly and coldly stated, "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 3 p.m. Sushi stood rooted to the spot, watching the two of them exit and get into their car. The smile on her face gradually faded. The extent of Bo Jingyan's concern for Luo Kuku pierced her heart deeply. Sushi's palm gently rested on her abdomen, caressing it momentarily before softly murmuring to herself, "Baby, I could not provide you with a complete home. I hope you will not blame your mother in the future." As she walked outside, she brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Under the blazing sun, she searched for a small restaurant along the way. She ordered a bowl of pure meat wontons, along with an egg and some greens. Even though she had no appetite whatsoever, for the sake of the baby in her womb, she forced herself to eat a little. However, she finished the meal almost choking on her tears. The appointed time soon arrived. When Sushi got off the bus and walked towards the Civil Affairs Bureau building, she spotted the conspicuous Bentley parked in the lot from a distance. After glancing at it a few times, she headed straight for the lobby. Upon reaching the window for divorce processing, she found the line still resembling a long dragon. Even amid the crowd, even though he wore sunglasses and a mask, she immediately recognized the distinguished Bo Jingyan. Just as she was about to find a seat, she saw Bo Jingyan beckon her with a finger. After a moment's hesitation, she approached him. When she reached his side, he patted the empty chair next to him and said, "Sit." Susie slowly settled down. After an afternoon of profound contemplation, her emotions had returned to a tranquil state. Beside her, Bo Jingyan remained silent, and they resembled many couples who had come to seek divorce. They sat in silence, as if each pair had exhausted all their words for this lifetime. Even speaking to one another felt laborious. How many had once sworn eternal love, only to find themselves in resolute detachment, their bond now a lingering resentment. Time passed, and after half an hour, when their number was called, Susie rose naturally. However, Bo Jingyan suddenly grasped her hand from behind, saying, "If you regret it now, the marriage can remain intact." Susie's heart fluttered uncontrollably. "We are done, Bo Jingyan." The bitterness in her voice was something she would no longer tolerate. She realized that to let go, she needed to begin by releasing her grievances towards him. Gently brushing his large hand away, she spoke in a calm tone. "Let us go. It's our turn." With that, she walked towards the window. When the staff urged them, Bo Jingyan approached slowly. Susie's fingers trembled slightly as she clutched the documents. This was it. This time, she and he were irrevocably finished. Downstairs, Bo Jingyan called out to her. He leaned into the car to retrieve a brown paper bag, presenting it to her.
Take this. What is it?
Susie glanced at Bo Jingyan, her tone indifferent.
Just take it.
Bo Jingyan insisted, pressing the bag into her arms. Susie accepted it and opened it to find a card and several contracts, far exceeding the divorce agreement. Based on the comparison to an average salary, the compensation was exorbitant, a sum she could never exhaust in her lifetime. Yet for him, it was merely the tip of the iceberg. A trace of sardonic amusement crept onto Susie's lips. Having lived through financial hardships, such money held no allure for her. "Thank you for your generosity. You wore thin clothes when you came, and you shall leave the same way. Bo Jingyan, I do not wish to owe you anything. Farewell." Susie hurled the stack of documents and the card at Bo Jingyan's face. He remained unmoved, his sorrowful gaze penetrating through the scattered papers as he looked at her. Without lingering, Susie cast a cold glance at the scratches on his face and resolutely turned to leave. In the car, and she, observing Bo Jingyan's expression through the rearview mirror, noted the coldness that had enveloped him, causing a chill to run down his spine. He promptly exited the vehicle to gather the scattered items. "Mr. Bo, it's hot outside. You should get in the car." Bo Jingyan's gaze remained fixed on the direction in which Susie had disappeared, murmuring, "Didn't you say she was in need of money? Why doesn't she want it?" And she hesitated, wiping the sweat from his brow. After a moment, he replied, Mr. Bo, Miss Susie is likely sulking. Once she calms down, I will take it back to her. Noticing Bo Jingyan's lack of response, and she, driven by curiosity, continued, Mr. Bo, aren't you concerned that she might use that money on someone else? Upon finishing his words, and she felt as though he was courting death. Yet he seemed to be rooted in place, unable to move. You seek death?
And she.
The voice of Bo Jingyan was particularly frigid, even in the sweltering heat, and she felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly hunched over and opened the car door for Bo Jingyan. He was utterly bewildered. Previously, he thought Bo Jingyan to be heartless, feeling it unjust for Su Shi. Only recently, when he encountered Su Shi walking hand in hand with another man, did the realization dawn upon him. Bo Jingyan must have believed that Su Shi was involved with someone else, which compelled him to insist on a divorce. A woman who scavenges for wealth while being restless. What man could endure such a situation? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he chided himself for being overly sentimental, ultimately shaking his head and sighing as he took his place in the driver's seat. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Shi held the divorce certificate and remained seated in Gu Shanshan's living room until evening. Rising, she opened the door, only to find Zhou Milan standing at the threshold, her expression fierce as she glared at Su Shi with her hands on her hips. What are you doing here? Su Shi asked coolly. Zhou Milan pushed the half-open door aside and strode into the room. Surveying the modest two-bedroom apartment, she looked at it with disdain. Is living under someone else's roof comfortable? Is this truly what you desire? Bo Jingyan is merely a bit temperamental, but that Luoka Ko, a man of high status and remarkable talent, keeping a mistress outside, what does that signify? How could the Su family produce someone as foolish as you? Su Shi slowly closed the door, speaking softly. Let us not mention the betrothal gifts. Return to me all that you scavenged from the Bo family. I intend to return it. With that, Su Shi approached the coffee table and tossed the divorce certificate at Zhou Milan. Zhou Milan caught it and nearly fainted upon seeing it. Hands on her hips, she pointed at Su Shi, exclaiming, not a chance. I truly regret not selling the antiques from the Bo mansion back then. Do you have any conscience? Knowing full well your father's company is struggling, and your siblings abroad are racking up expenses. Now you feel light as a feather, not wanting to care for anyone. Is that it? Zhou Milan hurled the certificate onto the floor and stomped on it as if it were her bitter enemy. That day I tried to stop you from signing, you actually sent someone to take me to the police station.
What?
Have you grown wings? Want to throw your own mother into jail? Do you understand I did it for your sake? After her outburst, Zhou Milan's expression shifted from rage to despair, and she sank to the ground, weeping. Why is my life so bitter? My husband is unreliable, and my children are no help. What have I labored for all my life? Listening to her wails, Su Shi felt a headache coming on. Was Zhou Milan lamenting her own fate? Clearly not. It was the loss of her steady source of income that tormented her, for she would have nowhere else to scavenge in the future. With a quiet sigh in her heart, Su Shi slowly settled onto the sofa. But the next moment, Zhou Milan knelt on the ground and moved closer, clutching Su Shi's garment tightly and sobbing. Cece, do not act foolishly. Setting aside your younger siblings, you must consider your own future as well. Chapter 18. I am keen to see how you will manage your life moving forward. If you desire nothing, how will you sustain yourself in the future? Will you reside with Gu Shanshan for your entire life? Although you are good friends, living here inevitably means relying on others. Since you are already dependent, why not seek refuge under the auspices of Bo Jingyan? Seeing that Su Shi remained unresponsive, Zhou Milan, believing her earnest entreaties could sway Su Shi, grew increasingly patient and continued, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Heed your mother's counsel, endure a little, and soften your stance towards Bo Jingyan. As someone who has experienced life, I can discern that he truly cares for you. There must be some misunderstanding between you. Su Shi lowered her gaze to Zhou Milan's tear-streaked face. Was she truly concerned for her? Wasn't Zhou Milan more afraid that her children might be cut off from their studies abroad, jeopardizing their futures? How could she speak of Bo Jingyan's feelings for her? He did not even accompany her to the hospital when she felt unwell. He expressed his affection while embracing other women and suggested divorce. Only she knew how coldly she had been treated in the Bo household. Zhou Milan, noticing Su Shi's silence, pressed on. Do you not believe my words? With that, she retrieved a card from her pocket and placed it on the coffee table before Su Shi. This black card was given to you by Bo Jingyan. If he did not care for you, would he concern himself with your well-being? Consider the lavish dressing room he created for you, which you previously told me contained samples from his company. However, when I attempted to sell them in the market, the owners insisted they were limited editions, and some bags were so exclusive that even wealth could not procure them. I felt a pang of regret when selling them, yet I needed the money. After Zhou Milan's lengthy discourse, Sushi gazed at the black card, her brow furrowed. She had never seen this card before. So, that night at the estate, when Bo Jingyan claimed he had given her money, was he referring to this card? When had he given it to her? Why was it in Zhou Milan's possession? Once, you accompanied your grandfather Bo on an outing. Bo Jingyan unexpectedly came to the house. I thought he had something significant to discuss, but instead, he left a card behind, instructing me to give it to you, allowing you to purchase whatever you desired. In a moment of greed, I kept it for myself, Zhou Milan explained. Su Shi's lips moved as if to speak, yet no words emerged. He personally delivered the card to her home? Why did he not present it directly to her? Was he afraid she would refuse? As Su Shi pondered these questions, Zhou Milan's voice interrupted her thoughts. To this point, I admit it was wrong for me to take items from the Bo mansion to sell, and it was also wrong to keep the card for myself. However, none of the proceeds or items purchased with the card were for my personal use. You are the eldest in the family, married into wealth. Yet your younger siblings' futures remain uncertain. Their expenses abroad are beyond what your father and I can bear. Perhaps you may not understand me now, but when you have your own children, you will comprehend the depths of a mother's devotion. For the sake of her children, a mother is willing to sacrifice everything. Zhou Milan, at times, appeared noble and righteous, while at others, she was filled with inner turmoil, and in a fleeting moment, she transformed into a figure of poignant vulnerability. Were it not for Su Shi's understanding of Zhou Milan's true character, she might have been deceived by the facade of this seemingly devoted mother. As Zhou Milan lamented about her younger siblings, Su Shi felt a flicker of emotion. In the past, when she was unaware of her true origins, even Zhou Milan's blatant favoritism did not provoke her resentment. Su Shi shared a commonality with Zhou Milan in their affection for the younger siblings. At that time, she believed it was her duty as an elder sister to consider her siblings and to yield to them in every regard. In the current situation, had it been in the past, Su Shi could not guarantee that she would not soften her heart and plead with Bo Jingyan to refrain from divorcing her. Even if he did not love her or had taken another woman, it is likely that Su Shi would have willingly subjected herself to humiliation for the sake of the Su family, continuing to play the role of a glamorous yet solitary wife within the Bo household.
Now,
Zhou Milan remained oblivious to Su Shi's knowledge of her true heritage and continued to perform her tragic act, seemingly attempting to exploit Su Shi's compassion.
she.
For the sake of your younger siblings, could you not soften your stance with Bo Jingyan? Consider it a mother's plea, Zhou Milan implored once more, nearly on the verge of kneeling before Su Shi. After all, she was her biological mother. Not only would she plead, but she would likely offer her life if it meant saving Zhou Milan. Su Shi gently placed the card on the coffee table and spoke in a calm, steady tone. Do you know why Bo Jingyan expelled me? He perceives me as a leech, draining his life force, and that very life force is derived from you. Zhou Milan paused momentarily, then retorted, That's impossible, Shi. Just this card alone has no spending limit. If he truly believed that, he would never have given you this card, would he? After speaking, Zhou Milan snatched up the card from the table, her eyes filled with regret as she added, however, he has since suspended it. Su Shi rose slowly, her demeanor tranquil and unruffled. Standing beside the coffee table, she cast one last glance at the black card. Still unable to believe it was bestowed upon her by Bo Jingyan. He had never inquired about her living expenses or shown concern for any aspect of her life. As Su Shi approached the doorway of her bedroom, Zhou Milan's sobs faded into silence. Just as she contemplated turning back, she was met with Zhou Milan's abrupt shift in tone. Su Shi, have you resolved to be this heartless? Do you no longer care about the Su family's fate? What of your younger siblings? A trace of disdain curled at the corners of Su Shi's mouth as she slowly turned to face her mother, pointing towards her suitcase. All that I brought with me, my belongings in this divorce, lie within that case. Is there anything left for you to plunder? Suonse. Zhou Milan, recognizing the mockery in Su Shi's voice, stormed towards her, seething with rage. You have truly lost your mind. Very well, you care not for anyone. I shall observe how you manage your life henceforth, and whether your stubbornness can indeed procure sustenance. With that, Zhou Milan stormed out, leaving Su Shi to feel her taut emotions begin to ease. She leaned against the doorframe, gazing at her diminutive suitcase, a bitter smile gracing her lips. It seemed that peace would finally reign, devoid of any utility. Zhou Milan would likely no longer trouble her. Chapter 19. Why consent to this marriage? The following morning, Su Shi completed her morning rituals and consumed a nourishing breakfast before stepping outside. Uncle Wang remained his ever-polite self, holding the door open for her. Still addressing her as Mrs. Bo, Su Shi paused momentarily, but chose not to elaborate further as she proceeded towards the house. Wu Ma, Su Shi called out, her voice thick with emotion. Upon seeing Wu Ma's reddened eyes, her own heart ached. Over the course of more than a year, Wu Ma had been the one who cherished her the most. She gently patted Wu Ma's shoulder, speaking softly, "I am merely here to collect a few belongings." Upon hearing this, Wu Ma's expression shifted from excitement to sorrow. Although Master Bo had not uttered a word, it was evident from Su Shi's tone and her prolonged absence that the couple was indeed separated. It was a pity. What could have transpired to lead to such a fate? Wu Ma, have the items in the bedroom been cleared out? No, not at all. Master Bo forbade it. We merely conduct the usual cleaning each day. Su Shi offered another reassuring pat before turning to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the bedroom, she headed straight for the nightstand drawer in search of a velvet box. After rummaging through several drawers without success, she scoured every corner of the room, yet still found nothing. Last night, while packing her belongings, she had realized she had forgotten that box, in her fury on the day Master Bo proposed divorce. She had overlooked it. She distinctly recalled placing it in the nightstand drawer. Why was it now absent? Su Shi lingered in the room for a considerable time, searching once more, but to no avail. Just as she prepared to exit and inquire with Wu Ma, her hand rested on the doorknob, only for the door to be pushed open from the outside. A tall and robust figure entered, accompanied by a fragrant aroma, the scent of tobacco enveloping her senses. Su Shi instinctively retreated a few steps, her gaze dropping to the floor. She resolved to wait for Master Bo to enter before she made her exit. Yet, he stood frozen in place, as though immobilized. Reluctantly, Su Shi attempted to slip through the narrow gap by the door, but Master Bo shifted in her direction, mirroring her movements. His cold voice resonated above her. The words he uttered dripped with sarcasm and an unmistakable hint of insult.
Sui's fingers clenched tightly,
The pain coursing through her hand unnoticed as her fingertips dug into her flesh. In the past, she had sold a few handbags, but that had been in a moment of desperation to assist someone in need. Those bags were of no use to her. Could she not make decisions regarding household items? Why did everything sound so harsh when it passed his lips? Did he truly believe that, even as his wife, she had no right to handle their possessions? Susie slowly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with his frigid stare. Bo Jingyan, why do you persist in humiliating me in such devious ways? It was the same before, and it remains so now. Bo Jingyan averted his gaze, remaining silent. Observing his indifferent expression towards her feelings ignited her fury, prompting her to question further. If I am so unworthy of your attention, why did you ever agree to this marriage? Even if it was your grandfather's command, or the pressure he exerted on you. You could have found a way to persuade him, could you not? As soon as her words fell, Bo Jingyan suddenly moved closer. His robust arm pressed against the door behind her, his heated breath fanning her cheeks and neck. And you, why did you consent to this union? Chapter 20. She was nothing more than a gatherer of wild vegetables, a mere sycophant. Did she seek his wealth? She would not ask for compensation upon divorce. What could she possibly desire from him? Susie quickly placed her arms across her chest, pushing against his firm chest as she struggled within his fiery embrace. Let go of me, she commanded. As she gazed into his profound eyes, a nameless flame flickered within them, tightening her back in an unexpected wave of anxiety. Why had she agreed to marry him? If she claimed she had once admired him, harbored feelings for him, would he believe her? He could not possibly accept that. In his eyes, she was merely a desperate woman from the slums, clinging to him for financial gain. Because you are wealthy, of high status, and a rare, long-term ticket to a better life. Could you release me now? Susie regarded him coldly, her tone shifting to one of calmness. Upon hearing her words, Bo Jingyan's jaw tightened, his brow furrowing deeper. As she continued to wriggle free from his grasp, he reluctantly released her. Bo Jingyan, I have no interest in arguing with you. You need not aim to provoke me with every word. I am here to retrieve my necklace. Return it to me, and I shall leave at once. A smirk played upon Bo Jingyan's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. Your token of affection. How would I know about it? Stunned by his slow response, Susie exclaimed. What token of affection? What nonsense are you spouting? Bo Jingyan, are you truly this tiresome? With that, she sidestepped to exit, yet he extended his arm to block her path. What? Am I correct in guessing you wish to flee? Suppressing her irritation, she coldly retorted, Are you unwell? Bo Jingyan continued to obstruct her way, his gaze scanning her fair cheeks with an aggressive intensity as he leaned in closer, his voice low. Is that necklace truly of such significance to you? Tilting her head back to meet his gaze, she replied, filled with uncertainty, It is very important. Did you take it? What kind of behavior is it to secretly take someone else's belongings? What evidence do you have that I took it? She tilted her neck, frowning, casting him a disdainful look. If not, then step aside. I need to find Wu Ma. He must be insane. His behavior was disturbingly akin to that of a pervert. She had never seen him this intimately close before. What was he trying to achieve? Disgusted by the thought, she took a few steps back, attempting to exit from another side. Just as Bo Jingyan lowered his arm, finally allowing her passage. Upon witnessing the scene, Suzy did not linger, but proceeded towards the corridor. You have never loved me, have you? The sudden utterance from behind by Bo Jingyan startled Suzy, causing her to halt in her tracks, an indescribable sensation coursing through her skin. Indeed, she had never loved him. After speaking, Suzy hurried downstairs, suppressing her tears all the way from the corridor to the ground floor. Was her love not humble enough in the past? Upon discovering his fondness for a certain type of bamboo, she devoted herself to cultivating it in the garden. Yet he merely cast a fleeting glance and offered a nonchalant acknowledgement. When he bathed, she would dutifully prepare his belongings like a servant. In the study, she meticulously attended to his needs, whether it was tea or invigorating incense. Whenever he expressed a dislike for the color pink or a particular fragrance, she ensured that those items would never reappear in their home, nor would they adorn her own attire. Even if she adored certain foods, they would not grace their dining table, if he disapproved. If one were to document every facet of her sacrifices, the record would surely amount to a considerable stack. To put it colloquially, she was akin to a forager of wild vegetables, a devoted admirer. Now, having been unceremoniously cast aside while he grew intimately close to that rococo, what audacity did he possess to inquire whether she had ever loved him? Chapter 21. Let's never meet again in this lifetime. Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil. As soon as Suzy reached the ground floor, a wave of nausea surged from her chest to her throat, as if something was about to emerge. She hurriedly made her way to the restroom, and upon reaching the toilet, she began to vomit violently. Outside the restroom, urgent footsteps echoed as Wu Ma rushed in, offering her mouthwash while gently patting her back. Oh dear, what's wrong? Is your stomach condition worsening? Why are you suddenly vomiting? Are there any signs of diarrhea? Wu Ma inquired, squatting beside Suzy to observe her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Suzy pressed the flush button with difficulty. After rinsing her mouth with the water Wu Ma provided, the nausea persisted. However, her stomach was now empty, leaving only dry heaves, as if her entire abdomen was convulsing. Wu Ma regarded her with suspicion, her brow furrowing deeply. Just as she was about to inquire further, Bo Jingyan's indifferent voice resonated from the doorway. What happened? Wu Ma glanced at Suzy, who was gesturing for her to leave. With lingering concern, Wu Ma escorted Bo Jingyan to the end of the corridor, saying, Sir, it seems that Madame Wu Ma hesitated, her words faltering. The state she had just witnessed in Suzy bore an uncanny resemblance to the morning sickness she experienced during her own pregnancy. Given their current relationship and Bo Jingyan's temperament, would he compel Suzy to terminate a potential pregnancy? Well, it appears that Madame's stomach condition is somewhat severe. After much contemplation, Wu Ma refrained from voicing her concerns. Following her statement, Bo Jingyan's gaze shifted towards the restroom, and he promptly moved in that direction. As he arrived at the entrance, Suzy was already at the wash basin, rinsing her mouth and washing her face. After a short while, Suzy lifted her head, and in the mirror, she caught a glimpse of the strikingly handsome face of Bo Jingyan behind her. She hesitated, unwilling to acknowledge him, her gaze searching for Wu Ma. Wu Ma, when you were cleaning, did you happen to see the velvet box in the drawer of my room? She confirmed once again that the necklace was indeed in the velvet box, which was placed in the drawer of the bedside table. Wu Ma, please attend to your tasks. Wu Ma nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then went elsewhere. Only then did Suzy raise her head to look at Bo Jingyan. The necklace is very important to me. Return it to me. As Suzy spoke, a wave of nausea surged in her mouth, and she could not suppress a dry heave. She hurriedly patted her chest, forcefully swallowing her saliva. Bo Jingyan gazed down at the pale-faced woman before him, who bore an expression of stubbornness. The impact of her nausea had left her eyes glistening with physiological tears. His sharp gaze slowly drifted to her waist and abdomen, lingering for a few seconds before he asked, Nausea? Vomiting? Whose? Upon hearing this, Suzy noticed a mixture of amusement and extreme sarcasm in his expression. In that moment, she felt a tremor coursing through her entire being. Whose? Even though he had humiliated her before, she had merely felt sadness. However, those two words pierced her heart like a knife, twisting painfully. Suzy swallowed back the acidic taste in her mouth and coldly retorted, Bo Jingyan, do you have any lines other than to humiliate me? Bo Jingyan frowned slightly, but did not respond. Suzy extended her hand, palm up, towards him. Return my necklace. Bo Jingyan replied nonchalantly, I threw it away. Suzy's outstretched hand slowly curled inward, her fingertips digging into her palm. He actually discarded her necklace, the very one she had worn since childhood. How dare he dispose of it without her consent? Susie advanced, slowly. And when she was nearly close enough to him, she spoke through gritted teeth. Bo Jingyan, let us never meet again in this lifetime. Even if we happen to cross paths, please pretend we are strangers. With that, Susie shot him a fierce glare, pressing her hand against her chest to quell her nausea, and walked out. What about Grandpa? Are you not concerned? As Susie reached the entrance of the villa, she heard his indifferent voice behind her. Had he followed her? Did he have some grave illness? Susie did not pause her steps and replied, Tell Grandpa that I've gone abroad to study, and I will frequently video call him. There is no need for you to worry. In the next moment, Bo Jingyan suddenly grabbed her, not giving her a chance to respond.
Susie shouted, Boyingan.
Are you seriously ill? Stop this entanglement. I am tired of it. Go find your look-cake and live your happy life together. Do not bother me again. My nausea and vomiting are likely due to seeing you. Bo Jingyan's grip faltered and he released her, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at her. Susie did not linger for long. She shot him a fierce glance, suppressing the discomfort that enveloped her as she exited the Bo mansion. This was, without a doubt, the most furious she had ever been in his presence. This time, there was none of her usual feigned innocence, only a gaze filled with hatred and even disdain. Did she truly despise him so? Why could she not engage him in a calm discussion? Chapter 22. Doctor. I have made up my mind after leaving the Bo mansion for the city. Susie instructed the driver to take her directly to the obstetrics and gynecology hospital. Upon alighting from the vehicle, she stood at the hospital entrance, staring at the gilded letters atop the tall building, her heart in turmoil. She gently caressed her still flat abdomen, as if two souls were debating within her mind. One berated her for lacking humanity, for being unwilling to embrace her own flesh and blood. The other voice urged her to bring the child into the world, to welcome a darling little angel, the most cherished being in her life. Susie had never experienced such agonizing inner conflict. The choice had manifested in her life in such a forced manner. How could this be? After so many injections, still no pregnancy? Hadn't the doctor said there was hope? A middle-aged woman passing by cast a sorrowful glance at a nearby girl, lamenting softly. Meanwhile, a pale, weary girl with dry lips and tired eyes walked past, a boy beside her occasionally inquiring if she was in pain. Susie observed this scene, her heart weighed down further. Some longed for children, yet could not have them, while others, for various reasons, were unable to keep theirs. With heavy steps, Susie ascended the stairs and slowly retrieved her documents to queue at the window. Once she found herself in the doctor's office, a middle-aged female doctor glanced coldly at her report before shifting her gaze to scrutinize Susie's face. The doctor inquired icily, Is this your first examination? The fetus is healthy. Why do you wish to terminate? Susie met the doctor's gaze, which harbored a sense of indifference, even contempt, making her feel as though she were undergoing a trial. His father is deceased, and I fear I cannot raise him alone, she explained. The doctor responded, Do you not have a job? What about your family? Abortion can be detrimental to your health. Have you thought this through? Susie nodded hesitantly. The doctor cast her a fleeting glance, exhibiting little patience, and after a few taps on the keyboard, handed her a card and medical record. Redo these tests, return with the reports, and I will schedule a surgery time after reviewing them. With heavy steps, Susie exited the consultation room, dazed as she walked through the corridor. The medical record in her hand crumpled and wrinkled. After some time, her emotions calmed enough for her to proceed with the various tests. Once the reports were ready, she focused intently on the ultrasound results, her eyes widening in shock. Susie quickened her pace back to the doctor's office, breathless as she placed the document before the doctor. The doctor took the report, scrutinizing it closely before retrieving the previous report for comparison. With a furrowed brow, she remarked, One of these reports must be erroneous. Would you like to repeat the test? Why must I redo it? I am quite certain that the medical record has always been in my possession, and during the ultrasound, the room was occupied solely by the doctor and myself. There were no other medical files on his desk. The doctor, listening intently to Susie's words, wore a look of skepticism, and after a moment's hesitation, he remarked, It is possible that the previous doctor made an error in the report. We will discuss this matter later. For now, there are 3 babies. Do you still intend to terminate the pregnancy? Susie found herself plunged into a profound inner turmoil.
3?
Was this a surprise or a shock? She could no longer distinguish between the two. What should she do? I need to think it over. Clutching the medical record tightly, Susie exited the examination room once more. This time, she settled in a secluded corner of the hospital, where she remained until twilight. As she sat there, her recent experiences replayed in her mind like a film. From the moment she first visited the hospital due to gastric discomfort and a lack of appetite, only to be informed by the doctor of her pregnancy. The joy and happiness she felt lasted barely half an hour before she received a phone call from Bo Jingyan announcing their divorce. Without any hesitation, she signed the papers, initially intending to keep the child. Yet, through Bo Jingyan's bizarre words, she realized that his feelings for her extended beyond mere indifference. He looked down upon her and subjected her to repeated humiliation. That night they had been together, she could not believe he had forgotten it entirely. While she understood that some people might lose their reason after drinking too much, she wondered how one could lose their faculties to such an extent yet still possess the strength to engage in such acts. Yet today, he could casually declare the child was his. His disdain for her went beyond financial and social status. He even demeaned her character. When Susie finally rose from her seat, her hands and feet felt icy. Biting her lip, she sought out the doctor once more. "Doctor, I have made my decision."
Susie?
At the sound that interrupted her, she turned to see a handsome man standing at the doorway. Chapter 23. Miss Susie is not that kind of person. In the expansive office of Bo Corporation, the neon lights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows flickered. The reflected light danced upon Bo Jingyan's handsome visage. His piercing gaze swept over An-Chi, and in a low, grave tone, he inquired, "What have you found out?" "President Bo, the individual you asked me to investigate, Shen Wenhao, is a university classmate of Susie's. Shen Wenhao has a mother suffering from end-stage uremia. Susie provided him with financial assistance to save her mother's life." After a brief pause, An-Chi continued, "President Bo, we have also confirmed Susie's whereabouts. She is indeed pregnant and—" "Repeat that." An-Chi timidly raised his gaze, only to see the veins on Bo Jingyan's forehead bulging, his eyes glinting with a cold ferocity that seemed ready to consume everything in its path. At first glance, he resembled a wolf poised to pounce, and she felt beads of sweat trickling down his back. He had hesitated a long time before daring to report the news of her pregnancy. Now, observing Bo Jingyan's reaction and considering Shen Wenhao, if there was indeed any connection between him and Susie, it was impossible to ascertain whose children they truly were. And she remained silent for a few seconds, summoning his courage to speak plainly. "She is pregnant, and it is triplets." After leaving the Balgongan today, she made her way to the obstetrics and gynecology hospital, intending to terminate her pregnancy. However, for reasons unknown, the procedure did not take place. As An-Chi's words fell into silence, a jarring sound pierced the air. He glanced towards the source of the noise, illuminated by the light filtering through the glass window. Shattered glass lay scattered on the floor, mingling with crimson stains, creating an unsettling sight. When he entered, Bo Jingyan had not turned on the lights, nor had he permitted An-Chi to do so. It appeared that Bo Jingyan was in a rather dismal state today. Had he confirmed Susie's misdeeds, or was he merely processing An-Chi's report? An-Chi took a moment to compose himself before cautiously speaking. "Mr. Bo, I believe there must be a misunderstanding. Miss Thi is not that kind of person." "Leave." Bo Jingyan's voice, thick with suppressed fury, interrupted An-Chi's plea. The sorrow etched upon An-Chi's face was palpable as he swallowed hard and retreated. Meanwhile, Bo Jingyan, with trembling fingers, clutched a cigarette freshly extracted from its box. His other hand quivered as he fumbled with the lighter, struggling to ignite the cigarette until, at last, he succeeded. In the dim light, he furrowed his brow and took a deep drag, his gaze drifting to the velvet box on the table, the glowing ember of the cigarette reflecting like a flame. By the sea, Ushi stood against the wind, accompanied by the handsome man from the hospital. Gazing into the distance, she asked softly, "Why didn't you tell me?" Mu Qingcheng brushed back his bangs, his voice imbued with warmth. "Sushi, I have always been by your side." A flicker of confusion crossed Ti's brow as she turned her gaze towards him. "That day by the roadside, when Domilan struck you, I was the one who took you to the hospital." Her eyes widened in surprise, and with a hint of urgency, she exclaimed, "Why didn't you leave your name? I asked everyone upon my discharge, yet you left no trace. Only a substantial amount of money." Mu Qingcheng met Sushi's gaze, his expression solemn. "I apologize. The doctor informed me of your pregnancy, and I inquired about the situation during the divorce. I feared that my frequent presence might only add to your distress, considering Bo Jingyan's naturally suspicious nature." Sushi parted her lips, but found no words. Mu Qingcheng extended his arm, gesturing towards a nearby bench. "You shouldn't stand for too long. Please,
Take a seat over there.
if your decision to let go of them stems from your inability to provide for them, you needn't worry. With San and me, we will ensure these little ones do not suffer." At his words, tears streamed down Sushi's cheeks, as if all her pent-up grievances had burst forth in that moment. Noticing her distress, Mu Qingcheng quickly knelt beside her, offering a tissue. "Do not cry. Your body cannot withstand such emotional upheaval." Taking the tissue, Sushi sniffled. "It's not about the costs, Qingcheng. I brought you out not to deter you, but to encourage you to reflect deeply on your decision. Whatever you choose. Both San, and I will support you. She will be here shortly. Mu Qingqing gently comforted her and, after speaking, handed Su Shi a fresh tissue. Please stop crying, alright? You never cried when you were a child. Why have you learned to shed tears now that you've grown up? Su Shi looked at him through her tears, managing a smile as she expressed her gratitude. Before long, Gu Shanshan hurriedly rushed from a distance and, upon reaching Su Shi, grasped her hand tightly. Why did you go to the hospital alone? Why didn't you call me? Su Shi, having just dried her tears, felt them welling up again uncontrollably. Both Gu Shanshan and Mu Qingqing had been by her side since childhood, providing her with warmth and comfort. Upon seeing Su Shi's distressed expression, Gu Shanshan sighed heavily, gently patting her back as she spoke softly.
What is it?
Su Shi asked, astonished. Chapter 24. Why are you all hiding things from me? Su Shi pulled Gu Shanshan down beside her, anxiously awaiting her explanation. Gu Shanshan glanced at Mu Qingqing, who shrugged in response. You previously forbade me from being involved in anything concerning Su Shi. Now, I cannot stand by idly.
Gu Shanshan, exasperated by Mu Qingqing's persistence,
Shot him a look before beginning to speak. I visited Shen Wenhao today. His mother's condition is still quite poor. He mentioned that someone is investigating him. From his description, I deduce that it is Bo Jingyan's assistant, and she moreover. This inquiry began even before your divorce. What does Bo Jingyan intend? Su Shi's gaze drifted, completely taken aback by Gu Shanshan's revelations. Bo Jingyan had been investigating her?
Why?
Was it because she had sold some items and given the money to Shen Wenhao?
Sissy.
Is he trying to guard against you, fearing that you might transfer the family assets? Gu Shanshan inquired rapidly. Su Shi shook her head in confusion. She couldn't believe Bo Jingyan would monitor her so closely over trivial matters. What was the true reason? At that moment, Mu Qingqing interjected, regardless of his motives. As a man, secretly sending someone to investigate his wife reflects a profound lack of trust. Shanshan is right. He does not truly love you. He merely honors his grandfather's wishes by marrying you. With that, Mu Qingqing slowly approached Su Shi.
Sissy.
Both Shanshan and I hope you will carefully consider the child you carry. To consider carefully means to set aside all external factors and listen to your own heart. Whatever choice you make, Shanshan and I will support you. Gu Shanshan nodded affirmatively beside her. Su Shi gazed at the two of them, her sorrowful tears gradually replaced by a sense of gratitude. She parted her lips slowly. When Qingqing pulled me out of the hospital, I had already made up my mind. I intend to keep them. Them? Su Shi, what are you talking about? Gu Shanshan exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Su Shi then recounted the details of the hospital examination report, prompting Gu Shanshan to leap to her feet in outrage. What kind of incompetent hospital is this? They can make such a basic error? I will confront them tomorrow for an explanation. Susie sighed. Shanshan, this matter is trivial and has not caused me any harm. What I should be contemplating now is my work. Mu Qingqing interjected. How can you possibly work in your condition? Leave your pregnancy matters to me and Shanshan. Gu Shanshan chimed in, half squatting and gently patting Susie's abdomen. Did you hear that? Your mother will not abandon you. So you must behave and not trouble her while you are in her womb. Amused by Gu Shanshan's antics, Susie wiped away her tears, forcing a bittersweet smile. I know you can rely on me, but many expect a mother's work until they give birth, right? If they can, so can I. As for assistance, I will organize my previous works tomorrow, and you can help me keep an eye on various studios. That would be enough help, wouldn't it? Gu Shanshan waved her hand dismissively. I cannot agree to that. I know how photographers are. They will do anything for the perfect angle. Even if it means crawling or kneeling, absolutely not. Susie replied with a faint smile. Well, I can take on some simple tasks, like photographing still life or product promotions, Shanshan. As she spoke, Susie gently shook Gu Shanshan's hand. With a sigh, Gu Shanshan conceded. All right, I will ask around tomorrow. She then turned to Mu Qingqing. You know many people. I recall you have friends in photography studios, right? Look at Susie's condition. It would be best to arrange something with one of your friends, so I can feel more at ease. Mu Qingqing responded. Indeed, I will contact them promptly. Thank you both. Gu Shanshan waved her hand. No need for thanks, it's nothing. After her casual remark, she looked back at Mu Qingqing. By the way, Qingqing, how is your inquiry into Susie's background progressing? Shanshan, Mu Qingqing exclaimed, prompting Gu Shanshan to quickly cover her mouth. Susie's gaze shifted between the two, her expression serious as she asked, when did this happen? Why are you keeping everything from me? We didn't want to inform you to prevent you from having too many expectations. If we find nothing, it would only lead to disappointment. We thought it best to wait until we have something to share, Gu Shanshan admitted sheepishly. Susie paused for a moment before quietly asking, so, is there any lead? Mu Qingqing slowly shook her head. Susie took a deep breath, touching her neck, and said sorrowfully, I lost my necklace, which I feel like I have worn since childhood. I wonder if my identity is connected to that necklace. Gu Shanshan interjected, is it the one you always wear? How could you lose it? Susie sighed, but did not elaborate. After a moment of silence, she continued, Qingcheng, the front of my necklace is inlaid with an oval jade, and the back is inscribed with the word LOVE. The chain has a unique design, featuring a leopard totem at the connection point. Please see if you can find anything related to this information during your inquiry. Mu Qingcheng furrowed her brow and finally said, I will try to gather information from Zhou Mailan. Furthermore, regarding Su Daqiang, Shanshan informed me that you did not listen to his words until the end. Therefore, it is essential to first ascertain whether Su Daqiang is indeed your biological father. You should find a way to conduct a DNA test. Chapter 25. Is Bo Jingyan blind? A few days later, early in the morning, Su Shi found herself seated in the Human Resources Department of the Ingguang studio for an interview. One of the interviewers, positioned in the center, perused her photographic works, his eyes revealing a glimmer of appreciation. After a brief exchange with a colleague beside him, he turned to Su Shi and inquired, Your work possesses a certain spirit. The composition and play of light are executed with great professionalism. However, these are merely still life photographs. Do you have any portraits? I would like to see some of those. No, I specialize in still life photography, she replied. In truth, she possessed a wealth of portrait works. It was merely that, due to her current physical condition, she preferred not to present them for this application. There is no need to dwell on the resume. Your portfolio is commendable, he remarked. After concluding the call, he shifted his gaze to his colleague, prompting another round of hushed whispers among them. Su Shi observed this exchange in silence, and after a prolonged moment, the interviewer awkwardly stated, I apologize, Miss Su Shi. I may have misspoken earlier. Your works may not align with our Studio S requirements, as we place greater emphasis on portrait photography. The trend has shifted away from pure still life. Su Shi was taken aback for several seconds before she slowly nodded. I apologize for wasting your time. Hadn't the previous interviews gone smoothly? At least during the discussions, none of the interviewers had questioned her work. On the contrary, they had been quite complimentary. However, after that phone call, the situation had completely transformed. As Su Shi pondered these thoughts while walking down the corridor, she was suddenly drawn to a commotion ahead. She turned her gaze in that direction and observed a girl, head bowed, hastily flipping through documents as she marched down the hallway, indignantly exclaiming, What are you trying to show off in front of me? Whoever wants to do this work can do it. I refuse to serve. The girl beside her urged. Jia, don't get worked up. That person has connections to the Bo family, just endure it a little longer. Once this set of photos is finished, we can wrap up, right? Bo family? Su Shi echoed the name in her mind. In the capital, aside from the Bo Jingyan S Corporation, known as the Bo family, there was no other. Compelled by curiosity, Su Shi halted her steps. The girl referred to as Jia continued, had lowered and scoffed. What does the Bo family matter? Does being the Bo family make one superior? I'm not falling for that. Besides, wrapping up? After a week of struggling with several sets of photos, this is ruining my pace in the industry. And look at her attitude. She's more demanding than a top-tier star. This pose is too exhausting. And that one doesn't even showcase her silicone-enhanced bosom. As the group drew closer, Su Shi finally discerned the face of the girl known as Jia. It was none other than Siyu, a senior she had long admired and revered, a rising star in the realm of photography. Her works were characterized by a unique perspective and an unparalleled style. During her time at school, Susie would always visit Siyu's exhibitions whenever she had the chance. She would capture her favorite pieces as examples for her own learning. Senior? Susie called out gently. Siyu halted, her expression tinged with confusion and displeasure, possibly due to lingering irritation. However, as she scrutinized Susie, her demeanor transformed into one of surprise, her mouth forming an aw shape. Susie, is that you? Susie smiled faintly. Senior you actually remember me. Of course, who wouldn't recognize such an exceptional talent? Siyu's attitude shifted instantly, her tone becoming notably more amiable. Those accompanying her also greeted Susie with courtesy. Siyu dismissed everyone and pulled Susie into her office. Did you come here for something? She cheerfully handed Susie a cup of coffee. Susie took it, intending to decline as she did not drink coffee, but hesitated, feeling that refusing might be impolite. After expressing her gratitude, she recounted the situation that had just transpired. Siyu frowned. Thank you, senior. By the way, what made you angry earlier? Don't mention it. That model, Luaka Ko, is incredibly difficult to handle. During the shoot, she brought 3 assistants, yet still ordered our staff around. She was slow and delayed the entire process, causing trouble for us all. When the studio gets blamed, they certainly won't blame the client, and in the end, I'll be the one left to bear the consequences. It's just asking for trouble. Suzy could vividly imagine Luaka Ko's arrogant demeanor from her description. Clearly, Luaka Ko was not just difficult in front of her. She likely behaved in such a domineering manner regularly. Perhaps she only feigned a soft demeanor in front of Bo Jingyan. From the conversations Suzy overheard in the corridor, it was evident that she was leveraging Bo Jingyan's influence, feeling emboldened. As Suzy listened to Hiseyu's continued complaints, she furrowed her brow. While she could empathize with Hiseyu's frustrations, she also felt a sense of helplessness. Just as Suzy was about to offer words of comfort, Hiseyu suddenly asked, "Suzy, you are so clever. Do you have any good methods to deal with her?" Chapter 26. Having a backing is truly empowering. Suzy hesitated, not wishing to engage in such matters, but felt it would be inappropriate to outright refuse her admired senior. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied delicately, "Senior he? If I were to encounter her, I might be even more at a loss than you. I too fear meeting such a person. If we speak of methods, perhaps you could try using the contract to pressure her?" Hiseyu waved her hand dismissively. "A contract? She doesn't care at all."
Sigh.
This is why having a backing gives one confidence. Forget her for now. What about you? What have you been doing since graduation? After graduation, I've been taking on freelance work, but it hasn't been much. I'm considering joining a studio. The fluorescent studio is quite prestigious in the industry, but I fear it may be a bit difficult to get in. Hiseyu patted Suzy's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not be disheartened. With your photographic prowess, you are more than capable of thriving here. Once I gather specific information from the HR department, I shall assist you further." Hiseyu's words filled Suzy with a sense of embarrassment. She recognized Hiseyu's genuine warmth towards others, and when she offered assistance, one could be assured it would be forthcoming. However, Suzy found herself lacking in such candor. After a moment of hesitation, she feigned to have devised an ingenious plan, whispering it succinctly into Hiseyu's ear. Upon hearing this, Hiseyu snapped her fingers in delight. "Excellent. Let us proceed with this approach. It will also satiate my curiosity. I am eager to discover just how blind that Bo Jingyan truly is." Observing Hiseyu's elation, Suzy felt she could indeed reciprocate her sincerity. "Isn't this coffee delightful? I recall your fondness for milk tea. Come, let us go downstairs. I shall treat you," Hiseyu exclaimed, enthusiastically wrapping her arm around Suzy's shoulders. Suzy glanced at the coffee cup she had placed on the table, responding gently. "Isn't this coffee to your liking?" Hiseyu, somewhat disheartened, replied, "Very well, I had hoped to converse with you a while longer. Have you changed your WeChat number? I seem unable to see your updates." Suzy retrieved her phone, revealing her WeChat QR code for her to scan. "I changed it for certain reasons. Please scan this new one." After obtaining her divorce certificate, she had switched her number, and now, perusing her contacts and WeChat friends felt as refreshing as a rebirth. Those remaining were significant individuals in her life. As Suzy emerged from the fluorescent studio, the clock was nearing noon, and she instinctively caressed her abdomen, contemplating where to dine. Just as she surveyed the nearby eateries, an all-too-familiar Bentley halted at the roadside. Subsequently, Luo Koko joyfully dashed to the vehicle, the door swung open, and Bo Jingyan's tall figure emerged. Luo Koko immediately grasped his arm, only for him to withdraw a moment later, speaking with a faint expression. From Luo Koko's demeanor, it seemed Bo Jingyan had uttered something unflattering. Suzy lowered her gaze, opting not to witness further. Just as she prepared to step in another direction, Hiseyu's voice rang out behind her. "Suzy, fortunately, you haven't wandered far. You forgot to take your resume." Hiseyu, breathless from her sprint, handed her the folder. As Suzy accepted it, she frowned slightly. Hiseyu's loud exclamation had inadvertently drawn her attention towards the car. Bo Jingyan and Luo Koko were both gazing in their direction, with Luo Koko still wearing that hostile expression. Bo Jingyan, too, appeared somewhat more haggard than in the past few days. Perhaps he had indulged excessively and failed to rest adequately? "Thank you, senior. I must take my leave now. Let us keep in touch." With that, Suzy turned and quickened her pace. However, her stomach still occasionally churned with acidity, and her appetite was rather mediocre. Yet, she persevered with each bite. Having resolved to keep her children, she was determined to love and protect them with all her might. As Suzy struggled through her meal, she looked up again, only to find a man seated across the table from her. Suzy's gaze lingered upon his chest, admiring the impeccably smooth texture of his shirt, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. Chapter 27. My sincerest apologies for the air of poverty that has tainted your nobility. She need not raise her head to behold his face. It was evident that the newcomer was Bo Jingyan. Where, then, was this lady? Had he cast aside that Rococo to come here and humiliate her? A frown creased Susie's brow as she feigned ignorance of his presence and continued to lower her head, focusing on her meal. Could such a place truly offer anything edible? Bo Jingyan's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, broke the silence. Susie's grip on her spoon tightened. After a brief pause, she resumed her actions, choosing not to respond to him. Was this truly a question worthy of inquiry? Did one's elevated status bestow such significance? Why did he not raise his voice, so that all in the restaurant could hear? She would relish witnessing the uproar that might ensue from the common folk. Accompany me to the hospital to visit grandfather. His condition has not been well these past few days, he stated. Susie had intended to ignore him, but upon hearing about Bo grandfather's ailment, she quickly lifted her head, asking urgently. In that moment, her anxious gaze met his calm demeanor, her concern for her grandfather overwhelming. At present, he was the only one she truly cared about. With this thought in mind, she promptly called for the bill. Hello, the total is 45 yuan. You can scan here. The proprietress approached with a QR code sign. Susie retrieved her phone and attempted to scan the code, but as the sound of confirmation echoed, she remembered that her newly changed WeChat had yet to be linked to her bank account. She hastily pocketed her phone and rummaged through her bag, only to realize with embarrassment that she had brought not a wallet, but merely a keychain purse. The proprietress observed the scene unfold, her gaze shifting to the distinguished Bo Jingyan. I must say, you do appear quite proper in your attire. How is it that you do not provide your girlfriend with funds? Pretending not to see that she cannot pay? What kind of man are you? Susie cast a wary glance at Bo Jingyan, whose expression had grown increasingly formidable. It seemed that few dared to confront him so boldly. Just as she contemplated diverting the conversation, Bo Jingyan spoke slowly. Do you still wish to keep your establishment open? His gaze, infused with an intimidating intensity, left no room for doubt. The proprietress, likely daunted by his stare, stammered a few words before retreating. Susie turned her attention back to Bo Jingyan, pondering whether she ought to feel sympathy for him. Was it fair to be reprimanded by a mere small business owner? She cleared her throat twice, her voice laced with a teasing acidity. I sincerely apologize for allowing the stench of poverty to permeate your esteemed presence. You may proceed to the hospital. I shall settle the bill and then take a taxi to visit grandfather. Were it not for her, he might never have set foot in such a humble establishment. After all, a person of his stature, born into privilege and endowed with extraordinary talent, radiates an inherent brilliance. However, it was quite surprising that he had just let his boss, Susie, off the hook after she had humiliated him. Susie's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as she took out her phone to message Gu Shanshan. She intended to request a transfer of funds, yet without real name authentication. She found herself unable to conduct the transaction. Reluctantly, Susie deleted her message and rephrased it, asking Gu Shanshan to assist her in bringing money. Just as she was typing, a cold and disdainful voice broke through her thoughts. Which man will pay for you? Susie abruptly lifted her head, halting her actions, and fixed her gaze intensely upon the man before her. Her lips were tightly sealed, trembling slightly as she struggled to suppress the tempest of emotions within. A flicker of anger and resentment glinted in her eyes, as if her boundaries had been crossed. What business is it of yours? Susie's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. After speaking, she cast a challenging look at the man, her eyes shimmering with scorn and derision. The atmosphere grew thick with awkwardness as they sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The man made no move to leave. Instead, he silently poked at his phone screen, seemingly messaging someone. Susie found the tension of sitting there waiting for Gu Shanshan unbearably uncomfortable and resumed eating. Though her mind wandered far away, she had not fully processed his earlier remarks. Even now, after their divorce, he continued to belittle and humiliate her. Were it not for her regard for her grandfather, she would not deign to speak another word to this contemptible man. As the remnants of their meal dwindled, she finally looked up, only to see Mu Qingqing entering through the door. Cece, he called out. Susie's heart tightened involuntarily. Earlier, Thin Jingyan had laced his words with sarcasm, insinuating her behavior was inappropriate. Now, with Mu Qingqing's sudden arrival calling her by her nickname, she feared that Thin Jingyan might conclude she had some impropriety with Mu Qingqing, thus solidifying her reputation as a fickle woman. Yet, recalling his disdainful gaze, shifted her thoughts. Qingqing, what brings you here? Where is Shanshan? Mu Qingqing approached her, casting a glance at Thin Jingyan before pointedly ignoring him, moving straight to Susie's side. Cece, Shanshan cannot make it due to some matters. I happen to be nearby. The conditions here seem rather lacking. How can you possibly eat this? Mu Qingqing spoke with a gentle and considerate tone. For a moment, Susie was taken aback by the sudden shift in his demeanor. It dawned on her that Mu Qingqing was deliberately acting this way in the presence of Thin Jingyan, perhaps to provide her with some solace. As she contemplated this, Mu Qingcheng had already summoned the boss. However, to Susie's surprise, and she followed closely behind the boss as she approached. Before the proprietress could speak, and she respectfully inclined his head towards Su Shi, stating, "Madam, I have already settled the dining expenses." Su Shi remained silent. Mu Qingcheng, holding her phone with the open QR code, cast an unhappy glance at Enchi and inquired, "Which one is your madam? I will return the payment to you." Enchi stood like a statue, his hands naturally resting in front of him, seemingly oblivious to Mu Qingcheng's words. At this moment, Bo Jingyan also rose, his tall figure and noble demeanor starkly contrasting with the modest restaurant. He methodically adjusted his cuffs and spoke in a calm voice. "Enchi, prepare the car. We are heading to the hospital." "Yes, Mr. Bo," Enchi replied respectfully. Before turning to Su Shi, "Madam, the old master has been inquiring about you for several days. We should leave soon." As Su Shi was about to correct Enchi's address towards her, Bo Jingyan grasped her arm firmly. At that instant, Mu Qingcheng seized his arm as well, exclaiming, "Let go of Shi." Mu Qingcheng glared at Bo Jingyan with a stern expression. Meanwhile, Bo Jingyan's jaw tightened and his countenance grew even more frigid. As Su Shi struggled between the two, she coldly interjected, "Bo Jingyan, please remove your hand. And do keep your people in check. Do not address others inappropriately." Rather than releasing Su Shi, Bo Jingyan forcefully pulled her closer, commanding her in an authoritative tone, "We are running out of time for the appointment with grandfather. Do not dawdle here." With that, Bo Jingyan began to lead Su Shi out. Noticing her resistance, Mu Qingcheng stepped in their path, asserting, "Bo, can't you see that Shi is unwilling? Are you attempting to seize her in broad daylight?" Bo Jingyan disregarded him, directing his gaze towards Enchi. Enchi promptly stepped forward to restrain Mu Qingcheng, their physical confrontation resembling a brawl. Su Shi continued to struggle, insisting, "Bo Jingyan, release your grip. I will take a cab to the hospital myself." Just as her words faded, Mu Qingcheng landed a punch on Enchi. Yet Enchi's agility clearly surpassed Mu Qingcheng's. Ultimately, the latter found himself at a disadvantage amidst the chaos, punctuated by the shouts of the proprietress and other patrons. Su Shi shot a piercing glare at Bo Jingyan, her voice sharp. "Bo Jingyan, have you had enough? Order Enchi to stop." Following her plea, she quickly called out to Mu Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, stop fighting. Enchi, stand down." Despite her desperate screams, the two men persisted. Bo Jingyan continued to grip her wrist tightly, his frosty gaze scanning her anxious expression. "Are you worried he might get hurt?" The calmness in Bo Jingyan's tone contrasted starkly with Su Shi's rising panic.
Boyingan.
"Do you suffer from some grave ailment? Order Enchi to cease. I will ride in your car to the hospital. Is that acceptable?" As her words fell, Bo Jingyan shot her a cold glance, not allowing her any time to resist, and promptly wrapped his arm around her waist, leading her outside. From a distance, Su Shi observed the blood seeping from the corner of Mu Qingcheng's mouth as he pounded on the car window. Hearing the commotion, Bo Jingyan leaned down, locking eyes with her for a fleeting moment, before opening the door to enter the vehicle. The moment the door swung open, Susie launched herself at him, striking and kicking with fervor. Bo Jingyan stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Susie. How could this usually gentle and demure woman behave so wildly? Bo Jingyan furrowed his brow. In an instant, he seized Susie's legs, lifting her effortlessly as he stepped into the car. Finding herself thwarted in her attempts to strike him, and now seated upon his lap, Susie raised her arms to hit him again, only to be restrained by Bo Jingyan in the nick of time. He adjusted his tie and squinted out of the window, seemingly unfazed. "Is this your idea of discernment? Do you prefer the meek and defenseless? Let me go," Susie exclaimed. "You know full well that Enchi's skills are on par with a professional bodyguard, yet you directed him to act against me. Do not push your luck." Bo Jingyan smirked derisively at her words. "Weren't you just present? Did he not strike first?" Fuming, Susie shouted back, "Are you not the least bit mature? If he is defenseless, then you are a mere weakling." Bo Jingyan remained silent. Susie swallowed hard, questioning her own words. In the next moment, Bo Jingyan's large hand grasped the nape of her neck. "Care to explain what you mean by weakling?" His tone was both teasing and tinged with irritation, making Susie's back tense. Her hand instinctively gripped the door frame's lock button, but the car was already secured. With no escape in sight, Susie struggled against him, finally sitting upright in the seat. She turned her face toward the window, her body pressed against the door frame. At that moment, she opened the driver's door and slid into the seat. With a subtle gesture from Bo Jingyan, the engine roared to life, and he maneuvered the steering wheel. As the car began to move, Susie searched outside for Mu Qingcheng. Indeed, Mu Qingcheng stood at the restaurant's entrance, wiping the blood from her lips while casting glances in their direction. Suddenly, The center divider of the car was lowered by inch. Susie shifted away. But he had already confined her to a space with no refuge. Bo Jingyan, please show some decorum, she commanded coldly. Explain what you mean by weakling, Bo Jingyan reiterated. Susie's brow furrowed slightly as she averted her gaze. A weakling is someone who is incapable in every regard. Incapable, in what sense? Susie fell silent. She sensed his breath drawing nearer and quickly curled her arms to shield herself from his proximity. Since their divorce, she had begun to wonder if Bo Jingyan was afflicted with some mental ailment. When her grandfather fell ill, why was there no one to inform her? Why must he persist in entangling her? I am asking you a question, Bo Jingyan insisted, lifting her chin with his finger, compelling her to meet his gaze. As the car swayed and her emotions surged, nausea overwhelmed Susie once more. Without warning, the contents of her stomach erupted uncontrollably. Susie. Bo Jingyan's collarbone and legs bore the brunt of her distress. There were moments for argument, moments for anger, yet surely an apology was warranted? I am sorry, but I cannot contain myself. Chapter 29. Could it be a recurrence of his illness?
How could that be?
As Susie uttered her apologies, a sensation of unease coursed from her chest to her throat. In her line of sight, Bo Jingyan's visage had taken on a hue reminiscent of liver, his deep-set eyes brimming with disdain, as if he had ingested a fly. Anshi, stop the car, he bellowed, prompting Anshi to execute a sharp turn, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Without a moment's hesitation, Bo Jingyan exited the car, disregarding their location on the roadside, and promptly discarded his shirt into a nearby trash bin. Anshi hurriedly retrieved a spare outfit and a pack of wet wipes from the trunk. Aren't you going to rinse your mouth? Aren't you going to wipe your lips? How can one be so untidy? Bo Jingyan cast her an irritable glance for a few seconds before settling back into his seat, distancing himself from Susie. It seemed that Anshi had caught wind of Bo Jingyan's remarks, as he swiftly handed Susie a pack of wet wipes and a bottle of mineral water from the front seat. Susie accepted them and silently tended to herself. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. At that moment, Susie was devoid of the inclination to argue further. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of her grandfather's health, conjuring distressing images that heightened her anxiety. Bo Jingyan's demeanor had also grown subdued. Upon exiting the vehicle, he remained silent. As they approached the floor where Bo Huailin was housed, Susie could hear a chorus of laughter from a distance. To her ears, the hearty laughter sounded distinctly like Bo Jingyan's. Wasn't he supposed to be experiencing a health crisis? How could this be? Susie cast a suspicious glance at Bo Jingyan, who appeared to ignore her entirely, striding forward with an air of composure. At that moment, it seemed he had changed into a casual top, which made him look several years younger. Upon nearing the entrance to Bo Huailin's room, Susie slowed her pace, quietly approaching the glass window to peer inside. Bo Huailin was seated on the bed, looking sprightly as he held his phone, seemingly engaged in a video chat with someone, punctuating the conversation with hearty laughter. This sight struck Susie as profoundly incongruous. She shifted her gaze toward Bo Jingyan, who immediately turned his face away to look elsewhere. Was this deliberate? Had he intentionally suggested that grandfather's condition had suddenly worsened?
Why?
After pondering for a moment, just as she was about to withdraw, Bo Huailin caught sight of her figure through the door.
Sisi. Sisi?
You finally made it. Come in, come in. Susie shot a fierce glare at Bo Jingyan, collected her thoughts, and donned a bright smile before stepping inside. Grandfather, she spoke gently, hastening to his side and clasping his hand. Bo Huailin set aside his phone and grasped her hand in return. You little imp, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. That rascal Bo Jingyan said you went abroad. How could you travel so far? There are many renowned photographers here in our country. If you find one with commendable skills, just tell grandfather, and I'll arrange for them to teach you. Venturing abroad alone. What about Bo Jingyan? What about me? This old man simply hopes you will come by often to chat and keep me company. Once I regain my health, you can take me to enjoy delicious food and partake in delightful activities, just as before. I relish everything that young people like. Bo Huailin chattered on for quite some time. However, Sushi remained uncertain whether Bo Jingyan had deceived her. While responding to Bo Huailin, she scrutinized his expression and demeanor. She casually picked up the medical record at the foot of the bed and examined it closely. The records indicated no deterioration in Bo Huailin's condition. Thus, combined with Bo Huailin's current state, it was evident that Bo Jingyan was lying. What a fraud! Why was he toying with her? What was his true intention? Furthermore, she had previously asked him to inform her grandfather that she had gone abroad. How had he conveyed that to her grandfather? What was his purpose in luring her here under false pretenses? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Bo Jingyan approached her, adopting the guise of a devoted husband once more. He enveloped her hand with his and spoke in an exceptionally gentle tone, You see. I told you that Grandpa cannot bear to be apart from you for even a day, yet you remain skeptical. Look, Grandpa himself has said so. Will you still leave? In this household, Grandpa can only recover better with your company. The doctor has stated that a good mood can greatly aid in healing. Please, do not go abroad. Stay here with Grandpa. Once he is discharged, you may pursue your photography studies abroad.
Yes, you.
I will find the finest teacher for you, or even invite the teacher here. As long as Grandpa is discharged smoothly, we can arrange everything afterward.
Suwon felt bewildered.
Was Bo Jingyan deliberately ensnaring her? By acquiescing to his proposal, would she not be obliged to frequently visit Bo Huilin? Had she not already made her intentions clear to him? Yet, considering Bo Huilin's health, she suppressed her embarrassment and continued to play along. All right, Jingyan. I will give it careful thought. She feigned gentleness before turning to Bo Huilin. Grandpa, what has the doctor permitted you to eat? Bo Huilin cheerfully replied. As long as it isn't stimulating, I can eat anything. Very well, then I shall go buy pastries from Gui Xiangyuan, shall I? Do you remember the osmanthus cake we enjoyed together? That was your favorite. The mention of pastries flooded Su Shi's mind with vivid images, and as she associated them further, she even envisioned cream. The mere thought of cream triggered a wave of nausea in her throat. Unable to contain it, she was seized by a series of dry heaves. Barely making it to the bathroom in time. As she emerged from the restroom, having finally composed herself, she was met with Bo Huilin's gaze, which was enveloped in a mysterious smile. Chapter 30. She is a good girl. You must trust Grandpa's judgment. However, Bo Jingyan exhibited no such expression. He hurriedly approached her, inquiring with genuine concern, "What is the matter? Was the meal not to your liking? You always disregard my advice and eat recklessly outside." The facade of Bo Jingyan's concern appeared as convincing and flawless to Su Shi as it had before. Seizing the opportunity while Bo Jingyan's tall figure obscured Bo Huilin's gaze, she shot him a fierce glare. In return, she was met with a mocking smile from Bo Jingyan. Observing his demeanor, Su Shi felt a surge of sadness. She was weary. If not for her grandfather, why must she endure this charade? If not for her grandfather, why should she tolerate such humiliation from him? Surely, there must be alternative means to safeguard her grandfather's emotions? Must she continue to be ensnared by Bo Jingyan, held captive merely for his amusement? Despite her mounting frustration, Su Shi suppressed her aversion and softened her tone, saying, "Jingyan, I am fine." With that, she naturally made her way toward Bo Huilin. Bo Huilin's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, causing Su Shi's heart to race with anxiety. If news of her pregnancy were to surface, she truly could not fathom the trials that lay ahead. She must not let Bo Jingyan discover it, nor could she allow Bo Huilin to know. One would certainly not wish for the child, while the other would undoubtedly insist on her keeping it, along with her. In that case, another vexing conflict would ensue, and she might find herself in a position of compromising her own desires for the sake of the child. She could not possibly endure a life of being a dutiful wife, turning a blind eye to her husband's infidelity. It is good that you are well. You young people often eat at irregular hours and indulge yourselves. You must be more cautious in the future. Otherwise, how will your body cope when you become pregnant? Bo Huilin remarked, his gaze lingering on Su Shi's abdomen. Sensing his scrutiny, Su Shi swiftly diverted the conversation. Bo Huilin nodded vigorously. Notably, this time he did not instruct Bo Jingyan to fetch anything, nor did he send anyone on his behalf. Su Shi, filled with suspicion, rose and remained silent for several seconds before exiting the hospital room. No sooner had she left than Bo Huilin instructed Bo Jingyan to check if she had walked far enough away. Bo Jingyan exchanged a glance with Chi outside the door, who signaled that Su Shi had indeed departed.
Subsequently, Bo Huilin whispered to Bo Jingyan.
Does she not realize something is amiss? What a fool you are. Bo Huilin cleared his throat and slowly sat beside him. What do you mean by that, grandfather? Bo Huilin lightly tapped his shiny forehead, half reproaching him. Are you not a descendant of the Bo family? How can you not recognize such obvious signs of pregnancy? Where have all those years of schooling gone? Bo Jingyan maintained an indifferent expression. He had already sensed his grandfather's suspicion, or perhaps certainty, regarding Su Shi's earlier bout of nausea. In relation to his grandfather, Bo Jingyan felt a closeness that surpassed even that with his own father. Yet, he refrained from disclosing his inner doubts to Bo Huilin. Grandfather, I've already checked, and it is not as you think. She merely has an upset stomach. The cunning Bo Huilin, with a glint in his eye, directly questioned, Are you certain? Bo Jingyan nodded affirmatively. However, Bo Huilin was not convinced and continued to interrogate him sternly. Be honest with me, what has transpired between you and Cece? You cannot be unaware of how affectionate she was towards me before. Not a day went by without her visiting me before I was hospitalized. And she often took me out for entertainment. How is it that now, when my health has declined and I am in the hospital, she has only come a few times? If there isn't an issue between you two, what else could it be? She merely enrolled in a photography class and is too busy with her studies. Look, today is her day off and she rushed here to see you, even taking the initiative to buy you pastries. What could possibly be wrong between us? Seeing that Bo Jingyan remained tight-lipped, Bo Huailin sighed, shook his head, and said, "Fine. I will temporarily believe you. However, do not let me discover that you are unkind to her. After all, she not only saved me but—"
Bo Huailin paused,
casting a complex gaze at Bo Jingyan, and after a long moment, continued, "Jingyan, heed your grandfather's advice and treat Cece well. She is a good girl. And you must trust my judgment." The corners of Bo Jingyan's mouth twitched, and after much hesitation, he gravely replied, "Grandfather, what if Cece is not as good as you think? What if her heart is not with me?" "Nonsense. If her heart is not with you, then to whom could it belong? Have you devoted all your mental faculties to business, neglecting to consider how Cece truly feels about you?" Before Bo Jingyan could respond, Bo Huailin sternly interrupted him. At that moment, Bo Jingyan hung his head, silent as a stone. Seeing his demeanor, Bo Huailin's frustration boiled over, and in a reproachful tone, he demanded, Chapter 31, "Clear your mind of these thoughts." With a fierce glare directed at Bo Jingyan, Bo Huailin continued with indignation, "Moreover, in order to conceal your marital status, have you ever worn your wedding ring even once? Every time I visit the Bo residence, Cece is by your side, asking if you would like tea or coffee. Even during dinner, she inquires not only about the cuisine but also about the seasoning, ensuring it aligns with your preferences." At this point, a wave of sadness washed over Bo Huailin, and his tone grew somber. "My foolish grandson, tell me, if this is what you call not having her in your heart, then what does it mean to truly cherish someone? It appears that it is not she who lacks feelings for you, but rather you who lack feelings for her. I have sincerely facilitated this union, yet it seems you are the one being wronged. If you are unwilling, you must express this openly and not hurt such a wonderful girl." Bo Jingyan was taken aback by his grandfather's barrage of reproaches. His grandfather was undoubtedly a shrewd man, so how could he be so deeply enamored by that girl?
Suonse?
Is she truly that remarkable? Slowly rising, Bo Jingyan poured a glass of water and handed it to Bo Huailin, speaking respectfully, "Grandfather, please do not be agitated. You are right, I will treat Cece better from now on." "That's more like it, you rascal." Relieved by Bo Jingyan's attitude, Bo Huailin took the cup and drank it down in one go. Susie gently placed the pastry box on the bedside and sat on the chair by the bed, gazing intently at Bo Huailin for a considerable time. "You came to see Grandpa. He is quite delighted." A voice, neither warm nor cold, came from behind her. Susie cast a fleeting glance at Bo Jingyan, then straightened the blanket covering Bo Huailin before slowly rising from the chair to leave. Bo Jingyan paused momentarily and followed her out. In the corridor, Susie sensed his presence trailing behind her and halted her steps. "Why did you deceive me into believing Grandpa's condition had relapsed?" She interrogated him, her eyes fixed on his. Bo Jingyan, hands tucked into his pockets, stood tall before her. "For Grandpa's sake. Seeing you will hasten his recovery." Upon hearing this, Susie's anger subsided by half. She felt inadequate towards her grandfather. He had always cherished her, and in his illness, she ought to have been by his side daily. Yet now, she found it impossible to visit him frequently. For his swift discharge, "I implore you to adhere to our previous agreement," she stated flatly, her tone resolute. She wished to avoid any further drama, especially since her grandfather was perfectly fine. If he truly wanted her to visit, wouldn't he simply say so? "What do you mean by impossible? Give me a reason," Bo Jingyan demanded, his gaze fixed intently on her, unwilling to relent. What was she afraid of? Was it merely the secret she bore within her? Susie met his icy stare. "Bo Jingyan, we no longer share any ties. Is it necessary for me to justify myself to you? Must you always be so sharp-tongued?" Bo Jingyan's eyes swept across her unadorned yet still exquisite face, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his otherwise calm tone. Susie chose silence, suddenly recalling the incident at the restaurant, and glared at him, saying, "Today at the restaurant your people assaulted someone. Either you apologize or letting she do it." Although she understood that getting Bo Jingyan to apologize was akin to an insurmountable challenge, she couldn't help but voice her indignation. "At the restaurant, I have already instructed Chi to handle the purchasing procedures. As for that man, he may find it difficult to navigate the capital in the future." Initially brimming with confidence, Susie was chilled by Bo Jingyan's words and the icy light radiating from his pupils, sending a shiver down her spine. Indeed, this was Bo Jingyan, the decisive figure, impervious to defiance.
"Boyingan.
If you dare to harm Ching, I will not let you off easily." Susie's eyes flared crimson as she spoke through gritted teeth. She knew he was a man of his word, If anything happened to Mu Qingqing, she would be the one bearing the guilt. What was she to do? Qingqing? A wild man has you addressing him so intimately? Bo Jingyan inquired, his tone unyielding. Susie regarded him, noticing the previously tense line of his jaw now curving into an enigmatic smile. Striving to maintain her composure, she replied as calmly as possible, Bo Jingyan. Mu Qingqing was my neighbor in childhood. He, like Shanshan, is akin to family. Please refrain from such casual insults and put away your authoritarian tendencies to bully others.
Oh.
Should you wish for me to grant him a reprieve, it is not impossible, provided you acquiesce to one condition. As Bo Jingyan spoke, he slowly approached Su Shi, ultimately cornering her against the wall before halting. Su Shi swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly as she inquired, what condition? Bo Jingyan's gaze gradually shifted from her face down to her abdomen, and then he leaned close to her ear, whispering, eliminate what resides within you. His deep voice resonated like a sound emerging from the depths of hell, seemingly piercing straight through Su Shi's heart. Eliminate? It felt as if he were suggesting the disposal of mere refuse, so nonchalantly. Su Shi's entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if electrified. He knew, he was aware of her pregnancy. Indeed, she had not been mistaken. He would either seize her child or compel her to terminate the pregnancy. 2 streams of tears cascaded down Su Shi's cheeks, tracing the pallor of her face and the dryness of her lips, dripping onto her icy fingertips. What's the matter? Are you reluctant? Bo Jingyan lifted her chin, squinting as he questioned her. Su Shi mustered all her strength to explain, you may have misunderstood. My nausea is merely due to a stomach ailment. Enough. Bo Jingyan's thunderous interruption cut through her words, as Su Shi gazed into his eyes, reddening with fury. For the first time, she perceived the terrifying nature of the man before her. Bo Jingyan, we are divorced. You possess no right to treat me this way, she retorted, her voice quivering. His cold voice echoed beside her once more, then await to see whether I possess this right. Su Shi swatted away his hand that gripped her chin, wiped her tears, and shouted, if you dare to act recklessly, I will call the police. I refuse to believe you wield such omnipotent influence. With that, she covered her mouth and fled, tears streaming down her fingers like a broken dam. Chapter 32. Were it not for the consideration of old Master Bo. What are your intentions? Throughout her journey, Su Shi felt as though she had lost her soul. She should have known that everything could not remain concealed from him. Whenever he sought the truth, he would invariably uncover it. His indifference and ruthlessness matched her expectations perfectly. What should she do? When Bo Jingyan became unhinged, he would spare no one, disregarding all. In deciding to protect the life within her, she had resolved to safeguard them with utmost diligence. Now, what was to be done? She should not have provoked him earlier. She ought to have thought more of the child, keeping as far from him as possible. Qingqing, are you alright? Su Shi concealed her anxious emotions, hurriedly placing down her bag, changing her shoes, and approaching him. I tried to call you after leaving the restaurant, but you didn't answer. I'm sorry, Qingqing, I've brought you trouble. Mu Qingqing slowly rose from the sofa, gazing at her intently for a while. I'm fine, no need to worry. Why do you look so pale? Has he troubled you? Or has something occurred? As she spoke, Mu Qingqing's tone shifted, brimming with discontent, as if she were poised to confront Bo Jingyan immediately. Su Shi shook her head, feeling somewhat fatigued as she sank onto the sofa. Without him, that person feels as though the entire world should revolve around him. Were it not for the consideration of Grandfather Bo, Mu Qingqing also sat down. Noticing that Su Shi had paused, she inquired with genuine concern, if it weren't for Grandfather Bo, what are your plans? Su Shi was momentarily taken aback, the threat from Bo Jingyan still swirling in her mind. She made a concerted effort to suppress her emotions and change the subject, saying, if it weren't for Grandfather, I wouldn't need to see him again. Let's not discuss this any further. Qingqing, at present, I simply wish to find employment. My pregnancy is nearing 3 months, and I've heard that the body stabilizes around this time. I still have a few months to work before giving birth. Shi, why do you burden yourself so? Mu Qingqing began, feeling her words might seem abrupt, so she quickly added, and there's Shan. We are all your support. We are friends, but more than mere friends, are we not? Su Shi fell silent for a moment and replied, Qingqing, just consider that I fear idleness will lead me to overthink, all right? Her tone was gentle, yet imbued with a hint of determination. She did not wish to depend on anyone or become a burden to others, even if she regarded them as her closest confidants. Mu Qingqing gazed at her with tender concern and finally said, Shi, if that is the case, then I will support you. However, you must remember, whenever you need assistance, I will always be by your side. Mu Qingqing's heartfelt words moved Su Shi, yet they also made her feel slightly uneasy. In a sense, she felt indebted to Mu Qingqing. Just as Su Shi was about to speak again, Her phone buzzed with a message notification. She took out her phone to check. It was 2 messages from her senior. He see you. She, your method is truly remarkable. Look, Keek's shooting this afternoon went smoothly. Also, did you offend someone? I inquired at the HR department, and, during your interview, a person surnamed and called in, seemingly with considerable influence, pressuring the Ingwang studio to specifically reject you. Holding her phone, She furrowed her brow, her thoughts adrift. Surnamed in? Besides knowing in Chi, who else could it be? If it isn't she, then it must have been under Bo Jingyan's orders. But why would Bo Jingyan undermine her opportunity to work? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her fingertips began to tremble slightly.
Mu Qingcheng.
Noticing She's gradually darkening expression, asked with concern, She, whose message is that? What has happened? She hesitated for a moment before handing her phone to Mu Qingcheng, saying, This is from a senior of mine. I encountered her today at the Ingwang studio during my interview. It went quite well until the interviewer received a phone call and subsequently rejected me. Do you think the person surnamed and could be in Chi? Mu Qingcheng scrutinized the screen, her brow furrowing in response. It's difficult to say, theoretically. Bo Jingyan has no reason to prevent you from working there. She suddenly recalled Look Keek, who was shooting an advertisement there. Qingcheng. Could it be that Look Keek has a contract with Ingwang Studio? Mu Qingcheng abruptly turned off her phone screen and comforted her. She offered an apologetic smile and explained. Mu Qingcheng replied, Of course, your works are truly commendable. I am not merely flattering you. In the entire capital, the studios are at your disposal. However, given your current health condition, it would be wise to stick with acquaintances. Otherwise, Shanshan would be worried, wouldn't she? She nodded, feeling relieved. Mu Qingcheng suddenly inquired. She, what transpired with that first message? She frowned. Luaka Ko made things difficult for the senior. I merely suggested that the senior indirectly inform Luaka Ko that Bo Jingyan would visit the filming site, and then Luaka Ko obediently transformed into a demure lady. As She spoke, she couldn't help but recall the person who called the interviewer. Was it truly Bo Jingyan who, out of consideration for Luaka Ko, prevented her from entering the fluorescent studio? She had no business concerning their relationship, but what right did he have to interfere with her work? Did he take pleasure in her struggles? Or was he deliberately attempting to drive her to despair? Nevertheless, from today's conversation, it was apparent that Bo Jingyan was capable of such actions. Chapter 33. Today, I shall consider you as a person who has perished. At that moment, Gu Shanshan entered with a multitude of groceries, chatting away as she changed her shoes. Qingcheng informed me about today's events. Has that scoundrel Bo Jingyan caused you any trouble? And what about that old man Bo? She rose from the sofa and approached Gu Shanshan to take the bags from her hands. However, Gu Shanshan shot her a warning glance, one that carried a parental reproach. Qingcheng, come and take this. Gu Shanshan handed the bags to Mu Qingcheng. It's nothing. It's just that old man Bo misses me too much, which is why he sent someone to pick me up. Perhaps it is because he recently divorced and feels unsettled seeing me with another man, leading to this uproar. Unsettled? What is his relationship with that Luaka Ko? Gu Shanshan immediately grew furious. Tomorrow, I will confront Bo Jingyan and demand an apology for Qingcheng. She was taken aback and replied sternly, Shanshan.
Please do not seek him out.
I wish to sever ties with him. She could not allow Gu Shanshan to confront him. Given Shanshan's temperament, she would undoubtedly berate Bo Jingyan, and he would not let Shanshan off easily. Seeing She's unease, Mu Qingcheng quickly interjected. Men fighting is hardly an excuse to demand an apology at their doorstep. It is solely my inadequacy that I could not contend with that in Chi. Let this matter rest, Shanshan, and do not add to Shi's troubles. Hearing Mu Qingcheng's words, Gu Shanshan rolled her eyes and replied, Fine. If the parties involved are unconcerned, then so be it. However, Qingcheng, in the future, avoid any direct confrontations with Bo Jingyan. That scoundrel might resort to underhanded tactics against you. After finishing her statement, Gu Shanshan sank into the sofa and turned to Shi. By the way, Shi, from now on, you should refrain from eating out. It's unhealthy. I will take charge of your meals. As Shi observed the genuine concern in their eyes and the tenderness in their words, her eyes grew misty with emotion. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt that she had caused them too much trouble. If she expressed this, it might instill fear in them. With this thought, Shi held back her tears and nodded gratefully. The next day, Gu Shanshan left early. After finishing her breakfast, Shi anxiously listened for any sounds at the door. According to Bo Jingyan's words from the previous day, might he send someone to take her away? It was not until around 9 o'clock that she heard no commotion. Allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, perhaps he had merely spoken in anger the day before. Shi took out her phone and sent a message to Mu Qingcheng. He will be landing at noon. I will greet him at the airport and let you know. When she opened her door, Two tall figures startled her. However, one of the men blocked her path. "Miss Sushi, please come with us." Nervously, Sushi raised her head to scrutinize them. They certainly resembled professional bodyguards. "I am not. You have the wrong person," she insisted. Just as her words fell, one of them produced a phone and held it out to her. She leaned in to look, and as he scrolled through the pages, it was filled with Mu Qingqing's personal information. Sushi immediately understood. These two were undoubtedly sent by Bo Jingyan, using the detailed investigation into Mu Qingqing as a means to threaten her. What was she to do? Was he truly going to take away her child? "Please, Miss Sushi," the man urged nonchalantly. Sushi, observing the two sturdy men before her, felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. If she resisted, what might they do to her? With this thought, Sushi attempted to push past the man in front of her, but he remained unmoving. As she tried to retreat down the corridor, the other man swiftly blocked her path. Sushi glared at both of them in displeasure, questioning, "Did Bo Jingyan send you? I warn you, his actions are already illegal, and so are yours." As her words echoed, the two men exchanged glances before each seized one of her arms and began to escort her toward the elevator. With her feet off the ground, Sushi hesitated to struggle too forcefully, glancing from side to side at the men, and shouted in displeasure, "Let go of me." When they ignored her, she yelled again, "Help! Someone else being harmed." The bodyguards merely paused momentarily, but continued their forward march. Unfortunately, the elevator was empty, and Sushi was effortlessly ushered into the vehicle. She pounded on the car window for quite some time, but the two in the front seat acted like mere machines, unresponsive to her pleas. It was only then that she noticed her bag had also been taken from her. After what felt like an eternity of anxiety, the car finally came to a halt. Sushi looked at the dimly lit garage, contemplating how she might escape. The two bodyguards had already pulled her from the car. Desperate, she scanned her surroundings, hoping to see someone passing by, but not a soul was in sight. Thus, defenseless, she was led upstairs. Upon reaching a certain floor, doctors and nurses were already waiting there. Susie surveyed her surroundings, noting that the hospital's decor and ambience were indistinguishable from the one where Bo Huilin resided. It was likely the very hospital where Bo Huilin was admitted, yet this floor exuded an eerie tranquility, as if it were not open to the public. She had not encountered Bo Jingyan in person. Suddenly, Susie halted, fixing her gaze on the two bodyguards beside her, and coldly inquired, "Where is Bo Jingyan?" "Miss Susie, please accompany the doctors and nurses for your examination. Master Bo is en route," they replied. After assessing the physician in front of her and without a well-formed strategy, she feigned compliance and followed them for the examination. Once a series of pre-operative tests were concluded, she was led to a door. Susie paused, slowly lifting her head to fixate on the ominous words "surgical room" emblazoned in crimson, her body involuntarily trembling. Her gaze trailed upwards from the shoes to reveal Bo Jingyan's tall figure standing before her, his chiseled features etched with an icy demeanor, more aptly described as heartless.
Boyingan.
"Our marriage contract signifies farewell. Today, I shall consider you as good as dead." Chapter 34. If you do not comply, I shall perish here. She neither pleaded nor struggled, merely locking her eyes onto him with a look of enmity. Bo Jingyan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as his piercing gaze scrutinized the woman before him. Her lips curled into a smile, one of resolve, yet fractured. Before Bo Jingyan could utter a word, Susie shot him another look of hatred and boldly pushed through the door into the surgical room, followed closely by several doctors and nurses. As Susie stepped inside, she swiftly searched for the surgical instruments. Upon locating her target, she awaited the moment the door closed behind the medical staff and then advanced with alacrity, seizing a scalpel and pressing it against her neck. Perhaps due to Susie's previously cooperative demeanor, the medical personnel were utterly taken aback by her sudden action. Just as they were about to scream, Susie shouted hoarsely, "If anyone dares to make a sound or leave this room, I will immediately sever my carotid artery." The group exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and alarm. They were well aware of Bo Jingyan's status and speculated that this woman might be pregnant with his child, seeking a clandestine abortion. During the examination, they learned she was carrying 3 babies, which evoked their sympathy. Given her silent compliance from the moment she arrived at the hospital, none had anticipated she was being coerced. While they were compensated for their services, none wished to become embroiled in a situation that could lead to loss of life. Thus, they covered their mouths, refraining from uttering another sound, while simultaneously gesturing to Susie, urging her to lower the scalpel. Susie regarded them coldly and commanded, "Turn on the operating lights." Her gaze swept over the group as she icily queried, "Do you know Bo Huilin on the 3rd floor?" They nodded vigorously. Who among them would not recognize the grandfather of Bo Jingyan? Though her words were menacing, his influence could indeed jeopardize their professional futures. Observing their expressions, Susie felt a flicker of courage and maintained her grip on the scalpel as she continued speaking. How long will this procedure take? And how long will I need to remain here? Once it is completed, inform Bo Jingyan of the outcome. Should he seek accountability in the future, his grandfather, Bo Huailin, will advocate on your behalf. If you fail to comply, I shall perish right here. With these words, Sushi once again pressed the scalpel against her neck. The individuals present exchanged fearful glances, paralyzed by uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, one of them hesitantly spoke. Miss Su, however, our procedures must be documented on video. President Bo has instructed us to provide him with a recording of the operation. Su Shi's hand trembled. She had not anticipated his heart to be so unyielding. He was resolute in his intention to extinguish her childless life. Perhaps her shaking was so severe that the sharp blade inadvertently grazed her neck. Blood immediately streaming down her pristine shirt. Miss, you are bleeding. Please set down the scalpel. It is too perilous. Yes, if you wish to preserve your child, you must cherish your own life. If you were to accidentally sever an artery, not even a deity could save you. The group urged her, voices overlapping. As one middle-aged female doctor, choked with emotion, implored, Dear girl, I too am a woman and have suffered the loss of a child. Until now, we were unaware of your coercion. Regarding the surgical video, I can find a solution. Please lower the knife. We will comply with your wishes. Just put it down. Trembling involuntarily, Sushi panted slightly as she observed the group from a distance. She remained skeptical of their intentions, knowing full well that Bo Jingyan had likely compensated them handsomely. For some, humanity pales in the face of wealth. Enduring the pain in her neck, she gradually distanced the scalpel. Supporting herself against the edge of the operating table, she spoke in a low voice, If you release my children today, it will be a deed of great virtue. You will become my benefactors, and in time, I shall repay you. As she spoke, her voice quivered significantly. She understood that such words might hold little weight, yet she yearned to evoke their sympathy and awaken the conscience of the medical practitioners. Noticing that they remained cautiously at a distance, she slowly began to lower her guard. The female doctor spoke again. Do not become overly agitated. It may harm the fetus. Please sit down for a moment. Allow me to tend to your wound, if you will. Su Shi immediately shook her head, retrieving a piece of gauze from the nearby medical tray and gently applying it to her injury. Thus, the group stood at the foot of the bed, while Su Shi sat on a chair beside the head of the bed. The standoff persisted until the end of the surgical time frame, at which point Su Shi gestured for them to extinguish the operating lights and open the door. As they turned off the lights, a heavy weight lifted from her heart. Scalding tears began to stream down her cheeks. She caressed her abdomen, choked with emotion, whispering, Babies. Mommy has prevailed. Just before the door opened, the middle-aged doctor softly cautioned. Uncertain whether Mr. Bo would arrive, it was advised that you lie on the bed, feigning the aftermath of surgery. With tear-streaked cheeks, Sushi raised her gaze and, after a few moments of hesitation, grasped the scalpel and reclined on the operating table. When the doctor approached to cover her with a blanket, Sushi remained vigilant, her eyes fixed on the physician. Only when she confirmed that the woman before her was genuinely well-intentioned did Sushi slowly remove the bracelet from her wrist and present it to the doctor. This belongs to Mr. Bo Huailin's grandfather. Please keep it. Should Bo Jingyan trouble you, show him this, and he will spare you. The doctor gently accepted the token.
Patting Su Yi's shoulder reassuringly.
Very well. You should rest easy for now. I will do my utmost to prevent Mr. Bo from entering. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sushi watched as they departed, and once the door closed anew, an overwhelming urge to sleep enveloped her, for the morning had been exceedingly harrowing. After covering her neck, she had barely shut her eyes when she heard a sound at the door. Turning her head to glance, she beheld the tall figure of Bo Jingyan standing at the entrance. After a brief pause, he strolled toward her. Approaching the operating table, he placed Sushi's bag on a nearby chair and produced a card, laying it beside her arm. This cooperation is beneficial for all. The funds on this card are for your recovery. Sushi's gaze flitted over his imposing figure. Observing the woman before him in her disheveled state, Bo Jingyan's eyes darkened. His brow furrowed. Su Shi, cease the charade. Her voice faltered as she regarded him with a playful expression, laughing softly as she queried, Bo Jingyan, with 3 fetuses. Is the money on this card sufficient? Bo Jingyan replied coolly, It is enough for your recuperation. But is it enough to atone for the transgressions you have committed? After a moment of slight surprise, he glanced at her abdomen and, deliberately shifting the subject, inquired, I instructed the doctor to manage the anesthesia carefully. It isn't painful. Is it? Are there any lingering discomforts? She smiled again, this time silently, her expression laced with disdain. Once her amusement subsided, she fixed her hollow gaze upon Bo Jingyan and spoke deliberately. Bo Jingyan, let this be our final parting. We are irreconcilable foes. Now, leave this place. Chapter 35. What connections brought you here? She refrained from sharing the events at the hospital with Mu Qingcheng and Gu Xianshan. Instead, she feigned physical discomfort to postpone her meeting with Mu Qingcheng's friend from the photography studio. After she had regained her composure, she succumbed to the persistent urging of Mu Qingcheng and Gu Xianshan, and thus, Sushi entered the dream shadow studio of Mu Qingcheng's acquaintance. That morning, as she settled at her workstation, she overheard someone exclaim joyfully, "You may not know yet, but Li Xinyue has secured a contract with the Bo Group. It pertains to the launch of a new handbag from one of its subsidiaries. This contract was previously coveted by the Yinguang studio. Li Xinyue is truly remarkable. The Bo Group? Why does his name seem to echo everywhere? However, matters concerning the subsidiaries of such a conglomerate are surely beneath the notice of a dignified president like him." Susie began to ponder the name Li Xinyue, increasingly convinced it sounded familiar, yet she scanned the entire office and failed to spot any recognizable faces. She leaned slightly and quietly inquired of the colleague at the adjacent workstation, "Is Li Xinyue a senior photographer?" The girl beside her seemed reluctant to engage, merely casting a brief glance in Susie's direction and silently nodding. The individual who had spoken earlier resumed, "Li Xinyue mentioned that this project is demanding. She expressed a willingness to mentor newcomers. You fresh recruits should hurry and seek her out." Observing a few individuals rise, Susie contemplated following suit, but upon realizing it was a project from the Bo family, she feigned ignorance. Given that the photography involved bags, it likely required both subjects and objects in the frame, a task she felt ill-equipped to undertake. Moreover, as a newcomer, she would likely be assigned menial tasks. As Susie's thoughts drifted, Han Yuming placed a folder on her desk, stating, "Cece, you'll be responsible for this. It needs to be completed in 3 days at studio number 3. "Understood, boss," she replied. Han Yuming smiled and added, "No need for formality with me. You can simply call me Yuming from now on." Susie, observing his sincere demeanor, felt somewhat conflicted. Although Han Yuming was a close friend of Mu Qingcheng, this was still a workplace. She already felt she had entered through connections, and addressing her superior in such a manner seemed inappropriate. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned in slightly and lowered her voice. "During work hours, I shall continue to refer to you as boss." Han Yuming responded with a gentle smile, "As you wish. If you feel fatigued, do not hesitate to take a break. It's of no concern." Both Han Yuming and Mu Qingcheng shared similar statures. They were tall and robust, each possessing varying degrees of handsomeness. Susie had previously encountered their charisma and eloquence. Suddenly, she entertained the notion of introducing Han Yuming to Gu Xianshan. With this thought, a warm smile unconsciously graced her lips. "What? Are you also smitten with our young and handsome boss?" A voice beside her interrupted, causing Susie to momentarily freeze. Initially assuming it was a jest, she sensed the ambiguous expression on the speaker's face suggested otherwise. Susie parted her lips, but chose not to respond. Furrowing her brow, she recognized the girl from the adjacent workstation who had spoken to her earlier. "Give it back," Susie said coolly as she reached for the folder. However, the girl turned abruptly, her back to Susie, and began to sift through the documents with haste. Susie felt bewildered. How could someone behave in such a manner? Due to physical constraints, she refrained from pursuing her for the folder. Moments later, the girl, having finished, tossed the folder onto Susie's desk, her tone laced with bitterness. "What connections did you leverage to get in? You've barely arrived and the boss assigns you independent work, and it's the easiest kind at that. Do you even realize that in our Dream Shadow studio, only mid-level and senior photographers are entitled to handle independent assignments?" With a measured pace, Susie picked up the folder, casting a faint glance at the girl, her tone neither warm nor cold as she replied. She believed that by delivering a perfunctory remark and avoiding conflicts with others, they would amusingly cease their engagement. To her surprise, the girl retorted, "Like us, we have all entered through rigorous selection, but I have yet to ascertain which interview you successfully navigated." A smile curled on Susie's lips as she produced a document from her bag and tossed it onto the girl's desk. The girl stared at the document in a daze. The prominent title specially appointed senior photographer strikingly clear, accompanied by numerous certificates and refreshing photographs of her works. Moments later, someone called out, and Susie noticed many individuals rising from their workstations. Following their gaze, she looked into the distance and, upon seeing Li Xinyue's face, she suddenly recalled her. Li Xinyue was in the same grade as Hsiu but attended a different class, having also won numerous awards for her photographic works, albeit slightly less than Hsiu. As Li Xinyue approached the office area, she was quickly surrounded by a throng of admirers. Susie overheard their excited chatter. "Xinyue, you are incredible to have secured a project from the fluorescent studio. Indeed, Sister Xinyue, you are now the pillar of our Dream Shadow studio. Please teach us how you accomplished this. As Suzy listened, she observed Li Xinhua, whose neat short hair and alluring figure exuded confidence, and her eyes, now sharper and more astute than during their school days. Standing poised amidst the crowd, she calmly began to speak. You flatter me. My work simply surpasses that of He See You from the fluorescent studio, and I was fortunate to catch the attention of the manager from the Bow family. Everyone should strive to improve. Li Xinyue's tone, while initially sounding modest, was laced with a subtle comparison to He See You and pride in her own achievements. Sister Xinyue, I heard you can bring along newcomers. May I ask if the few newcomers who went to the studio to find you earlier will be accompanying you? Upon hearing this, Li Xinyue's brow slightly furrowed, her gaze sweeping over the newcomers before surveying the office area. Moments later, Suzy was taken aback as Li Xinyue approached her desk. Chapter 36, I apologize? You a newcomer?
Huh.
You are also new? Li Xinyue stood before Suzy's desk, her tone tinged with condescension. Yes, Suzy replied politely. Standing up as a newcomer, Li Xinyue extended her right hand toward Suzy. Do you have your credentials? Let me see. After a brief hesitation, Suzy handed over the document she had shown to the neighboring girl. Li Xinyue flipped through it, nodding in approval. Not bad. You're the one.
Come with me.
Startled, Suzy followed Li Xinyue into her office under the watchful eyes of the others. Once inside, Li Xinyue settled into her chair and casually addressed Suzy. Please have a seat. You just arrived today, correct? Judging by your work, you appear to be an experienced photographer. I trust you are familiar with the workings on set? Suzy nodded in affirmation. Li Xinyue continued speaking. As a newcomer, attending on-site learning is one aspect, but one cannot simply refrain from undertaking any tasks. It is likely that one must assist with duties typically assigned to an assistant. Upon hearing these words, Suzy furrowed her brow. She was acutely aware of the arduousness that accompanies the role of a photographer's assistant. Not only must one aid in the transportation, installation, and adjustment of photographic equipment, but one may also be required to assist in the construction of shooting sets, arrange props, and help models change outfits, among other tasks. Every single responsibility demands physical exertion. Suzy instantly thought of the few lives she carried within her, and whether deemed overly sensitive or ungrateful, she truly could not manage such tasks at this time. I apologize. Photographer Lee, I sincerely appreciate your regard for me, but due to my health issues, I fear I am unable to perform physically demanding tasks. I did inform the employer of this when I was hired. Upon hearing Suzy's refusal, Li Xinyue's expression began to sour, and she was clearly disinterested in Suzy's subsequent words. I have always said that newcomers like you are merely being dramatic, refusing this and that, yet still hoping to achieve greatness one day. Noticing the unabashed disdain on Li Xinyue's face, Suzy was momentarily taken aback. She had heard of Li Xinyue's formidable temperament from Siyu. However, she had not anticipated such directness in her words. Photographer Lee, that is a prejudice of yours. I am simply unwell. My apologies, but I must attend to other matters. As soon as Suzy's words fell, Li Xinyue stepped forward. Are you truly leaving like this? What about my reputation? Li Xinyue glared at Suzy with a challenging tone. Suzy's gaze remained calm as it traversed Li Xinyue's face, and after a brief pause, she replied, If you apologize for your earlier remarks, I will inform others that I did not pass your assessment and that you may select another candidate. Apologize? To a newcomer like you?
Li Xinyue lauga dari Sibeli.
Who was this mere photographer to speak to her, a pillar of the studio, in such a manner? With a piercing glare, she commanded, When you leave, state that you lack the necessary abilities. Do you understand? Seeing her aggressive demeanor, Suzy maintained her composure and replied, I understand, but I cannot comply. You. Just as Li Xinyue raised her finger to point at Suzy, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Who dares enter without knocking? Hearing the door's disturbance, Li Xinyue did not even glance aside, her focus still fixed on Suzy as she harshly admonished the intruder. What is it that has provoked such ire in the esteemed photographer Li? Han Yuming strode in with his hand casually tucked in his pocket, giving Suzy a slight nod before turning his attention to Li Xinyue. At that moment, Li Xinyue's expression transformed into one of humility, her face adorned with an exceedingly gentle smile as she addressed Han Yuming. Ah, Mr. Han, what brings you here? Has Miss Suzy committed some error?
Han Yumning,
with his finger brushing against his brow, did not engage with Li Xinyue's inquiries, but directly posed his own questions. Li Xinyue's mind raced as she weighed Han Yuming's tone while speculating about his attitude toward Suzy. No, Suzy's work appears quite extraordinary. As a matter of fact, I selected her, a newcomer, for the project from the list of potential candidates. Just earlier, we had a slight disagreement due to differing viewpoints. After Li Xinyue spoke, she quickly exchanged a gentle glance with Suzy, saying, Isn't that right, Suzy? Suzy blinked, her gaze shifting between the two for a moment before she replied, Indeed, Mr. Han, we were just discussing work matters. Han Yumming furrowed his brow, nodding in a seemingly understanding manner. All right then, are we finished? If so, Susie, please come to my office. Sure, Mr. Han, Susie responded. With Han Yumming present, Li Xingyue refrained from lingering on the previous dispute and respectfully saw the two out. Upon arriving at Han Yumming's office, he candidly stated, Susie, I just heard someone mention that Li Xingyue chose you. So I hurried over and listened at the door for a while. He paused momentarily before continuing. Why didn't you speak up earlier? Susie smiled lightly, Yumming. Since there's no one else here, may I call you that? Her casual remark eased Han Yumming's furrowed brow, and he nodded with a soft smile.
Inviting her to seat.
As Susie settled onto the sofa, she explained, firstly, given my current condition, I already feel a bit uneasy about your willingness to accommodate me. Secondly, I perceive Li Xingyue to be quite decisive, and I doubt my ability to meet her expectations, feeling it would be pretentious for a newcomer like me. After listening patiently to Susie's numerous reasons, Han Yumming replied, You are kind-hearted. However, Li Xingyue has a rather proud disposition and can be quite blunt. I advise you to keep your distance from her to avoid being provoked by her words. Moreover, considering your health, focus on the tasks I assign you. Ignore whatever others might ask of you. Your assistant is filtering through requests and will finalize arrangements by tomorrow. Thank you, Yumming. I truly appreciate your help, Susie expressed, feeling a bit guilty for the apparent favoritism she received so soon after joining. Han Yumming noticed the hint of guilt in her eyes and waved his hand dismissively, reassuringly saying, With me, there's no need for formality. You and Xingqing have known each other since childhood. He's a good friend of mine. And you are also a dear friend. Should you encounter any difficulties here, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Remember, your health comes first. I look forward to seeing you thrive and create wonders for my studio. Listening to Han Yumming's courteous words, Susie felt a warmth in her heart, but simultaneously sensed she owed even more to Mu Qingqing. Fortunately, that day at the hospital, Bo Jingyan mistakenly believed the doctor had terminated the pregnancy, thus refraining from troubling Mu Qingqing further. Otherwise, she would have carried that guilt for a lifetime. Chapter 37. Speak. Why harm Susie? 2 days later, having thoroughly familiarized herself with the tasks assigned by Han Yumming, Susie quickly devised a shooting plan. Sister Cece, may I address you in this manner? As Susie adjusted the lens, she noticed her assistant, Xiaoyan, treating her with utmost respect, to which she responded with a warm smile. Of course, Xiaoyan, you've worked hard today. It's already noon. We should go for lunch. While helping to tidy up some items, Xiaoyan replied, All right, Sister Cece. Are you going out to eat or to our cafeteria? I brought a lunchbox, Susie said. The thought of the lunchbox warmed her heart. It was prepared by Gu Shanshan, who had repeatedly promised to make her meals whenever she wasn't on a business trip. After a brief moment of contemplation, Susie inquired, Do we still have a cafeteria here? Yes, we do. Our cafeteria is neither too big nor too small, and it offers a variety of dishes that are quite tasty. Although they do charge. It's much cheaper than eating out. Furthermore, the kitchen and dining area are separated by glass windows, providing a clear view of the cleanliness inside, which is reassuring. Xiaoyan explained in one breath. Listening to Xiaoyan's enthusiastic description, Susie's lips curled into a smile.
Thank you.
I'll accompany you to the cafeteria another day. For now, I'll stick with my lunchbox. With that, the two made their way from the studio to the work area. Xiaoyan volunteered, Sister Cece, just wait at your workstation. I'll go heat your meal. I saw your lunchbox when I put drinks in the fridge this morning, so I know which one is yours. Before Susie could refuse, Xiaoyan had already dashed off. As Susie settled at her workstation, she found herself momentarily lost in thought, recalling how much Xiaoyan resembled her younger self, running around the Su family, eager to please everyone. It touched her heart that someone so newly acquainted treated her with such kindness. Yet, in contrast, her relentless efforts at the Su family over the years seemed to go unnoticed. With a sigh, she pondered this disparity. A few minutes later, Xiaoyan rushed back, a look of panic on her face, holding a crooked lunchbox. Once she steadied herself before Susie, she stammered, I'm so sorry, Sister Cece. I accidentally dropped the lunchbox, and the food spilled everywhere. I'm truly sorry. Susie smiled wryly and scrutinized Xiaoyan, who was dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, resembling a fresh graduate. It's all right. This gives us the perfect excuse to go to the cafeteria together. She gently placed the lunchbox on the table, soothing Xiaoyan's concerns. With her hands nervously rubbing together, Xiaoyan hung her head like a child who had misbehaved. I'm sorry, Sister Cece. Do you think I'm useless? I swear I was fully focused at work. I rushed to use the microwave, wanting you to eat as soon as possible, and then I collided with someone while hurrying. That's a trivial matter. Did you get hurt? Susie's gentle voice interrupted as she took Xiaoyan's hand to check on her. Xiaoyan shook her head. Sister Cece, you're so kind. Let us go. Today's meal is on me. And tomorrow, I'll buy you a particularly beautiful lunchbox. Susie chuckled softly and shook her head in response, following Xiaoyan towards the cafeteria. Xiaoyan cheerfully took 2 trays and handed one to Sushi. Perhaps due to their differing tastes, Xiaoyan ventured into the meat section, while Sushi craved something lighter. Consequently, the two parted ways to explore different areas. Sushi's gaze was captivated by the exquisite dishes displayed in the showcase when, unexpectedly, a large hand grasped her arm with no warning. Before she could utter a sound of surprise, her body was forcibly pulled aside. The cacophony of crashing bowls and trays echoed throughout the hall as they fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Amidst the chaos, Sushi looked up and locked eyes with the person who had yanked her. Mu Qingcheng, what are you doing here? Confusion filled her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. Mu Qingcheng was gazing intently at a spot not far away, his expression serious, with a hint of anger. He commanded in a low voice, Sushi, stay here and don't move. Without further explanation, he swiftly crossed in front of Sushi and approached the area where the tray had fallen. There, a girl who had stumbled was struggling to rise from the floor. Mu Qingcheng's steps were resolute as he stood before her, his sharp gaze fixed on the girl.
Speak.
Why did you target Sushi? Who instigated you? His cold voice reached Sushi's ears, prompting her to glance around. Numerous staff members had halted their meal selection. Captivated by the unfolding scene, the girl on the ground soon began to weep, her face a picture of grievance, as she feigned innocence. Who are you? How dare you accuse me? It was clearly the slippery floor that caused my fall. How can you fabricate such lies? Mu Qingcheng scoffed, slowly advancing toward the girl. He leaned close and murmured a few words into her ear, causing her complexion to drain of color instantaneously. It appeared that his words had instilled a deep shock and fear in her, as her body visibly trembled. With an annoyed glance, Mu Qingcheng straightened up and strolled back to Sushi's side. He took her arm gently, his voice softening as he said, Come, I'll take you out for a meal. Just as Sushi was about to inquire about the recent events, Xiaoyan rushed over from a distance. Sushi, are you hurt? What just happened? I heard a loud noise from afar. I'm fine, Xiaoyan. It was merely someone who accidentally fell. Following Sushi's gaze, Xiaoyan looked toward the girl, who had just risen and was wiping soup stains from her clothing, casting furtive glances in Sushi's direction. Those eyes seemed to recognize Sushi. Yet they also reflected fear and resentment. Sushi furrowed her brow. What could this possibly mean? She did not know this girl at all. Recalling Mu Qingcheng's stern demeanor toward the girl, it was evident that something more was afoot. As Sushi pondered this perplexity, she was already being led away by Mu Qingcheng. Chapter 38. How malicious. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Mu Qingcheng ensured Sushi was seated comfortably before ordering a plethora of nutritious dishes. Only then did he broach the subject of the earlier incident. Is that girl named Xiao Xinxin? Susie shook her head in doubt. They seem unfamiliar. For now, I only know a few people around my workstation. What's the matter? Qingcheng Mu, pouring her a glass of water, replied, It's nothing serious. I came specifically to check on whether your work is too taxing. While walking in the corridor, I inadvertently overheard a conversation in the stairwell. Someone was instructing that Xiao Xinxin to trip you up. The details were unclear. I wanted to see who was involved, but that Xiao Xinxin came out on her own. When I went in, there was no one else present. Hearing this, Susie furrowed her brow. Could a stranger really wish her harm? Why would that be? She had just started working today, and hadn't he offended anyone? While Susie pondered this, she suddenly recalled what Qingcheng had said to the girl moments ago, which had caused her to turn pale. Qingcheng, what did you say to that girl named Xiao Xinxin? I instructed her to apologize to you after work and reveal who is behind her actions. If not, I would ensure she struggles to survive in this industry. Qingcheng stated with a serious expression, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. After a moment of hesitation, Susie nodded, understanding now why the girl had appeared so distressed. However, if someone was indeed manipulating Xiao Xinxin, it was likely she was coerced rather than acting out of her own volition. At that moment, Qingcheng continued, I heard Han Yuming mention that Li Xinyu spoke disrespectfully to you. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Susie's heart. She hadn't expected Qingcheng to be so attentive to her work situation. Han Yuming must have detailed the incident with Li Xinyu to him. Susie smiled gently, Qingcheng, it's nothing to worry about. As someone who just parachuted in, it's natural for some to feel discontent. Moreover, colleagues need time to adjust to one another. As she spoke, her thoughts wandered back to her resume, and she curiously inquired, by the way, did you prepare that resume for me? Her tone carried a touch of gratitude, had it not been for that resume silencing the girl beside her. Who knew how arrogant she would have been in front of Susie? Qingcheng smiled faintly and nodded. Though I crafted the resume, everything within it is truthful, with no embellishments. By the way, if Li Xinhua troubles you again, do let me know, or you can speak to Han Yuming directly. Qingcheng, I'm here to work. You're making me feel like a student with a guardian, Suzy replied. Seeing Suzy in a lighter mood brought considerable comfort to Qingcheng. When he rushed to Gu Shanshan's home to see Suzy, her expression was utterly desolate, as though she had suffered a grave blow, refusing to speak no matter the questions posed. Only upon witnessing her smile and laughter today did Qingcheng feel a significant sense of relief. Reflecting on this, he earnestly advised, Cici, always remember that you are in a unique situation. If anyone tries to manipulate or bully you, do not let them provoke you, nor engage in direct confrontations. Report any issues to Han Yuming or me immediately. Do you understand? Suzy gazed at the sumptuous dishes being served by the waiter, feeling a warm sensation in her heart as she listened to Mu Qingcheng's words. She slowly replied, Qingcheng, I can take care of myself. Your company is so busy, and yet you have gone out of your way to attend to my matters.
I feel quite guilty about it.
Fortunately, I came here, otherwise, what would have happened if that Qiao Xinxin had knocked you down again? Have you considered the consequences? After work, I will wait for you in the parking lot to clarify this matter, Mu Qingcheng stated. Upon hearing this, Suzy felt a chill run down her spine, and quickly agreed. When the workday concluded, Mu Qingcheng sent her a text to meet in the garage. By the time Suzy finished packing her belongings and arrived, she saw Mu Qingcheng standing beside her car, with Qiao Xinxin standing a short distance away. As Suzy approached, Qiao Xinxin lowered her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Suzy cast a cursory glance at her before shifting her gaze back to Mu Qingcheng, who nodded at her and addressed Qiao Xinxin in a neutral tone. Would you prefer to settle this here, or in a different location? Let us change the venue, Qiao Xinxin suggested. Without hesitation, Mu Qingcheng opened the car door and allowed Suzy to enter first, before gesturing for Qiao Xinxin to join her. They drove to a lakeside in the outskirts.
Get out, Mu Qingcheng instructed.
Qiao Xinxin quickly opened the door and offered to assist Suzy with hers. Suzy paused for a moment, nodded, and expressed her gratitude. Once they stood by the lake, Qiao Xinxin retrieved a pen from her bag, pressed the play button, and a familiar voice emanated from the recording. Qiao Xinxin, if you wish to become a senior photographer, follow my instructions and create various difficulties, even dangers, for someone named Suzy. As the voice faded, Qiao Xinxin responded, Why? Sister Xinhua, didn't she just arrive? Is it because you wanted to bring her into the group today and she declined, which made you angry?
Li Xinhua?
Suzy exclaimed, disbelief etched upon her face as she regarded Qiao Xinxin. Qiao Xinxin pressed the pause button, awkwardly nodded, and then resumed playback, gesturing for Suzy to continue listening. You need not know too much. In any case, I will not allow her to remain in this studio. Do not say I haven't given you opportunities. If you are unwilling, I can seek others. If someone else takes her place, then that will also be your departure from here. Upon hearing this, Suzy was left utterly astonished. How could it be like this? Wasn't he this too malicious? The recording ended, and Qiao Xinxin switched off the device, observing Suzy's displeased expression. With her head slightly bowed and a sincere tone, she addressed Suzy, I apologize, Sister Suzy. You heard it too. I am also being threatened by Li Xinhua. As the top photographer in this company, having secured such a significant contract with the Bo family, I, as merely an intern, am utterly powerless to contend with her. Suzy furrowed her brow and, not too harshly, inquired, Why don't you report this to the boss? Now, apart from you and Shanshan, I am wary of everyone else. Qiao Xinxin responded, her head drooping as she spoke. Sister Suzy, you may not be aware, but I am a child from the countryside. Gaining admission to university in this city was no small feat, and after graduation, I aspire to work here. Lacking any connections or background, I exerted considerable effort to secure a position in this studio. Though I hold the title of intern photographer, I find myself primarily assisting Li Xinhua. Despite my diligence, I have come to realize that the realities of the workplace differ significantly from my expectations, leaving me with a sense of helplessness. Suzy gazed at Qiao Xinxin's youthful face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, betraying her distress. With a gentle sigh, Suzy listened as Qiao Xinxin spoke again. Sister Suzy, you may find it hard to believe, but every word I say is the truth. Regarding the recordings, it was a senior who advised me. He said that in a workplace rife with complexities, developing the habit of recording conversations can serve as a safeguard. As Qiao Xinxin finished speaking, Mu Qingcheng, who had been silent for a while, pulled Suzy aside and whispered, Cici, while the recordings may sound authentic, one must be cautious. Do not regard her too favorably. You must maintain a certain attitude. Suzy blinked and looked at him, replying, Yes, I understand. Mu Qingcheng sighed with a wry smile. What do you truly understand? Your eyes just now conveyed nothing but sympathy for her. As you step into the workforce, It is essential to approach new acquaintances with a degree of skepticism. You must always remain vigilant, though it may sound exaggerated. If it serves to protect you, I have no objection to your approach. As Susie processed his words, she turned to walk towards Qiao Xinxin, only to feel a light tap on the back of her head from Mu Qingqing, who then remarked, "You are even younger than her, so innocent and naive." Susie chuckled softly and continued on her way, while Mu Qingqing paused, his gaze lingering on Susie's retreating figure, lost in thought. In those moments, he often playfully tapped her, sharing warm and teasing words. Yet he understood that in Susie's eyes, he was merely an older brother figure, akin to a real sibling. Susie, feeling a bit flustered, composed herself and quickly approached Qiao Xinxin. The gentle smile she had worn earlier was replaced by a more serious, assertive demeanor as she addressed her. "Qiao Xinxin, although you acted against me under duress, and my friend intervened today to prevent further complications, I still wish to clarify a few points." Taking a brief pause, she glanced at Mu Qingqing, who was now approaching, and continued, "Li Xinyue's threats were undoubtedly inappropriate, but have you considered the consequences of your actions? If you were to overreact and harm me, not only would you jeopardize your job, but you could also find yourself facing legal repercussions that might leave a lasting mark on your record. What would you do then? Since you possess the recordings, you could approach the boss. Even if the boss might favor someone based on their professional capabilities, I firmly believe no employer would tolerate such malfeasance within their company." As Susie spoke, Qiao Xinxin nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as Mu Qingqing reached them, he directly addressed her. "You are Qiao Xinxin, correct? This time I shall grant you leniency. Should there be a next time, my actions will be far more severe than the threats posed by Li Xinyue. Furthermore, Susie is not someone you can afford to provoke." Qiao Xinxin, wiping her tears, gazed upon Mu Qingqing's handsome visage, which was etched with an icy demeanor. The chilling tone of his voice sent shivers coursing through her body. "Sir, I understand and shall remember this. To atone for my mistakes, I am willing to redeem myself. I will continue negotiations with Li Xinyue. Should she request anything of me or instruct others to do so, I will promptly inform Sister Susie." After finishing her statement, Qiao Xinxin turned to Susie, saying, "Sister Susie, you may evaluate my future conduct before deciding on my forgiveness. I genuinely wish to work diligently and establish my footing in this vast city. I have heard from a colleague in the neighboring cubicle about your impressive resume. Everyone admires you, and so do I." Susie gently interrupted Qiao Xinxin, gesturing for her to enter the vehicle. Qiao Xinxin wiped away her final tears, nodding with a choked voice, "Thank you, Sister Susie." Upon arriving at Qiao Xinxin's residence, Susie surveyed the dilapidated urban village, reminiscent of a place where kitchens and bathrooms are communal, and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Do you live here alone? Is it safe?" Afterward, Qiao Xinxin nodded slightly, politely replying, "Thank you, Sister Susie. Thank you, sir." She shifted her feet slightly, then paused, turning closer to the car and delicately suggested, "Sister Susie, could we refrain from speaking at the office tomorrow? I wish to feign ignorance or opposition before Li Xinyue, so she might not trouble me so quickly. Later, I will devise a strategy to handle the situation." Susie frowned as she glanced at Mu Qingqing, who lowered the car window slightly and said, "Focus on your work. If she approaches you, simply state that today was unsuccessful due to unforeseen circumstances. I will handle the subsequent matters." Hearing this, Qiao Xinxin felt reassured, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she nodded vigorously in thanks. After Qiao Xinxin exited the vehicle, Mu Qingqing slowly started the engine, turning the steering wheel as he remarked, "Cece, do not grow too close to Qiao Xinxin in the future. Also, keep an eye on your assistant, Xiao Yan. Anyone could be exploited or threatened." Susie's gaze lingered on the direction in which Qiao Xinxin had departed, and as she surveyed the chaotic surroundings, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Lacking a privileged family background and support, Qiao Xinxin was left with no choice but to reside here. As for Susie, without her friend Gu Shanshan, she might not even afford to live in such a place.
Cece?
"Yes, I understand. Now, aside from you and Shanshan, I am cautious with everyone I meet." For the sake of protecting her unborn children, she had the courage to enact a suicide scene in the hospital and confront Bo Jingyan's domineering behavior. What was the harm in being wary of strangers and colleagues? As she spoke, Susie caressed her abdomen, murmuring, "As long as they can grow up healthily, I am willing to do anything." Chapter 40. Who do you think you are to speak to me? Dream Shadow Studio. Susie had just captured a few images when she was suddenly enveloped by the commotion outside the studio. She glanced at the busy Xiao Yan beside her. There seems to be an issue with Li Xinyue. She has been hospitalized due to acute gastroenteritis. All the other photographers are occupied with their respective contracts, leaving no one to cover her work. This could lead to liabilities for the Bo family group, and if they pursue accountability, the compensation could be substantial. Susie furrowed her brow and inquired, what is the source of such a ruckus? After a brief pause, she resumed adjusting her camera and advised, the boss will likely intervene to resolve this. Let us focus on our tasks for now. Xiaoyan nodded and promptly assisted Susie in arranging the equipment and adjusting the lighting. As they were in the midst of their shoot, Han Yuming entered the studio. Susie, have you completed today's tasks? Are you feeling fatigued? He asked with concern, noticing her flushed face. Susie smiled, setting her camera down to meet his gaze, and gently shook her head. Not tired at all, boss. What do you need? Well, there is a matter, Han Yuming said, his brow slightly furrowed as if contemplating something. After a moment, he added, once you finish, please come to my office. Susie hesitated for a moment, influenced by his expression, but quickly nodded in understanding. Once Han Yuming exited the studio, Xiaoyan leaned in, curious. Susie, why do I feel like the boss's visit isn't about anything good? Susie picked up her camera again. Responding softly, I'm not sure what it's about. I still have a few shots to complete. After finishing her work with urgency, she hurried to Han Yuming's office. As soon as she entered, Han Yuming spoke urgently, Susie, have you heard about the commotion outside? He gestured for her to sit, and after a brief silence, he got straight to the point. Would you consider taking over Li Xinyue's assignment? Susie hesitated. The demanding nature of the shoot weighed on her. Not to mention the fact that it was for the Bo family. She believed Mu Qingqing should have informed Han Yuming about her previous relationship with Bo Jingyan. Rest assured, though it is for the Bo family, Bo Jingyan holds a significant position and will not concern himself with such minor matters. Is there truly no other available photographer in the studio? Susie asked, still uncertain. The skilled ones are all tied up with deadlines. And the junior photographers may not be up to the task, Han Yuming replied, observing Susie's troubled expression. He added, if it poses too much difficulty, I will consider alternative options. Hearing Han Yuming's tone noticeably dim, Susie felt a pang of guilt. If he had other solutions, he probably wouldn't have approached her. May I take a look at the specific shooting plan? She asked softly. After a moment of hesitation, Han Yuming handed the shooting plan document to her. Susie examined it closely. The workload was indeed demanding, but when she glanced up, she caught sight of Han Yuming's troubled demeanor. Grasping the edge of the document, her fingertips turned pale from the pressure. Upon perusing the contract at the back of the document, she realized that if Dream Shadow Studio failed to fulfill its obligations, it would face exorbitant penalties. Given the current qualifications of Dream Shadow Studio, it was utterly incapable of shouldering such a financial burden. Moreover, the repercussions of such a breach of contract would not only reverberate throughout the industry, but could also result in a significant loss of future orders. Consequently, Dream Shadow Studio could very well vanish from this city. She understood that, considering her present physical condition and the extent of work she could endure, her acceptance into the studio was largely due to Han Yuming's regard for Mu Qingqing. If she were to decline this favor, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. After a brief assessment, she found the tasks at hand to be manageable. With the assistant's cooperation, she believed she would not be overly fatigued. Is it truly feasible? Han Yuming inquired hastily as soon as Sushi's words fell. With a definitive nod, Sushi hesitated for a moment before adding, let us keep this from Qingqing for now. He and Shanshan currently regard me as someone who struggles even to walk. Sushi's tone was light, speaking the truth while subtly indicating her physical well-being. Seeing Han Yuming nod in agreement, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Following their consensus, the filming commenced promptly. Perhaps due to Han Yuming's meticulous instructions and the commendable performance of several assistants, Sushi did not experience any discomfort during the shoot. Half a month later, as the shooting drew to a close, Sushi busied herself in the studio when a cold, piercing voice interrupted her thoughts. What qualifications do you possess to take over my work? The voice halted all activity, drawing the attention of everyone present, and Sushi turned to face the source. Li Xinyue's pale, stern visage loomed before her. Sushi regarded her with a measured glance. This task was assigned by President Han. If you have any objections, you may address them directly with him. However, Li Xinyue raised her voice. What does your assistant have to say? It seems rather impolite for you to shout at Sister Cece. Just as Xiaoyan finished her statement, Li Xinyue appeared even more incensed, one hand on her hip, while the other pointed accusatorily at Xiaoyan. Who do you think you are to speak to me? Chapter 41. This could be seen as Li Xinyue's just deserts. Her demeanor suggested she might poke Xiaoyan in the face with her finger. She extended her arm, pulling Xiaoyan close to her side, calmly meeting Li Xinyue's gaze. If you have any questions, you may inquire with President Han. I am simply following the studio's arrangements. Li Xinyue shifted her resentful glare from Xiaoyan to Sushi. Her tone dripped with disdain and mockery, adopting a distinctly domineering posture.
Suvi her calm demeanor.
Weary from a day's labor and disinclined to engage in a futile dispute with her, She paused briefly and whispered to Xiaoyan, "Go fetch Mr. Han." Upon hearing Su Shi's words, Xiaoyan quickened her pace towards Han Yuming's office. Meanwhile, Li Xinyue, seemingly brimming with unexpressed anger, snatched the camera from Su Shi's hands and coldly reprimanded, "This studio is my exclusive domain. Kindly take your people and leave." Observing this scene, others began to murmur among themselves. Li Xinyue is exceedingly domineering. Were it not for the new arrival, Su Shi, our dream shadow studio would surely be in dire straits. She shows no gratitude for others' contributions and instead flaunts her authority. Indeed, she has always been insufferable, relying on her few notable works to belittle others. How many of us have endured her reprimands? I concur with your sentiments. As you heard earlier, Li Xinyue claimed she could coordinate with the Bo family without delay, ensuring no impact on our progress or the studio. At this moment, another voice interjected, "You each present valid points, but where exactly does the problem lie?" Not long ago, Mr. Han was overwhelmed by this matter and consulted every photographer. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Only Su Shi was available. Moreover, I have not seen Li Xinyue's assistant report anything to Mr. Han. All right, let us not argue. We'll know the truth once Mr. Han arrives. In summary, opinions varied, with some praising Su Shi and others supporting Li Xinyue. Just as the discussions began to quiet, Han Yuming entered the studio, surveying the room before his gaze shifted between Su Shi and Li Xinyue. "You two, come to my office." As Su Shi was about to move, Li Xinyue interjected, "Mr. Han, while my sudden illness is my fault, I have instructed my assistant. I fail to understand why a newcomer has been assigned such a crucial task. If there's a mishap, who will bear the consequences with the Bo family?" Although Li Xinyue's tone was less fierce than before, her underlying intent was clear. She wished to confront Han Yuming here rather than in his office. Han Yuming regarded Li Xinyue with an indifferent gaze. "Are you certain you wish to discuss this here?"
Li Xinyue nudda.
Han Yuming casually placed his hand in his pocket and paced slightly before stating, "Your assistant Xiao Xinxin has gone to the Yingguang studio. Were you not aware?" Hearing this, Li Xinyue's grip on the camera trembled slightly. After a moment, her voice emerged low and strained. "Impossible. I called her a few days ago after my discharge and she answered, clearly stating that she had completed the tasks I assigned her. I have been recuperating at home for a few days, only to discover today that you have assigned all the work to Su Shi." Han Yuming remained calm, yet firm in his response. He had only recently learned that Xiao Xinxin had moved to the Yingguang studio. Upon hearing his words, Li Xinyue hurriedly set the camera down and frantically retrieved her phone from her crossbody bag, repeatedly dialing Xiao Xinxin's number. After numerous failed attempts to connect, she finally conceded with reddened eyes. At that moment, someone presented their phone to Li Xinyue, saying, "Li, please take a look at this." Enraged, Li Xinyue glanced at the industry news, her crimson eyes igniting with further indignation. "Xiao Xinxin, that traitor. Last time, she deliberately led me to confront Su Shi and mishandled it. Now, she dares to undermine me while I am ill and hospitalized." Li Xinyue clenched her phone tightly, glaring at the three characters of Xiao Xinxin on the screen, her teeth grinding audibly in frustration. She had never anticipated that her meek assistant, who had trailed behind her for years, would transform into the official photographer of the Guanghua studio. Su Shi quietly observed the scene, caught in a haze of uncertainty about whether to feel joy or pity for Li Xinyue. Xiao Xinxin's maneuver was indeed ruthless, however. Considering Li Xinyue's previous threats against Xiao Xinxin and her notorious arrogance, one could argue that Xiao Xinxin's actions were a form of poetic justice. Since Su Shi's arrival at the studio, she had reviewed extensive materials, including profiles of every significant figure within. Li Xinyue had risen in the photography world on her own merit, and although she did not quite match her senior, Hsiu, her skills were acknowledged by numerous clients. Having secured a substantial contract with the Bo family, she fell ill just as work was about to commence, while her assistant flew off elsewhere. Yet, Su Shi reflected, "Despite this, do not get too complacent. Even if you complete the shoot, the contract is mine, and all commissions and bonuses rightfully belong to me." Lost in thought, Su Shi's reverie was interrupted by Li Xinyue's voice. Just a moment ago, she had felt a tinge of sympathy for Li Xinyue, but that empathy quickly dissolved in the face of Li Xinyue's aggressive demeanor. Observing the unfolding drama, Han Yuming approached them slowly, lowering his voice slightly. "Ladies, shall we discuss this in the office?" Li Xinyue promptly rejected the suggestion, asserting, "What is there that cannot be discussed here?" Perhaps fueled by anger, her tone towards Han Yuming no longer bore the respect expected from a subordinate. The atmosphere bore a resemblance to a standoff between conflicting parties. Han Yuming smiled faintly and strolled to a nearby round table, tapping his fingers on the glass surface. "Then let us sit down and talk." Feeling fatigued, Su Shi walked without hesitation to take a seat opposite Han Yuming. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xinyue also joined them. Han Yuming surveyed the others in the room, noting that no one seemed inclined to leave. As Su Shi observed Han Yuming's pensive expression, she found herself speculating. Li Xinyue had refused to move to the office, and her earlier remarks about commissions and bonuses clearly indicated her desire for Han Yuming to grant her a fair resolution. Han Yuming, having cut to the chase, initiated the conversation. Li Xinyue, while you secured the contract, the entire shoot was executed by Suzy, and today marks the final day of the project. Thus, she effectively carried out all the work. Consequently, regarding all the expenses associated with the Bow project, Suzy will receive 70, while you will receive 30. Han Yuming stated this in a tone that resembled either a reiteration or a notification. Upon hearing this, Li Xinyue abruptly rose from her chair, her expression darkening further. With a voice laced with barely concealed tears, she protested, President Han, on what grounds? Suzy, having recently joined our Dream Shadow studio, has already displeased many. Why is it that a newcomer like her is handling my work? With so many people in the studio, why her? Do you share some special relationship with her? Allowing her to bypass the usual protocols?
Who taught you to gossip? Han Yuming retorted.
In my Dream Shadow, all tasks and commissions are transparent. If you have any grievances, you are entirely welcome to seek arbitration, but kindly refrain from your scathing remarks. Understood, President Han. As Suzy passed by Li Xinyue, she involuntarily glanced at her, only to find Li Xinyue glaring back with evident displeasure, her eyes brimming with anger, even hatred. Witnessing Li Xinyue's fiery demeanor, Suzy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, compounded by the scrutinizing gazes in the studio. She had initially worried that her entry into Dream Shadow without undergoing the interview process would spark speculation and gossip, with some suggesting she had leveraged connections to gain her position. Now, that anxiety seemed to manifest into reality. However, given the substantial workload for the day, she found herself lacking the energy to engage in a dispute with Li Xinyue. She trusted that Han Yuming, as the owner, would handle the situation appropriately. You must be exhausted today. Don't mind Li Xinyue's words. She has a notorious reputation for being money-hungry. Whether it's you or anyone else in Dream Shadow who takes a share of her profits, she would react the same way. Otherwise, why would her assistant have chosen to leave while she was hospitalized? That's considered a significant betrayal in the industry. Suzy furrowed her brows slightly and asked softly, Xiaoyan, does this mean I have taken her job? Or rather, her rightful earnings? Seeing the hint of worry and confusion in Suzy's eyes, Xiaoyan quickly waved her hands and replied firmly, of course not. As part of a team, your contribution has been invaluable. Just think about it, with her assistant gone. What would happen if President Han couldn't find someone to fill the gap? Cece, please don't overthink it. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words and witnessing her sincere expression, Suzy felt her spirits lift a little. Although she hadn't shown her unease in the studio, as she walked to her workstation, her apprehensive emotions grew stronger. While she despised Li Xinyue for attempting to coerce Jiao Xinxin into harming her, the current situation left her feeling inexplicably unsettled. She understood that securing such a significant contract was no small feat, and anyone else in her position would likely feel equally frustrated. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Suzy noticed Li Xinyue, adorned with an expression of hostility, approaching her from a distance. Suzy, do not be too pleased with yourself. The contract explicitly stated that it was I who was to conduct the photography. Dreaming Shadow has surreptitiously substituted you with a photographer of such limited credentials. When the Bow family presents the contract, I shall be most curious to witness how you navigate this predicament. Li Xinyue stood resolutely at the edge of the table. Her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, a palpable air of arrogance gracing her countenance as though she anticipated a splendid performance. Suzy slowly lifted her gaze, nonchalantly replying, I am here to earn a living, and I shall follow my superior's directives. There is no need for such hostility towards me. As for the work, I believe there should be no issues. I have meticulously studied your photographic techniques. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Li Xinyue's lips. I shall eagerly await your downfall in the world of photography. With that, she strode away, her towering heels clicking with an air of superiority as she retreated to her office. Suzy rose to her feet, calmly stating, it would be prudent for you to refrain from actions that could lead to mutual ruin. She discerned that Li Xinyue intended to disclose the change of photographers to the Bow family, indicating that Li Xinyue likely did not wish to remain at Dreaming Shadow. Considering such a tangled relationship, Li Xinyue could not possibly be so foolish. Nevertheless, Suzy felt compelled to offer a word of caution, lest Li Xinyue, in her rage over betrayal, act irrationally. After a few moments of icy silence, Li Xinyue coldly retorted, is that so? Do you believe I lack the courage to take decisive action? In such a technical field, Do you think you can rely solely on men to secure your position? How long do you truly believe you can last? If all else fails, perhaps you should simply step aside and allow General Han to support you.
Li Xinhua.
Should you continue with these nonsensical remarks, you may very well find yourself departing from dreaming shadow. The voice of Han Yuming, arriving shortly thereafter, was notably more severe than it had been in the studio, tinged with a hint of anger. Li Xinhua, upon seeing Han Yuming standing beside her, lowered her arms. Though her expression seemed to soften only slightly, Han Yuming reigned in his earlier fury, turning to Suzy with a gentle demeanor. Focus on your work. Do not concern yourself with idle chatter. Suzy paused momentarily, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, I am fine, just sorry to have caused you trouble. Han Yuming waved his hand dismissively, offering further reassurances to Suzy before attending to other matters. Chapter 43. After several days apart, Zhou Milin appeared to have transformed entirely. 2 weeks later, at the Dreaming Shadow studio, Suzy was engrossed in reviewing documents when her assistant, Xiaoyan, rushed to her desk, lowering her voice in excitement. Suzy, look. All of your works have been utilized by the Bo family, with posters of every size rapidly dominating the screens along the most luxurious pedestrian street in the city. Xiaoyan's face radiated exhilaration and envy as she gently nudged Suzy's arm, thrusting a poster into her hands. Suzy set aside her documents and took the poster, scrutinizing it closely. The final product surpassed her expectations, filling her with a surge of joy and confidence. After 2 years without touching a camera, she had felt uncertain during the shoot, but now, a wave of relief washed over her. Sister Cece, you are destined for prosperity. This wave of success surpasses what other photographers earn in several years. You are truly remarkable, not only for your beauty, but also for your photographic skills, which are even superior to those of the seasoned photographers in our studio. Little Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy. Su Shi smiled lightly, folding the poster, and softly replied, I am not as exceptional as you claim. As long as I haven't faltered in my work, I am already quite content. During this time, you have contributed immensely, and your efforts are greatly appreciated. Little Yan chuckled, all right, Sister Cece, no need for modesty. My contributions are minimal. I feel incredibly fortunate to be working alongside you. Su Shi gazed at Little Yan's endearing demeanor, gently tapping her fingertip on her nose while smiling. Look at your charming tongue, Little Yan. By the way, has Li Xinhua caused any more disturbances?
No, she replied.
If she dares to cause trouble, President Han might just expel her from the studio. Even if he doesn't, she wouldn't want to leave. Attaining the position of senior photographer in a studio is a loss too great to bear. Su Shi nodded thoughtfully, having believed that Li Xinhua would continue to create chaos, but it seemed that Han Yuming had resolved the matter. At that moment, Han Yuming approached, placing a bank card on the desk with a gentle smile. Congratulations, Su Shi. Su Shi glanced at Han Yuming and then at the card, slowly rising from her chair. Hesitating before asking, President Han, am I truly allowed to accept this money? Han Yuming affirmed, it is rightfully yours. Why should you not accept it?
Suwon remained silent.
Her expression not revealing any excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yuming added, are you still concerned about what Li Xinhua said?
Noticing Su Ye's brow furrow,
he comforted her. Consider this. If it were someone else, their emotions would be unstable as well. You have done all the work, and this is truly your due. Moreover, your performance has been outstanding, and the Bo family is exceedingly pleased. Encouraged by Han Yuming's words, Su Shi resolved to accept the card. Thank you, President Han. Without perceiving her hesitation, Han Yuming continued, you may leave work early today, and I am granting you 3 days of leave. Overjoyed, Su Shi expressed her gratitude once more. With 3 days off plus the weekend, she could finally rest. Recently, she had been concerned about her health while rushing to complete various projects. If not for the numerous assistants Han Yuming had arranged for her and Little Yan's keen work ethic, her workload might have doubled. This holiday was fortuitously timed. She had spent the recent weekend studying photography, and without realizing it, her belly had grown quite rapidly, necessitating a complete overhaul of her wardrobe. As Su Shi departed from Dream Shadow Studio, she spotted a newly opened cake shop while waiting for her ride. Watching 2 girls joyfully carrying freshly baked cakes, she suddenly remembered that Gu Shanshan's birthday was approaching. In the past, during their birthdays, they had resembled those 2 girls, brimming with happiness. She cautiously found a seat within the carriage, and then took out her phone to search for information regarding prenatal care. As she was engrossed in her research, a news alert suddenly popped up on her home screen, featuring the name Bo. Just as Suzy contemplated dismissing the notification, she noticed the name Li Xinhua. Unable to resist, she clicked the link and quickly skimmed through the content. The article detailed how the works of Dream Shadow as esteemed photographer, Li Xinhua, not only received high praise from the Bo family but also caused quite a stir in the industry, garnering significant attention. Watching the video, Susie saw Li Xinyue's proud demeanor, accepting accolades with a sense of justified satisfaction, which left Susie feeling a twinge of disappointment. Moreover, the Dream Shadow Studio had always maintained strict confidentiality regarding changes in photographers. With a soft sigh, she gently pressed the lock screen button and placed her phone into her bag. In that fleeting moment, her gaze inadvertently lingered on her slightly protruding abdomen. She stared quietly at the swell, feeling a wave of complex emotions surge within her. Inexplicably, the visage of Bo Jingyan flickered through her mind. At such moments, he always seemed to appear in her thoughts, although his image was becoming increasingly blurred. Another soft sigh escaped her lips as she examined her attire. Relieved that her loose-fitting clothes made it difficult for anyone to discern her pregnancy, she silently prayed, hoping to maintain a stable routine between Dream Shadow Studio and Gu Shanshen's home, earning a living to raise their child without Bo Jingyan discovering her condition. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, echoes of Bo Jingyan's coldness resonated in her ears, prompting her to recall heart-wrenching memories. For a moment, she felt enveloped by a shadow, her spirits sinking heavily. It was not until the bus announced the third reminder of her stop that Susie realized it was time to disembark. As she steadied herself upon exiting, her gaze lifted to see Zhou Mylin standing at the bus stop, looking around. After several days apart, Zhou Mylin appeared transformed. Her once vibrant visage was now haggard. Lacking the luster she once possessed, her eyes dulled and vacant. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhou Mylin was unaware of her presence, Susie hastened her steps in the opposite direction.
Cece.
Zhou Mylin's voice trembled with a mix of anticipation and surprise. Susie reluctantly halted, her calm gaze slowly turning towards Zhou Mylin. Observing her at such proximity, Susie noted the paleness of her complexion, her emaciated figure, and the droop of her lips, all reflecting a profound weariness. "Cece, I finally found you." Zhou Mylin's voice was tinged with evident sorrow, her grip on Susie's sleeve tightening. Susie lowered her eyes to glance at Zhou Mylin's hand, noticing the absence of the once glimmering bracelets, chains, and rings that had adorned her fingers. From her current state, Susie could roughly deduce that she might have sold all her precious belongings to supplement her household expenses. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Susie spoke in a tone as indifferent as one addressing a stranger. Zhou Mylin was taken aback, her eyes filled with anguish and sorrow. A cold smile involuntarily crept across Susie's lips. Zhou Mylin's distress and downfall seemed genuine, for it was indeed sorrowful to lose a life of comfort. Yet, it appeared that her sorrowful facade was a meticulously crafted disguise, aimed at extracting something from Susie.
Today,
hiding here to await her arrival must have required prior surveillance of her whereabouts. Susie helplessly closed her eyes. Had she truly transformed into a different person? Yes. Apart from her and Gu Shanshan Mu Qingcheng, there was no fourth individual aware that she was not the biological child of the Su family. Until she found her biological parents, she would not confront Zhou Mylin or the Su family, for revealing the truth might hinder her quest for her real parents. "I have not changed. I merely feel that I can no longer assist the Su family and find it difficult to face you." Susie feigned a gentle tone, laced with a hint of helplessness, and without needing to guess, she understood Zhou Mylin's intention in blocking her at the station. Zhou Mylin, perhaps believing Susie's words, shifted her grip from Susie's arm to her hand, tears gradually welling in her eyes. "My dear Cece, we are family. It is all my fault. I was too anxious for the future of the Su family and said many hurtful things to you. Yet you are still my child. How could I bear to see you wandering alone?" Susie looked down at Zhou Mylin, whose face was awash with tears, expressing a sentiment that without her, the entire Su family could not survive. Coupled with her pitiful voice, anyone would perceive her as a nurturing mother. "I am doing well at Shanshan's place, and once I earn some money, I will send it to you." Considering her own circumstances, Susie felt compelled to placate Zhou Mylin quickly so she could leave. However, such words did not immediately grant her freedom. Zhou Mylin grasped her hand once more. "Cece, do not be foolish. I know you have found a job. But how much can you earn at that pathetic studio? Just look at yourself. Without the Bo family, you no longer have that radiant glow. Listen to your mother. Soften your stance with that boy Bo Jingyan." As Zhou Mylin spoke, wiping her tears, she continued her earnest plea. "Did you not say that your differences arose because of that Luoka? Now look, it's been so long since your divorce. And he has yet to express any intention of marrying that woman or publicly acknowledge the nature of their relationship. Clearly, he still holds feelings for you." Upon hearing this, Susie's mind instantly conjured the memory of the day Bo Jingyan's people had forced her into the hospital, coercing her to terminate her pregnancy. Even standing under the scorching sun, she felt a chill creeping down her back, rendering her quite uncomfortable. To hasten Zhou Mylin's departure, Susie had no choice but to soothe her. and her tone grew increasingly gentle. This approach indeed proved effective. Zhou Milan joyfully released her grip on her, promptly retrieving a securely wrapped rectangular object from her bag and extending it towards Susie. Although Susie had no desire for the item, she accepted it hastily to expedite her departure from the scene. "All right, the bus has arrived. You should board quickly," Susie said, gesturing with a feigned gentleness for Zhou Milan to enter the bus as she flagged it down. Once the vehicle began to pull away, Susie let out a sigh of relief. The tension she had just experienced had ignited a warmth throughout her abdomen, causing her breath to quicken uncontrollably. She hurriedly seated herself on a bench meant for waiting passengers, recalling the doctor's warning that emotional fluctuations during pregnancy could adversely affect the fetus. Thus, in recent days, Susie had endeavored to avoid dwelling on past events and steer clear of any conflicts with others. After taking several deep breaths and resting for a while, she ambled over to the garbage bin and discarded the lunchbox that Zhou Milan had handed her. The act of throwing it away felt akin to hurling it at a person, as a piercing scream resonated throughout the bus station. "So you really were just putting on a show in front of me?" The sharp voice echoed, and even without looking up, Susie knew it was Zhou Milan. Instantly, a fear surged through her that Zhou Milan might lash out at her, and being alone and somewhat weary, she lacked the strength to fight back. Every nerve in Susie's body tensed as she anticipated Zhou Milan's impending outburst, quickly adjusting her bag to shield her abdomen. Meanwhile, on the bustling road, a Bentley found itself ensnared in a traffic jam. Anqi sat in the driver's seat, anxiously scanning the traffic conditions. Bo Jingyan had important matters to attend to, and it seemed he would be delayed. Amidst his observations, Anqi's gaze was drawn to a gathering of people by the roadside, where he suddenly witnessed an astonishing scene. Chapter 45. Miss Susie is being attacked. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and confirmed the sight before him, raising his voice in a flurry to inform Bo Jingyan in the back seat.
Bo
Zong, look over there.
Quick.
However, Bo Jingyan, engrossed in his documents, did not immediately respond, maintaining a calm yet aloof tone as he remarked, "Are you aware of how urgent your business is? Instead of watching the spectacle, perhaps you should contemplate how to resolve the traffic issue." Anqi, disregarding the fear of Bo Jingyan's reprimand, raised his voice even louder and more urgently. "Bo Zong, over there. Look, madam, no, Susie. Miss Susie is being attacked." Upon hearing the name Susie, Bo Jingyan's focus shifted from the documents as he directed his gaze towards the direction Anqi indicated. At that moment, Zhou Milan's face twisted into a grotesque expression, embodying a fierce and menacing figure as she ruthlessly yanked Susie's hair from behind. Susie appeared utterly helpless under Zhou Milan's grip, her body seemingly devoid of strength, rendering her struggles futile. The gaze was rife with terror and anguish, tears already swirling in the eyes, yet unable to break free from Zhou Milan's grasp. The surrounding crowd merely watched the spectacle, none stepping forward to offer assistance. Anqi's eyes remained fixated on Sushi, his heart heavy with anxiety. Just as he was about to utter another word, the sound of a car door slamming shut echoed abruptly. Was this not a sign of indifference towards Sushi's fate? Why was he leaving so hastily? Bo Jingyan's swift actions suggested he still cared for Sushi. His previous indifference must have been a facade. Anqi contemplated that if Bo Jingyan did not exit the vehicle, he would block the road with the car to rescue Sushi. Once out of the car, Bo Jingyan rushed towards Sushi and Zhou Milan with determined strides, his eyes brimming with fury, seemingly intent on avenging Sushi. Upon reaching them, he unceremoniously seized Zhou Milan's wrist, flinging her aside. The sudden force left Zhou Milan completely stunned, causing her to stagger several steps before ultimately collapsing to the ground. In the next moment, she sat there, wailing pitifully, her mournful cries drawing a multitude of onlookers and murmurs, with some even brandishing their phones to capture the moment. Bo Jingyan cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Milan, his eyes filled with contempt and loathing. Standing tall before Sushi, he scrutinized her intently. The woman he had not seen in days appeared to have gained some weight, yet her complexion was pallid, lacking any hint of color. Her hair was in disarray from being pulled, her face bore distinct handprints, and clear scratch marks marred her neck, rendering her fragile and pitiable. Bo Jingyan felt a lump in his throat. He instinctively reached out to brush aside the hair obscuring Sushi's face, wishing to tidy her appearance. However, Sushi quickly recoiled a few steps back. This action startled Bo Jingyan, leaving his outstretched arm suspended in the air for several moments before he let it fall. Perhaps seeing Sushi in such a disheveled state softened his heart, and he chose not to confront her. Sushi, with her head bowed, was too preoccupied to notice her own injuries. Her only thought was relief that Zhou Milan had not harmed her child. As she contemplated Bo Jingyan's unexpected presence, she gradually lifted her head to meet his gaze, only for her expression to shift from fear to indifference, exuding a chilling aura. Bo Jingyan had intended to express concern, but upon witnessing her demeanor, his words took a sharp turn. So you knew I was passing by and decided to put on a show for me? The cold, mocking tone of his voice sent a shiver down Sushi's spine, and her fingers clutched her clothing tightly, turning pale from the pressure.
Indeed.
He was not there to provide assistance. Rather, he sought an opportunity to humiliate her. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Sushi fixed her gaze on him, a playful smirk gracing her face. How did you know we were merely acting? Susie's tone bore a hint of sarcasm akin to his, as she gestured towards the surrounding crowd and continued in a mocking tone. With your identity and the actions you just displayed towards Zhou Mylin, I am eager to see how the media will portray you tomorrow. No sooner had Susie's words faded than Chi swiftly approached from a distance, his movements both agile and decisive, methodically halting those who were capturing photos or recording videos. Before long, all such activities ceased. One must commend the sharp insight and impeccable capability of such an assistant. Wishing to avoid further entanglement with him, Susie quickly arranged her hair, discreetly adjusting her tilted bag back to her midsection. Just as she was about to step away, an unexpected force grasped her arm. His eyes conveyed an inexplicable complexity of emotions. Frustrated, Susie struggled to break free, but it was in vain. At that moment, Zhou Mylin, exhausted from weeping, suddenly knelt and clung tightly to Bo Jingyan's leg, tears streaming down her face as she lamented. Son-in-law, how could you abandon my daughter like this? You cannot be so heartless. Look, I have already disciplined her. She will listen to you from now on. Zhou Mylin's acting prowess was undeniable, her mournful tone casting Bo Jingyan in the role of a heartless Chinshimi. Seizing the opportunity amid Zhou Mylin's clinging, Susie forcefully broke free from Bo Jingyan's grasp. Her gaze icy and resolute, her voice sharp. Bo, cease this incessant entanglement with me. Even in a performance, you can feign ignorance. Mind your own business. With that, Susie swiftly shifted her gaze to Zhou Mylin, her eyes flashing with a fierce light as she asserted, and you, do not bother me again. I will never have money for you in this lifetime. Even if I did, I would not offer it. If you wish to embarrass yourself here, so be it. Chapter 46. Bo Jingyan, I truly question your sanity. Every word uttered by Susie resonated with determination, her stance unequivocal. It was as though she sought to express her pent-up dissatisfaction and delineate a boundary from Zhou Mylin, severing ties with the Su family. Having spoken her piece, Susie unhesitatingly lifted her foot and walked away. With Zhou Mylin still kneeling and clinging to Bo Jingyan's leg, she quickened her pace. Indeed, Bo Jingyan was unable to detach himself to pursue her. A man of his stature would not resort to kicking a woman. Furthermore, his already cumbersome frame slowed her down. In the distance, Zhou Mylin continued to maintain her position, and from her despondent and forlorn expression, it was evident she was still pleading with Bo Jingyan. Previously, Mu Qingcheng had discovered that Zhou Mylin had not once, but several times caused a scene outside the Bo Group building demanding to see Bo Jingyan, only to be ejected by security. Perhaps Zhou Mylin remained undeterred, still believing that Bo Jingyan could assist the Su family. Otherwise, given her nature, she would surely resort to publicizing Susie and Bo Jingyan's relationship through the media, creating a considerable uproar. Susie was lost in thought when she noticed Anqi had already taken action. He reached out to tug at Zhou Mylin with an unyielding grip, his gaze piercing and fierce, striking her heart like an arrow and inducing a wave of palpitations. What are you staring at? You pathetic man. It's your fault that you're so despised. As she walked, she gently traced the scratches on her skin, her frustration beyond the realm of words. Just moments ago, she had felt a flicker of joy from work, but it had all been shattered by Zhou Mylin's relentless interference. It was fortunate that Zhou Mylin was oblivious to the so-called compensation card from Bo Jingyan regarding her alleged termination of pregnancy, and equally fortunate that she was unaware of the commission and bonuses she had received that day. While contemplating these thoughts, Susie continued on her way, but suddenly a tall figure appeared before her, blocking her path. With a resigned sigh, she closed her eyes momentarily, as if restraining her growing annoyance. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her head defiantly to meet the gaze of the newcomer. Her eyes were laced with disdain, and her voice carried a hint of anger as she questioned. Bo Jingyan, I truly wonder about your sanity. Why did she strike you? Bo Jingyan's voice emerged, unusually calm and surprisingly gentle, as if the cold, fierce man who had just been clutched by Zhou Mylin was someone else entirely. However, Susie was not swayed by his demeanor and had no intention of offering him any semblance of kindness. With a slight curl of her lips, she scoffed. What business is it of yours? As she attempted to walk away, Bo Jingyan effortlessly shifted his stance to block her path once more. This scene felt achingly familiar. Reminiscent of countless encounters before and after their divorce, he would either hold her back or obstruct her way. How maddeningly irrational. Her sense of helplessness deepened, fatigue enveloping her. How could she have run into him here? Was this entanglement truly endless? Who taught you to speak so rudely to others? Bo Jingyan's calm voice resonated once more in her ears. Susie retorted swiftly, not to others, only to you. If you don't move, I'll call the police. After speaking, she deliberately shifted her body slightly, testing his reaction. True to form, he adjusted his position accordingly. Recognizing that any further movement would only result in him blocking her again, she halted. Bo Jingyan was like a madman. In his frenzied state, he would stop at nothing to hinder and humiliate her until he regained his composure. She felt utterly drained, her legs aching and a sharp pain radiating from her lower back. It seemed that even the remaining distance to Gu Shanshan's house, once merely a kilometer away, now felt insurmountably far. Resigned, she moved toward a tree by the roadside and leaned against it, allowing herself a moment of respite. Bo Jingyan observed her quietly, his expression unfazed by her insolence. Shifting the conversation, he spoke in a composed tone. Grandfather has been discharged from the hospital. In order to bring joy to the elderly gentleman, Susie frequently connected with him through video calls, hoping to endure until he gradually regained his health and was discharged from the hospital. As she skillfully gathered her hair, she coldly interjected, "This esteemed CEO. If you have something to say, do so quickly. The time of us commoners is also precious." Her tone was laced with impatience and mockery. Upon hearing this, Bo Jingyan stepped closer, his keen gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe. Before him stood Susie, clad in a loose cotton dress, with a canvas crossbody bag slung over her shoulder, wearing simple, plain white sneakers. Coupled with the bruises from the earlier altercation with Zhou Milin, she appeared utterly disheveled. A far cry from her former elegance. Observing her, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, perhaps surprise, perhaps sympathy. His gaze continued to roam over her, pausing at the connection between her bag's strap and body, drawn in by its insignia. However, this gaze led Susie to misconstrue his intention. Believing he was fixated on her midsection, which sent a wave of panic through her, she quickly shifted her body away. Noticing her movement, Bo Jingyan refrained from further comment, yet his glance frequently drifted back to her bag. After a brief silence, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Susie, you have changed. What is it? Since leaving me and losing the illustrious title of Mrs. Bo, has your life devolved into this?" Detecting the undertone of sarcasm and provocation in his words, a flame of anger ignited within her. However, mindful of the child she bore, she restrained her emotions.
Bo Jingyan.
After you had your men forcibly terminate my pregnancy at the hospital, you ceased to be a person in my eyes. Do you understand? Do not expect any derogatory words to wound me. Chapter 47. Why marry him when there were already entanglements with other men? Her words flowed rapidly, unwavering, devoid of any intention to yield, as if she needed to expel all her dissatisfaction and rage. Without allowing Bo Jingyan an opportunity to interject, she swiftly added, "Is there anything else? Do not linger like a stubborn adhesive with a former wife-yourself disdain." Her eyes conveyed a message of exasperation. Indeed, she had had enough of Bo Jingyan's entanglements and the pain he had caused her. Each word she uttered was like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Bo Jingyan's heart. Initially, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The moment Susie declared that she no longer regarded him as human, his expression shifted. It darkened, paled, and even his once seductive lips seemed to drain of color. He appeared on the verge of speaking but was choked by his own words. The arrogance and confidence he once held vanished, replaced by confusion and even sorrow. He simply could not fathom what he had done to invoke such resentment in her. Was she not the one who had continually erred? She cries out in her sleep at night, longing for others. She cherishes the necklace inscribed with the word love as if it were a precious gem. Yet, she repeatedly engages with other men behind his back. Yes, it was he who initiated the divorce, but her urgency surpassed his, as she incessantly urged him to finalize the paperwork. Despite his repeated concerns for her well-being post-divorce, even going so far as to send money through Enchi, she met his gestures with disdain. He tolerated it all. But the revelation that she bore another's child shattered him. What grudge does she hold against him? Does she resent him for the loss of the children she carried? Let it be known that, even after their divorce, he has no obligation to accept her offspring. The fact that he spared the life of the man involved should be regarded as an act of mercy. On that fateful day, when the bodyguard escorted her to the hospital, it was only upon revealing the personal details of that man surnamed Mu that she obediently followed. As Bo Jingyan reflected on this, the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. How could such a hypocritical woman, brimming with deceit, occupy his thoughts so relentlessly? He had refrained from seeking her out, believing he could move on. Yet, when he witnessed Zhou Milan tugging at Su Shi's hair, the sight of her helplessness nearly drove him to madness. He had never felt such an overwhelming urge to resort to violence against a woman. Were it not for the fact that Zhou Milan was Su Shi's mother, he would have acted. Yet, he rescued her, and she showed him no gratitude. As Zhou Milan harassed him, Su Shi wore a look of amusement, hurling insults his way. Now, this woman dared to claim he treated her as less than human. The flames of anger ignited within him. In an uncontrollable moment, his hand rose, gripping her chin. He loomed over her, locking his gaze onto hers as he spoke through clenched teeth. Su Shi, no one has ever dared to offend me so. Su Shi did not resist, allowing him to hold her. This man had hurt her deeply. Had she not risked her life to threaten those doctors? She could not fathom the fate of the children she longed to keep had he extinguished their names. Would she have gone mad? Would she have chosen death? Or would she have sought to perish alongside him? Moments later, Su Shi found herself coughing involuntarily due to the pressure of his grip. Bo Jingyan furrowed his brows, his crimson eyes flickering with a hint of concern. Just as he contemplated releasing her, his gaze fell upon her pale neck. Aside from the fresh marks, there lay an old scar. With his experience, he determined that the wound was inflicted by a blade. In an instant, his rage subsided, replaced by a fixation on the glaring scar. Who did this? Bo Jingyan demanded coldly, his thumb tracing the scarred skin. Su Shi flinched at a sudden rise in voice, discomfort washing over her from his warm touch. Instinctively, she recoiled, recalling the incident when she had drawn a blade across her own neck. It had been some time since, and she had assumed the scar would have faded to invisibility, prompting her to forego wearing a scarf. What a coincidence to encounter him by the roadside, allowing him to see this. Wiping sweat while peeling fruits, I accidentally nicked myself. Is this reason sufficient? Since that incident at the hospital, he has not taken the initiative to reach out to her again, which indicates that he remains oblivious to all that transpired in the operating room. Had he been aware, given his nature, he would undoubtedly have come to take her back to the hospital, let alone the wound. Would it truly matter to him even if she had died? After uttering these thoughts, Su Shi observed the expression on Bo Jingyan's face, and he seemed to accept her explanation. However, in the next moment, Bo Jingyan abruptly seized her bag, fixating on the totem. His gaze was sharp and cold, identical to the one on the necklace. Therefore, having lost the necklace, she embroidered this on her bag? Is this a token of affection linked to that man Mu Qingcheng? Why did she marry him in the first place? If she was already entangled with another man, what compelled her to wed him? Considering how she had saved her grandfather and brought him such joy, could all this truly be mere coincidence? Is it possible that Su Shi and Mu Qingcheng have some clandestine scheme in mind aimed at the Bo family? Or perhaps, targeting Bo Jingyan himself? What objective could she possibly have that would prompt her to hastily seek a divorce? The more Bo Jingyan contemplated the totem, the angrier he became. In Su Shi's eyes, Bo Jingyan was beginning to lose his composure again. In that fleeting moment, the strap of Su Shi's bag snapped, causing it to tilt dangerously. She hurried to catch it, terrified that her medical records from the maternity hospital might fall out and be seen by Bo Jingyan. Fortunately, she managed to grasp it in time. However, while her records remained intact, a photography project booklet from Dreaming Studio tumbled out. Before Su Shi could retrieve it, Bo Jingyan had already crouched down to pick it up. He did not immediately return the document to her, but instead began to peruse it intently. When Su Shi attempted to snatch it back, he turned his back to her. Was that advertisement for the subsidiary of the Bo family shot by you? Wasn't it at least Xinhua from Dreaming Studio? Bo Jingyan questioned, his brow furrowed in discontent. Su Shi swiftly snatched the document and shoved it back into her bag. In other matters, she could confront him with unrestrained sharpness, yet regarding this work, it was an agreement established between Dreaming and the Bo family. Changing the photographer midway would constitute a breach of contract. If her explanation fell short, given his petty nature, he might very well seek trouble with Dreaming Studio. Even if the project turned out to be a success, due to his penchant for creating discord, he might not spare Dreaming Studio from his scrutiny. Su Shi hesitated for a moment, hoping he would leave quickly or change the subject. His expression was so complex that it was difficult to decipher. Today, this man was truly out of sorts. One moment he was staring at her abdomen. The next he was gripping her chin as if to threaten her. Then he questioned the origin of her scars, and now he was forcibly examining her documents. Chapter 48. Su Shi. What did you say? My children? Su Shi felt a wave of helplessness wash over her as she quickly gathered her thoughts and organized her words to explain. This issue arose from the printing department, resulting in a mix-up of names between my project and the one overseen by Li Xinhua, nothing more. Bo Jingyan furrowed his brow, questioning with a hint of skepticism. Then why is this document still in your possession? She performed admirably this time. I have it in hand to study, Sushi replied. Bo Jingyan chose not to press further. Suddenly, it struck her that he had noticed her entrance into Dream Shadow earlier without any hint of surprise. During her interview at the fluorescent studio, had he not arranged for In-Chi to assist her? Was it simply that he did not wish for her to enter the fluorescent studio, rather than deliberately obstructing her livelihood? With this thought in mind, she seized the opportunity to divert the conversation and asked directly, Bo Jingyan, when I was nearing success in my interview at the fluorescent studio, did you instruct In-Chi to call the interviewer and dissuade them from hiring me? I never expected you to be so malicious. After marrying you, I have been out of the industry for 2 years. Now that I am striving for independence, you are blocking my path to earn a living. Are you even a man? Are you human? Bo Jingyan was taken aback by her inquiry, struggling to contain the tumultuous emotions stirred by her previous remarks. After a considerable pause, he replied, Why would I obstruct your work? You have left the Bo family. The wealth, property, and shares I have provided you are more than sufficient for a lifetime. What motive would I have to sever your means of employment or leave you destitute? Sushi found no hint of deceit in his expression, yet she pressed on, Then why does that individual bear the surname N?
Indeed.
There are many with that surname in the city, but only someone with the power to influence the fluorescent studio directly and specifically request my exclusion could be involved. Who else could it be but you? Bo Jingyan massaged his temples, a look of agitation crossing his features. He cast a casual glance at Sushi before retrieving a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. Just as he withdrew a cigarette from the pack, before he could place it between his lips, Sushi briskly organized her bag and retorted coldly, Whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, let us part ways here. Do not appear before me again. If you have any memory, you will recall that day in the hospital when I declared you dead to me. Sushi silently hoped he would not obstruct her again, but he grasped her arm firmly, rendering her unable to escape. With a resigned sigh, she closed her eyes and turned her gaze towards Bo Jingyan. To her surprise, he had lowered his head, obscuring his expression. Yet, oddly, he emanated an air of sorrow. She had seldom seen him in such a state. Indeed, she had never witnessed it before. In her memory, whether during their student days or in the workplace, he had always exuded focus and confidence, rarely allowing anything to disrupt his composure. This unusual demeanor left Sushi perplexed, though the doubt in her heart seemed to flicker and dissipate. Silence enveloped them, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Sushi understood that should she attempt to leave again, he would surely intervene. She no longer possessed the strength to quarrel with him. Instead, she chose to calm her mind and asked flatly, Do you have any other matters to discuss? Susie noticed his demeanor and immediately spoke. Her tone frigid, I detest the smell of smoke. Bo Jingyan's hand lingered in the air for several seconds before he lowered it, his fingers still clutching the cigarette. His jawline taut. You never mentioned your aversion. You never said a word while I smoked in your presence before. His voice was soft yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness, as if suppressing a torrent of emotion. Yet because it was he who smoked, his demeanor exuded a certain charm and masculinity. Even though she disliked the scent, she secretly relished the sight of him smoking. However, Susie was no longer the woman she once was. She no longer wished to observe him. Her children were increasingly intolerant of the smell of smoke. Silence enveloped them once more, and she inquired again, Do you have any other business? Her tone was imbued with detachment and indifference, clearly indicating her desire to cease conversation. Bo Jingyan slowly extinguished the cigarette, his gaze dim as it fell upon her, his lips moving slightly as he uttered a few words. Have you ever loved me? Susie was taken aback by his question, perplexed as to why he would inquire about such matters. It seemed he had asked before, but she was no longer affected by his nonsensical words. Not even a flutter of emotion remained within her.
No.
You could even harm your own children. A person like you is unworthy of discussing love. The words caused Bo Jingyan to abruptly lift his head, his hands gripping Susie's shoulders, trembling slightly. Susie, what are you saying? My children? Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he began to laugh slowly, a sound that sent chills down her spine. My children? Susie, do you not have a conscience when you utter such words? Did we not share a bed? Did I not see your body in its fullness? Is your skin not as fair and delicate as your face? Setting aside the provocative glint in his eyes as they roamed over her, she could not believe it. She could not believe he had no recollection of that night. Even inebriated, he had not been so intoxicated as to lose all awareness. They had done what was to be done, and as a man, how could he not remember his body's reaction? He was merely pretending. Susie's nose tinged with bitterness, tears welling in her eyes. How ludicrous and absurd was all of this? She had hastily married, becoming a wife, initially filled with joy at marrying the man she loved. Yet after marriage, enduring her husband's indifference was one thing, but even after giving him her innocence, he would not acknowledge it. Reflecting on the absurd and hurtful insults he had hurled before and after their divorce, she now realized he sought to place the blame of infidelity during marriage upon her, to absolve himself of his own transgressions and the reality that Rocco was the third party. Indeed, while others might falter, Bo Jingyan was capable of such deceit. Yet now, he has successfully driven her out of the Bo family. The scene in the operating room has convinced him that the child no longer exists. However, he seems unwilling to let her go. What could be the reason for this relentless entanglement? Is it merely a matter of disliking her, of wanting to see her suffer? Sushi strained to clear her throat, which had grown hoarse from her suppressed sobs. With great effort, she held back the tears that threatened to spill over and shouted in a strained voice, "Bo Jingyan, you are a complete scoundrel. If you have forgotten, then ask Wu Ma whether you ever slept with me." As soon as her words fell, she shoved him forcefully, ensuring she would not harm her abdomen. However, just as she lifted her foot to leave, she abruptly halted, pointing a finger at his nose and declaring, "If you dare to stop me again, I will immediately expose the scandal of your marriage, your divorce, and the fact that you killed your own child until your reputation is utterly ruined." This time, Bo Jingyan did not impede her. His fingers trembled slightly as he retrieved a cigarette from the pack, igniting it with a heavy heart. The act seemed burdened with immense weight. As the flame flickered to life, it illuminated his weary face. He gazed at Su Shi's defiant silhouette, taking a deep drag, and as the smoke dissipated, a myriad of complex emotions filled his eyes. Chapter 49. He had to confront Wu Ma directly, to seek clarity. She stood quietly before the mirror, staring at her disheveled appearance, and the dam finally broke. Tears streamed down her cheeks unchecked. As she cried, her voice escalated uncontrollably into a wail, a mournful sound that seemed to express all her grievances. Fortunately, Gu Shanshan was not home. Otherwise, she would not have dared to cry so loudly. Yet, even in her sorrow, she refrained from weeping for too long, fearing it might affect the children in her womb. Meanwhile, as Bo Jingyan departed from the tree with heavy steps, his tall figure appeared solitary and desolate. He cast a glance at the trash bin beside the tree, where cigarette butts had accumulated to the point of obscuring the bottom of the box. Su Shi's words echoed in his mind like an incantation, refusing to fade away. For the first time, he experienced the piercing pain of a wounded heart, more acute than when he discovered Su Shi's various anomalies. When he summoned In-Chi to drive him, he instructed In-Chi to head straight to the Bo mansion. Observing his disheveled state and hearing his hoarse voice, In-Chi could only speculate, too apprehensive to inquire about what transpired. He cautiously reported, "Mr. Bo, Mrs. Zhou has been settled as you requested, and a sum of money has been allocated to her, which should suffice for the Su family for some time. In the short term, they should not trouble Madam." And she deliberately referred to Su Shi as Madam. However, as he spoke, he scrutinized Bo Jingyan's face in the rearview mirror, noting its increasingly somber expression, which remained unchanged despite In-Chi's words. Slowly, In-Chi fell silent, refraining from speaking for the rest of the journey. Upon arriving at the Bo mansion, Bo Jingyan exited the car with remarkable haste, his steps urgent and frantic, as if something of utmost importance awaited him.
Wu Ma, Wu Ma.
As he arrived at the grand hall, Bo Jingyan searched anxiously, his urgent voice echoing throughout the villa. And she, following closely behind, was profoundly concerned about his state, speculating on what had transpired between Bo Jingyan and Su Shi to elicit such a drastic change in his demeanor. To In-Chi's astonishment, Bo Jingyan had even decided not to attend an important meeting with a significant client today, a deal that the project manager had cultivated for over a month, merely awaiting Bo Jingyan's signature, which he had now dismissed. Bo Jingyan's calls had startled everyone in the villa. In truth, that amounted to merely 3 individuals, including Wu Ma. The villa was intended for Su Shi, who had declined to take it, prompting Bo Jingyan to retain a few servants for routine maintenance. Or perhaps he deliberately chose to keep the house. 2 servants hurried over, bowing respectfully and cautiously addressing him. Bo Jingyan slapped his forehead, feeling a surge of self-reproach. He had allowed his emotions to cloud his judgment. His face, etched with disappointment, he sank onto the sofa, wearily waving his hand to signal the servants to withdraw. The 2 servants exchanged glances, having never witnessed such a side of Bo Jingyan, yet dared not speak further, hastily departing. Observing Bo Jingyan's troubled countenance, And-Chi cautiously approached him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly, "Mr. Bo, if you urgently need to reach Wu Ma, would you like me to call her now?" Bo Jingyan lifted his gaze, the veins on his forehead throbbing with agitation. He parted his lips but ultimately shook his head, replying, "No need." He understood that such matters must be addressed directly in Wu Ma's presence. He needed to inquire thoroughly and precisely. "Find out Wu Ma's address," Bo Jingyan commanded with a serious expression. "Yes, Mr. Bo." The butler led him to the storage room to retrieve a notebook, instructing Inchi to take notes while muttering, "Mr. Bo is heading to Uma's place? Her home is in the mountains, inaccessible by car. I've heard it involves a steep climb. Whatever his intentions, no one could deter him. He would proceed as he saw fit. Mr. Bo, the address has been sent to your phone." However, the butler mentioned that reaching Uma's home may prove to be quite the endeavor. Bo Jingyan pulled out his phone. Scrolling through the screen without heeding Inchi's words, after a brief silence, he declared, "Cancel all my engagements. We leave immediately." Inchi's expression faltered at Bo Jingyan's command. His brow furrowed as he cautiously reported, "But Mr. Bo, these next few days are crucial. The company cannot function without you." Unfazed, Bo Jingyan stood and walked toward the door, retorting, "Pray tell, when has the company ever been able to do without me?" With a stern glance thrown in Inchi's direction, he continued out the door. "Call a driver. He will drive, while you manage the affairs." "Yes, Mr. Bo." 3 days later, Sushi finally felt a measure of relief. Her body was less fatigued, and her heart felt lighter. Throughout those days, Gu Shanshan had remained at her side, providing unwavering care. Suzy concealed the anguish within her heart, telling Gu Shanshan that her discomfort was due to her pregnancy. Briefly mentioning Zhou Milan's unreasonable outburst on the street, yet she refrained from mentioning her encounter with Bo Jingyan. The pain inflicted by Bo Jingyan was not something that could be alleviated by mere words. Only she could slowly come to terms with it. And no one else could assist her in this process. Mu Qingcheng had visited her several times, and both he and Gu Shanshan unanimously advised her against returning to work. But Suzy declined their suggestions. Had it not been for the disturbance caused by Zhou Milan and Bo Jingyan that day, she would have felt quite well despite carrying 3 babies. Aside from a lack of appetite during the early days of her pregnancy, she had been able to eat and sleep soundly in recent days, and she had no longer experienced any nausea or dizziness. Perhaps the babies sensed her struggles and were showing her compassion. Every time she contemplated this, her heart brimmed with warmth. After rising and grooming herself, Suzy observed her exposed skin, noting that the marks left by Zhou Milan had faded significantly. Dressed and ready, she picked up her bag and headed straight to the mall. In the dazzling array of shops, Suzy made her way directly to Gu Shanshan's favorite lingerie brand. As she strolled through the store, she pondered the colors and styles that Gu Shanshan might prefer while making her selections. Just as she reached out to examine a silk nightgown, an unfriendly voice interrupted her. "This is our store's new arrival, an exclusive piece. If you have no intention of purchasing it, please refrain from touching it."
"Oh, is that so?"
"How can I assess the material without touching it?" Suzy replied, casting a calm gaze at the sales associate. Her composed demeanor momentarily took the sales associate aback. The associate raised an eyebrow, reluctantly approaching Suzy, while casting a disdainful glance at her cotton dress, modest bag, and shoes. "Perhaps you should check the price tag before deciding whether to touch it. After all, if you were to soil it and then find it beyond your means, that would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it?" The sales associate paused beside Suzy, her tone laced with sarcasm. Suzy took in the associate's judgmental gaze. She had heard of and encountered such superficial salespeople before. Even during her time as Mrs. Bo, she had dressed simply and often faced similar treatment. With grace and poise, she lowered her arm, poised to respond when a sharp voice from the entrance interjected, "Chapter 50. I do not insult customers. How is it possible that such an employee exists in a high-end brand area? Can your monthly salary surpass the cost of this young lady's meal?" Both Suzy and the sales associate turned to the source of the voice. A fashionable girl with meticulously applied makeup stood before them, arms crossed and a haughty expression on her face, glaring at the sales associate. It was Qiao Xinxin, the one who had conspired to frame Suzy at Li Xinyue's behest and subsequently switched to the Ingguang studio. Upon seeing her, the sales associate hurriedly approached with obsequiousness, wearing a fawning expression. "Madam, you seem to have misunderstood. This garment is undeniably expensive, and if it were to become soiled, I would find it quite difficult to account for it to the store manager." Qiao Xinxin assertively extended her arm, unceremoniously pushing the sales assistant aside as she made her way directly toward Sushi. Upon reaching Sushi, she greeted her with a sweet smile, saying, "Sister Sushi, what a coincidence to encounter you here." Observing Qiao Xinxin up close, Sushi was further astonished by her transformation. In such a brief period, she had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. From that modestly dressed young girl, she had blossomed into a fashionable and modern young lady exuding elegance. Although Sushi felt a surge of surprise within, she maintained her composure, her expression betraying none of her astonishment. "Indeed, what a coincidence. It has been quite some time," Sushi replied. "Yes, it has been too long, Sister Sushi. I must express my gratitude to you for allowing me to join the fluorescent studio." As she spoke, Qiao Xinxin gently clasped Sushi's hands, her eyes brimming with appreciation. Sushi was taken aback by this unexpected gratitude, her mind swirling with confusion. What connection did Xiao Xinxin's joining the fluorescent studio have with her? Before Sushi could voice her inquiry, Xiao Xinxin released her grip and reached for a nightgown. Without even glancing at the price tag, she strode toward the counter with an air of arrogance, seeking out another sales assistant. Her affected demeanor and facial expressions exuded an air of superiority, as if she were deliberately showcasing her elevated status. Sushi, witnessing Xiao Xinxin's actions, assumed she intended to purchase the nightgown, but then she overheard Xiao Xinxin say, "I want it to be beautifully wrapped since it is a gift for my dear sister Sushi. Additionally, this transaction will be charged to your account, and kindly summon your manager to attend to us." Xiao Xinxin's tone was decidedly different from her meek demeanor at the studio. It resembled that of a wealthy socialite indulging in a shopping spree. Just as Sushi noticed Xiao Xinxin retrieving her bank card from her bag, she hurried over, eager to prevent her from proceeding with the payment. "Xinxin, you mustn't. I can cover this myself," she implored. "Consider it a token of my gratitude to you, Sister Sushi. If you refuse, it might seem as though you look down upon me," Xiao Xinxin retorted, her voice laced with an unyielding insistence. "This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it," Sushi replied, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she firmly declined. Simultaneously, she endeavored to halt Xiao Xinxin's impending transaction. Yet Xiao Xinxin resolutely thrust her card into the sales assistant's hands. Perhaps the sales assistant, thrilled by the commission from this order, swiftly accepted the card and processed the transaction on the POS machine. Upon completion, the sales assistant beamed with a smile, respectfully returning the card to Xiao Xinxin with both hands. Her gaze flitted between the two, and she courteously remarked, "It is evident that you share a close friendship. There is nothing amiss in exchanging gifts. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the manager shortly." With that, she gestured to the previous sales assistant, instructing, "Please call the manager. I need to arrange gift wrapping for the customer." The other sales assistant wore a reluctant expression, her face clearly displaying her discomfort and displeasure. Her expression seemed to reflect a lamentation over a lost order, coupled with dissatisfaction towards her colleague's authoritative tone. Yet, she was compelled to acquiesce and reluctantly ambled over. As she passed by Suzy and Xiao Xinxin, she shot them a sharp glance, her countenance rife with animosity. Xiao Xinxin, meanwhile, stood languidly, elegantly admiring her manicured nails, occasionally glancing up with disdain at the sales assistant. Suzy, wishing to avoid further conflict, spoke up. "Xinxin, there's a lovely cafe on the top floor. If you have no pressing matters, shall we go there for a while?" She sought a tranquil space to communicate with Xiao Xinxin and return the money for the pajamas they had just purchased. "Sounds good, Sister Cece, that was precisely my thought." Xiao Xinxin replied with a smile, then shifted her expression to glare at the sales assistant. She could surmise that Xiao Xinxin's intent in calling for the store manager was not benign. In the past, Suzy would have engaged in a power struggle with such service personnel. However, now, in her pregnant state, she felt considerably more indifferent and forgiving, striving to avoid conflict whenever possible. Thus, she couldn't help but softly advise, "Xinxin, she hasn't uttered anything offensive. Perhaps it would be better to let it go and not allow unrelated individuals to dampen our spirits." Xiao Xinxin grasped Suzy's hand and said, "Sister Cece, perhaps your life in the city has shielded you. Although you dress modestly, your demeanor is quite refined, indicating you likely hail from a prosperous background. As for me, I have been looked down upon since my school days due to my poverty, and in the working world, I have faced disdain from various individuals. Deep down, I harbor a profound aversion towards such people. If I don't vent my frustrations today, I might remain discontented all day long." Her tone carried a touch of grievance and unwillingness, as if she had endured much suffering in her past. Just as Suzy intended to comfort her, the sales assistant emerged from the back room, respectfully presenting a gift box to Xiao Xinxin. Upon receiving the box, Xiao Xinxin handed it to Suzy with both hands. "Sister Cece, please accept this. To be honest, I have been quite busy lately, and today was the first chance I had to come out. My purpose today was to buy a gift for you. Now that I have managed to acquire something you desire, I am even more delighted." Suzy hesitated for a moment, but upon recalling that she would transfer the money to Xiao Xinxin once they reached the top floor, she ceased to decline and accepted it. At that moment, a short-haired woman entered, her name tag reading store manager. Upon entering, she displayed an exceptionally professional demeanor, bowing slightly towards Suzy and her companion. Her face adorned with a warm smile, her voice soothing. "Dear guests, how may I assist you? It would be my utmost pleasure." The manager's professionalism exuded respect. However, Xiao Xinxin seemed entirely unimpressed. She crossed her arms defiantly and approached the manager slowly, halting before her and tilting her chin toward the sales assistant behind her. "There. The one behind you insulted my friend for her modest attire. The sales assistant hastily raised her hands in a flurry, anxiously exclaiming, "Manager, I did not. I did not insult the customer. I was merely concerned that the silk nightgown might become soiled, and I intended to offer a gentle reminder. Dear store manager, would you care to roleplay with me? You could portray my friend, while I take on her role. What do you think?" Upon witnessing Qiao Xinxin's demeanor, the manager's smile became even more approachable as she continued to speak softly. "I apologize. In our establishment, any discomfort experienced is undoubtedly the fault of our little shop. Allow me to extend my apologies on behalf of the sales associate. She is new and somewhat inexperienced. I kindly ask for your understanding." Listening to the manager's words, Susie did not show favoritism towards the sales associate. Observing her sincere expression of apology, she found it quite genuine. However, Qiao Xinxin was not prepared to let the matter rest. She released her crossed arms, waved her right index finger in front of her, and declared, "No. I believe you are quite adept at reciting such phrases. While these words may serve others well, for me, they reek of insincerity." Qiao Xinxin, bearing an air of sophistication, rendered the manager momentarily speechless. Susie recognized that Qiao Xinxin's stance was indeed as she had articulated. If she did not voice her grievances today, it would cast a shadow over her entire day. After a considerable pause, the manager gently continued, "In that case, may I have the sales associate offer your friend a heartfelt apology?" With that, she tugged at the sleeve of the sales associate behind her, beckoning her to step forward. The sales associate, who had previously appeared pitifully submissive, now wore an expression of trepidation. She slowly approached Susie, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and earnestly said, "I am deeply sorry for my inappropriate words. I ask for your magnanimity." Susie felt a twinge of embarrassment at this display and quickly gestured for her to rise. Once the sales associate stood up, she swiftly retreated to the manager's side. Susie pursed her lips and whispered to the nearby Qiao Xinxin, "Xinxin, perhaps it's time to let this go. Shall we go for coffee?" Qiao Xinxin nodded, cleared her throat, and continued addressing the manager. "As the manager, retaining such an individual in your store will only diminish your revenue. It is truly foolish. In this day and age, how many affluent individuals venture out dressed in understated, simple attire? Only the unsophisticated would flaunt their wealth so ostentatiously. Look at her. Does she even earn enough to afford anything in the shop? Is it necessary for her to look down upon others?" Qiao Xinxin's vehement words rendered the entire store silent. The sales associate, upon hearing the derogatory remark, looked up at Qiao Xinxin with displeasure. Sensing the gaze, Qiao Xinxin intensified her retort, "What are you staring at? I'm talking about you." With both the manager and the sales associate rendered speechless, Qiao Xinxin let out a cold huff and took Susie's arm, leading her out of the store. "Sister Cece, you might think I was rather harsh just now, but I found it immensely satisfying. I've never been so assertive before. I usually bear the brunt of others' grievances. As consumers, if we must still be concerned about others' expressions, it is utterly unreasonable." The manager would do well to open her eyes and dismiss that sales associate. It would be far more gratifying. As they walked, Susie sighed softly. Xian, I can empathize with your feelings. However, it is best to let bygones be bygones. When one delves deeper, this incident hardly constitutes a significant matter. Perhaps they have encountered too many unreasonable customers, exhausting their patience. Qiao Xian sighed in agreement, adopting a tone of gentle reproach as she spoke. Sushi offered a faint smile, lightly patting Qiao Xian, and replied with warmth. Upon hearing this, Qiao Xian laughed heartily and remarked, "Exactly. Why should we endure needless grievances? After all, we did not instigate any trouble." She expressed her politeness towards service staff whenever she dined or patronized establishments. "Never mind. Let us stop dwelling on this. Come on, Sister Shishi, the elevator is over there." As Qiao Xian effortlessly articulated her thoughts, she pulled Sushi towards the elevator. Chapter 51. I wonder if this sum is sufficient to procure this information? Upon their arrival at the rooftop cafe, Sushi opted for a secluded spot. After taking their seats, Qiao Xian ordered a black coffee, while Sushi requested a cup of milk. "Sister Shishi, do you not enjoy coffee?" Qiao Xian inquired as soon as the waiter departed. "Not particularly," Sushi replied. She would consider a different approach once her stomach was visibly round. Nodding in agreement, Qiao Xian remarked, "I've heard you don't touch coffee at the studio." However, her voice trailed off, and her expression gradually dimmed. Noticing this, Sushi inquired with concern, "What's wrong?" Qiao Xian bit her lip, hesitating before adding, "Sister Shishi, I recall the incident in the cafeteria. I'm truly sorry. Ever since that event, I've felt immense guilt and remorse towards you. I swear, I've never done anything wrong in my life. That was the sole occasion. Sushi listened and smiled softly, reassuring her with gentle words. It's all in the past. I bear no grudge against you. Besides, you were under pressure from Li Xinhua. Speaking of Li Xinhua, Sushi suddenly remembered the Bo family's project. Although the reputation belonged to Li Xinhua, she only received a 30 bonus. Li Xinhua could easily threaten others to ensnare her, even over trivial disputes in the office. The Bo family's project involved substantial interests. Would Li Xinhua attempt anything? Sushi hesitated to continue that line of thought and diverted the conversation, saying, "Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Xian, could you please take out your phone? I'd like to add you." "Sure." Xian replied promptly, retrieving her phone, opening the QR code, and handing it to Sushi. "Thank you for not holding it against me, Sister Shishi. I have no true friends in the city, and I'm grateful to have met you. Can we go shopping together often?" Sushi nodded as she navigated her phone. Once they had exchanged contact information, she also sent over the price of the dress she had discreetly viewed, confirming the transfer on Xian's phone. When Xian noticed this, she quickly stood up, reaching across the table to grasp her phone, exclaiming. Sushi smiled gently, gesturing for Xian to sit down, and said softly, "Xiao Xinxin." Feeling somewhat dejected, pouted for a while before slowly speaking. "All right, but Sister Cece, I genuinely wish to express my gratitude to you. I truly feel remorseful about how things transpired. That day, I almost caused you to fall, yet you bore no grudge and even facilitated my entry into the Neon Studio. You cannot fathom how elated I was to escape from Li Xinhua. I am at a loss for how to repay you." Upon hearing this, Sushi seized the opportunity to broach the perplexing matter from the pajama store. "You mentioned that I helped you get into the Neon Studio. How did that come about?" Xiao Xinxin paused momentarily, gazing at Sushi in confusion. "What do you mean?" "That brother Mu, he is your boyfriend, right? He informed me that he got me into the Neon Studio, stating that you orchestrated it. I asked him why he was willing to assist me, and he said it was because he found me honest and appreciated how I recounted the incident at the restaurant in detail, believing I was diligent and talented." Suonse, bewildered by this revelation, realized that the Mu in question was undoubtedly Mu Qingcheng. How could he have facilitated Xiao Xinxin's entry into the Neon Studio under her name? What was the purpose of such an action? If Mu Qingcheng possessed those resources and connections, why hadn't he aided her when she was initially rejected by the Neon Studio? Instead, he had recommended her to Han Yuming's Dream Shadow Studio. Though Sushi's mind was awash with confusion and uncertainty, she refrained from pressing Xiao Xinxin further. She deemed it necessary to confront Mu Qingcheng directly. Putting on an act of sudden realization, she chuckled lightly. "Indeed, how forgetful of me. I've been so busy lately that I completely overlooked this. How do you find your experience at the Neon Studio?" As Sushi engaged in perfunctory pleasantries with Xiao Xinxin, her thoughts drifted into deeper contemplation. Meanwhile, in the pajama store below, the manager was reprimanding the sales associate who had offended Sushi. Entering the store with poise, Li Xinhua approached the counter. Who was the manager here? Seeing a customer, the manager promptly greeted her with respect. "Good day, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" Li Xinhua cast a glance at the tearful sales associate before addressing the manager. "Regarding the clothing orders, I need to speak with you. Could you kindly excuse them?" Once the others had dispersed, Li Xinhua placed a stack of money on the counter and stated bluntly, "I wish to know the entire sequence of events concerning those two women from the moment they entered this store until their departure. I wonder if this amount is sufficient to procure that information?" The manager glanced at the pile of money, hesitating to comply. Those two women were not to be trifled with. If they were to learn of this inquiry and sought retribution, her position as manager might be jeopardized. It was not worth the risk for that sum. Noticing the manager's indecision, yet understanding that her refusal was not absolute, Li Xinhua reached into her bag once more, discreetly activating her recording device, and then placed another stack of money on the counter. "What about this? That girl in the white cotton dress. You can surely discern her sincerity, can't you? I am her elder sister. Recently, I have observed her mingling with dubious individuals, forming friendships that concern me deeply. I fear she may stray from the right path. Could you kindly lend your assistance?" Li Xinhua, in a fit of desperation, fabricated a tale claiming that Sushi was her younger sister. Her tone was both anxious and earnest, as if her sister might be whisked away and led astray at any moment. The shopkeeper's gaze flitted between the two stacks of money and the woman before her. After a moment of silence, she sighed softly. "Even so, if I accept this money." Chapter 52. Excellent. They have conspired together to deceive her. Li Xinhua was acutely aware of the shopkeeper's implication. A benevolent smile graced her lips as she reassured, as the saying goes, Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Considering your age, you must have children at home as well. Can you bear to see my sister follow the wrong crowd and stray from the right path? You have surely witnessed the true nature of that elegantly dressed girl. While Li Xinhua spoke gentle words with a facade of kindness, her heart harbored disdain for the shopkeeper's occasional fixation on the money, prompting her to scoff inwardly. If one desires the money, they should simply take it. Pretending to be principled is an act for whom? Exactly? The shopkeeper, after much contemplation, finally relented, though she continued to feign difficulty, saying, Li Xinhua, hastily interrupting the shopkeeper, placed a hand over her heart and solemnly assured. With her silver tongue, Li Xinhua indeed managed to sway the shopkeeper, who took the 2 stacks of money and placed them in the drawer. The shopkeeper meticulously recounted every detail of the encounter between Sushi and Qiao Xinxin, from their entrance to their departure, including the arguments they had. Upon hearing this, Li Xinhua's hands fell to her sides, her fists clenched tightly, and her gaze grew increasingly sinister. Excellent. They have colluded to play her, Li Xinhua muttered through gritted teeth. These 2 wretched beings. I knew the situation was not so simple. Meanwhile, in the cafe upstairs, Qiao Xinxin and Sushi were engaged in casual conversation. Qiao Xinxin animatedly described her work at the Neon Studio to Sushi. I have reviewed your resume and work, and I find you exceptional. If you remain stifled at Dream Shadow, it will be challenging to rise. Now that you are at Neon, immerse yourself fully. Reaching across the table, Qiao Xinxin grasped Sushi's hand, her excitement palpable. So, Sushi, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Over the past half-month, the Neon Studio has valued my contributions greatly, and they have already assigned me 3 projects with excellent commissions. However, as Qiao Xinxin recounted her triumphs, her earlier exuberance abruptly faded, and her voice turned choked with emotion. So now, I no longer have to live in that pigeonhole. Nor do I have to compete with others for the restroom. Tears streamed down her fair cheeks, smudging her foundation. Sushi furrowed her brow and gently reassured her. It seems you have endured quite a bit of hardship. However, given your current work situation, your future in the industry will surely flourish, and your life will improve. Yes, I will certainly work very hard. With tears wiped away, Qiao Xinxin gazed at Sushi with profound gratitude, a sentiment that emanated from the depths of her heart. As she scanned her surroundings at home, she eagerly awaited Gu Shanshan's call. She hurriedly swiped her phone screen to connect the call. Shanshan, where are you? Gu Shanshan's voice boomed from the other end. I just exited the airport. Qingcheng has already booked the hotel. I'm heading to the parking lot to retrieve the car, and we'll rush over. Can you manage to get to the hotel by yourself? If you're still feeling unwell, I can pick you up, or let Qingcheng drive to get you. I'm fine, Shanshan. You've been on a plane for hours and must be tired. Drive safely. We'll see each other soon. Okay, see you soon. After hanging up, Sushi meticulously checked the gift box of pajamas, along with the cake and flowers she had ordered in advance. A faint smile graced her lips in satisfaction. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Peering through the peephole, Sushi recognized Mu Qingqing's face and promptly opened the door. I'm here to take you to the hotel. Are you ready? Yes, all set. We can leave shortly. Come in for a glass of water. While she initially intended to wait until the evening to inquire about Qiao Xinxin's visit to the studio during Gu Shanshan's birthday celebration, Sushi found herself impatient. She had pondered for an entire afternoon, unable to comprehend Mu Qingqing's intentions. Qingcheng, please sit. Shanshan just arrived at the airport, and with the traffic now, it might take a while. Let's rest a bit before we head out. Sushi invited Mu Qingqing inside and courteously poured him a glass of water. He nodded in agreement. Once seated, Mu Qingqing noticed the gifts and spoke up. Do you feel better today? Why didn't you invite me to join you for shopping? What if you had an accident? Sushi shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. I've rested well these past few days. And I'm not in the late stages of pregnancy. I can move about freely. Mu Qingqing, captivated by Sushi's serene smile, found himself momentarily unable to divert his gaze. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed her smile in such a manner. Perhaps it was because today marked Gu Shanshan's birthday, and Sushi wished to maintain the festive spirit. However, as Sushi caught the lingering gaze of Mu Qingqing, an air of discomfort enveloped her. Purposefully, she rose to refill his glass and casually remarked, Qingcheng, there's something I would like to ask you. Yes, go ahead, he replied. Seated opposite him, Sushi organized her thoughts before speaking. As she concluded, she observed Mu Qingqing's expression. A fleeting look of unease crossed his face before he quickly regained his smile. It's about her. Mu Qingqing began, but was interrupted by Sushi's phone ringing with Gu Shanshan's call. Shanshan, I'm leaving home shortly, and will be there soon. Just as she attempted to silence her phone, Gu Shanshan called again. This was unusual for her. Suspecting it might be urgent, Sushi swiped to answer. As soon as the call connected, Gu Shanshan's anxious voice erupted from the phone. Shishi, has Qingcheng left? Yes, he's here.
Quick. Pass the phone to him.
Upon hearing the unease in Gu Shanshan's voice, Sushi promptly complied, handing over her phone while inadvertently activating the speakerphone feature. Mu Qingcheng cast a hesitant glance at Sushi's actions before lowering her gaze to the device, gently stating, Shanshan, it's Qingcheng. As soon as Mu Qingcheng's words left her lips, a flurry of panic accompanied by a quavering voice erupted from the phone. Qingcheng, why can't I reach you? Something has happened to your parents. What are you saying? Chapter 53. He is currently disoriented. We need to act swiftly. I encountered this by chance. Hurry to the city hospital as quickly as possible. I will explain everything when you arrive. I'll be waiting at the main entrance of the hospital. Do not let Cece know about this. Her health has never been robust. Please come quickly. Whatever else Gu Shanshan said was lost on Sushi, as Mu Qingcheng, upon hearing the instruction to keep Cece in the dark, swiftly terminated the call. Listening intently to Gu Shanshan's fervent words, Sushi could sense the gravity of the situation. Anxiety surged within her, and beads of sweat formed in the palms of her hands. Once the call ended, Mu Qingcheng's face had drained of color. Typically composed and unflappable, Mu Qingcheng now resembled a frightened child. Trembling, he thrust the phone into Sushi's hands, stammering, I left my phone in the car. I'll go ahead, you stay here. Hearing his hoarse and trembling voice, Sushi felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She wiped away the tears that had fallen at the sides of her nose and reassured him softly, Qingcheng, your parents will be fine. I will accompany you. After a brief pause, she added quickly, I'm perfectly fine. Let us hurry. Mu Qingcheng, lost in despair, nodded numbly and began to make his way toward the door. Sushi gazed at his forlorn figure, her heart aching. Anyone who received news of their parents being in danger would inevitably feel such disarray. The psychological torment was something no one else could truly comprehend. Taking a moment to steady her emotions, Sushi quickened her pace to catch up with Mu Qingcheng. Regarding Mu Qingcheng's parents, her memories lingered on the days spent at their old residence during her childhood. They had treated her far better than Zhou Milin and Su Daqiang ever had. Sushi had always regarded them as relatives. Back then, Zhou Milin frequently expelled her from the house and withheld food from her. On one occasion, during a heavy snowfall in winter, she was feeding her younger siblings when her brother accidentally broke a bowl. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Milin rushed out of the kitchen in a frenzy, asking no questions and immediately striking her. After the beating, Zhou Milin banished her, clad in thin clothing, from the warm room. Cold and hungry, Sushi had sought refuge at Mu Qingcheng's doorstep, only to find the family absent, leaving her to huddle alone there. Such incidents were countless, yet the warmth offered by the Mu family was immeasurable. Qingcheng, please drive slowly. Your parents will be all right, Sushi comforted him. It was then that Mu Qingcheng seemed to realize Sushi was also in the car. Controlling his anxious emotions, he gradually reduced the speed of the vehicle. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, they were met with the sight of Gu Shanshan, her attire marred by numerous patches of blood, nearly dried and congealed. Before Sushi and Mu Qingcheng could utter a word, Gu Shanshan spoke rapidly, her tone laced with reproach. Shishi, why are you here too? The hospital is teeming with germs. You must not enter. Stay here by the flower bed and wait for us. As soon as she finished, her gaze shifted impatiently to Mu Qingcheng, urging, hurry, Qingcheng, let us go inside and talk as we walk. With no time to respond, Sushi watched as they admonished her not to move and dashed through the hospital doors. Left with no choice, she found a clean spot by the flower bed to sit. However, after a brief moment, Sushi stood up again, wandering nearby, her mind restless like a swarm of ants. She anxiously hoped for the safety of those who had shown her kindness. Just then, a flurry of urgent shouts reached her ears. Instinctively, she turned towards the source of the commotion. A stretcher was being unloaded from an ambulance parked directly in front of the hospital entrance, several medical personnel hastily maneuvering it. Sushi's brow furrowed, yet another patient in critical condition. Given her current pregnancy, she found it difficult to witness such scenes. Just as she contemplated averting her gaze to escape this heart-wrenching sight, she caught a glimpse of a familiar face through the gaps between the doctors. At that moment, her heart seemed to halt for several seconds. Her eyes widened, and her body reacted involuntarily. Her feet began to move. She did not wish to approach or see him, yet an invisible force compelled her forward. As she neared the stretcher, she struggled to maintain her composure, while her gaze remained fixated on that face. Bo Jingyan, she called out, her voice trembling. She observed Bo Jingyan's arm laboriously lifting, as if signaling the doctors to pause. His crimson eyes bore into hers, reflecting pain and an emotion she could not decipher. Her hands, betraying her will, slowly rose to cover her mouth as she stood there, transfixed, exchanging a wordless stare with him. Blood had congealed across his forehead, temples, and chin, while his parched lips struggled to move before finally producing a faint utterance. "Come here.
Come to me."
She stood frozen, incapable of movement, while nearby doctors and nurses grew increasingly anxious. One doctor, casting an impatient glance at Shi, spoke rapidly. "Miss, is this man someone you know? He is delirious and needs immediate attention. Do not waste time here." As the doctor's words faded, Bo Jingyan gradually closed his eyes, and the arm that had been beckoning her suddenly fell limp. In an instant, cries of alarm and urgent commands echoed around them. Bo Jingyan was fitted with an oxygen mask and swiftly wheeled into the hospital. Unbeknownst to her, Susie's tears cascaded like pearls from a broken string, endlessly slipping through her fingers. Her mind was a void, utterly devoid of thought. It was only when a familiar voice penetrated her ears that she began to regain her composure. "Miss Susie. Miss Susie." She gazed vacantly at the newcomer, Anqi, who called her anxiously, his arms outstretched beside her. Had she been on the verge of fainting moments ago? Rubbing her temples, she turned slightly to wipe her tears away. Anqi's repeated calls of Miss Susie roused her completely. He referred to her as Miss rather than Madam. She was no longer his wife. What was she even crying about? Who was lying on the stretcher, and what connection did they have? Chapter 54. He cares for you. A bittersweet smile tugged at Susie's lips. Yet her gaze toward Anqi remained calm and indifferent. The exposed skin on Anqi's body bore varying degrees of injury, hinting that they had endured something together. Yet, none of this held any relevance to her. Susie refrained from inquiring or uttering a single word. She merely inclined her head slightly toward Anqi, a polite greeting, before turning back toward the flower bed. "Miss Susie." Anqi's hoarse voice called out from behind her. Though she heard him, she did not pause. Rather, she quickened her pace. Observing this, Anqi hastened to block her path. Susie slowly lifted her head, her expression unreadable as she regarded the perspiring Anqi. "Anqi, I have no desire to know or concern myself with anything regarding him. You need not say anything." Anqi lowered his head in sorrow, struggling to find the right words. But as Susie prepared to leave once more, he called after her back. "Madam, in everyone's eyes, you remain Miss Bo, and in Mr. Bo's eyes, even more so." Susie's steps faltered for just a moment, only to resolutely continue forward. This time, Anqi truly grew anxious, raising his voice as he shouted toward her retreating figure. "Mr. Bo, he is like this because of you." The word struck Susie like a thunderclap. Her hands involuntarily fell, gripping her clothing, slowly tightening. "Madam, just a few days ago was the day you and your mother clashed at the bus station. Anqi, my divorce from Bo Jingyan has been finalized with signatures and seals. Pray tell, does anything concerning him still pertain to me?" Susie coldly interrupted him, conveying her disinterest. Yet, Anqi seemed undeterred, ignoring her words as he continued. "That day, I do not know what you and Mr. Bo discussed, but after he left, he immediately instructed me to drive to the Bo residence, and upon entering, he anxiously sought out Aunt Wu." As Anqi spoke, he carefully observed Susie's expressions and movements. Noticing her lack of reaction and stillness, he continued his urgent narration. "On that day, when Mr. Bo visited, Aunt Wu happened to be away visiting relatives. We could not reach her by phone, and the neighbors were equally unaware of her whereabouts." Shi, listening wearily to Anqi's narration, involuntarily relaxed her brows.
"That day."
Was it the day she mentioned that Aunt Wu was aware of their cohabitation? Thus, after Bo Jingyan's departure, he hastily sought out Aunt Wu for inquiries? Even if he confirmed their shared living arrangement, what was he attempting to achieve? Anqi quietly observed the silent Shi, gradually calming his choked voice, and sighed. "Madam, Mr. Bo genuinely cares for you. There must be some misunderstanding between you two." "Misunderstanding?" Shi lifted her head, her expression dazed as she locked eyes with Anqi. Her voice steady yet resonant. "Do you recall the time I lay in the emergency room while you delivered the divorce agreement? Do you remember when I visited his office? And he gripped my chin, forcing me to apologize to Luo Koko? Can you remember the countless times he humiliated me, accusing me of coveting his wealth, of straying?" After expressing her grievances, she inquired, "Anqi, do you truly consider these incidents mere misunderstandings?" Her sharp questioning bore into Anqi, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Madam, the dynamics between two individuals often become strained due to misunderstandings, leading to barriers and even harsh words. Reflect on the state of your relationship when you first married. To outsiders, you seemed a match made in heaven. When did it start to change? Have you pondered these questions?" Anqi patiently elucidated, hoping she would contemplate these matters with serenity. After his words, she fell into silence. Where did it all begin to shift? She ruminated on this question, unable to suppress a cold smile. Had he ever shown her any affection? She had presumed his cold demeanor was merely a reflection of his ruthless business acumen, lacking in tenderness towards women. Yet, his attentiveness towards Luo Koko had never been mirrored in his treatment of her, without any prior warmth. How could one speak of change? Seizing the moment, and she continued, "Madam, I am older than you both, and as an observer I have a clearer perspective. His urgency in seeking out Aunt Wu surely stems from something you have communicated to him. I witnessed you rushing towards him, hands covering your mouth, tears in your eyes. The entire scene was vivid. You harbor feelings for him as well. Do not dismiss it as a momentary loss of control. In times of urgency, one's initial actions reflect the truest sentiments of the heart." And Shi's words, spoken with sincerity, seemed to carry weight. However, as he articulated those thoughts, Su Shi's mind drifted uncontrollably back to the image of Bo Jingyan threatening her children. Regardless of the arguments presented, the crux remained. He had already pierced her heart with countless wounds. Meeting in Shi's gaze once more, her expression had returned to a tranquil state. And Shi, "I appreciate your kindness. You are a good person. However, I wish to sever all ties with him. Please, attend to your own matters," Su Shi spoke softly, as if devoid of any lingering emotion. And Shi, observing the expression on her face, could deduce the profound hurt that the woman before him had suffered at the hands of Bo Jingyan. He lowered his head, contemplating further words he wished to express. However, at that moment, Luo Kiki rushed toward him from a distance, calling out, "Assistant in? Assistant N." As she approached, her gaze, sharp and disdainful, flicked towards Su Shi before turning back to Enchi assistant in. "You are quite the diligent assistant, aren't you? You've directly assigned Brother Yen to your subordinates while you idle here chatting? How shameless can you be?" The commanding tone and demeanor of Luo Kiki left Enchi at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Su Shi had quietly begun to distance herself. Noticing this, Enchi intended to pursue her, but as he shifted his steps in her direction, Luo Kiki seized his collar.
Hey,
"I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Why are you still lingering with that vile woman? Take me to see Brother Yen, at once." Enchi clenched his fists, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet, he found himself powerless to refuse Luo Kiki, for it appeared that Bo Jingyan consistently indulged her. Sighing inwardly, Enchi pondered the dilemma of Su Shi and Luo Kiki. Whom did Bo Jingyan truly love? He seemed to care for both women, and amid this convoluted mess, he, as an assistant, had truly exerted himself to the utmost. Chapter 55. Ching Chung suspected that all of this was orchestrated by Bo Jingyan. For reasons unknown, the image of him, bloodied and battered, repeatedly flashed through her mind. His condition, lying there, appeared grave. Suddenly, she recalled her two curses wishing him dead. Was this an eerie manifestation of her words? She had never been a malicious person. On the contrary, she was exceedingly tender-hearted. Though she harbored resentment toward him, her words had been uttered through gritted teeth. Yet, she had never genuinely wished for his demise. With this thought, Su Shi's trembling hands instinctively caressed her abdomen. She, drink some juice." Just as Su Shi was lost in thought, the voice of Gu Shanshan resonated above her. Regaining her composure, Su Shi prepared to rise. But Gu Shanshan gestured for her to remain seated. "Did you hear me when I called Ching Chung?" Gu Shanshan inquired softly while handing Su Shi the freshly squeezed juice she had purchased. As she settled heavily beside Su Shi, she continued, "How are your uncle and aunt?" Su Shi asked while retrieving wet wipes from her bag, offering them to Gu Shanshan to clean the bloodstains from her arms. Gu Shanshan declined, letting out a deep sigh. "Uncle is stable now. He has already been moved to a hospital room. But aunt is still in critical condition, and Ching Chung is waiting silently by the door." Su Shi's eyes brimmed with tears as she hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened?" Gu Shanshan wiped away her own tears, her voice choked with emotion as she replied, "Not long after I left the airport, I received a distress call from Uncle. He said he couldn't reach Mu Ching Chung. When I arrived at the lakeside, he mentioned aunt was already unconscious. I rushed them to the hospital before calling you." As she spoke, Gu Shanshan paused, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing the troubled expression on her face, Su Shi inquired, "At the lakeside? Was there an accident? Or perhaps a robbery?" "No, neither," Gu Shanshan replied. Her words trailed off, hinting at some unspoken truth. "What exactly happened?" Su Shi pressed gently. Turning to Su Shi, Gu Shanshan's gaze was earnest, her voice dropping to a hushed tone. They were walking by the lake when a stranger silently passed by and suddenly stabbed them with a knife. Su Shi's face paled at this revelation. Holding her breath, she listened intently to the continuation of Gu Shanshan's tale. "By the time my uncle realized what was happening and tried to protect my aunt, it was already too late. According to him, the assailant didn't attempt to rob them or harm other passersby, which suggests that my uncle and aunt were the specific targets. With those words, Gu Shanshan's tears flowed freely, and she grasped Sushi's hand tightly. Qingqing, we grew up together. My uncle and aunt are such kind-hearted people. You know them better than I do. Sushi, how could such a wonderful couple have offended anyone? Sushi was equally moved, tears streaming down her cheeks. After they wept for a while, Sushi finally spoke. I hope Anne is all right. Shanshan, has the police gotten involved? There must be cameras by the lake. Surely, they can uncover the truth? Gu Shanshan responded, yes, the police came and told us to wait for updates. After a moment of silence, she looked at Sushi with a troubled expression and said, Sushi, we have no secrets between us, right? Taken aback, Sushi wondered why Gu Shanshan had suddenly made such a statement. However, it was clear that she had more to say. Sushi nodded solemnly. Gu Shanshan continued, Sushi, Qingqing suspects that it was Bo Jingyan who orchestrated all of this. Sushi's face registered shock. That's impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Although I despise Bo Jingyan, I know his character well enough. He wouldn't stoop to such malicious acts. Even if he harbors resentment, it would be directed solely at Mu Qingqing. He would never harm elderly individuals. Moreover, if such a heinous act were to come to light, it would ruin his life. He isn't that foolish. Seeing the disbelief etched on Sushi's face, Gu Shanshan pressed on. Has Bo Jingyan contacted you recently? Sushi hesitated, recalling the abortion procedure he had taken her for, which Mu Qingqing and Gu Shanshan were unaware of. Since then, she had not witnessed Bo Jingyan retaliating against Mu Qingqing in any way.
Sushi.
He has reached out to you, hasn't he? Gu Shanshan pressed further. At the small restaurant, Bo Jingyan misunderstood your relationship with Mu Qingqing. Has anything else occurred? Faced with Gu Shanshan's anxious inquiries, Sushi remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. I have met him before. Susie wiped the tears from her face with a tissue and mustered the courage to speak. That day at the restaurant, I sent you a text, hoping you would come with money, but you happened to be unavailable. After Qingqing arrived, Bo Jingyan deliberately made things difficult for me. I have mentioned this to you before. Then Bo Jingyan took me to the hospital to see my grandfather. In the hospital corridor, his words hinted at his suspicion regarding my relationship with Qingqing. At this point, Susie paused, deliberately withholding some details, as she was reluctant to continue. She already felt embarrassed in front of Gu Shanshan and Mu Qingqing.
Now,
she had to reveal that her ex-husband had sent bodyguards to drag her to the hospital for an abortion. What happened next? Gu Shanshan inquired. Susie looked at Gu Shanshan's still sorrowful expression and steeled herself to respond. Shanshan, please don't look down on me after I tell you. What are you talking about? Aren't we good friends? Even if I were to look down on you, I couldn't. Gu Shanshan replied with a tone of reproach, while gently patting Susie's back. I'm not trying to pry into your privacy. To be precise, Qingqing is now convinced that Bo Jingyan harmed his parents, and he is in a very bad state. I fear he might impulsively do something foolish. Therefore, I wish to understand the complete context of everything, to analyze the situation. Susie nodded. Bo Jingyan actually knew I was pregnant long ago. He mentioned it that day in the hospital. The next day, he had bodyguards forcibly take me to the hospital and arranged a medical team to terminate the pregnancy.
What?
The babies. Were they? They are no longer with us? Gu Shanshan's voice trembled as she spoke. What about those days, chapter 56? Why would she have such a dream? Gu Shanshan suddenly sprang up from the stone slab. Her fists clenched tightly as she slowly crouched in front of Susie, her gaze filled with sadness as she observed Susie's abdomen, mingled with fear. Where are the babies? Gu Shanshan asked again, her voice choked with emotion, clearly indicating her attachment to the children Susie carried. Susie bit her lip and vigorously shook her head. Tears flowed down her pale face, once more. While sobbing, she recounted everything that transpired in the operating room that day to Gu Shanshan in detail. By the end of her story, she was inconsolable, as if the humiliation she had bottled up inside was finally released. Gu Shanshan, with tears streaming down her face, embraced Susie tightly, gently patting her back and comforting her. You have endured so much. It's all right now. It's all over. As long as the babies are safe. That's all that matters. The two women, as close as sisters, wept together in each other's arms. After a long while, they slowly released each other. At that moment, as Gu Shanshan came into Susie's view, her expression had turned as cold as ice. A fierce anger radiated from her eyes. That scoundrel Bo Jingyan dares to bully you like this. I will settle the score with him sooner or later. Susie's tears had nearly dried, and she made an effort to compose herself, saying, Shanshan, the events that transpired are roughly as follows. I believe that Bo Jingyan would not harm Qingqing's parents. Even if he desired to inflict harm, it would likely be directed solely at Qingqing herself. As for the matter concerning uncle and aunt, it remains uncertain what connection he has to them. I had thought him to be astute, but it seems he is merely a fool. In the future, I shall seize the opportunity to ascertain whether a man remembers with whom he has shared a bed whilst intoxicated. As Gu Shanshan spoke, she tugged at her neatly cropped hair, revealing a hint of agitation. Cece, do not disclose any of this to Qingqing just yet. Furthermore, I must keep an eye on him to prevent any reckless actions stemming from his anger. Also, let me make it clear, that man surnamed Bo is a scoundrel. Regardless of how he clings to you in the future, do not show any weakness. It is difficult to predict what will transpire now. But once the 3 children are born, you may well face hardships. I will not, interrupted Su Shi, her voice calm yet resolute, determination evident in her gaze. Gu Shanshan glanced at Su Shi, her heart easing significantly. She then sighed heavily and continued, you managed to evade Bo Jingyan's notice in the operating room. But your belly is visibly growing day by day. If this reaches his ears, what will you do? That man is utterly unhinged. I have considered this. When my pregnancy becomes apparent, I will take a leave of absence. I also intend to find a new place to live, as he is aware of your current address. Gu Shanshan gently patted Su Shi. Very well, it is settled. With 3 children, your belly will be much larger than with a single pregnancy. Thus, you must plan accordingly. I shall arrange the housing, and when the time comes, I will move in with you, and we can hire a nanny. Su Shi looked at Gu Shanshan with gratitude, warmth flooding her heart. With Gu Shanshan by her side, any matter could be discussed rationally, bringing her much comfort. Slowly rising, Su Shi said, Yes, Shanshan. Let us not dwell on this any longer. The matters concerning uncle and aunt take precedence. I wish to see them. Gu Shanshan, concerned for Su Shi's well-being, firmly declined. Hearing Gu Shanshan efficiently organize everything, Su Shi decided not to complicate matters further. She nodded, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward the hospital entrance. After a few moments of scanning, she rose to follow Gu Shanshan out. Su Shi received news from Mama Wu that Bo Jingyan had perished on the operating table. Lukik soon arrived, dragging her to Bo Jingyan's funeral to exact retribution. In front of all, Lukik produced ample evidence of Su Shi's infidelity during her marriage and collusion with her mother to siphon off the Bo family's wealth. Lukik accused her of malice, claiming she had cursed Bo Jingyan to death. Su Shi knelt in the hall, desperately attempting to explain everything to the onlookers, yet no one was willing to listen. When she turned to Bo Huilin, her grandfather, she found him gazing at her with a face full of wounds, his eyes reflecting profound disappointment and even rage. Su Shi crawled to her grandfather, pleading with him to investigate the truth of the matter. However, Bo Huilin forcefully pushed her away. In that moment, not only did Bo Huilin faint due to a relapse of his old illness, but Su Shi also tumbled down the stairs as a result of a shove. No, no. Su Shi abruptly opened her eyes, her blurred vision scanning the dark room. Her body was drenched in sweat, thoroughly soaking the sheets. It was merely a dream. It was all just a dream. Why? Why did she have such a dream? Since her pregnancy, she had experienced dreams about babies, animals, and other nonsensical scenarios. Yet, she had never encountered such a dream so closely aligned with reality. Was it the sight of Bo Jingyan in the hospital today that had etched itself into her mind? And did her subconscious still harbor concern for him? With lingering fear, Su Shi slowly sat up, her voice trembling as she spoke to herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks unabated. Gu Shanshan was knocking forcefully on the door from outside, calling out, Shishi. Shishi. Open the door. What is wrong with you? Su Shi momentarily froze, hastily wiping away her tears before hurriedly getting out of bed to open the door for Gu Shanshan. Upon opening the door, Su Shi, with a hoarse voice, said to Gu Shanshan, Shanshan, I had a nightmare. I was startled for a moment, but I'm fine now. Gu Shanshan took her hand and led her to the living room, quickly fetching a glass of water from the kitchen. I heard that pregnant women tend to have many dreams, and unfortunately, most of them are unpleasant. Don't be afraid. Also, please refrain from locking the door in the future. If something happens, it would terrify me, Gu Shanshan gently admonished while handing the glass to Su Shi. Su Shi reached out to accept it, but still shaken. Her hand trembled slightly. The glass slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Gu Shanshan swiftly prevented Su Shi from bending down, quickly retrieving tools to clean up the shards of glass. Su Shi gazed at the mess on the floor, feeling embarrassed as she began to speak. Shanshan, I. Chapter 57. Do you care for him? Is that so? But before she could finish, Gu Shanshan interrupted her, saying, Don't thank me. I'm taking care of you for the sake of these little ones. After all, I am somewhat of a mother to them. Just sit there and wait. I will get you more water. Drink some, And once your emotions settle, you can try to sleep. Sushi wiped away the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, offering a bitter smile and nodding in agreement. When Gu Shanshan returned with more water, Sushi took a few sips and noticed that Gu Shanshan had yet to change out of her day clothes. She quickly inquired, Gu Shanshan, why haven't you changed? Gu Shanshan, looking weary, sank into the sofa and sighed heavily, her voice low as she replied, when it comes to feelings of melancholy. She leaned back against the sofa, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Sushi moved her lips, her nose tingling with emotion, and for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. The two sat in silence for a long time, both devoid of any drowsiness. Despite her fatigue, Gu Shanshan disregarded her own needs and went to the kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of egg and vegetable noodle soup. As they ate, she continued to advise Sushi. Auntie is with me and Qing Cheng. For now, try not to think about anything related to Bo Jingyan. In short, avoid any thoughts that could affect your mood. Whatever troubles or difficulties you face, entrust them to me and Qing Cheng. Our precious little ones within you are what you should truly prioritize. Remember that, Cece. As Sushi brought the noodles to her lips, she was moved by Gu Shanshan's warm words, halting her chewing. She gazed at the steaming bowl of soup noodles, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. Observing this, Gu Shanshan spoke lightly. All right, you've already cried several times today. If you continue, our little treasures won't be able to bear it. Yet, Sushi slowly set down her chopsticks, her voice hoarse as she replied, Shanshan, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. Perhaps feeling hungry, Gu Shanshan nodded while eating swiftly.
Today.
After you and Qing Cheng went upstairs, Sushi recounted her encounter with Bo Jingyan, right up until Enchi's departure, sharing every detail. In my dream earlier, Bo Jingyan died. Along with Luoka and grandfather Su, she revealed all her secrets to Gu Shanshan. With the admission, she felt a sense of relief. Gu Shanshan had always regarded her as family, and she felt the same. Their bond transcended mere friendship, akin to that of sisters. However, recently, Sushi had concealed too much from Gu Shanshan. Whether out of concern that Shanshan would worry and nag her, or the desire to spare her additional burdens, she had kept silent. Yet, she believed it was better to speak out. Just as she had done when she first fled from the Bo mansion to seek Gu Shanshan's company, crying unreservedly and sharing her heart without hesitation. Gu Shanshan continued to eat as she listened to Su Shi's words. Only after finishing her noodles did Gu Shanshan lift her gaze to meet Su Shi's. Do you feel pity for him now? She inquired softly, observing Su Shi's expression. Su Shi stared at her in a daze, opening her mouth but unable to respond. Noticing her melancholy demeanor, Gu Shanshan gently admonished, Cece, he has done so many outrageous things to you. To put it bluntly, even if he were to die, you need not attend his funeral. Perhaps my words are harsh, but consider this. In the 2 years of your marriage, what has he truly given you? Warmth? Affection? Or merely an endless supply of money? Sushi frowned, her voice barely above a whisper. Shanshan, I am aware of all this. It's just that when he proposed divorce, my heart turned cold. I thought only of leading separate lives, him his and me mine. Yet I once cursed him. And now he is in this state. I must say, you graduated from a prestigious university. If curses were effective, there would be no brawls. Everyone would merely sit and speak curses. Gu Shanshan interrupted her, seemingly reproachful but genuinely comforting. Sushi stared blankly at her now cold noodles. Did you hear that, Cece? His misfortune has nothing to do with you. Don't heed Enchi's nonsense. He is merely Bo Jingyan's assistant, always speaking in his favor. I will clarify everything with you shortly. Back in school, you were infatuated with him and eventually married him. By all accounts, this should have been a joyous occasion for you. But have you ever seriously contemplated why he married you? As I previously mentioned, he is compromising himself for the sake of his grandfather, which is utterly out of character for him. Susie sighed softly, unwilling to waste Gu Shanshan's efforts, and promptly immersed herself in her noodles. As she ate, she spoke, Shanshan, the issues you raised have troubled me greatly in the past. However, ever since my divorce, I have ceased to dwell on them. Today, my emotions are rather tumultuous. First, due to the incident involving uncle and aunt, and secondly, encountering Bo Jingyan in such a manner has undoubtedly shaken me. Please do not worry too much about me. I will adjust myself promptly. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Focus on your work. If you feel weary, take a break, and let us anticipate the arrival of a few little ones, which will usher in a brand new life. Will it not? Gu Shanshan's voice grew buoyant, and a look of contentment graced her face. Susie, too, felt her demeanor lighten with Shanshan's transformation. After finishing her last bite of noodles, she wiped her mouth and walked to the kitchen to retrieve a cake from the refrigerator. She opened it and lit the candles. Clearing her throat, with a cheerful tone, She proclaimed, "Happy birthday to our beautiful and kind Shanshan." Had it not been for Mu Qingqing's parents' sudden misfortune, they could have given Gu Shanshan a splendid birthday celebration. Yet, circumstances often defy our wishes. Nevertheless, Susie believed it was important to acknowledge Shanshan's birthday. Gu Shanshan slowly rose from her chair, tears glistening in her eyes. "Cece, thank you. My parents left this world too soon, but fortunately, I have you and Qingqing as my dear friends." Chapter 58. I believe this is a special delivery from Bo Jingyan for you. Dream Shadow Studio. The once quiet office area gradually became noisy as groups of people huddled together discussing something. Xiaoyan was crouched at another's workstation, seemingly listening to some scandalous gossip. A short while later, she rushed over, swiping her phone screen to show Susie. The screen displayed a news article with an eye-catching headline featuring the name Bo Jingyan. Susie instinctively wanted to dismiss Xiaoyan's phone, but Xiaoyan's finger pressed against the screen, exclaiming, "Sister Cece, look, the Bo family is in turmoil. I wonder if that handsome, domineering CEO has fallen gravely ill." Susie's heart raced involuntarily. It was not an obituary. Thus, Bo Jingyan was not dead. She thought to herself, feeling somewhat ridiculous, as if she were still caught in that dream. Slowly, she turned her gaze to the screen, where the text described that it did not specify the reason for Bo Jingyan's hospitalization or his health condition. It merely mentioned that he had been rushed to the hospital by an ambulance, followed by speculations from the media regarding the state of the Bo Group. They were conjecturing whether the company would descend into chaos without Bo Jingyan at the helm. At that moment, Xiaoyan swiped the screen again, showing her a photograph. Susie's attention was captured by one particular image. In a lengthy corridor, amidst numerous bodyguards, stood Luqiq. While this was not surprising, in a nearby corner, a profile strikingly resembled Li Xinhua. It was apparent from the photograph that there were no other family members of patients on this floor. The other patients must have been assigned to different levels. The unexpected appearance of Li Xinhua astonished Sushi. She took Xiaoyan's phone and scrutinized the images closely. In several captured moments, Li Xinhua's figure was evident. One image depicted her at the end of a corridor, seemingly engaged in a phone call. Another showed her smiling at Luqiq, who was conveniently turned away from the lens, obscuring her expression entirely. Sushi examined the photographs intently. Li Xinhua's smile bore no hint of flattery, nor did it resemble the demeanor between strangers. Rather, it resembled that of close acquaintances or friends. Could it be that Li Xinhua and Luqiq were indeed familiar with one another? Were they friends? Yet, Li Xinhua was from sushi school, while Luqiq had been studying abroad. Was it possible that they had met through the Bo family's order? As Sushi pondered these questions, Han Yuming's assistant approached, requesting her presence in his office for a discussion. Sushi promptly returned the phone to Xiaoyan and hurried to Han Yuming's office. Upon entering, she found Han Yuming seated at his desk, appearing weary. He nodded slightly upon her arrival. "Sushi, please sit," he invited. Sushi settled slowly onto the sofa, uncertain if Han Yuming's unusual demeanor stemmed from matters concerning Mu Qingqing's parents, and thus refrained from inquiring further. "Take a look at this document," he said, as Sushi had barely sat when he instructed his assistant to hand her a work file. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a new photography contract. To her surprise, the client was once again the Bo family, specifically the orders from the corporate headquarters. "Is this meant for me to photograph?" Sushi asked, astonished. Han Yuming rubbed his temple and nodded. "Is your health adequate for this?" Sushi fell into contemplation. Her health had indeed improved. She had surpassed the critical first 3 months of pregnancy. As long as she exercised caution to avoid any mishaps, she could manage the workload. However, for such a significant order to be entrusted to a newcomer seemed rather overwhelming. "If I cannot take it, I will decline the assignment," she asserted. Noticing Sushi's hesitation, Han Yuming added, "This is a direct request from the Bo family for you to be their photographer." Sushi was taken aback. They wanted her as the primary photographer for this project? Who had made this decision on behalf of the Bo family? Even if Bo Jingyan had discovered that the work was hers after reviewing Li Xinhua's agreement, he would hardly be so benevolent as to offer her a lucrative opportunity. Who, then, was responsible for this? Within the Bo family, aside from Enchi, no one else was aware of her existence. "Mr. Han, our Dream Shadow and the Bo family have collaborated before. Surely we can negotiate further and have them use another photographer," Sushi insisted. She could not accept this assignment, for it would inevitably lead Li Xinhua to misconstrue her as colluding with the Bo family and maliciously usurping her opportunity. After all, in many industries, once an initial collaboration occurs, the point of contact tends to be regarded as a long-standing client. If Susie is perceived as someone who has usurped another's loyal clients, how can she continue to navigate within the industry? Upon learning that Susie's refusal was not due to health reasons, Han Yuming candidly inquired, "Susie, could you share the reason for your rejection?" Susie, feeling comfortable enough with Han Yuming, articulated her thoughts, adding a few more words. As for why the Bo family has specifically chosen me, I cannot say. I believe if you have heard what Qingqing has said about me, Bo Jingyan would not extend any special consideration towards me. Furthermore, my relationship with him is somewhat clandestine, and I possess no connections within the Bo family. After a brief pause, Suzy continued, I merely feel that as this is my first collaboration with the Bo family, a project that Li Xinyu brought to me, if I were to accept this order, it may lead to unwarranted gossip. Han Yuming remained contemplative for a few seconds before responding, however. I believe this order was specifically designated for you by Bo Jingyan. The previous project involved women's handbags, a mid-range brand under the Bo family, whereas this time it is their jewelry line. To my knowledge, all jewelry shoots by the Bo family typically engage foreign teams, and even domestically, they require competitive bidding. My small studio would likely struggle to compete with the industry players. Suzy found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, yet she remained unconvinced that Bo Jingyan had intentionally assigned this lucrative project to her. Just as she grappled with her thoughts, Han Yuming's voice broke through again. Suzy, is it alright if I call you that? Given the recent troubles faced by Qingqing's family, his company is actually in a precarious situation, and as a good friend, I wish to assist him. With that, Han Yuming slowly rose, furrowing his brow as he paced the office. While Suzy contemplated his intentions, he added, if we can secure this order from the Bo family, the profits would be substantial, allowing me to continue supporting Qingqing through this crisis. However, Suzy, I do not intend to pressure you. I genuinely consider you a friend. Thus, I share this with you for discussion, and I will respect whatever decision you make. Chapter 59. Will it be captured candidly? How much water did I choke on? Suzy felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at Han Yuming's words. As a business owner, even if he were not motivated by friendship, it would be entirely reasonable for him to strive diligently for this order purely for profit. Yet, Han Yuming framed it as a consultation with her. She discerned that he was not a hypocritical individual, unwilling to use Mu Qingqing as a shield to elevate his own moral standing. The challenge for Suzy lay precisely in this dilemma. Should she refuse, it would not only mean a significant loss of revenue for Dreaming Studio but would also indirectly deprive Mu Qingqing of much-needed support. Conversely, if she did not decline, her reputation in the industry could suffer due to being labeled as someone who snatched a project, leading to unnecessary turmoil. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Suzy voiced her concerns. Yuming, wouldn't this be somewhat unfair to Li Xinyu? Han Yuming seemed to sense a shift in Suzy's perspective. His previously furrowed brow relaxed considerably as he responded with a gentle smile. As for Li Xinyu, I will allocate a portion of the commission from this order to her. Do you agree with this? In this manner, there have been precedents among our long-standing clients. As for the other members of the studio, any disagreements they may have, I will address. There is no need for you to worry. Suzy nodded. Despite her urgent need to save some money for production and to care for her baby, she would not be overly concerned about such matters. Then, Yuming, allow me some time to review the requirements in the document. If I find myself capable, I shall accept this order. Very well. Do remember to take care of yourself. Time flew swiftly. Before long, the Bo family's order had commenced bidding. Unlike the previous occasion, this time the studio and equipment were provided by the Bo family. Suzy no longer needed to report to Dream Shadow every day. She would head directly to the studio at the start of her working hours. Fortunately, the journey was not far, merely 3 bus stops away. Early in the morning, Suzy entered the studio and spent an hour familiarizing herself with the equipment before beginning the shoot. The models were all top industry names, effortlessly striking poses and displaying expressions with impeccable precision. With Han Yuming assigning her several capable assistants, Suzy's work appeared considerably lighter. The morning shoot proceeded very smoothly, enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere. After the lunch break, Suzy reviewed the requirements for the afternoon shoot, and Xiaoyan leaned in to take a look.
Sister Cece.
This afternoon's shoot is outdoors, focusing on models adorned with jewelry emerging from the water. Suzy furrowed her brow, pondering aloud. Is this a decision made by the client? Jewelry typically embodies high-end luxury, artistic value, or evokes a sense of timelessness and classic beauty, often showcased against natural landscapes to convey a romantic ambience. This water-emerging scene. Xiaoyan, captivated by Suzy's insights, gazed at her in admiration and exclaimed, Wow, Sister Cece, not only are you an exceptional photographer, but you also possess such an understanding of jewelry. Suzy smiled gently, responding, Oh, I'm not as remarkable as you suggest, nor am I particularly knowledgeable about jewelry. This is merely knowledge gleaned from my previous studies in photography and supplementary materials. In my eyes, you are truly impressive. I feel fortunate to be following you. Xiaoyan added before getting back to the main topic. This is indeed the client's request. I spoke with Assistant Han, and she conveyed that we should proceed according to the document's requirements. Since that was the case, Susie no longer raised any questions. Xiao Yan continued. Why don't you take a short break? This villa is an exclusive studio of the Beau family, and it has every imaginable scene. I will check how the pool area has been set up. With that, Xiao Yan dashed out quickly. Sister Cece, everything is ready. I'll inform the other staff to move some of the smaller items over. Then, I will arrange the sunshade and tables for the rest area, and we can commence shooting. Having reported this, Xiao Yan hurried towards the crowd gathered in the studio. Xiao Yan, slow down. The shoot is going smoothly. We have plenty of time, Susie raised her voice to remind her. All right, Sister Cece. After more than an hour of shooting by the pool, one of the models visibly lost her patience. With a look of anger and frustration, she climbed out of the pool. Even the towel hastily handed over by the assistant was disdainfully tossed aside, landing on the floor. Standing at a striking height of 175 centimeters, with a professional model's stride, she approached Sue, with an air of arrogance. Are you a renowned photographer? I have never seen you before, nor have I ever heard of you. Can you capture a moment? How many times have I choked on water? You keep insisting on a redo. Why don't you try going down yourself? The model crossed her arms defiantly, casting a provocative glare at Sushi, her voice laced with disdain. Sushi shifted her gaze from the equipment, slowly regarding the model, and replied calmly, the challenge of capturing the perfect shot lies not in its difficulty. If you do not believe me, you may examine the equipment yourself. The need for a reshoot arises from the fact that your expression at the moment of capture did not meet the specifications outlined in the brief. How can you speak of finding fault so nonchalantly? I have long expressed my distaste for female photographers. Do you know why? You women photographers can only harbor jealousy towards my figure, constantly trying to make things difficult for me. Yet, the model's provocative glare never wavered from Sushi. Just look at that cotton dress you're wearing. Its looseness rivals that of a maternity outfit. With your vaguely discernible waistline and a few love handles, it's no wonder you avoid fitted clothing. At such a young age, neglecting your figure is truly a disgrace to us women. The model's blood-red lips moved incessantly, spewing forth her tirade. However, Sushi remained unfazed, letting out a soft sigh as she methodically powered down the camera equipment. Then, she called out gently to the distance. Xiao Yan, please come over and bring the work documents with you. Upon hearing the call, Xiao Yan promptly grabbed the bag containing all the materials and hurried over. Sushi, composed and unperturbed, instructed, please retrieve the client's contract, turn to the 27th clause, and read it verbatim. Xiao Yan swiftly produced the document, flipping to the designated page. Clearing her throat, she began to read each word. Should there be any lack of cooperation from the model or other personnel during the shoot, the second party may immediately replace them. This clause has been mutually agreed upon by both parties. Chapter 60. How could Sushi possibly compensate for the over 10 million? After Xiao Yan finished reading the contract, a subtle smile graced Su's lips. She cast a serene glance at the model, revealing a hint of elegance. Sushi spoke with conviction, Miss. Have you understood clearly? If you wish to continue participating in the shoot, please cooperate with our work. If not, I will have my assistant escort you to complete the necessary procedures. Kindly refrain from causing a scene here and wasting everyone's precious time. As soon as Sushi finished speaking, another model rushed over, positioning herself between Sushi and the troublemaker. She gently urged, Cece, enough already. This is how shooting goes. We have done so many projects before, and NGs are a common occurrence. Apologize to photographer Sushi, and we can put this behind us. Apologize? What kind of fake contract are you trying to use to fool me? I am the model specifically appointed by the Beau family. Let us see who dares to replace me. The voice of the model named Cece grew louder, her shouts echoing through the outdoor setting with an almost deafening intensity. The model standing in the middle, eager to intervene, attempted to persuade, Cece, mind your own business, step aside. Irritated, Cece shot her a glare and promptly shoved her aside. The momentum from the push sent the model tumbling backward, and just behind her, Sushi braced herself for an impending collision. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoyan, quick-witted and agile, reached out to grasp Sushi's arm. As Sushi dodged to the side, her arm inadvertently brushed against the equipment on the photography stand. With a resounding crash, the entire setup, along with the stand, collapsed spectacularly into the swimming pool. A massive splash ensued, and within moments, the equipment vanished from sight. The thunderous noise left everyone present in a state of shock, prompting them to rush toward the pool's edge, their exclamations of astonishment echoing one after another. Goodness! This is the latest photography equipment introduced by the Beau family this year. I heard it costs over 10 million. We were fortunate to witness it today, and now it's ruined. Indeed, the photographer was in deep trouble. This job could sustain him for several lifetimes. Isn't that the truth? Such an expensive item. Even if I were dismantled and sold, I could never amass enough to cover it. Meanwhile, Sushi, now steadied, had just felt relieved for narrowly avoiding impact. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself staring blankly at the entire setup submerged in the pool, a chill creeping down her spine, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Over 10 million? When Sushi first encountered the equipment, she marveled at its advanced features and technological allure. She knew it was costly, but never imagined it would be exorbitantly so. Over 10 million, how could she possibly compensate for that? Everyone was witnessing it firsthand. Whoever fell into the water would be responsible for the damages. Cece's arrogance showed no sign of waning. She appeared to relish the unfolding drama, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, her expression brimming with schadenfreude. Xiaoyan immediately released Sushi's arm and dashed forward, seizing Cece's wrist, her voice sharp with indignation. It was you. Everyone saw it. You pushed someone, causing the equipment to fall into the water. You can't escape the blame. Cece, fierce and unyielding, shrugged Xiaoyan off and, looking down with an air of superiority, retorted. I did push someone, but everyone saw who it was. Was it Sushi? Did I push her? This statement seemed to block Xiaoyan's throat, rendering her speechless. She recalled that it was indeed Yanzi whom Cece had pushed. In her attempt to prevent Yanzi from colliding with Sushi, she had inadvertently caused Sushi to crash into the stand. Yet, this chain of events was instigated by Cece's actions. Desperate, and on the verge of tears. Xiaoyan stamped her foot, insisting, but this mess arose because of you. You cannot shirk responsibility. Cece disdainfully lowered her gaze, retorting, responsibility? What do you, a mere child, understand of such matters? Just wait and see whether the Bo family seeks trouble with you or with me. Humph. Her confidence surged, and she crossed her arms defiantly, casting a victorious glare at Sushi and Xiaoyan. At that moment, the onlookers, sensing the potential repercussions, hastily withdrew from the scene, and Yanzi followed suit, fleeing as well. As Cece leisurely approached Sushi, she smiled and remarked, Allow me to remind you, although it was unintentional, you cannot escape civil liability. In other words, you must compensate for the entire set of equipment. As for the price, let me divulge it to you. It is precisely what they mentioned earlier. Shall we see if you can maintain your arrogance now? Ha ha ha. With that, Cece cast a disdainful glance at Sushi and, accompanied by her raucous laughter, departed from the pool area. Xiaoyan, filled with concern, looked at the faltering Sushi and quickly supported her, saying, Sister Shishi, are you all right?
Come.
Let us sit over here. Do not worry too much. This is merely an unfortunate incident. We will discuss it with the boss and seek a way to communicate with the Bo family. With Xiaoyan's assistance, Sushi moved her weary steps, her expression clouded with despair. As she settled down, Xiaoyan anxiously inquired, Sister Shishi, is that set of equipment truly as exorbitant as they claim? Sushi gently caressed her abdomen, remaining silent, but nodding her head dismally. Xiaoyan plopped down onto a nearby chair, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, what are we going to do? Sister Shishi, as photographers, we hardly earn enough in a month. This is simply unbearable. Initially, Xiaoyan had been trying to comfort Sushi, but upon confirming the price, her composure shattered. She completely forgot to soothe Sushi in that moment. Overwhelmed by her own shock. Seeing Xiaoyan in a daze, Sushi spoke softly, Please go find someone to retrieve the equipment. Hearing Sushi's weak and breathless voice broke Xiaoyan's heart. She slowly rose, her voice choked with emotion. All right, Sister Shishi, do not worry too much. I was also startled and spoke without thinking. Such an expensive item might very well be waterproof and could be undamaged. You rest here. I shall return shortly. Xiaoyan hurriedly dashed away, and within moments, the pool area was entirely deserted. Sushi stared blankly at the gently rippling water, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Since the equipment had fallen into the water, she had been rendered speechless. Even when Xiaoyan had stood up for her, it seemed she could not comprehend the chaos around her. She had anticipated that upon completing the shoot, she would receive her bonus, allowing her to combine her annual leave with maternity leave, coupled with the funds given by Bo Jingyan during her time in the operating room. The bonus from Li Xinyue's project and her salary, Sushi believed these would suffice to alleviate her worries regarding the costs of childbirth and all associated expenses. Moreover, she had even hoped to recuperate at a confinement center, which would spare her the trouble of relying on Gu Shanshan and Mu Qingcheng. Yet, in the span of mere minutes, all her aspirations and plans had evaporated. For her, it felt akin to the very sky collapsing. Chapter 61. What crime has Sushi committed? Or perhaps you can enlighten us. What shall she do? Sushi pondered deeply, her anxiety mounting. It was not merely her own funds at stake. Even the savings of Gu Shanshan and Mu Qingcheng would not amount to the more than 10 million required. As Sushi sat in despair, On the verge of tears, Xiaoyan had already summoned many individuals to the pool to salvage the equipment. Perhaps someone had promptly reported the incident to Han Yuming. Han Yuming hurriedly arrived at the scene, his complexion almost as pallid as Su Shi's, bearing an unsettling aura. Upon spotting Su Shi lost in thought on the chair, he hastened towards her. Su Shi, do not let anxiety overwhelm you. Your well-being is paramount. Allow me to reach out to some industry contacts to discern the characteristics of this equipment. If it is indeed waterproof, the issue may not be significant. However, Han Yuming's words only deepened Su Shi's sorrow. She felt utterly inept. At that moment, when the model voiced her discontent, she should have summoned the manager to communicate with the model rather than confronting her directly. She had resolved to avoid conflicts ever since she decided to keep the children, enduring every situation. Yet today, why could she not refrain from engaging with the adversary? What if the equipment were intact, and it had been her who fell instead? The outcomes would not be favorable either way. Ultimately, she still believed that enduring for a moment would lead to tranquility. Noticing Su Shi's silence and her vacant gaze, Han Yuming offered several more words of encouragement before hastily attending to the equipment issue. After he left, Xiaoyan quietly moved beside Su Shi, tears streaming down her face like pearls. Unable to contain her sobs, she said, "Sister Shi, I am so sorry. When that CC pushed Yanzi, I should have used all my strength to push them both aside instead of hiding with you." Upon finishing, Xiaoyan began to cry in fear. "Xiaoyan, do not blame yourself. If it weren't for you, I would have certainly fallen into the pool as well. You saved me," Su Shi said. Despite her own despair and panic, she took a moment to comfort Xiaoyan. After all, it was Xiaoyan who had shielded her and stood up for her in the recent turmoil. Weary, Su Shi cast a glance at her before lowering her eyes, murmuring in melancholy, "Perhaps some things are destined by fate. If heaven decrees that you shall not have peace, then peace shall elude you." Upon hearing Su Shi's despondent tone, Xiaoyan, wiping her tears, squatted before Su Shi and said, "Sister Shi, this is not the time for sorrow. I won't offer any lofty platitudes. Now that the situation has unfolded, we must prepare for the worst and then figure out how to resolve it."
Suon se forced a bitter smile.
Her voice laced with profound disappointment. "Resolve it? Over 10 million? I might need several lifetimes to earn that." Just then, a familiar feminine voice interjected. "I heard a tremendous incident occurred here." At the sound, Su Shi slightly lifted her head and turned aside to glimpse the newcomer. Luo Kikek, adorned in high heels and a couture dress, approached with an air of arrogance, her meticulously crafted makeup accentuating her presence, flanked by two stern-looking men. The Thin family had a shoot at the Thin Photography Center, a place unrelated to Luo Kikek's affairs. Her arrival at this moment surely portended ill tidings. Su Shi chose to remain seated, treating Luo Kikek as a stranger. Luo Kuku's footsteps came to a slow halt before Su Shi, casting a dispassionate glance at the nearby Xiaoyan. Then, with a languid movement of her crimson lips, she spoke, "Miss Su Shi, it has been quite some time. Might I request that this young girl step away for a moment? I have matters to discuss." Luo Kuku's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, devoid of discernible emotion. However, her gaze, after surveying the flustered Su Shi at close range, gradually curled into a smug smile.
Suon se replied coolly, "Speak plainly."
Her stance was unequivocal. She had no intention of sending Xiaoyan away. Observing Luo Kuku's unfriendly demeanor, Xiaoyan stood her ground, resolute and unyielding, fearful for Su Shi's well-being. With a derisive snort, Luo Kuku cut to the chase. "Very well. Su Shi, I initially intended to extend you some courtesy, but since you refuse, I shall be forthright." From her bag, Luo Kuku procured a voice recorder, her expression a mask of malice as she pressed the play button. That individual referred to as Xian expressed her gratitude to the one named Shishi for facilitating her entry into the Glow studio. Subsequently, Xian purchased the most expensive silk pajamas from our store as a token of appreciation. Having spent ample time in upscale boutiques, we have grown accustomed to such commercial bribery. They then mentioned a discussion at the cafe on the top floor. Hearing this, Su Shi's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Was that not the voice of the lingerie store manager? Furthermore, many of the statements were exaggerated, and upon first hearing, it seemed as though Su Shi and Xiao Xian were engaged in some unsavory dealings. Though Xiao Xian had indeed expressed her gratitude in the store, she too was bewildered, anxious about any potential embarrassment arising from disputes over payments. In the cafe, she had returned the money to Xiao Xian. How had the situation been so distorted? "Surprised I managed to obtain the recording? Judging by your expression, it seems you fear your clandestine actions have been unveiled." Luo Kuku's voice, dripping with schadenfreude, intruded upon her thoughts. Leaning in closer to Su Shi's ear, she added, "Do not panic. There are more explosive revelations awaiting you." With that, Luo Cook, who elegantly switched off the recorder and stated with deliberate clarity, "I have consulted with my attorney. What you have engaged in constitutes commercial crime. The specifics of your transgressions will require further investigation to elucidate. Moreover, your deliberate damage to the most expensive photographic equipment belonging to the Bow Group today will necessitate a visit to the police station." Having concluded her soliloquy, Luo Koko turned to the two men with an air of respect. "Officers, this woman here has committed crimes. It is for you to delineate the specifics. I have detailed everything in my report, and I trust you will conduct a thorough and meticulous investigation." Xiao Yan stood in stunned silence, while Su Shi was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by shock. What crimes? What deliberate destruction of equipment? The distinction between intention and inadvertence was considerable. A thought struck her, reminiscent of a drama she had once watched. Malicious individuals seeking to pin false charges upon you, irrespective of your actual deeds, rendering you guilty by association. She never anticipated such a melodramatic scenario would unfold in her own life. Chapter 62, I can indeed compel you to accompany the officers. Upon hearing Lukik's words, the two officers positioned themselves on either side of Susie, stating their intentions with an air of professionalism. No sooner had they spoken than they gestured for her to proceed. "No, you cannot take me like this. I have done nothing wrong. Someone has fabricated these allegations. The events did not unfold in this manner," Susie exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency as she attempted to clarify the situation. Her emotions surged, yet the weariness that enveloped her prevented her from rising from her seat. Beside her, Lukik let out a derisive huff, then continued with biting sarcasm. "Oh, you refuse to acknowledge the truth? Have you considered that if I lacked evidence, would the officers have come to seek you out? If you desire proof, I have already provided it to them." Pausing to observe Susie's pale visage, Lukik's satisfaction grew. She continued with a mocking tone, "In light of your prior status, it would be rather disrespectful to have you forcibly taken away in handcuffs. No, to be precise. It is out of consideration for my brother, Yen, that I am granting you a modicum of leniency. Henceforth, I can ensure that you will obediently accompany the officers." After uttering these words, Lukik clapped her hands, and soon, from a concealed corner of the pool area, another woman approached. Susie's eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized the newcomer, Li Xinhua. As she strode over, Li Xinhua taunted, "Susie, your reluctance to accompany the police stems from a belief that the recording holds no weight. Am I correct?" Susie's brow knitted in worry as she watched Li Xinhua halt beside Lukik, who then spoke in a remarkably gentle tone. "Kiki, standing in those high heels must be exhausting. Do sit down, perhaps beside her." Li Xinhua gestured towards an empty chair next to Susie. Lukik raised her hand to her nose in feigned disgust, waving it dismissively. "Oh, I wouldn't dare to occupy that seat. I fear I might catch a whiff of prison life." With a chuckle, she added, "How could I have forgotten that? Then, do endure standing for a while. By the way, Xinhua, I mentioned coming together, yet you insisted on driving separately. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I fear the officers would have been at a loss with her." As they spoke, the two joined hands, presenting a facade of close friendship. Susie observed the scene with a tumultuous mixture of emotions, striving to gather her thoughts and stabilize her feelings. In a brief span, an overwhelming series of unforeseen events had transpired. She had never encountered such significant turmoil and found herself utterly at a loss. Perhaps, in the face of such slander, she still could not grasp the true nature of their performance. Furthermore, the fright had taken a toll on her physical state, leaving her feeling utterly unwell. Once their pleasantries had concluded, Li Xinhua spoke with an air of superiority. "Miss Susie, prepare yourself to attentively listen to what I am about to reveal." Susie clenched her fists and declared with conviction, "I am Susie. I have never engaged in any unlawful activities. If you fabricate accusations out of thin air, you will also bear legal responsibility. You should contemplate the consequences of slandering others in front of an officer." The two exchanged a brief smile, and Li Xinhua addressed Susie, saying, "Oh, so you are aware of legal statutes? In that case, you must also comprehend the significance of evidence, which is indisputable." Meanwhile, Lukik turned to the two plainclothes officers, saying, "Gentlemen, I have arranged for a waiter to prepare tea for you. Would you kindly step inside and sit for a moment? Once we conclude our discussion, you may take Susie with you if you please." The officers surveyed the group, recognizing that their purpose was merely to investigate and not to forcibly detain anyone, thus granting them a few more moments. Li Xinhua respectfully bid the officers farewell, then turned to Susie with a sinister smile, stating, "Our Kiki mentioned that this is all out of respect for President Bo. However, I truly did not expect that someone as shabby as you could be Bo Jingyan's ex-wife. Have you taken a good look at yourself? What makes you think you are worthy of him? As she spoke, Li Xinyu's eyes gleamed with malice as she raised her hand to grip Susie's neck forcefully. The suddenness of her action caught Susie off guard. She struggled to push Li Xinyu's arm away. Gasping indignantly, Li Xinyu, do not go too far. Beside them, Xiaoyan, witnessing the scene, exerted all her strength to shove Li Xinyu away, but was swiftly pulled aside by Lukik. The earlier incident involving the equipment had already drained Susie's strength, and despite her desperate efforts, she could not escape Li Xinyu's grip. It was not until she turned crimson and began to cough violently that Li Xinyu finally released her. Susie erupted into a fit of harsh coughing, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoyan, blocked by Lukik, was immediately overcome with emotion, shouting, "You're bullying her too much. Officer! Officer!" Xiaoyan attempted to call for the officers who had just left, but after a few shouts, Lukik threatened, "You little vixen, when did Susie manage to bribe you? Keep shouting, and you might as well share the burden of that hefty compensation of over 10 million with her." The mention of the staggering compensation silenced Xiaoyan completely. It was not that she was unwilling to assist Susie. Rather, the thought of such an exorbitant amount was beyond the means of someone from an ordinary background like herself, who was merely an intern. The prospect of having to pay that sum was so daunting that she felt she might as well choose to end her life. Xiaoyan looked at Susie with a pained expression, biting her lip but daring not to make a sound. The only thing she felt she could do was to take a tissue from her bag and gently wipe the tears from Susie's cheeks. At that moment, Li Xinyu's voice rang out again. "Humph. Is this how weak you have become? Is this the charm that captivated Bo Jingyan?" Susie lifted her chin. Her cheeks still flushed from Li Xinyu's earlier grip, and her eyes red-rimmed. She appeared vulnerable and pitiable, yet retained an undeniable beauty. Susie gradually began to comprehend the situation. The two of them, one had a grudge against Susie due to a man, while the other disapproved of her at work. At this moment, even a fool could confirm that their relationship was unusually close. It was evident that Rococo had conspired with Li Xinyue to create obstacles for Susie, intending to thwart her well-being. Chapter 63. Your entire family are vampires, he loathed. Susie coldly retorted, the so-called evidence you possess must surely be fabricated by yourselves. The net of heaven is vast. Do you not fear that the stone you lift will crush your own foot? Li Xinyue, observing the furious Susie, wore a smug smile. Yet she refrained from responding to Susie's remarks. Instead, she stated, "Now, pay close attention to what I am about to present, and listen carefully to my words." As she spoke, Li Xinyue retrieved a set of photographs from her bag, casting them onto the glass round table beside Susie's chair. Susie furrowed her brow and gradually gazed at the images. Among the scattered photographs, all taken in a park gazebo, there appeared the figure of Qiao Xinxin. Susie instinctively picked them up one by one for inspection. Qiao Xinxin sat on a stone bench in the gazebo, while a man occupied the opposite stone table. The sequence of the photographs resembled frames from a video, capturing Qiao Xinxin conversing with the man and subsequently handing over a folder, while he exchanged it for several bundles of unwrapped red banknotes. Furthermore, the images depicted Qiao Xinxin reaching for the money and placing it into her bag. In the following photograph, surreptitiously taken, at the moment Qiao Xinxin was stowing away the cash, the man produced several more bundles of seemingly equal value atop the stone table. Viewed in succession, the photographs suggested that Qiao Xinxin and the man were engaged in some form of transaction. Susie, do you understand what this is? Li Xinyue inquired, pointing to the bundle of documents in the images. She continued, this is a compilation of photographic evidence I have amassed over the years, my personal notes. While my own actions may not constitute commercial crime, do you know what lies within? It includes the client list and confidential information of Dream Shadow. All of it was sold by Qiao Xinxin to another party. This is the incriminating evidence. Susie felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. She could not fathom that the seemingly dichotomous Qiao Xinxin would resort to selling confidential information from Dream Shadow Studio. Li Xinyue's triumphant voice echoed in Susie's ears. Gradually regaining her composure, Susie raised her gaze to Li Xinyue and replied coolly, what does this prove? Even if her actions are illicit, what relevance does it hold for me, Susie? Even if Qiao Xinxin indeed acted, those materials were not provided by me. Li Xinyue appeared assured that Susie would respond in this manner upon viewing the evidence. She casually remarked, are you surprised? However, there is no need for you to be anxious. Allow me to elucidate this slowly. Before we delve deeper, I wish to discuss something else. Li Xinyue elongated her words for effect, pausing for a moment before continuing. I have encountered many individuals like you, who are utterly obsessed with money. When I secured the Thin Family's order, I considered offering you an opportunity as an intern photographer to learn. What a splendid chance it would have been. You, however, have the audacity to decline my request under the pretense of poor health. Typically, newly arrived intern photographers, once accompanied by seasoned professionals like us, eagerly follow in our footsteps. Yearning to learn as much as possible, some even offer gifts in hopes of being mentored. Li Xinhua, with a flourish of words, strutted before Sushi, exuding arrogance. And you? I specifically named you, yet you refused to go. Poor health? How curious that now, having independently secured my long-standing client's contract, your health has suddenly improved. As soon as Li Xinhua finished speaking, Lukik chimed in with embellishments. Speaking of Sushi's love for money, Xinhua, there is much you remain unaware of. I have heard from brother Bo Jingyan that over the past 2 years, Sushi's mother has occasionally pilfered from the Bo residence to sell. And Sushi herself has participated in theft. Lukik deliberately paused, shifting to an even more exaggerated tone. Hearing this made my teeth itch with anger. Ever since brother Yen was compelled to marry her, he has treated her well as her family, yet what does it matter? They are all as greedy as leeches, not only sucking but also stealing. Is that truly the case? My heavens! I must have underestimated her. In light of this, it is hardly surprising that she has robbed me of 2 orders. Li Xinhua raised her voice, her expression of feigned surprise resembling an impromptu performance. Have you said enough? Sushi's cold voice suddenly pierced the air. Oh, look, she's angry now. With that, Lukik bent down, leaning closer to Sushi's face and said, Now, don't claim we are bullying you. Tell me which of my statements is false. I know you want to admit it, but all of this is what brother Yen has told me. Noticing Sushi's face change, Lukik's lips curled into a slight smile. She leaned in even closer, whispering in Sushi's ear, Brother Yen, oh no, your ex-husband. You might not be aware, but we shared a bed back in M country and he held me, saying you possess a beautiful face, yet your personality is as lifeless as a dead fish, devoid of any charm. He even remarked that your entire family are vampires, whom he utterly despises. Oh, and he said you make him feel nauseous. The latter part of Lukik's words faded into the background for Sushi. She felt her body floating, her consciousness drifting. Yet, she clutched the armrests of her chair with all her might, striving to suppress the fury rising within her. Her lips, previously devoid of color, were now nearly bleeding from her biting, and beads of sweat quickly formed on her forehead. Do not succumb to anger. She must remain calm. Her children in her womb would suffer. Sushi took deep breaths repeatedly. Though she had long speculated about the ambiguous relationship between Bo Jingyan and Lukik in M country, she had never heard them speak of it. Despite being divorced and having severed all ties with Bo Jingyan, the news still twisted her heart in pain. Furthermore, the fact that Bo Jingyan would speak of her in such a manner was utterly disheartening. Indeed, everything aligned with his demeanor, just as she had sensed. He despised her. He looked down upon her. Contemplating this, Susie slowly closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. When she opened them again, the depths of her gaze were chilling and frigid, reminiscent of a deep winter frost. If you have any evidence to prove my guilt, present it. Spare me your nonsensical ramblings. Susie's voice resonated, deep and hollow. Rococo was momentarily taken aback, but gradually rose to her feet. She regarded Susie, her eyes devoid of any emotion, her expression suddenly calm and poised, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person in mere seconds. What's this? Is her fabrication so compelling that it doesn't pierce Susie's heart? Shouldn't she be lunging at her, ready to tear her apart? Where has that defiance gone? The bravado she displayed in Bo Jingyan's office? If only Susie would charge at her, it would provide her an opportunity to showcase her injuries to the officers. Further incriminating Susie. Chapter 64. Susie. Qiao Xinxin adamantly insisted, this is all you're doing. Just then, Li Xinyue's provocative voice broke through, listen, Kiki. It seems someone is eager to be taken into custody. Let us not linger in trivialities. With that, she produced her phone, opened a recording file, and handed Susie a pair of headphones. After a moment's hesitation, Susie donned the headphones, eager to uncover the nature of her alleged crimes. Once equipped, she pressed play. The recording soon filled the air with a conversation between Qiao Xinxin and an unfamiliar man. Qiao Xinxin. Big brother, this is all the information I've gathered from Dream Shadow. I'm selling it to you for 50,000, not a penny less. Unknown man. Deal, here's your 50,000. Additionally, there's another 50,000, contingent on your willingness. Qiao Xinxin, what do you mean? Unknown man, you should know that trading this information is detrimental to your own interests. If someone could take the fall for you, wouldn't that be splendid? Furthermore, that extra money would belong to you. As the man's words concluded, the recording abruptly fell silent. Susie's heart raced with trepidation as she speculated about the ensuing dialogue. Soon, Qiao Xinxin's voice broke through again. Who are you? What does this mean? Her tone now tinged with panic. The unknown man replied with measured calmness. You need not concern yourself with my identity. What I must inform you is that I have recorded the entirety of our transaction. If you cooperate, I shall provide you with the additional 50,000. If not, should any trouble arise, you may very well be implicated in the crime of leaking commercial secrets, which could lead to imprisonment, dear sister. That concludes my words. You have 1 minute to contemplate your decision. You! Return the documents to me, I won't sell them. Qiao Xinxin's voice seethed with fury. That seems unfeasible. The unknown man replied, a smirk evident in his tone. Just as his words faded, the recording echoed with Qiao Xinxin's cries and the sound of a struggle. After several seconds, the dialogue resumed. How should I cooperate? Qiao Xinxin's voice quivered with fear. Now you're speaking sensibly. So, here's the additional 50,000. You should prepare it. Remember my words. If anyone inquires about this matter, assert that the information was provided to you by Susie from Dream Shadow Studio, and that the idea of the transaction was hers as well. Qiao Xinxin continued to tremble as she replied, No, Sister Cece has been kind to me. I cannot betray her. You may give me the information, but even though I am in need of money, I cannot partake in such a morally reprehensible act. The recording suddenly echoed with sounds of tearing and Qiao Xinxin's frantic cries. Subsequently, the voice of an unfamiliar man turned cold and menacing. It's too late. If you continue this farce, I will report the transaction to the police. Consider whether you prefer to face imprisonment or comply. Weigh your options carefully. Upon hearing this, Susie felt as though her body had been petrified. She was utterly stunned. Her hands began to tremble uncontrollably as she slowly removed the headphones from her ears. Meanwhile, Li Xinyue, who had been patiently waiting, keenly observed Susie's reaction. Swiftly, she reached out and snatched the phone along with the headphones from Susie. It was at that moment that Susie realized the significance of the recording. Her heart raced. She needed that recording, for once it slipped from her grasp, she would lose her means of turning the tide. However, as she attempted to rise and reclaim it, Li Xinyue's movements were far swifter than her own cumbersome form. Li Xinyue deftly evaded Susie's outstretched hand and quickly turned the phone screen towards her. Her fingers nimbly pressed the delete key for the recording file. In an instant, the file vanished before Susie's eyes. Simultaneously, Li Xinyue wore a triumphant expression. Susie stood frozen in place, her gaze vacant. Given that Li Xinyue had dared to present her with the incriminating evidence, it was clear that they were not foolish enough to retain any other copies. The file was gone. Beside them, Xiaoyan watched the scene with a growing sense of unease. She sensed that the recording Susie had heard was of paramount importance. What uncontrollable events might ensue next? Yet, regardless of the turmoil, she felt powerless to assist Susie. Her heart ached for her, prompting her to silently edge closer to Susie. Once near, she gently took Susie's hand, helping her to sit down, offering silent consolation. Li Xinyue's mocking smile gradually faded as she fixed her gaze on Susie, whispering with a sense of triumph, I regret to inform you that the recording you just heard was the only copy, and of course, only you and I are aware of it. Susie's fingers tightened around the armrest of her chair, trembling slightly, her face drained of color. As she had surmised, it was indeed a trap set by Li Xinyue and Lukik, a snare meticulously designed for her. In her state of profound despair, Susie once again heard Li Xinyue's voice, this time resonating with ominous clarity, that greedy little wretch Qiao Xinxin, both foolish and avaricious. Why not continue working in the fluorescent light instead? But now, she has been apprehended by the police on charges of selling leaked commercial secrets, and once the value of those documents is assessed, she will be convicted. And you, Susie. Qiao Xinxin firmly asserted that everything was orchestrated by you. If this is substantiated, your guilt will surpass hers, and I am eager to witness how you navigate this predicament. Humph. The more Li Xinyue spoke, the more fervent she became, one hand firmly placed on her hip, unleashing a tirade of invective. Her face was contorted with rage, as if she wished to devour Su Shi whole. Meanwhile, Su Shi could hardly decipher the specifics of Li Xinyue's tirade. All that echoed in her mind were words like equipment, trap, and those remarks from Lukik, swirling relentlessly. She felt on the brink of madness. How did it come to this? She merely wished to earn a modest living and improve her circumstances gradually. Why was she entangled in such turmoil? Yet Li Xinyue, standing before her, seemed increasingly enraged, glaring at Su Shi with eyes ablaze, as if ready to erupt. The frustrations from her previous order seemed to be unleashed upon Su Shi. What a series of coincidences. You took Qiao Xinxin away at such an opportune moment. Why then? Of all times, when I fell ill. Now, I am inclined to suspect that the trouble with my stomach was due to you tampering with my food. Li Xinyue's fury reached a crescendo, and as her words hung in the air, she seized the opportunity to strike Su Shi across the face with a resounding slap, simultaneously exclaiming, "Wretch!" Chapter 65. Sister Cece. Why don't you retaliate?
Li Xia.
On what grounds do you strike another? Xiao Yan, witnessing the altercation, turned pale, immediately grasping Li Xinyue's wrist and shouting furiously. Li Xinyue, in the studio, had never exhibited such malevolence. Can't you see Su Shi's distressed countenance? Is this not outright bullying? Li Xinyue, with a fiery glare, turned toward Xiao Yan, grinding her teeth, retorted, I bloody did strike her.
What are you going to do about it?
Then, with a mocking tone, she added, Oh, I didn't notice earlier. It's our little assistant Xiao Yan with only a high school diploma. How is it that after all this time, you're still an assistant? Aren't you embarrassed? Mind your own business. And, do not forget, the officers are right in that room. Xiao Yan proclaimed with righteous indignation. Li Xinyue scoffed, wrenching her arm free from Xiao Yan's grip and warned, If you dare tell the officers that I hit you, Su Shi, I will make you and your little fan bear the responsibility for compensating for that $1 million equipment. As she spoke, she tilted her chin towards Lukik, as if to imply that with Lukik around and Bo Jingyan backing her, she could indeed follow through. You! Xiao Yan, now consumed by fury, raised her arm intending to strike Li Xinyue, but her hand was firmly grasped by Su Shi. Choking back tears, she called out, Sister Cece. Lukik, who had remained silent, gazed at Su Shi's dazed expression, a satisfied smile playing at her lips. She could hardly wait to witness the tragic days that lay ahead for Su Shi. Officer. Officer. Lukik called out, striding gracefully to summon the two officers. Li Xinyue cast a cold snort towards Su Shi and swiftly followed after Luokako. It was not until their figures had vanished that the tear-streaked Xiaoyan slowly crouched before Su Shi. She picked up a bottle of ice water from the table and gently rolled it across Su Shi's face. With a choked voice filled with concern, Xiaoyan implored, Sister Cece, why did you not resist when they treated you that way? When they humiliated you with their words, you endured it, which was already understandable. But that Li Xinyue, she actually struck you. Why did you not retaliate? Su Shi's gaze appeared unfocused, hollowly meeting Xiaoyan's eyes for a fleeting moment before gradually lowering her head to look at her abdomen. Her hand delicately rested upon her belly, her lips, devoid of color, quivering as she whispered, Because I am with child, and I fear for their safety. Su Shi's voice trembled, thick with emotion, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was sorrow or indignation. Simultaneously, two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. In times past, if Li Xinyue and Luokako had dared to speak to her in such a disrespectful manner, she would have given no ground, let alone resorting to violence. Su Shi was someone who would fight fiercely. At that moment, Xiaoyan was utterly stunned upon hearing the word child, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had always assumed Su Shi preferred loose clothing solely because of her pregnancy and the extra weight around her waist and legs. Little did she know that Su Shi was indeed expecting, and perhaps not just one child. From the words of Luokako and Li Xinyue, she seemed to have discerned a hint. Bo Jingyan was Su Shi's ex-husband. Was this the rumored hidden marriage? How had she never encountered any news of Bo Jingyan being married? At that time, Xiaoyan had been preoccupied with concerns over the equipment issues for Su Shi, and then, fearing that Su Shi would be bullied by those two women, she had refrained from delving deeper into the matter. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Xiaoyan's eyes brightened, and she hastily wiped her tears, saying, Sister Cece, I just heard that you were once Mrs. Bo. Then this could be easily resolved. Just give President Bo a call. Although you are divorced, he wouldn't let his ex-wife suffer, would he? And regarding their accusations of your criminality, while they are still absent, hurry and call President Bo. This could all be settled. Su Shi remained silent, her vacant gaze fixed on the distance, a hint of sardonic amusement lurking at the corners of her mouth. Unperturbed by Su Shi's expression, Xiaoyan frowned and continued, What a poor memory I have. Just the other day, I showed you the news about President Bo being hospitalized. He must still be unwell, right? You should have his assistant's number, Sister Cece. Quickly, call him, if you get taken in. The officer may not even allow you to use your phone. Only upon hearing the latter did Su Shi seem to regain a semblance of composure. She swiftly retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed hastily. Yet, she was not calling Bo Jingyan, nor his assistant, and she, but rather Gu Shanshan. Alas. The phone indicated it was powered off. Desperately, Su Shi repeated the attempt, but still, no one answered. The persistent beeping from her phone deepened Susie's sense of despair. In her memories, they would always answer her calls promptly, regardless of the time. Was Gu Shanshan on another business trip? Perhaps she was on a plane? And Mu Qingqing, preoccupied with her mother's affairs, might be catching up on sleep after countless sleepless nights. Was this all merely fate? In her moment of urgent need, they had all missed her calls. Xiaoyan watched as Suzy repeatedly dialed Mu Qingqing's number, uncertain of what to say. She suggested calling Bo Jingyan, but Suzy appeared reluctant. Surely, even after their divorce, their relationship could not have deteriorated to such an extent. This was akin to a plea for help. Perhaps it was best not to let anger prevail. As Xiaoyan contemplated this, she noticed two police officers approaching Suzy. "Miss Suzy, it's time to go," one of them announced. At the sound of their voice, Suzy slowly lifted her head, her movements reminiscent of a slow-motion scene in a film, imbued with sorrow. After casting a vacant glance at the two officers, her slender fingers gently pressed the hang-up button. Then, she turned her gaze to the tearful Xiaoyan. A faint smile strained at her lips as she spoke softly and calmly. Afterward, Suzy made a gesture to Xiaoyan, indicating she would keep her pregnancy a secret. With a composed demeanor, she rose from her chair and said, "Let us proceed, officer." The lightness of her tone belied the despair woven within it.
Sisi Jia.
Xiaoyan cried, her sobs intensifying as she hurried to keep pace with Suzy, calling her name repeatedly. Chapter 66. I have done nothing wrong. Someone is framing me. Once the officers had escorted Suzy away, Luoka and Li Xinhua lounged comfortably in a room of the villa, sipping red wine leisurely. In the room stood two models, Sisi and Yanzi, those who had orchestrated the trap for Suzy, standing respectfully by the coffee table. After a while, Luoka set down her wine glass and retrieved 2 stacks of cash from her bag. With an air of superiority, she tossed the money onto the table and, adjusting her tone, declared, "Wow, is what you said truly the case?" Sisi, squatting to pick up the money, exclaimed with gleaming eyes. She had known that aligning with Luoka would yield substantial benefits, leading to a life of luxury. The untouchable man, Bo Jingyan, had never brought another woman into public view. Aside from Luoka, as long as she clung to this powerful ally, she would never have to worry about a life lacking in comfort. Of course it's true. However, I must lay down some ground rules, Luoka said, reclining against her chair, her delicate fingers playing with her nails as she spoke with haughty self-assurance. Upon hearing this, Sisi exchanged glances with Yanzi, and they both nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Sister Kiki, we will never speak of anything that transpired today. Even if it costs us our lives, Sisi vowed. Indeed, I am with Sisi in this, Yanzi affirmed. Rococo's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she brushed off her luxurious gown and rose gracefully. Very well, I commend your cleverness. Should resources become available, you shall be the first to be considered. Now, I am quite fatigued today. Let us all depart. Upon hearing this, Sisi and Yanzi dared not linger, expressing their gratitude before hastily exiting the room. Li Xinhua, who had remained silent, moved closer to Rococo as the others left. At that moment, the arrogance she had displayed towards Sushi had faded. Coco, can this matter regarding Sushi be substantiated? What if something goes awry on our end?
Li Xinhua inquired anxiously.
Seemingly seeking reassurance from Rococo. Are you worried that we might be unjustly accused of framing her? Li Xinhua remained silent, her expression affirming her concerns. Noticing her apprehension, Rococo confidently reassured her, you may not be aware of my standing in Bo Jingyan's heart. Even if I were to err, he would cover for me. Li Xinhua pondered Rococo's words but remained uneasy. This was no trifling matter, but rather a scheme designed to ensnare someone into imprisonment. Recently, when she had confided in Rococo, she learned of the enmity between Sushi and Rococo. Were it not for Rococo's steadfast assurance, Li Xinhua would not have dared to engage in such actions. As much as she despised Sushi, her retaliation would have been limited to a few slaps or some harsh words. After a lengthy silence, Li Xinhua spoke again. Are you certain that Bo Jingyan harbors no feelings for his ex-wife, Sushi? Upon hearing this, Rococo abruptly slammed her glass onto the coffee table. Despite her words, a smile of happiness graced her face, concealing the bitterness that only she could comprehend. In recent days, she had endeavored to draw closer to Bo Jingyan, yearning for more intimacy. Yet, whether due to health issues or other reasons, he seemed unwilling to engage in any physical contact. In the police station's interrogation room, an officer held a file in hand, raising his gaze to the woman before him. He passed the document to a colleague, instructing, hand this to her. Sushi, seated across the table, watched as the officer extended the file, her hand reaching out to accept it, her expression distant as she scanned the dense text. The gist of it conveyed that Xiao Xinxin implicated her as the mastermind behind the trade of commercial secrets. A cold smile crept across Sushi's lips as she gently returned the file to the officer. However, he did not accept it but instead said, Sushi, this is not merely for your eyes. You are required to sign it. Officer, I have not committed any of the actions stated herein. Someone is deliberately framing me. Though I currently lack evidence, The two officers exchanged glances, leaning into converse in hushed tones that Sushi could not hear. Before long, they gathered the documents and notebooks from the table and made their way to the door. Sushi, you need to wait here for a notification. Sushi stiffly nodded in response and asked, could you possibly turn off the bright lights? I feel frail. The harsh light pierces my eyes, leaving me quite uncomfortable. The officer replies, you must stay here for now. Susie gazes at the closed door, her heart filled with a sense of unease. It feels as though she has already been convicted, as if she has been formally imprisoned. Time is an elusive concept, and she cannot discern how long has passed. Weary, she rubs her aching temples, her entire body drained of strength. As she surveys the cramped room, a bitter smile spreads across her face. If they have brought her here to sit idly, they might as well have locked her behind iron bars, where she could at least lie down and rest. Throughout the night, Xiao Yan, consumed by worry for Susie, tosses and turns, unable to find sleep. As dawn breaks, she hurriedly washes up and changes her clothes, neglecting breakfast. With utmost urgency, she dashes towards the studio, determined to seek Han Yuming's assistance for Susie. However, halfway through her journey, she suddenly halts. Yesterday, the woman named Luakaku and Li Xinhue had summoned the police under the pretense of Susie stealing confidential materials from the Dream Shadow studio, and the officer had taken Susie away. Given this, it is certain that Han Yuming, as the owner of Dream Shadow studio, would not come to Susie's aid. Standing at the roadside, Xiao Yan anxiously paces, her feet stamping in frustration. No matter what, she refuses to believe that Susie could commit such an act. Ever since Susie joined the studio, she had been assigned to work alongside her. Susie has always cared for her, treating her with kindness and without any pretense. In contrast, the photographers she had worked with before treated her like a servant. Susie is different. She is gentle and compassionate. After much hesitation, Xiao Yan finally resolves to hail a taxi. Chapter 67. I haven't committed a crime. Why am I imprisoned? At the police station, the door to the interrogation room creaks open. A police officer stands at the entrance, formally stating, Susie, someone has posted your bail. Sign this document and you may leave. However, you are prohibited from leaving the country and must be available for summons. Susie slowly lifts her exceedingly weary eyes to meet the officer's gaze. He approaches her, presenting the document and a pen. After several seconds, she begins to comprehend the officer's words. A surge of excitement courses through her. Who is it? Who has come to bail her out? Is it Mu Qingqing or Gu Shanshan? Trembling, Susie awkwardly scrawls her name. She struggles to rise from her seat, but after several attempts, she finds her body weak and her head spinning. Closing her eyes, she takes several deep breaths and stretches her limbs before finally managing to stand. Trailing behind the officer, Susie walks unsteadily, resembling someone recovering from a grave illness, each step requiring immense effort. Upon reaching the hall, her gaze sweeps across the space. When she clearly sees the figure of the person waiting, she cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Bo Jingyan. Though he is wearing sunglasses and a mask, Susie recognizes him immediately. But why has he come to rescue her? Moreover, isn't he supposed to be in the hospital? Susie gazed at him with a complex expression in her eyes. A bandage adorned his forehead, and his left arm was bound in a sling, suspended against his chest. Yet, this man stood tall and proud, exuding an enduring brilliance. In a fleeting moment, he transformed into a beacon of security for her, a hero capable of rescuing her from the depths of despair. She hesitated. If he were to bail her out, she was reluctant to accompany him, to become entangled in his affairs. But what if she chose not to leave? Would she be trapped here indefinitely? Since her arrival, every moment had been an agonizing ordeal. A sleepless night and an inability to eat would soon take a toll on her health. The thought of her children plagued her, a mother imprisoned. Before her confinement, she had been unable to reach Gu Shanshan or Mu Qingqing. Could she rely on the Su family for salvation? If they were to learn of her plight, they might very well distance themselves from her. Caught in her indecision, Susie stood frozen, unsure of her next move. At that moment, Bo Jingyan strode purposefully toward her. The sight of him caused her back to tense, and her mind went blank. Yet, within seconds, a familiar fragrance mingled with medicinal notes enveloped her. Bo Jingyan had swiftly closed the distance between them. Forced to halt, Susie clutched her clothing tightly, her chin nearly retreating into her collar. Resembling a lost girl in a moment of despair, Bo Jingyan's gaze flickered as he studied the woman before him, but with her head bowed. He could not see her face. Lift your head, he commanded softly but firmly. As her chaotic thoughts swirled, she mechanically complied, raising her gaze. The instant she did, his previously calm demeanor turned sharp. Who struck you? Who choked you? He demanded, quickly raising his hand to gently caress the reddened area of her cheek. Aside from the flushed half of her face, the rest was as pale as parchment, as if drained of all color. Her eyes were bloodshot, their brilliance dulled. Yet beneath the surface, a flicker of defiance and anxiety remained. Her once rosy lips were now parched and cracked, revealing signs of suffering. As if she had endured immense trials. Bo Jingyan swallowed hard, an involuntary reaction to the sight before him. A mere 25-year-old girl, confined for a night, must have been terrified. Yet, despite her fear, upon seeing him, she seemed to flee, as though she preferred to remain in this wretched place rather than accompany him. To what extent did her disdain for him reach? Was it the interrogation by the officer that had caused this? As she averted her gaze, Susie murmured, "It wasn't him." Bo Jingyan took a moment to steady his emotions before his deep, gravelly voice broke the silence once more.
Who did this to you?
Tell me their name. Gently. He took Susie's hand, clasping it firmly in his own. In that instant, a wave of emotion surged through her, causing her eyes to well with tears. His warm hand enveloped her icy fingers, a gesture that once symbolized both hope and longing. In truth, he had never held her in this manner before. It is often said that a woman's thoughts can spread like a spider's web, ensnaring everything in its path. In the next moment, Susie was abruptly reminded of Rococo whispering in her ear, "You possess a beautiful face, yet your demeanor resembles that of a lifeless fish, devoid of any charm. Your entire family are vampires, utterly detestable. Oh, and he mentioned that seeing you makes him feel nauseous. We have already shared a bed in Country M." In an instant, Susie's heart chilled to an icy core. The once pitiful look in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by an inherent coldness. She exerted all her strength to retract her hand, but it was utterly futile. Bo Jingyan stood rigidly, holding her hand firmly, refusing to budge. "If you harbor any grievances against me, we can discuss them elsewhere. This is not a place for you." His deep voice carried a habitual sternness, yet it also bore a hint of coaxing. Susie's dull gaze met his. Her parched lips quivering, yet no words escaped her. Her current state was partly due to her own conflict with Li Xinhua and partly influenced by Rococo, the ambiguous third party, whom he consistently defended. "I currently possess only one functioning arm. I cannot carry you. Come with me." Bo Jingyan's voice resonated once more, and he began to lead her outside. "Let go of me. My affairs are none of your concern." Perhaps due to her escalating emotions, Susie discarded the suffering she endured here, resisting fervently. Bo Jingyan abruptly halted, turning slightly to inquire softly, "Do you truly wish for me to disregard your situation? Would you like to experience life in a cell?" Susie found herself at a loss, her heart a tumult of confusion, yet she stubbornly retorted, "I have committed no crime. Why would I be imprisoned? Once the officers clarify the situation, they will undoubtedly release me." Chapter 68. Even after the divorce, you were once the esteemed Mrs. Bo. Susie feigned composure in her rebuttal, though internally, she felt devoid of any confidence. While listening to the recording, it was evident that Qiao Xinxin initially resisted cooperating with that man. However, from the tension in Qiao Xinxin's voice, Susie discerned that the information in question was undoubtedly Dream Shadow's confidential data. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to be so fearful. Clearly, that unfamiliar man had been arranged by Li Xinhua to ensnare Qiao Xinxin, subsequently making her a witness against Susie. It was apparent that the data had long fallen into Li Xinhua's hands, coupled with photographs, recordings, and Qiao Xinxin's testimony from the transaction. This scenario suggested that Susie might indeed be unable to evade a prison sentence. As Susie's thoughts drifted to this conclusion, her hands suddenly found themselves unbound. She lowered her gaze slowly. Bo Jingyan had released her hand and was looking at her with an expression devoid of emotion, his lips moving. "In that case, I shall inform the officer to revoke your bail. They may take their time investigating, perhaps a week, perhaps a month, or perhaps you will endure your stay here for the long haul." As Bo Jingyan finished speaking, he raised his wrist to glance at his opulent watch, exuding an impatience to depart. Sushi remained frozen in place, her heart a tumult of fear and sorrow. Lost in her thoughts, she noticed Bo Jingyan's feet pivoting, preparing to leave. She yearned to voice her feelings, but words lodged in her throat. Clinging to her dwindling dignity, she resolved not to bow her head before him. Her hands were tightly clasped, rubbing against each other, the pressure causing her skin to turn an alternating shade of pale and blue. Her body trembled slightly from fear. Her head hung low, and in her line of sight, Bo Jingyan's figure had vanished. He had left, truly departed. He had never tolerated her slightest resistance or temper. Even in this moment, he displayed no surplus of patience. His visit was likely merely out of respect for their past connection, not wanting to invite gossip. Su Shi's heart twisted in agony, her legs suddenly feeling weak and unsteady. Cautiously, she edged toward the wall, searching for something to lean against for support. Just then, a police officer approached, escorting a man with his hands cuffed. Sushi's gaze instinctively fell upon the man's wrists. The silver handcuffs glinted under the corridor lights, blindingly bright, as if she, too, might wear them in the next moment. Lost in thought, she was startled when a dark figure rushed toward her, shouting, "Hey there, gorgeous." She couldn't help but scream in terror. In that instant, the man was so close that their faces nearly touched. His visage was grotesque, lewd, marred by numerous scars. Although he was swiftly pulled away by the officer, the fright lingered heavily upon her. After reprimanding the man, the officer turned to Sushi and said, "I apologize. It was our oversight regarding the prisoner. Are you all right?" Clutching her clothing tightly, she shook her head vehemently in fear. Upon hearing the officer's explanation, she comprehended that the lewd man had taken advantage of a moment when the officer was distracted, leaning in close to her face to make an inappropriate remark. Just as the officer led the prisoner away, she attempted to take a deep breath, only to feel another presence suddenly appear beside her. Startled from her shock, she instinctively stumbled backward. "Do not be afraid, it is me." Unbeknownst to her, Bo Jingyan had lowered his previously suspended arm. In the next heartbeat, he swept her up into his arms. Despite her struggles, he did not release her. "If you keep moving, my arm will be crippled. And you will end up in jail as well." Bo Jingyan scolded her sharply as he hastened toward the car. Perhaps hearing the word jail instilled a potent fear in Sushi, for she ceased her resistance. Once she was placed inside the vehicle, Bo Jingyan entered as well, commanding the driver, "Drive." His tone had shifted, now deep and laced with restraint, unlike before. Sushi, overwhelmed, reached for the car door, only to find it firmly locked, rendering her unable to escape. As Susie was about to speak up to stop Anchi from driving, she suddenly heard Anchi exclaim, "President Bo, the bandage on his arm is starting to bleed." Anchi, turning from the driver's seat, sounded exceptionally anxious. Upon calling out President Bo's name, he quickly shifted his gaze to Susie, saying, "Madam, President Bo's arm is severely injured. We cannot leave it like this, especially since he carried you out." "Enough with the nonsense.
Drive."
Anchi's words were abruptly interrupted by Bo Jingyan's stern command. Upon hearing his voice, Susie's gaze involuntarily turned towards him. He was tugging at the collar of his shirt, beads of sweat glistening on his furrowed brow, his jawline taut. His Adam's apple moved rhythmically, as if he was stifling a groan of pain. Susie clutched her clothing tightly, biting her lip, at a loss for words. Even though he had genuinely come to her rescue, carrying her out despite his injuries, she could not muster any words of gratitude. At most, she could remain silent and not disturb him during his moment of suffering. People often say that matters should be dealt with separately, but human relationships are intricate. Especially when animosity and grievances arise, everything becomes a tangled mess. The relationship between her and Bo Jingyan was precisely such a mess. Their grievances had intertwined so thoroughly that the notion of separation was utterly non-existent. Lost in thought, Susie opened the small bag she had been carrying. The officer had returned her belongings when she exited the interrogation room, and she had not yet had the chance to check her phone before discovering Bo Jingyan. Lowering her gaze to inspect her phone screen, she noted that Gu Shanshan and Mu Qingcheng had called her numerous times. With Han Yuming present, they must have already learned of the events that transpired yesterday and were undoubtedly worried about her well-being. A wave of sadness washed over Susie as she politely addressed Anchi. "Could you please take me to Jinhua Garden?" Seeing Anchi glance inquiringly at Bo Jingyan, Susie followed his gaze. Bo Jingyan's complexion had worsened since before. He had closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat, his brows tightly knitted. "Anchi, why don't you just open the door? I can get out here," she suggested. However, before her words could settle, Bo Jingyan coldly interjected, "If you seek revenge, then stay put. Even though we are divorced, you were once Mrs. Bo." After uttering these succinct yet striking words, he slightly opened his eyes to look at Anchi, suppressing the pain from his wound, and commanded in a low tone, "Drive." Chapter 69. What are you trembling for? Are you afraid now? In a vast, luxurious bed, Susie gradually awakened from her stupor. Rubbing her temples, she slowly opened her eyes. In her still somewhat blurred vision, the warm yellow light of the bedside lamp cast a gentle glow. The tightly closed curtains obscured whether it was day or night outside. She took her time to survey the room. The wardrobe, the armchair, the vanity, all the furnishings and their arrangements were identical to those in her previous bedroom at the Bo Mansion. The Bo Mansion? Wasn't she in Bo Jingyan's car? How did she end up here? Just how deep was her slumber? Susie, in a state of panic, hurriedly prepared to get out of bed, only to suddenly discover that her clothes had been changed to new ones. This revelation intensified her sense of dread. She quickly reached for her slightly protruding abdomen, meticulously scanning her body for any signs of abnormality. Once she confirmed that the fetuses were safe and sound, she let out a long sigh of relief. However, a troubling realization struck her. She had fallen asleep in Bo Jingyan's car, and for the moment, she refrained from dwelling on who had carried her into the Bo mansion. Yet, the person who had changed her clothes could not possibly be Bo Jingyan himself. The servants here would undoubtedly report her visibly rounded belly to him. What was she to do? If he discovered that the fetuses were still alive, she dreaded the possibility of the deranged Bo Jingyan forcibly taking her to the hospital again, jeopardizing her children once more. The thought made Susie's heart race, nearly leaping into her throat. This was far more terrifying than being in jail. Just then, the bedroom door was abruptly pushed open. The swiftness of the action left her no time to lie back down and feign sleep. From her lowered gaze, she noticed a pair of polished leather shoes approaching her. Susie's grip on the bed sheets tightened, her palms soon slick with sweat, her body trembling involuntarily. Was he here to drag her to the hospital? Previously, he had never entered the bedroom wearing leather shoes. The absence of slippers suggested he was in a rush to take her to the hospital. The more she pondered, the more her fear escalated, and she dared not lift her head. Yet, those shoes soon halted in her line of sight. She clutched the sheets even more fiercely, nearly tearing the silk fabric. "Do you have something to explain to me?" Bo Jingyan's voice drifted above her, its icy tone sending shivers down Susie's spine. She recalled how, in the past, his words had been gentle, if not calm. This abrupt chill was surely a harbinger of bad news, and certainly not an inquiry into who had harmed her. His question likely pertained to her escape from the last surgical procedure at the hospital. As Susie speculated, Bo Jingyan's hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. The unexpected touch startled her, causing her to flinch and emit a gasp. "What are you afraid of?" Bo Jingyan asked coldly, his brow furrowed as he stared at her. After a brief pause, he released her and added, "Those who do not harbor guilty secrets need not fear the knocking of ghosts." As his words lingered in the air, Bo Jingyan gradually seated himself beside her. Witnessing this maneuver, Susie immediately sprang up from the bed. Her feet hit the floor, disregarding the absence of shoes, as she rushed toward the door. However, upon reaching it, she found it locked, seemingly secured from the outside after his entrance. Just as frustration began to surface, a familiar scent wafted into her nostrils, momentarily halting her thoughts. In the next instant, her body was suddenly thrust backward by an external force, causing her to lose her balance. Susie struggled to break free, but Bo Jingyan's right arm ensnared her waist with an iron grip. To her utter horror, his large hand slid along her waist, gently caressing her abdomen. Though the warmth of his palm lingered, it seared into Susie's skin and heart like a branding iron. "What are you trembling for? Are you frightened?" The voice of Bo Jingyan, resonating like a hellish echo in her ears, brushed against her neck with every breath he took. His tone was soft, yet it instilled a profound sense of unease within Susie. Indeed, he had discovered the truth. The children still existed. What should she do? Paralyzed with fear, Susie held her breath, striving to control her body from trembling too violently. Yet, his hand continued to caress her abdomen, lingering in uncertainty. Susie could not discern his emotions nor fathom his intentions. She merely feared he might suddenly exert force upon her belly. The two remained in an eerie stalemate, the passage of time indeterminate until Bo Jingyan's voice pierced the silence, once more, gently tapping her stomach as he inquired, "That day by the roadside, you said they are mine?" Upon hearing this, Susie's breath quickened uncontrollably. Had he confirmed it with Aunt Wu? Did he acknowledge their encounter? She swallowed hard, forcing herself to regain composure. If she acquiesced, Bo Jingyan would undoubtedly snatch her children away. Yet previously, he had suspected the children were Mu Qingqing's. If she admitted to that now, he would certainly drag her back to the hospital. At this juncture, she had no choice. This was not the time for a battle of wits with him. Stealing her resolve, Susie slowly replied, "Yes, they are yours." The moment her words escaped her lips, Bo Jingyan's hand on her abdomen faltered, then withdrew. She heard him ask, laced with sarcasm, "Susie, do you understand modern medical practices? Even while they are in utero, paternity tests can be conducted. Are you aware of this?" Indeed, even if he had verified their encounter, he still doubted her, doubting that the children were his. This amounted to doubting her virtue. What had she done to instill such a belief in him that she had strayed during their marriage? She was certain that, during his suspicions, he had thoroughly investigated everyone around her. Susie was confident in her integrity, yet why did he continue to distrust her? She was aware of paternity testing. During pregnancy, non-invasive prenatal testing, amniocentesis, and chorionic villus sampling could all be employed for such purposes. Chapter 70. Was he intending to confine her here? Previously, she had harbored thoughts of secretly undergoing a paternity test. She envisioned herself forcefully presenting the results to Bo Jingyan's face to silence his insults and humiliate him in return. His inquiry indicated that he had contemplated pursuing a paternity test. Susie was tormented by the image of Bo Jingyan taking her children away. Even more terrifying was her imagination of her innocent children potentially facing a stepmother like Luoka Ko, suffering under her cruelty and abuse. Perhaps even worse than her own childhood under Zhou Mailan's care. Susie was overwhelmed with a myriad of heart-wrenching images, a heaviness settling in her chest, accompanied by a pang of sorrow. Unable to restrain herself, she added, "Bai Jingyan, let's forego the paternity test. It's inconsequential. I know you don't believe me. And even if you did, you won't take my children from me. They are the ones I would protect with my life. You, Bai Jingyan, will never love them. Therefore, none of this concerns you. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? What do you mean I won't love them?" As soon as Susie's words fell, Bai Jingyan questioned her, stepping forward to stand before her. He scrutinized her with piercing eyes and slowly spoke. "Susie, listen carefully. If they are mine, I, Bai Jingyan, will not allow the children of the Bai family to be left abandoned. If it turns out there is no biological connection, then I will personally oversee your surgery until the very end." As she heard this, a tightness gripped Susie's back, making it hard for her to breathe. Crystal tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks in mere seconds. This madman, if they are his children, he will seize them. If they are not, he will seek to destroy them. In that moment, memories of the past flooded back, reminding her of the ways he had hurt her, the insults he had hurled at her. At this juncture, Susie's once anxious gaze began to fill with resentment and defiance. She met his icy stare and retorted passionately, "Bai Jingyan, do not forget, we are divorced. Divorce signifies that our relationship is severed. Any child born post-divorce cannot be contested for custody by you. If I carry another's child, you have no right to interfere." Bai Jingyan observed the flushed woman before him, his brows knitting slightly. In the next moment, he leaned closer, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he wiped the tears from her cheek, teasingly saying, "In this city, I, Bai Jingyan, embody power." His tone was deliberate and calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that weighed heavily on Susie's chest. Indeed, if she truly stood against him, in every conceivable way, she was no match for him. Not to mention, with her naive disposition, who could Susie ever hope to contend with? The pain in her chest deepened. Perhaps the most agonizing aspect was hearing Bai Jingyan claim he would take her children. Unable to suppress the sob caught in her throat, she uttered, "Bai Jingyan, you possess power, wealth, and capability. However, these children will never love you. Whether you conduct a paternity test or not, whether you attempt to seize them, they will never love you because you are unworthy. From the moment you sought to harm them, you forfeited your right to be loved." This time, Susie did not shout, nor did she raise her voice, yet her words were imbued with a chilling sorrow. After speaking, she gazed at Bai Jingyan through tear-filled eyes, no longer exhibiting the fear she once felt. The matter of the children had come to light, and while secrets often instill fear, the revelation seemed far from fatal. Bai Jingyan, seemingly taken aback by her words, felt the veins on his forehead throb, his gaze sharpening with intensity. It seemed that his emotions ran deeper than hers. The two remained in a stalemate for quite some time, and Susie began to feel weary. Despite having slept heavily, her body still bore the fatigue from the turmoil of the previous day at the police station. Noticing that Bo Jingyan remained motionless and silent, she decided to break the silence. Susie's tone was calm and her words sincere, yet Bo Jingyan acted as if he were impervious to her presence, remaining unyielding. After a brief pause, she circumvented him and grasped the doorknob with both hands. Despite her efforts, as before, it remained locked. Frustrated, she shook it vigorously, creating a cacophony that drowned out the complex emotions swirling between them. This continued for some time until she finally heard Bo Jingyan's voice behind her. "The door can be opened, but do not entertain thoughts of leaving." His words lacked anger, yet carried an undeniable undertone of authority that brooked no dissent. Susie was momentarily stunned, her hand frozen on the doorknob. Did he mean to confine her here? How dare he? Just as she was about to voice her protest, her stomach betrayed her with an embarrassing growl. The sound echoed distinctly in the quiet room, persistent and undeniable. The level of awkwardness was akin to releasing a series of flatulent sounds in a solemn conference room. Pressing her lips together, Susie slowly relinquished her grip on the doorknob and gently placed her hand on her abdomen. She had hardly eaten at the station, and given the time, she might have slept for most of the day here. Even if she were not hungry, her babies surely were. The thought brought a pang to her heart. She felt she had frightened them and caused them distress. Just then, Bo Jingyan called out toward the door. "Open the door." Almost instantly, a rustling sound emerged from outside. and the door swung open. Standing there was a kind-looking middle-aged woman whom Susie had never seen before, and she didn't appear to be a servant. The woman nodded respectfully to Bo Jingyan and said, "Sir, the meals for Madam are ready. Shall I bring them in, or set them in the dining room?" Bo Jingyan glanced at Susie, noting her silk nightgown and bare feet, and calmly instructed, "Bring it to the bedroom." "Yes, sir." The middle-aged woman replied with a nod before turning to Susie with the same respectful demeanor, saying, "Madam, my name is Li Huilan. You may call me Aunt Lan. From today onward, I will be responsible for your meals and daily care." Chapter 71. Choose between the prison and this home. Upon hearing this, Susie was taken aback, rendered speechless. Just as she was about to stop Li Huilan from addressing her in that manner, Bo Jingyan interjected, "Aunt Lan, please go arrange the meals. Madam is hungry." Li Huilan immediately nodded and departed. Susie looked at Bo Jingyan in disbelief, confusion etched on her face as she asked, "Bo Jingyan, what does this mean?" Bo Jingyan's expression remained somewhat cold as he glanced at Susie and replied, "What do you mean? The title? The meals? Or the maternity nurse?" Susie raised her voice. "What do you think? The maternity nurse? Are you specifically attending to my daily meals and living arrangements? Did I ever state my intention to remain here? Madam, am I your wife? Let me enlighten you. Bo Jingyan, this is what one would term house arrest." Susie is utterly perplexed by him. He ventured to the police station to extricate her. Upon discovering the children were still present, he allowed her to slumber peacefully until she awoke naturally. Now, he has arranged for her meals. Despite their divorce, he has gone so far as to hire a maternity caregiver for her, to have her reside in the Bo residence. Was he not suspicious of her infidelity? Shouldn't he harbor an intense hatred for a woman who has adorned herself with such a label? What is his true motive behind these actions? What scheme is he concocting? How did you manage to enter the police station? Susie's brow furrowed at his question, which seemed to be directed at her, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared to mock her, suggesting that her departure from here would only lead to her being harmed and returned to confinement. Since awakening, their discourse has been ensnared in matters concerning the children. Susie had not yet had the opportunity to inquire how he was aware of her predicament. However, at this moment, she was disinclined to engage with him further, and she spoke directly. "Where is my bag? I need to call Shan to come and fetch me." Bo Jingyan ignored her, taking measured steps toward the door. His tall figure paused just beyond the threshold, and he matter-of-factly stated, "You may choose between the prison and this home." Upon hearing these words, Susie visibly panicked and hastened her steps toward him. As her bare feet left the carpet and made contact with the cold marble floor of the corridor, an involuntary shiver compelled her to retreat into the room. "Bo Jingyan, did you rescue me merely to confine me here?" Susie's voice trembled with unshed tears, her upturned face reflecting a blend of grievance and urgency. "Whether it is or isn't, first you must eat." No sooner had he spoken than Li Huilan appeared at the doorway, pushing a small dining cart. After a nod of acknowledgement, she entered and meticulously arranged the various dishes upon the round table, her demeanor respectful as she addressed Susie. "Madam, please dine." Susie remained motionless. Despite her overwhelming hunger, she had no intention of partaking in the meal. Bo Jingyan cast a fleeting glance at her before signaling Li Huilan to depart. Once she had exited, he stepped into the bedroom, positioning himself a mere step away from Susie, leaning in to whisper, "You would do well to behave." Susie thought to herself, "He must be insane." In the next moment, Bo Jingyan grasped her hand firmly, pulling her toward the round table as he spoke. "If you do not eat, they must still be fed. Alternatively, I could feed you myself." They? Was he referring to the children? Did he also harbor compassion for them? In her struggle, Susie found herself brought to the table, where a plethora of delectable dishes awaited her, wafting with steam and enticing aromas. Awkwardly, her stomach chose this moment to betray her with an audible growl. "Shall we eat then? Perhaps once satisfied, we can devise a plan." Lost in thought, Susie's focus was suddenly drawn to a spoonful of soup presented before her. Blinking her long lashes, she followed the hand holding the spoon back to Bo Jingyan's handsome face. "Are you feeding me?" If such a scene were to unfold with another man, one might expect a gentle smile adorning his face. However, the expression on Bo Jingyan's visage rendered the substance before him more akin to poison than nourishment. "I shall partake myself," Sushi remarked coolly, dismissing his hovering hand and spoon as she settled into a chair. Upon suddenly realizing the neckline of her silk nightgown was exceedingly low, she hastily covered herself with her hand. In the next moment, she witnessed the soup spoon being discarded into the trash bin beside the round table, as Bo Jingyan strode purposefully towards the doorway. She thought to herself, whose temperament does he inherit? Grandfather Bo Huilin was ever so amiable, engaging in lively conversation and exuding boundless joy. She had interacted with his father, Bo Tiancheng, On several occasions, though his demeanor was equally reserved, he appeared to be a true gentleman. To whom, then, did Bo Jingyan truly resemble? As she gazed at his retreating figure, her lips moved in silent contemplation, though no sound escaped her. Once the room fell into complete silence, she scrutinized the array of dishes laid out before her. Each delicacy, and both types of soup were her favorites. A detail even Aunt Wu could not possibly recall with such precision. How did he come to know these things? He had never shown interest in her dietary preferences before. As Sushi pondered this, she ravenously indulged in each dish. Her hunger was genuine. After the vomiting associated with her pregnancy had subsided, her appetite had returned with fervor, compounded by her weakened state in the early stages of gestation. Now, her head spun, and her chest was gripped by gnawing hunger. Meanwhile, in Bo Jingyan's study, and she stood by the desk, his expression grave as he reported, "Mr. Bo, after thorough investigation, I can confirm that all details align closely with what Xiaoyan has described." Bo Jingyan nodded, extracting a cigarette to light. He murmured, "Proceed." And she continued, "The marks on Madame's face and neck were inflicted by Li Xinhua from Dream Shadow Studio. This matter traces back to when Li Xinhua accepted our first photography assignment, which you previously authorized for Rococo's arrangement. After the shoot, you requested I investigate whether the series was captured by Madame. I have reported before that. Just before the shoot commenced, Li Xinhua was suddenly hospitalized, and the task was reassigned to Madame by the studio's owner. Although the reputation remains with Li Xinhua, Dream Shadow allocated 70% of the bonus to Madame, which consequently sowed the seeds of resentment in Li Xinhua's heart." And she paused, flipping through the documents in his hand before continuing. "Then there was the second assignment, currently in progress, which you did not authorize Rococo to arrange. Nevertheless, she unilaterally signed the contract with Dream Shadow, designating Madame as the chief photographer. I suspect." And Chi's words faltered, hesitation creeping in as it became evident throughout his investigation that this was a premeditated scheme orchestrated by Rococo. His gaze occasionally flickered towards Bo Jingyan, who, sensing the impending silence, urged, "Do not speculate. State the facts. Speak candidly, and leave nothing unsaid." Chapter 72. The surveillance footage has been entirely deleted. And Chid paused momentarily, bypassing what he initially intended to express, and continued his report. "I have dispatched personnel to investigate the models mentioned by Xiaoyan, Cici, and Yanzi. The model named Cici has maintained a close relationship with Lukik after Madame was taken away by the officer, Lukik Li Xinhua, and the two models lingered in a room within the villa for an extended period. During my inquiries, an aunt mentioned that she observed Lukik handing them a substantial amount of money through the floor-to-ceiling glass, yet she could not discern the specifics of their conversation. By the time I reviewed the surveillance footage, it had been entirely erased." And Chid ceased speaking at this juncture. Bai Jingyan, upon hearing this, lit another cigarette and spoke in a calm tone. "First, organize the evidence and sue the party Menjing for unilaterally replacing the photographer. Second, cite equipment damage as grounds to suspend the shoot, with compensation for the equipment to be borne personally by Sushi. The formal documentation must clearly state that this is her personal responsibility. You shall handle these matters personally. Is that understood?" And Chid hesitated, nodding slowly before shaking his head. He comprehended the essence, yet it was not entirely clear to him. However, it was evident from Chid's earlier remarks that the equipment issue was clearly instigated by Lukik. If the equipment must be returned by Sushi, it signified that Lukik could extricate herself from this incident entirely. Is it too challenging to manage? Understood, President Bai. I will expedite the process. Bai Jingyan replied leisurely, "Very well, the next matter." And Chid promptly continued his report. "Regarding the trade of commercial secrets, although the evidence was provided by Li Xinhua, I have identified the man in the photograph who was involved in the transaction with Qiao Xinxin. I have also taken him into custody." However, due to Chid's previous uncertainties, he now felt even more conflicted. The compensation for the equipment was a trivial matter, merely a financial issue. Yet, the trade of commercial secrets was of grave significance. He scarcely dared to proceed further. It was not until he caught sight of Bai Jingyan's slightly impatient demeanor that Chid felt compelled to continue. "President Bai, based on my investigative findings, I showed the man photographs of Li Xinhua and Lukik. He informed me that the mastermind is Lukik, not Li Xinhua. Therefore, President Bai, at this point," and Chid refrained from further elaboration. He had already provided ample detail. Coupled with Xiao Yan's plea for Bai Jingyan to rescue Sushi at the hospital, everything was abundantly clear. The principal orchestrator behind the scenes was undoubtedly Lukik, while Li Xinhua could merely be regarded as a secondary figure. How Bai Jingyan chose to address this matter was entirely his prerogative. Upon concluding Chid's report, Bai Jingyan's brow furrowed tightly. He took a long drag from his nearly extinguished cigarette before extinguishing it forcefully in the ashtray. After a moment of silence, he coldly commanded, "And Chid, take some personnel and bring everyone involved in these two matters to the mansion." And Chid, upon hearing such an order, could not resist asking, "President Bai, does this include Lukik? What do you think?" Bai Jingyan retorted impatiently. This rhetorical question left Enchi even more bewildered. If not for the matter concerning the equipment, it was evident that Bo Jingyan was clearly shielding Lukik. He certainly understood what everyone meant. However, regarding Bo Jingyan's actions, he was uncertain whether Lukik was indeed included among those present. Bewildered, Enchi stood frozen in place, wearing an expression of innocence. Bo Jingyan rubbed his temples, let out a cold snort, and declared, "Everyone, do you comprehend?" "Yes." But just as Enchi was about to step out the door, an unexpected and troublesome issue arose, compelling him to muster his courage and say, "Mr. Bo, regarding the paternity test, I have already made the necessary arrangements. For confidentiality reasons, I've engaged a doctor from Country M who will arrive at the international airport at 2 p.m. the day after tomorrow." He promptly opened the study door with alertness. Just outside, apart from two panting servants, stood Lukik herself, and she quickly scanned the scene. The two servants were evidently out of breath. With keen judgment, he imagined the scenario. Lukik had recklessly rushed upstairs, with the servants trailing behind her in an attempt to stop her. And Chi's immediate concern was whether Lukik had overheard his conversation with Bo Jingyan.
And Chi?
"Where is Brother Yan? Is he inside?" Upon seeing Enchi, Lukik bypassed the servants and hurriedly approached him. Perhaps mindful that Bo Jingyan was within the room, she spoke to him in a polite and gentle tone. Anki, maintaining a serious yet respectful demeanor, replied, "Miss Luo, Mr. Bo and I are engaged in business discussions. I kindly ask you to wait downstairs for a moment." No sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed Lukik casting him a look of disdain. This expression, obscured from the servants behind her, was solely for Enchi's eyes. He had endured her scorn more than once. This woman donned a mask of gentleness in front of Bo Jingyan, yet displayed an entirely different countenance when he was absent. It was exceedingly irksome. Surprisingly, Lukik actually turned and walked away. Ordinarily, she would have barged in without hesitation. After all, this was often the case at the company. Even at the office door, he could not deter her. And she watched as Lukik's figure faded from sight and then turned to the two visibly anxious servants. He gently inquired, "How long has she been up here?" "We just followed her up when you opened the door." While closing the door, and she relayed, "Mr. Bo, Miss Lukik has arrived." Upon hearing this, Bo Jingyan instructed urgently to bring the others over. And she, with a worried expression, pressed his lips together. Bo Jingyan was shrouded in a haze, his gaze profoundly somber. Had he lit another one? Recalling the grave matter that had arisen shortly after Bo Jingyan's incident in the mountains, and she spoke directly, "Mr. Bo, how is the situation with Mu Qingqing being handled? The police have yet to identify any suspects regarding those who harmed his parents. Yet he insists it was you who sent someone to do it not long ago, when the officer had visited." Bo Jingyan bore a similarly deep and melancholic demeanor. And she sighed softly. Given the situation with Su Shi, it was a relief that Bo Jingyan had not sought trouble with Mu Qingqing. Yet, that young man had the audacity to turn the tables and frame her? And she reflected on this, when Bo Jingyan's hoarse voice echoed in his ears. "For now, do not concern yourself. Go ahead." Chapter 73. Is he seeking to avenge her? As night descended, Su Shi had eaten her fill and was now meandering slowly within the confines of the bedroom. She searched for her clothing and bag, but after thoroughly scanning the room, there was no sign of them. A faint sigh escaped her lips. Was Bo Jingyan truly intent on keeping her confined here? As she pondered, she continued to stroll around the room. It appeared unchanged since her departure, as if someone had been diligently cleaning it, maintaining its pristine condition. Unable to locate her clothes, Su Shi found herself staring blankly at the silk nightgown she wore. The fabric draped elegantly, starkly contrasting the cumbersome, pleated dress she typically wore outside. Thus, when she glanced down, her protruding belly was unmistakably evident. So much so that one could easily perceive her as a pregnant woman. Su Shi scanned the room, her feet irresistibly drawn towards the wardrobe. Once she stood before it, she hesitated for a moment before slowly opening the doors. The sight inside momentarily stunned her. The number of garments she had left behind remained unchanged. However, each piece was now covered with a dust cover. With slender fingers, Su Shi gently caressed the fabric. Memories flooding back unbidden. Bo Jingyan's parents held no particular fondness for her, yet neither did they harbor any disdain. Their feelings were decidedly lukewarm. Only grandfather Bo Huailin cherished and adored her, treating her like a beloved granddaughter. At that moment, A faint sound emanated from the door. Sushi hurriedly closed the wardrobe, and upon turning around, she found Bo Jingyan standing at the center of the room. Their eyes met, and Sushi discerned no emotion in his gaze, as was often the case. However, he now carried a distinct scent of tobacco that lingered in the air. Noticing his apparent disinterest in speaking, Sushi took a breath and endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Bo Jingyan, first and foremost, thank you for everything you have done for me today. Moreover, I have a request. Bo Jingyan cast a glance at the table, observing that much of the food had been consumed. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he uttered a single word. Speak. Sushi paused momentarily before softly articulating. Please spare those doctors if you would. They acted against you only under my duress. They are kind-hearted individuals. She wished to add that they were far more benevolent than he, yet the words caught in her throat. Realizing she was beseeching him, she understood that provoking him was unwise. While she would not plead for herself, those doctors were innocent. To delve deeper, they had been her benefactors, and the benefactors of her children. She felt compelled to implore him, aware that Bo Jingyan would not spare anyone who defied him. As he approached her slowly, he halted just before reaching her, his expression inscrutable as he inquired, Is that all? Do you have no other requests of me? Without hesitation, she immediately shook her head. Bo Jingyan narrowed his eyes and glanced at her a few times before strolling over to the sofa to take a seat. She continued to await his response, her gaze following him intently. With his legs crossed and reclining against the sofa, Bo Jingyan exuded an unparalleled air of nobility. Even with 2 bandaged areas on his body, his handsome demeanor remained undiminished. However, the depth and sharpness of his eyes still conveyed a chilling coldness, even more so than before. When Bo Jingyan cast his gaze upon her, it did not wander elsewhere but fixated directly on her abdomen. Sushi felt a pang of anxiety under his scrutiny and instinctively shifted her feet to evade his gaze. It was then that Bo Jingyan's indifferent voice resonated in her ears. The nature of the outcome will depend on that report once the paternity test results are in, whether it be punishment or reward. Sushi fell silent, having mustered an immense amount of courage before making her request. Meanwhile, he remained filled with suspicion. Regardless, what difference did it make if he believed her? Calmly, Sushi responded, I agree to the paternity test. You can arrange it and inform me. I will arrive on time. Thank you for the meal, but I must take my leave now. Please return my clothes and bag. Bo Jingyan rose leisurely from the sofa and spoke in an authoritative tone. Change into the clothes on the corner cabinet and come downstairs. Sushi paused for a few seconds, and only upon hearing the door close did she walk towards the corner cabinet. As she unfolded the black dress, she frowned. It was indeed her size and suitable for her current condition, fluffy and soft, undoubtedly maternity wear. Beneath the dress lay a box, which upon opening revealed a pair of soft shoes that appeared to fit her perfectly. Quickly, Sushi changed her clothes and hurried downstairs. Yet, upon arriving in the elegant and luxurious hall, she was completely taken aback. Bo Jingyan sat like a king upon a solitary sofa in the main hall, while beside him stood the respectful Inchi. In front of the coffee table stood Luaka-ko, Li Xinhua, along with 2 models and Xiao Yan. The moment Xiao Yan spotted Sushi, she rushed over. Sister Shishi. Xiao Yan exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion as she anxiously surveyed Sushi's condition, saying with concern, I'm so relieved, Sister Shishi, you're all right. Sushi took a moment to collect herself and grasped Xiao Yan's outstretched hand, soothingly saying, I am fine. Do not cry. While speaking, she lifted her other hand to wipe away the tears from Xiao Yan's face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she turned her attention to the others. Aside from Luaka-ko, the expressions of the 3 other women were filled with fear and unease. Had all her tormentors gathered here? Had Bo Jingyan summoned them? What was his intention in bringing them here? As Sushi pondered, she noticed Bo Jingyan rising from the sofa and striding directly toward her. She stood frozen in place, but the moment he approached, he gently took her hand, leading her toward the sofa. His voice echoed throughout the hall. Shishi, come here. Who struck you? And who squeezed you? In the warmth of his palm, Susie's hand soon became drenched with perspiration. Was it the tension of their skin's contact, or the anxiety of the unknown that lay ahead? Regardless, her hand trembled slightly. Was he truly intending to avenge her? Susie stood in disbelief, frozen in her thoughts. The man who had always despised her, looked down upon her, and even harbored hatred towards her, was not only rescuing her from the police station, but was also prepared to defend her today? Surely, she must be dreaming. Chapter 74. Today, Susie felt an unsettling chill run through her. Her gaze slowly shifted towards him, and he met her eyes, seemingly urging her to reveal who had wronged her. His gaze was gentle, filled with a tenderness that contrasted starkly with the man he had been just moments ago upstairs. What sort of performance was he putting on? With a pounding heart, Susie gradually turned her attention to the women before her. The moment she looked, the humiliations endured yesterday resurfaced vividly in her mind. The hatred within her began to swell. The affront was not only to herself, but also to the child growing within her. She believed that the little ones could sense their mother's distress and humiliation, and they must be frightened as well. Since Bo Jingyan had brought them here and seemed intent on advocating for her, she resolved to no longer hold back. Gently, Susie closed her eyes, silently gathering her emotions. When she opened them again, tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she pointed at Li Xinhua. Her voice filled with deep indignation. It was her. She verbally insulted me, pinched me, struck me. This is the first time this has happened in front of others. However, drawing upon her previous experience, Susie felt composed. Li Xinhua, upon being singled out, immediately lowered her head, her entire demeanor exuding a cringing submission. Her voice trembled with fear as she hastily apologized. "I'm so sorry, Susie. No, Mrs. Bo. I was blind to your greatness. It's all my fault." After Li Xinhua finished speaking, she remained in a posture of humility. Bo Jingyan cast a dispassionate glance at Li Xinhua before turning his attention to Susie, softly inquiring, "Cici, are you satisfied with her apology?" Though Rococo did not display the same fear as Li Xinhua, her countenance was hardly any better. As Susie observed her, Rococo was also looking back at her. Their eyes met, and perhaps due to Bo Jingyan's presence, Rococo's gaze was polite and courteous. Yet, the slight clenching of her jaw did not go unnoticed by Susie. With a cold scoff in her heart, a smile gradually crept onto Susie's lips as she feigned warmth and asked, "Miss Rococo, do you think I am satisfied with Li Xinhua's apology? Or do you believe I should be satisfied?" At this question, Rococo's fair complexion instantly turned a shade akin to liver. Her gaze, flitting between Bo Jingyan and Li Xinhua for a few seconds, quickly regained its composure, transforming into a picture of dignified grace. "Susie, oh no, Mrs. Bo. I believe you will be satisfied, for you have always been gracious, gentle, and kind." Li Xinhua was merely overwhelmed by momentary anxiety, leading her to lose her composure. "We all trust that you would not create difficulties for her. In front of everyone, you raised Susie high. Should Susie later attempt to trouble Li Xinhua again, it would be her own face that bears the shame." Upon hearing this, Susie showed no signs of embarrassment. She turned to Lukik with a sly smile. In the next moment, Susie slowly leaned closer to Bo Jingyan, nearly pressing her entire body against his chest. "Miss Lukik is quite the flatterer, but Jingyan, what do you think? What are your thoughts?" Susie's voice was soft and sweet, so tender that it sent shivers down her own spine. Was she sufficiently insidious? She believed so. It was enough to irritate Lukik. As for Bo Jingyan, Susie's proximity startled him slightly. Unconsciously, he extended his arm, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Looking down at the woman in his arms, her flowing hair cascaded like silk, luxuriously spilling over his arm. Perhaps it was due to a restful sleep and a satisfying meal, her complexion appeared delicate and radiant, smooth as mutton fat. Especially her gaze, filled with gentle affection, was captivating. Little did he know that this prickly Susie also possessed such charm. Bo Jingyan's Adam's apple bobbed incessantly, his eyes shimmering with a predatory desire. Were it not for the presence of others, he might have devoured this little enchantress in his arms. He remained dazed for a while before clearing his throat to speak. "Our Bo family has always been grateful, but we also believe in retribution." As soon as Bo Jingyan's words fell, Susie smiled sweetly at him. On the surface, she appeared tender and alluring, yet internally, she was plotting how to ensure that those who had wronged and insulted her would receive their due punishment. She was never one to be overly dramatic, nor did she wish to be so. Yet she intended to put on a show for Lukik. Previously, Lukik had whispered words that pierced her heart. Did Lukik not have feelings for Bo Jingyan? Had she not shared a bed with him? Was this scene not enough to make Lukik grit her teeth in resentment? With this thought, Susie's gaze darkened further. The peaceful life she had strived to maintain was shattered by the person before her. Moreover, it now jeopardized the possibility of her children being discovered and taken away by Bo Jingyan. One by one, she found herself ensnared in this predicament, despite her desire to avoid conflict. As Susie seethed in her thoughts, a sudden warmth brushed against her cheek, accompanied by a familiar fragrance mixed with the scent of tobacco. Her face involuntarily flushed.
Bo Jingyan.
He kissed her cheek. In the next moment, she heard Bo Jingyan's low voice beside her ear. "Relax, go ahead. Do whatever you wish." His magnetic voice lingered in her ears, intertwining with the rhythm of her heartbeat, stirring her heart into disarray. She exerted every effort to conceal her discomfort. After swiftly untangling her complex emotions, she slowly turned her gaze towards Rococo. In an instant, a triumphant smile graced Susie's face as she coolly inquired, "Miss Luo, did you hear what my brother said? Kiki, you must save me. Kiki, plead for my mercy." Li Xingyue was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. Today, Susie exuded an unsettling aura that sent chills down her spine. The typically gentle and demure Susie had appeared timid and fearful in front of her and Rococo just yesterday. It was as if she had transformed overnight, creating an inexplicable sense of disquiet. Moreover, the nature of Susie's relationship with Bo Jingyan was far from what Rococo had described. The man, who usually radiated an air of superiority, seemed firmly under Susie's control. How could such a man be devoid of feelings? How could he be divorced? Chapter 75. Committing a crime. Even the King of Heaven would not be able to cover it up. The more Li Xingyue pondered, the more frightened she became. Yet, she found herself devoid of options. Her only lifeline was Rococo. If Bo Jingyan entrusted company contracts to Rococo, it must mean she held some significance in his heart. A man of immeasurable worth would not be content with just one woman by his side. Li Xingyue gazed at Rococo, her eyes brimming with hope. However, Rococo's subsequent words left her utterly astounded. "Xingyue, although we are good friends, you have beaten Mrs. Bo's face to such a state. What do you expect me to do? I warned you yesterday not to provoke her. Yet, you insisted that she took your assistant and snatched your contract, and now you cannot swallow this grievance." Alas. Li Xingyue trembled, unable to articulate a response. How could Rococo, who had incited her to confront Susie and had joined in the humiliation, now cast all the blame onto her? Was she attempting to sever their bond?
Impossible.
They were the best of friends. How could Rococo, after years of camaraderie, treat her this way? "Kiki." Li Xingyue called out incredulously, taking a moment to compose herself before continuing. "But you did not say that yesterday, you." "What did I say?" Rococo interjected, sensing her friend was bewildered. "I have recorded everything we discussed yesterday. Look, why are you still dazed? Hurry and apologize to Mrs. Bo. Beg for her forgiveness." Rococo swiftly interrupted Li Xingyue, terrified that she might utter another word. As she reprimanded Li Xingyue, she waved her phone in front of her. The fury that had begun to rise in Li Xingyue's expression transformed into shock, sorrow, and finally despair upon seeing the screen. Rococo was indeed threatening her. Moreover, how is this a plea for Susie's mercy? This scene unfolded before Susie's eyes, leaving her puzzled and frowning, her gaze shifting. However, it appeared that Rococo's phone screen was obscured, revealing nothing. What could possibly be on that screen? Why did Li Xingyue's demeanor change so drastically after viewing it? A veritable spectacle of chaos was about to ensue, and Li Xingyue's predicament was becoming increasingly dire. As if struck by a severe blow, she stood frozen in place. It was evident that the content on that phone was far from what Lukik had described. Susie, filled with confusion, noticed Li Xingyue turning her gaze towards her, with a piercing glare infused with rage.
Susie.
"Yes, I slapped you, I choked you, and I, Li Xingyue, would relish the thought of ending your life. You relentlessly overshadow me at Dream Shadow, snatching my opportunities, and even inciting my assistant to steal my information and switch jobs. All these transgressions of yours, shouldn't they warrant a slap? Shouldn't they deserve punishment? I am not merely content with this. I will continue to report your criminal activities. The verdict for Qiao Xinxin will be delivered soon, and your days of freedom are numbered. Don't think that with Bo Jingyan backing you, you can remain unscathed. Once you commit a crime, even the mightiest cannot shield you." The humility that once characterized Li Xingyue had vanished completely. She was now furiously bellowing at Susie, her expression seemingly intent on devouring her whole. The lengths to which Li Xingyue went to provoke Susie only fueled Susie's curiosity about what Lukik had shown her. Since the truth remained elusive, Susie decided to play along with their intentions, flowing with the tide. Amidst Li Xingyue's panting after her outburst, Susie approached her with an air of elegance. With a faint smile, she raised an eyebrow at Lukik. In an instant, she brought her palm down decisively against Li Xingyue's cheek, the sound reverberating painfully in the air. Yet, as Li Xingyue clutched her face and glared at her, Susie struck again, delivering another sharp slap to the opposite side of her face. Susie's melodious voice resonated softly in the hall. "Li Xingyue, whether you believe it or not, I too was unaware of Qiao Xinxin's job change, and I have never sought to usurp your opportunities. Sometimes, what you see, hear, or even believe may not be the truth, just like someone you trust dearly." With that, Susie cast a glance at Lukik, then leaned closer to Li Xingyue, whispering in a barely audible tone, taking the blame for her. "You'd better think carefully. These two slaps are merely the beginning." With a smile, Susie regarded Li Xingyue. The latter's brows furrowed, as if grappling with inner turmoil. In the next moment, she impulsively pushed Suzy. Taken by surprise, Suzy lost her balance. And as her body tilted backward uncontrollably, she fell directly into Bo Jingyan's embrace. From a distance, Lukik's gaze was fixated on Suzy's abdomen, a fleeting flicker of hatred passing through her eyes. Then, she shouted, Li Xinhua, how could you push Suzy? This is utterly outrageous. You still don't realize the magnitude of your mistakes, daring to act so brazenly in front of Brother Yan. Regaining her composure, Suzy gently pushed Bo Jingyan away,
softly stating, I am all right.
She had no time to be anxious. Instead, she was eager to see how Lukik would attempt to conceal her own misdeeds. Taking a deep breath, she chose to disregard Li Xinhua and cast her sharp gaze towards Cici and Yanzi, for she had brought everyone relevant into the fold. One by one, these matters shall be resolved. Suzy spoke directly, Assistant N, may I inquire why you have brought these two individuals here? A flicker of surprise coursed through Suzy as she pondered Chi's words. Could there be more to the equipment's submersion than meets the eye? If Bo Jingyan lacked evidence, he would not have acted in such a manner. After a brief moment of silence, Suzy transformed her suspicions into a chilling retort. You are deliberately sowing discord in an attempt to frame me. You didn't anticipate that the equipment would be damaged, did you? Upon hearing this, Cici's already pallid countenance grew even more ashen. Her voice trembled as she responded, No. I was merely suffering from the water choking me after you incessantly called for a cut. I couldn't help but lose my temper. And Yanzi, she only intervened to prevent me from offending your cinematographers. We truly did not intend for the equipment to fall into the water. As Cici finished speaking, beads of cold sweat trickled down her back. The moment she saw several bodyguards burst into her rented room, she sensed that the situation had taken a dire turn. On the way, she discreetly texted Luo Keke. Chapter 76. Does he desire reconciliation with Suzy? Suzy fixed her gaze on the flickering eyes of Cici, filled with uncertainty, yet she wished to first hear what Chi had to say. She redirected her attention to Chi and gently inquired, Assistant N, is your suspicion based on evidence pointing to Li Xinhua? Chi hesitated, frequently glancing at Bo Jingyan. Earlier in the study, Bo Jingyan had instructed him to ensure Suzy compensated for the 10 million worth of equipment. Yet here, Bo Jingyan seemed unexpectedly warm and gentle towards Suzy. If this was merely a facade to appease his ex-wife, it would be understandable. However, the affectionate glint in his eyes seemed genuine. Ever since Suzy descended the stairs, his gaze had not strayed from her, and she found himself utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, after much contemplation, he resolved to adhere to Bo Jingyan's serious commands. Suzy's unwavering gaze bore into Chi, her intuition whispering that he was deceiving her. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Bo Jingyan, who was regarding her with profound significance. She had not noticed any exchange of glances between Chi and Bo Jingyan earlier, yet a sense of disquiet lingered within her. Meanwhile, Luo Keke felt a burgeoning sense of triumph. While waiting in the hall for Bo Jingyan, upon seeing Xiao Yan and others brought in by Chi, she sensed that trouble was brewing. Surely, Xiao Yan had informed Bo Jingyan about the situation. Xiao Yan had been privy to the entire incident. With Chi's cleverness and capability, he would undoubtedly uncover that Cici and Yanzi were orchestrated by her. It was evident that Chi was blatantly lying to Suzy. In other words, Bo Jingyan still harbored feelings for her. If not, why wouldn't Chi withhold the truth? However, what Luo Keke did not anticipate was that Bo Jingyan had already secured Suzy's release and permitted her to reside in the Bo mansion. Furthermore, he was publicly portraying himself as a loving husband. Did he truly wish to reconcile with Suzy? No, it is undoubtedly impossible. It must be that her brother, Yan, has some unspoken plans. He has long since lost his affection for Su Shi. This is something Luo Keke perceives more clearly than anyone else. As Su Shi noticed the change in Luo Keke's expression, her suspicions regarding Chi's words deepened. Nevertheless, suspicions aside, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Su Shi cast a cold, piercing gaze at Li Xinhua and inquired, Are they arranged by you? To me? You have but this one opportunity to speak the truth. At that moment, Li Xinhua appeared dazed, as if she had suffered a heavy blow. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything, she protested. Su Shi pressed on urgently, Is that so? What about the matter of Qiao Xinxin selling studio information? Was that your design? Li Xinhua's head snapped up, her face a portrait of astonishment. She shook her head vehemently, fervently denying, It wasn't me. I did not design that. It truly wasn't me. Su Shi swiftly followed with another question. Then who is it? Luo Keke immediately raised her voice, her tone laced with evident dissatisfaction as she chastised. What are you looking at me for? You can't possibly think it was me who devised this, can you? I don't even know who Qiao Xinxin is. Li Xinhua, do not be ungrateful. Upon hearing Luoka Ke's reprimand, Li Xinhua fell silent, her head bowed, remaining motionless. At that moment, the sound of Bo Jingyan resonated through the hall. And she, bring him over. And she nodded, and swiftly exited the room. Mere minutes later, he returned with several bodyguards, escorting the man they had previously restrained. Su Shi recognized him as the individual from the photographs who had been trading with Qiao Xinxin. And she managed to capture this man as well? It seemed that the scheme to frame her for incarceration had already come to Bo Jingyan's attention. Su Shi remained still as she observed and she retrieved photographs from a bag on the table and present them to the man. And she commanded, repeat what you said before. Who instructed you to do what? Be clear. The man, with furtive eyes, scanned the hall nervously before timidly speaking. It was he who said, at the moment his gaze met Luoka Ke's, he hastily turned to Li Xinhua, pointing at her and exclaiming, it was her. She instructed me to deliberately pose as a photographer and approach Qiao Xinxin to acquire information on Dream Shadow. She paid me 200,000 in total and pressured Qiao Xinxin to frame a person named Su Shi for the crime. That's all. And she furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Bo Jingyan interrupted him just in time, and she, go and summon the officer. And she cast a puzzled glance at Bo Jingyan, then nodded quickly. As he stepped outside, he pondered Bo Jingyan's actions. And she found it perplexing. During their earlier discussion in the study, he had already informed Bo Jingyan about the man's accusation against Luoka Ke. Now, with the man suddenly changing his story to implicate Li Xinhua, why did Bo Jingyan not expose the truth? And she sighed heavily to himself. Whatever it was, he was merely a messenger. He would do as instructed without further inquiry. Meanwhile, Su Shi remained silently observant of the unfolding events. Moments ago, the man identified Li Xinhua, and her expression grew increasingly despondent, while Lukik remained composed. However, and she, upon hearing the accusation, seemed poised to question the man, his facial expressions betraying a hint of turmoil. Yet, Bo Jingyan abruptly interrupted and she, ostensibly issuing a natural command for him to attend to something, though Su Shi sensed an intentional effort to stifle and Chi's voice. Setting aside any evidence, Su Shi did not believe that Li Xinhua was acting of her own accord. Given Li Xinhua's fiery temperament, she would seek immediate retribution against any foes. Furthermore, Li Xinhua did not strike one as a meticulously calculating individual capable of orchestrating such a series of devious plots. Su Shi was aware of Li Xinhua's animosity toward her, but she also recognized the undermining influence of Lukik, coupled with her suspicion that Li Xinhua might be under Lukik's coercion. Lukik had swiftly severed ties with Li Xinhua over a mere altercation, distancing herself entirely. It was evident that Lukik would go to great lengths to exonerate herself from any criminal liability concerning the framing of another. This suggested that the matter was far from straightforward. If Su Shi's intuitions were accurate regarding the conspiracy, the mastermind must undoubtedly be Lukik, with Li Xinhua serving as the accomplice. As Su Shi pondered this analysis, she found herself at a loss for words. Lacking any tangible evidence, her deductions held no weight. Chapter 77. You are so malicious. Won't you have nightmares tonight? Su Shi maintained her composure, choosing not to speak further. The individuals in the hall remained silent, each harboring their own anxieties. By the time the officers arrived, Li Xinhua appeared to have completely unraveled, collapsing to the ground with her hands propped up, her gaze vacant. Several officers took turns conducting serious interrogations and note-taking with the man and Li Xinhua. Once the preliminary procedures were completed, the officers escorted the man and Li Xinhua toward the exit. Su Shi watched this unfolding scene with disbelief. How could it end like this? Was this the conclusion of such a series of events? Even if she believed the two models had not intentionally sought trouble, she could not accept that Lukik was uninvolved in all of this. Despite knowing she lacked evidence, she felt a rising urgency. As the officers were about to lead the man and Li Xinhua out the door, Su Shi hurriedly stepped forward to block their path. She pointed at Li Xinhua and politely addressed the officer. Officer, may I have a word with her? I have nothing to say to you, Li Xinhua retorted coldly. Ultimately, it is your misfortune that has brought me to this state. If you had not come to Dream Shadow, I would not be in this predicament. With that, Li Xinhua turned her attention to the officer, her voice devoid of any emotion. Let us go, officer. I do not wish to converse with this woman. Su Shi intended to press further with Li Xinhua, but the officer obstructed her path. Miss Su, please hold. Seeing the officer's intervention, Su Shi ceased her advance. Just as Li Xinhua lifted her foot, she shot a venomous glare at Su Shi, her gaze directed at Lukik far more intense than that cast upon Su Shi. Observing this, Su Shi chose to remain silent. Still murmuring those words, she had no evidence. Subsequently, Li Xinhua strode out without hesitation, accompanied by several officers escorting the man from the Bo mansion. Shortly thereafter, the two models, Cece and Yenzi, were also escorted out by Anqi. She stood at the doorway, her expression one of despondency, for a considerable time before she slowly made her way towards the living room. As she passed through the main hall, she couldn't help but glance at Lukik. At that moment, Lukik appeared utterly detached, leisurely sipping tea on the sofa, as if the unfolding drama bore no significance to her. She halted in her tracks, unable to fathom how Lukik and Li Xinyue could seem like such flawless friends. In an instant, Lukik effortlessly cast all blame upon Li Xinyue. What kind of upbringing and disposition could foster such a heartless, venomous nature? She's drifting thoughts then linked Lukik's malevolence to Bo Jingyan. Wasn't Bo Jingyan exceptionally intelligent? Surely, he could not be oblivious to Lukik's true nature. The thought of Bo Jingyan potentially shielding Lukik caused She's heart to constrict. The provocative gaze from Lukik made She feel utterly uncomfortable. She approached with measured steps, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. Lukik, with such malice, do you not fear nightmares at night? Rising with a charming smile, Lukik replied with a dulcet tone, Mrs. Bo, you flatter me. I sleep quite well. Her voice, though moderate, emanated an air of self-satisfaction. Lukik, the law is vast and inexorable. Do you truly believe you have evaded this ordeal? With those words, She offered no further opportunity for response, striding directly to the previously silent Xiaoyan, taking her hand and leading her to the restroom. Sister Cece. Upon entering the restroom, Xiaoyan immediately clasped She's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. She gently patted her arm, soothingly saying, Xiaoyan, do not worry. I am fine now. Locking the door, she continued, you were the one who tipped off Bo Jingyan, weren't you? Xiaoyan, wiping her joyful tears, replied, yes, Sister Cece. I believe you would never commit any heinous acts. I wanted to help you, but I don't know anyone influential. When I found myself at a loss, I thought of President Bo. Even though you are divorced, you once loved each other and lived together. Moreover, from what I glean from the media and news, President Bo does not strike me as a heartless person. He would surely not abandon you in your time of need. Xiaoyan spoke earnestly, firmly believing in Bo Jingyan's character. Indeed, his persona was always upright and noble. Esteemed individuals are rarely inclined to expose their flaws to the public eye. After Xiaoyan finished speaking, noticing She's expression did not reflect the joy she had anticipated, she furrowed her brows and pressed, Sister Cece, you seem not very happy. Are you upset with me for seeking President Bo's help without your consent? I have speculated about the reasons behind your divorce. If you harbor animosity towards him, then perhaps seeking him out may not be the most prudent course of action. However, my anxiety compels me. You are with child, and remaining in such an environment is detrimental both to you and your baby. As She listened to Xiaoyan speak, she sensed an increasing heaviness of guilt in her tone. No, how could I blame you? If it were anyone else in this situation, they would be eager to flee. You, without fear of potential retaliation, have gone to great lengths to rescue me. Xiaoyan, you are a benefactor to both me and my baby. She's words brought a wave of comfort to Xiaoyan, who nodded vigorously. That's a relief. However, you may not be aware, Sister Shishi, that when I attempted to visit the hospital, I was barred from entering that floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, I was swiftly dismissed by the guards. It was only by daring to masquerade as a nurse that I managed to gain access. Xiaoyan animatedly recounted her encounter with Bo Jingyan, only to abruptly halt, fixing her gaze on She with earnestness. Sister Shishi, I was quite apprehensive during my visit, fearing he might cast me aside. Yet, upon relaying the circumstances surrounding you, his initially calm demeanor transformed into one of profound anger. Moreover, witnessing his tenderness towards you just now, it is hard to believe you two are divorced. He appears to be quite enamored with you, as anyone can see. Chapter 78. Can you bear to witness the ruin of my life in this manner? Xiaoyan, thank you for enduring this arduous journey. However, the dynamics between him and me are far more intricate than you might imagine, not quite as you perceive. Ultimately, it is a convoluted matter. Perhaps today's incident was merely Bo Jingyan extending a hand to his ex-wife, for if news of my imprisonment were to reach my grandfather, his health would surely falter. And Bo Jingyan would not withstand the weight of my grandfather's reproach. Xiaoyan, though only partially comprehending, gazed at Shi and reassured her. Very well, Sister Shishi. Regardless, I will find solace in your safety. I always knew you were not of their ilk. They are truly wicked. Shi's eyes darkened as she sighed softly. Upon our exit, it remains uncertain whether Bo Jingyan will allow her to leave. If she cannot depart and Mu Qingxin learns of her confinement here, coupled with his suspicion that Bo Jingyan has harmed his parents, one cannot predict what irrational actions he might take. As she spoke, Xiao Yan's gaze gradually shifted to Su Shi's abdomen. Sister Shishi, if I were in your position, I would remain here. This way, you would receive proper care during your pregnancy, while also allowing yourself ample rest. Working tirelessly in this manner is far too strenuous for you. Encountering more individuals like Li Xinyue and Luo Kiki would be simply unbearable. Su Shi managed a bitter smile as she regarded the still youthful face of Xiao Yan, momentarily at a loss for words. Outside the restroom, Bo Jingyan furrowed his brow, methodically extinguishing the spent cigarette in the ashtray before walking with measured steps towards Luo Kiki. After surveying her coldly, he stated with sharpness, I have afforded you leniency. Tomorrow, you will report to the police station and confess. Luo Cook, who initially believed that Bo Jingyan was approaching her to share some words, her heart soaring with joy. However, the content of his speech plummeted her spirit from the heights to the depths. It became evident that Bo Jingyan knew everything. He was fully aware. His apparent leniency in front of so many people today was not genuine forgiveness. No, Brother Yan, this has nothing to do with me. It was all that Li Xinyu's doing. I am not involved. She has admitted it, and the police have taken her away for questioning, Luo Kuku implored. Her complexion pale as she clutched Bo Jingyan's arm, her voice trembling with despair and pleading. Bo Jingyan cast her a disdainful glance, swiftly brushing her hand aside, and spoke in a low, somber tone. Even if I cannot uncover the truth, the police certainly will. My refraining from exposing you publicly is already a considerable act of mercy, Luo Kuku. I have repaid my debt of kindness to you, have I not? With tears streaming down her cheeks like a broken dam, Luo Kuku gazed at Bo Jingyan, her heart shattered. Had he already discovered irrefutable evidence? Did he even learn about her timely efforts to conceal the truth from Inchi, coercing that man to alter his statement? What about the incident with the pool equipment? Why had he not probed deeper with CC and Yanzi? Dazed and despondent, Luo Kuku sank onto the sofa, her expression softening for a moment before she suddenly rose again. With trembling hands, she grasped the cuff of Bo Jingyan's shirt, choking back tears as she pleaded, Brother Yan, please do not be so heartless. I cannot go to prison. I can apologize to Su Shi, and if she forgives me, I'll be fine, won't I? Or could you persuade her not to hold this against me? Bo Jingyan's expression had turned icy, his piercing gaze merely grazing Luo Kuku. She hesitated, then continued to sob softly, Brother Yan, I cannot face imprisonment. If the media discovers this, my future will be utterly ruined. Can you bear to see my life destroyed like this? And what of your future? Are you not aware that your life will also be in tatters? What about Su Shi's future? Is it not significant? Is her life not valuable? Bo Jingyan interjected sharply, his tone unforgiving. Luo Kuku shook her head in disbelief. Anguish and resentment etched on her face. While she feigned sorrow, in her heart, she wished for 1,000 tortures upon Su Shi. That girl, with her seemingly innocent demeanor, should not think herself oblivious. Pretending to be a meek lamb, feigning weakness and even fainting, she was surprisingly cunning. Bo Jingyan fell silent. His brows knitted tighter in concentration, yet he did not cast a single glance in Luo Kuku's direction. Witnessing his resolute demeanor only deepened her sorrow. She continued in a subdued voice, Brother Yan, do you not cherish any of our past? Although her voice was barely a whisper, it reached Su Shi, who had just opened the bathroom door. Placing her finger to her lips, Su Shi signaled for Xiao Yan to remain quiet. She closed the door once more, leaving a slight crack ajar. Together with Xiao Yan, they held their breath, attentively listening to the sounds beyond the door. What sentiment could I possibly harbor for you? Su Shi found herself perplexed by Bo Jingyan's words. Had they not shared a bed? Was that not a form of affection? Peering through the crack of the door, Su Shi was unable to discern the intricate details of the necklace from such a distance. Meanwhile, Bo Jingyan's peripheral vision caught the glimmer of light reflected off the necklace's pendant. With a fleeting glance, when his gaze settled upon the pendant resting in Lukik's palm, his expression transformed instantaneously from cold severity to one of grave concern. In the next moment, Bo Jingyan abruptly reached out and grasped the pendant, earnestly interrogating Lukik. Where did this come from? Chapter 79. Why does Lukik possess a necklace identical to Su Shi's? Taken aback by Bo Jingyan's sudden seriousness, Lukik was momentarily stunned. Why was he so sensitive about this necklace? She merely wished to bring it forth to reminisce about the past, hoping it would spark his memories and earn her some leniency. As she removed the necklace from her neck, wiping her tears, she sobbed, Brother Yan, do you remember that summer camp when you were 12? This is the necklace I lost that day. Lukik initiated the conversation, observing the shifts in Bo Jingyan's expression. Just as she had surmised, he was not truly listening to her words. He was preoccupied with turning the pendant over and over in his hands. Although the chain of this necklace differed slightly from Su Shi's, the pendant was nearly identical. Even the etched totem patterns and the inscription of the word love were not quite the same. At first glance, it appeared even more exquisitely crafted and professional than Su Shi's. He had secretly kept Su Shi's necklace and had commanded Chi to investigate its origins. Yet no leads had surfaced. The necklace was not a commercially available item, and its unique design resembled a handcrafted piece, lacking any logos, making it difficult to trace back to its creator. However, regardless of its origins, he could not fathom why Lukik possessed a necklace so similar to Su Shi's. Based on his earlier assumptions, the necklace was a token of love given to Su Shi by Mu Qingcheng. Could it be that Mu Qingcheng had pursued Lukik as well? Lukik, observing the continuous changes in Bo Jingyan's expression, could not decipher his thoughts. Yet, she could no longer afford to dwell on that. She needed to bring up the matter once more. Tugging at his sleeve, she raised her voice slightly, saying, "Brother Yen, during that summer camp, I encountered you at the foot of the mountain after you had become separated from your team, and you were gravely injured. It was I who carried you out. Along the way, I was scratched by branches and rocks, leaving me bruised and battered, and I stumbled several times. Do you remember?" Lukik described the scene with a voice tinged with sorrow, as images from that summer camp when Bo Jingyan was 12 flooded back to her mind. She had wandered off during an activity, and as twilight descended upon the forest, the only light she could see was far in the distance. With great effort, she staggered towards the source of light, finally emerging from the thicket. Not far from the illumination, she could faintly hear the distant cries of people. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from behind Lukik, filling her with dread. Just as she contemplated fleeing, a feeble voice called out from behind, "Classmate, please wait a moment." Upon hearing the voice, Lukik realized it belonged to a girl who appeared to be of similar age. She gradually halted her steps. As the girl approached, Lukik discerned that she was carrying a seemingly unconscious boy on her frail back. The girl bent over and stopped a short distance away from her. "Classmate, please hurry. He is injured. I beg you, assist me." Lukik hesitated momentarily, but eventually moved closer, gently helping the girl lower the boy to the ground. Together, they managed to prop him against the roots of a tree. The girl half embraced the boy's shoulders, gasping for breath as she spoke. "I found him injured at the foot of the mountain. I simply cannot carry him any longer." Having uttered those words, the girl began to pant heavily, as if utterly exhausted. Lukik marveled at the girl's frail form, astonished that she had managed to carry a boy to this spot. After catching her breath, the girl continued, "I truly cannot carry him anymore. Look over there." She pointed to a distance. "That must be the camp. Could you please go find an adult? I recall there being a doctor at the camp. Inform the doctor that he has sustained a back injury. I have managed to stop the bleeding, but I fell several times while carrying him here. Therefore, his wounds must have incurred additional harm. You must ensure that the doctors bring a stretcher." As Lukik listened to the girl's account, her curiosity led her to crouch down and examine the boy. The moment she did, shock washed over her. Rubbing her eyes and confirming in the dim light, she realized that the injured boy was none other than the widely admired prodigy from their elite school, Bo Jingyan. Covering her mouth to stifle a gasp, she replied, "Is it possible? Classmate, I can neither carry him nor walk any further. I truly appreciate your help." "All right. I will go immediately." Lukik nodded vigorously, straightening up and setting off towards the camp. With trepidation, she made her way to the camp, her heart racing. Despite her panic, she began to formulate a plan in her young mind. Upon arriving at the camp, she paid little heed to the anxious teachers and coaches who had been searching for her. After offering them a few perfunctory words, she dashed to the camp's entrance. Each summer camp, her mother would send a few bodyguards to discreetly follow her. They should be resting in the vehicle at the entrance now. Leading the bodyguards into the camp, she proceeded directly to the medical room. When the group arrived with a stretcher at the spot where Bo Jingyan lay, Lukik turned to the girl and said, "Classmate, I am unaware of your class, but I must express my gratitude. I have already located his family. There is no need for you to concern yourself with the subsequent matters. You may go and find your own team." The girl slowly rose from the ground. Glancing at the several towering men before her, along with a number of doctors and nurses clad in white coats, she nodded slightly. As those individuals lifted Bo Jingyan from the ground onto a stretcher, Luaka did not permit the girl to follow. She urged the others to hasten their pace, while casting a scornful glance at the girl. Intentionally, she stumbled multiple times, allowing her knees and elbows to bear various bruises. Without her uttering a word, everyone unanimously believed that she had risked her life to rescue Bo Jingyan. Consequently, the school honored her with accolades. Her family's already substantial enterprise flourished even more with the robust support from the Bo family. In summary, from that day forth, Luaka became a figure of admiration, the envy of many. As she matured, she resolutely vowed that in this lifetime, she would marry no one but Bo Jingyan. Chapter 80. drawing closer, merely to incite sushi. Thus, Luaka was regarded as a savior by the Bo family, relishing in various privileges. However, she did not anticipate that during her time abroad for further studies, Bo Jingyan would swiftly enter into a secret marriage with Sushi, a girl from a modest background, exuding an air of impoverishment. Previously, she had believed she could leverage this connection to wed Bo Jingyan, yet her aspirations remained unfulfilled. Now, having stirred up such turmoil, she could only evoke the past, hoping that Bo Jingyan would recall her life-saving grace and grant her another opportunity. As Luaka's thoughts drifted to this point, she cast a forlorn gaze at Bo Jingyan. In that moment, his demeanor softened slightly, yet his focus remained fixed on the pendant. Luaka bit her lip, wondering if the change in his expression was a result of her recounting their shared history, perhaps stirring a sense of gratitude within him. With this thought, she felt a glimmer of hope and continued, "Brother Yen, it was on the way up the mountain while you were carrying me that I lost this necklace. Later, you dispatched numerous bodyguards who searched tirelessly throughout the night until they found it. However, at that time, you had not seen it with your own eyes. Look, isn't it beautiful?" As she spoke, Luaka pointed at the pendant still held in Bo Jingyan's hand and inquired, "Brother Yen, why were you so astonished upon seeing this necklace?" Bo Jingyan slightly furrowed his brow, refraining from responding to Luaka's question. Instead, he fixated on the necklace, diverting the topic by asking, "Where did this necklace come from?" "I'm not quite sure. I have worn it since childhood, but I never inquired about its origins from my mother," she replied. Upon hearing this, Bo Jingyan's brow furrowed even more tightly. He examined the pendant repeatedly, then took out his phone to capture a photograph before returning the necklace to Luaka. Although his expression was less severe than before, it still bore an air of coldness. "Luaka, how many times have you brought up the past? Even if you saved me, in terms of connections, wealth, and your treatment, what has the Bo family not sufficiently provided over the years? During the divorce period, there was no strict prohibition against your proximity. It was merely an act to provoke Susie. What do you think that signifies? Why attempt to entrap Susie? Do you understand the concept of a bottom line?" Bo Jingyan's relentless and aggressive questioning left Lukik utterly astounded. The bottom line? Susie is his bottom line? He did not refuse her embrace, took her to public places, and allowed her to visit his company at any time. All of this led her to believe that he might marry her. Was it all a deliberate ploy to irritate Susie? Lukik felt an overwhelming sense of despair. No, it was impossible. Bo Jingyan could not possibly love a woman like Susie. Even if he did not marry Lukik, he would at least seek a partner whose status and identity matched his own. Lukik trembled, her lips quivering, her mind a tumult of confusion that caused her pain. With great effort to restrain herself, her heart sank a little. She had to contemplate her current predicament. Did his earlier words imply that if she did not harm Susie, he would continue to treat her gently, akin to a life-saving benefactor? Even if he had no romantic feelings for her, he had certainly granted her dignity over the years. The brilliance that shone from her was largely due to his influence. Even if it was indeed a matter of life-saving gratitude, he had fulfilled his role in returning that favor. Yet, what wrong had she committed? Taking advantage of Li Xinyue's ire towards Susie, she had merely pushed that detestable Susie into the mire. Had she truly erred? She simply wished to eliminate any woman who could obstruct her path to becoming Mrs. Bo. However, as Lukik pondered this, her unwillingness transformed once more into sheer helplessness. Slowly, she grasped Bo Jingyan's sleeve and confessed, "Brother Yen, I am sorry. I was momentarily confused, truly just a moment of folly. I realize my mistake. Please grant me a chance for redemption, will you? I can plead with Susie. As long as she forgives me, I would kneel, if necessary. Please, Brother Yen." "It is too late." Bo Jingyan coldly uttered those two words. His frigid demeanor shattered Lukik's heart completely. Trembling, she released his sleeve, lowering her head in silence. "Moment latte." As Bo Jingyan shifted his direction, Lukik lifted her head in despair. Just as she was about to plead with Bo Jingyan again, she noticed a servant bowing slightly towards a particular direction. If her memory served her right, that was towards the restroom on the first floor. Lukik took a few steps and glanced in that direction. She saw the restroom door slightly ajar, and amidst the play of light and shadow, a figure stood behind it. In this villa, there were no other members of the Bo family present. The only individuals who could prompt a servant to bow were Bo Jingyan and Susie. Wiping her tears, she cleared her throat and, with a choked voice, called out to Bo Jingyan's back, "Brother Yen, I am pregnant." At this exclamation, Bo Jingyan, who had walked a short distance away, halted in his tracks. Susie and Xiaoyan, who were in the restroom, were also completely stunned. Especially Susie, who bit her lip, standing there in a daze. A pair of non-relatives, a man and a woman, found themselves in a moment of turmoil as the woman exclaimed, "I am pregnant." Did this declaration imply that the child belonged to this man? In the fleeting seconds that followed, she inwardly scorned her own reaction. Seizing the opportunity, Lukik hastily approached him and declared, "Brother Yen, I am with child. I am a pregnant woman. You may choose to disregard me, but what of the innocent child? I am unaware of the weight of my sins, yet can you truly bear the thought of an innocent child having a mother who has been imprisoned?" Bo Jingyan's gaze, devoid of any emotion, swept over Lukik before he coolly responded, "What does that have to do with me?" With that, he turned and strode purposefully toward the restroom. Lukik, disregarding her own heartache, pursued him without hesitation, calling out, "Brother Yen, Brother Yen." She ran, her voice maintaining its previous delicate timbre. Upon reaching the restroom's entrance, they encountered Sushi and Xiaoyan just exiting. Bo Jingyan halted, blocking Sushi, who was about to move away, and said, "Cece, you must be tired. Come upstairs and rest." He extended his hand towards her, a picture of endless tenderness, his voice soft as silk. Sushi's brow twitched, her gaze flitting to his outstretched hand, and then to Lukik, whose once flawless makeup was now marred by tears. Chapter 81. I am pregnant. Bo Jingyan's child. She gently placed her fair hand in Bo Jingyan's palm and feigned curiosity. "Jingyan, what were you discussing with Miss Luo? Look at her. Her face is all in tears." It was merely a conversation about the past, nothing of significance.
Now,
"Let me escort you upstairs to rest." Just as Bo Jingyan prepared to lead Sushi away, his phone rang from his pocket. He released Sushi gently, instructing her, "I must take this call. You go ahead upstairs. I have instructed the servants to prepare dessert for you, which will be sent shortly." Sushi feigned a gentle nod, her eyes briefly shimmering with warmth. As Bo Jingyan answered the call and his figure disappeared into the living room, Lukik's gaze shifted to Sushi, a mysterious emotion flickering in her eyes. She approached Sushi slowly, a mocking smile curving her lips as she provocatively remarked, "Sushi, I must admit, I underestimated you." She took Xiaoyan's hand, preparing to leave, but Lukik swiftly blocked her path, anger flaring on her face. With gritted teeth, Lukik's ire was palpable, her fingers gesturing animatedly in the air. The facade of the noble lady she typically maintained crumbled, revealing a woman akin to a street brawler. Sushi, subjected to Lukik's pointed accusations, was reminded not only of the humiliation she suffered the previous day, but also of the myriad insults she had endured from Zhou Milan throughout the years. All the pent-up frustration surged forth in that moment. Sushi's expression turned icy as she tenderly caressed the hand that Bo Jingyan had grasped moments ago. As Loco basked in her triumph, a smile graced the corners of Susie's lips. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as it landed heavily on Loco's face. Loco was utterly taken aback by this unexpected blow. How dared Susie strike her? Throughout her life, she had always been the one delivering slaps. Never had she experienced such indignity. And to be struck by this impoverished girl from the slums, whom she despised so deeply. Seething with rage, Loco gritted her teeth, raising her arm to retaliate against Susie. However, Xiaoyan swiftly intervened, seizing her wrist and forcefully tossing her aside. Though Xiaoyan did not exert excessive strength, Loco, on the verge of falling, noticed a figure moving by the entrance. Seizing the moment, she collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach and wailing inconsolably. Susie observed this little charade with keen interest, her arms slowly folding across her chest as she regarded Loco as one would a jester. "I must remind you, do not celebrate too soon. The one approaching isn't she." As Susie's words lingered in the air, Loco turned her head to verify. This action elicited laughter from Xiaoyan, which only fueled Loco's fury further. Rising from the ground, she shot daggers at Susie and Xiaoyan, brushing off her dress in indignation. Moments later, Loco gingerly touched her slapped cheek, her voice laced with venom as she declared, "Susie, I advise you not to revel too early. If you did not catch what I said to Brother Yen, I can repeat it for you." As she spoke, her gaze flickered over Susie's abdomen. Slowly, she placed her arm against her own lower belly, her tone dripping with arrogance. "Listen closely, I am pregnant. It is Bo Jingyan's child." Fearing that Susie might not grasp the gravity of her words, she enunciated each syllable deliberately, hoping to provoke Susie to the point of hospitalization. Yet, as she scrutinized Susie's face, she found no discernible change in expression. Susie, without needing another reminder, had already understood during their previous encounter in the restroom. And her chest twisted painfully at the repetition. What harm could such words inflict upon her? Loco merely sought to provoke her. Slowly, Susie advanced toward Loco, a smile returning to her lips. Perhaps it was the same expression she wore when Loco was struck, causing Loco to instinctively retreat a few steps. Susie's smile deepened as she softly murmured, "Oh, is that so? Well, it matters not. The Bo family will not allow their bloodline to be lost." Thus, After you give birth, I can keep the child by my side. Alas, it is a pity we are not living in ancient times. Otherwise, I could persuade Jingyan to take you as a concubine, and you would not have to suffer the indignity of being an unacknowledged mistress. Susie, you! By the time Susie finished her sentence, Loco was so enraged that words escaped her. The intertwining of fury and hatred rendered her face almost grotesque in its expression. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Her eyes, ablaze with rage, fixed intensely on Susie's abdomen. The unbearable sense of indignity caused Luaka to lose her sanity in an instant. Just as she mustered all her strength to collide with Susie's midsection, a powerful hand unexpectedly reached out from behind her, gripping her nape tightly. Before Luaka could discern the identity of her assailant, she was forcefully hurled away. Unlike the earlier incident with Xiaoyan, this force was astonishingly immense. It was not merely that she fell. During the process of being thrown, her feet lost contact with the ground several times, ultimately leading to a heavy, uncontrolled crash onto the floor. The palm of Luaka's hand was scraped and injured from the friction with the ground as she fell. Enduring the pain, she looked up at her assailant with tears of fury and despair streaming down her face. Upon meeting the sharp, piercing gaze of Bo Jingyan, all her grievances erupted at once. With a voice choked with sobs, she cried out, "Brother Yen, it wasn't me. I didn't want to hurt Susie. She humiliated me and struck me." Susie feigned a visage of utmost victimhood, trembling her lips without uttering a word. Her demeanor appeared pitiful, as if she had suffered greatly at Luaka's hands. Meanwhile, Luaka, sprawled on the ground, could hardly contain her fury at Susie's insincere display. "Brother Yen, I speak the truth. Do not be deceived by Susie's facade." Chapter 82. Such a talented actor. It's a pity he's not in the theater. Luaka trembled. Her voice choked with unrestrained sorrow and grievance. As she spoke, she crawled to Bo Jingyan's side, clinging desperately to his leg, continuing to wail, "Brother Yen, look at my face. She was the one who struck me. She pretends to be meek in your presence, yet behind your back, she reveals her true sinister nature. I merely sought to apologize, hoping for her forgiveness," but Luaka recounted her plight in a feeble voice, occasionally glancing at Bo Jingyan, yearning for his sympathy and compassion, as if employing all her acting prowess to overshadow Susie's grievances. However, Bo Jingyan maintained an expression as frigid as ice, devoid of any trace of pity, with a barely perceptible glimmer of disdain in his eyes. "Anchi," Bo Jingyan called out coldly from a distance. "What is your command, Mr. Bo?" Anchi surveyed the scene before him, breaking into a cold sweat. He was still unable to discern the situation and could not predict whom Bo Jingyan would choose to protect. At that moment, Bo Jingyan's demeanor was as icy as ever. He looked down at Luaka, who was clutching his leg, with no hint of compassion. "Take her away," he commanded. "Yes, Mr. Bo," Anchi quickly responded and approached cautiously. He reached out, attempting to pull Luaka away from Bo Jingyan, but she clung on tenaciously, grasping his trousers and crying even more pitifully. "No, I want to leave. Brother Yen, you cannot treat me this way," Luaka pleaded, utterly disregarding her image. Bai Jingyan, without any consideration for the circumstances, hastily attributed the fault to her. He was not like this before. At this moment, Lukik gazed up at Bai Jingyan with eyes filled with despair. Bai Jingyan's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he slowly turned his gaze toward Sushi and spoke gently, "Could you wait for me upstairs?" Sushi's eyes flitted between Bai Jingyan and Lukik before she nodded lightly. "Yes, ma'am." She gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and composedly ascended the stairs. At the corner of the staircase, Sushi suddenly halted. Anchi had already taken Xiaoyan away. In the vast living room, only Bai Jingyan and Lukik remained. The sound of Lukik's sobbing persisted, piercing the stillness of the room. She clung tightly to Bai Jingyan's pant leg,
as if it were a lifeline.
Bai Jingyan bent down to assist her. From her vantage point on the stairs, Sushi observed the scene from a distance, involuntarily letting out a cold snort. Just moments ago, Bai Jingyan had appeared ruthless, intent on ejecting that woman from the house. Yet now he had transformed into a figure of comfort. Indeed, that woman carried his child. How could he turn a blind eye? He could play a role with her, Sushi, just as easily with another woman. Such a talented actor, it would be a pity if he did not pursue a career in performance, Sushi silently cursed. Their gazes locked, each pair of eyes filled with complex emotions that eluded understanding. Sushi waited quietly in the bedroom as time ticked by. Approximately an hour later, Bai Jingyan finally appeared in the room. Sushi slowly rose from the sofa and calmly stated, "Regardless, thank you for today. However, I cannot stay here." Bai Jingyan, while loosening the collar of his shirt, sauntered over to the sofa and sat down. His gaze fixated on Sushi, After a few seconds, his lips parted slightly. I have stated it before, you must choose between prison and this home. His tone bore an irrefutable finality. Sushi had anticipated his response. Though he phrased it as a choice, who would be foolish enough to opt for prison? She met his stare with unwavering determination and replied slowly, Bai Jingyan, you do not have the authority to confine me here. Her eyes remained locked on his, devoid of any retreat or fear. Upon hearing her words, Bai Jingyan's brows knitted together slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. He rose slowly, standing before Sushi, his towering figure and commanding presence instilling a sense of pressure upon her. Sushi's breath quickened involuntarily, yet she remained steadfast, refusing to yield as they exchanged glances, seemingly engaged in a silent duel. After a long pause, Sushi spoke again. As I said, you must undergo a paternity test. Once the time is arranged, I will go myself. We are already divorced. How many times must I repeat this? Bai Jingyan advanced step by step towards Sushi, his gaze sharp and piercing, sending a chill down her spine. Suzy instinctively retreated, her heart racing, yet her face striving to maintain an air of calm. As she reached the point of no return, she suddenly found herself ensnared by Bai Jingyan's embrace, his arms enveloping her tightly. Why didn't you mention our divorce downstairs? His deep, husky voice lingered in her ears, the question seemingly aimed at piercing her very soul. Struggling against his hold, Suzy attempted to break free, but her strength paled in comparison to his. Her resistance gradually waned, and in futility, she resorted to pounding her fists against his chest. She could not comprehend why he held her so. Had the performance not concluded? With a hint of displeasure, she retorted, Wasn't it your stage? Aren't you the cause of my suffering? If not for Rokoko's underhanded tactics, how would I have encountered this calamity? Just as her indignation bubbled, Bai Jingyan swiftly seated himself on the sofa, drawing her onto his lap before she could react. His imposing form nearly enveloped her entirely. Oh, then do enlighten me. What is it to you? His magnetic voice resonated in her ears, instantly thickening the atmosphere with a palpable tension. Desperately writhing to rise, she found herself ensnared even tighter. Their bodies, almost fused together, allowed her to feel the heat radiating from him, quickening her heartbeat and igniting an uncontrollable flush upon her cheeks. She attempted to stand once more, but Bai Jingyan's arm constricted around her, rendering her immobile. Simultaneously, his low warning echoed softly, If you move again, I cannot guarantee I won't act inappropriately. Chapter 83. The Man Prone to Infidelity. Suzy felt a surge of panic at his suggestive words, her face ablaze as if scorched by flames. She dared not move, acutely aware of Bai Jingyan's temperament. What he spoke could easily translate into action. How ironic it was to find herself nestled so intimately on his lap, an experience unfamiliar even after 2 years of marriage devoid of any flirtation or tender exchanges.
Now,
entangled in this intricate web of emotions, she could scarcely discern whether she was the mistress or if Rococo occupied that role. Her thoughts drifted, suddenly fixating on Rococo. An overwhelming tide of emotions surged within Suzy. Let me go, she commanded, her voice cold as ice, as if the very air had chilled. Bai Jingyan raised an eyebrow, his injured hand gracefully lifting to caress her chin, as if she were a precious artifact. His deep gaze fixated on her delicate, porcelain-like features. What if I choose not to release you? He mused, his tone low and rich with allure. Though the words were simple, they conveyed an attitude that was impossible to reject. Suzy was compelled to raise her chin, which he gently held. As he spoke, his breath, imbued with a faint scent of tobacco, wafted across her cheeks and neck. Suzy felt her heart racing once more, yet she endeavored to suppress her expression. Determined not to reveal any sign of her turmoil, she fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes betraying a hint of indifference. Bai Jingyan, you truly ought to consult a psychologist. I am perfectly normal. Under the warm yellow light, his eyes were as deep as ink. Yet a barely perceptible desire flickered within their depths. That gaze resembled an invisible hook, ensnaring Suzy's attention. She found her heartbeat quickening under his scrutiny. He appeared resolute in his intention to hold her, his strong arm encircling her tightly. Suzy dared not move, fearing the repercussions of provoking this mentally unstable man. Before long, Bai Jingyan's hand that clasped her waist gradually inched toward her abdomen, gently caressing her. The sudden touch caused Suzy's body to tremble slightly. Suzy, should I trust you? Bai Jingyan's abrupt voice cut through the proximity of their breaths. His tone carried an inexplicable allure, as if he were questioning Suzy while also seeking answers for himself. Suzy keenly sensed a trace of melancholy woven into his words. However, she surmised that this sentiment stemmed from the belief that the children were not his, a sorrow born from the notion of being cuckolded. Deliberately, Susie distanced herself as much as possible, and once she found a breath's worth of space, she spoke calmly. Whether you trust me or not is no longer significant to me. Her words seemed to infuriate Bo Jingyan, as the fingers that rested on her chin tightened their grip. Not significant? What then holds importance for you? His voice turned cold, tinged with discontent. I have told you thrice. Either stay here obediently, or I shall take you back to the station. A glimmer of resolution flashed in his eyes, sending a chill down Susie's spine. She could not help but frown, a wave of grievance swelling within her. Why should it be so? When she was his wife, she had complied with his every command. But what was their relationship now? By what right did he continue to command her? A hint of weariness began to rise in Susie's gaze. Her heart was fatigued, drained of the energy to continue their quarrel. She merely stared at him, intentionally maintaining her distance. Yet, his voice pierced through the air once more. Where is your home? Do you even have one? Without me, would Zhou Milin even glance your way? Furthermore, while I may vindicate you today, I could just as easily turn my back on you the next moment. It seems unsurprising that Zhou Milin could raise a daughter like you. Susie stared at him in disbelief, a surge of anger swelling within her. Was he seizing the opportunity to humiliate her? If Zhou Milin were indeed her biological mother, she would undoubtedly scratch his face without hesitation for such disparagement. Indeed, I lack a home, a nurturing mother, and any semblance of refinement, thus confining me here. Are you not concerned that I might tarnish your pristine space? Furthermore, I have already ceded my position to you and that shameless pair, and Luokiko is already with child by you. Why then, do you persist in this entanglement with me? At this juncture, Sushi paused, her gaze flitting over to observe Bo Jingyan's expression. He remained unchanged, his brows sharp and his jawline taut. That warm hand continued to caress her chin.
No rebuttal?
No resistance? A derisive scoff escaped Sushi's lips. Evidently, Luokiko's pregnancy confirmed his paternity, beyond doubt. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Sushi's eyes as she coolly remarked, "What is this? Are you unable to distinguish whether the child in Luokiko's womb is yours? Is it merely the result of drunken folly that you cannot even acknowledge?" She had anticipated that her taunt would incite Bo Jingyan's ire further. To her surprise, however, a devilish smile curved his lips. Do I strike you as a man easily adorned with a green hat? His tone carried a hint of self-deprecation, with that smile emanating an unsettling chill. Sushi felt a shiver run down her spine. Was he insinuating her infidelity? What evidence did he possess to substantiate such an accusation? Did mere conversation with another man constitute betrayal? Sushi stifled her rising anger, pausing before declaring, Bo Jingyan, do not define everyone through your limited perception. I have stated before that I have wronged you in no way, and the child is indeed yours. This is my final attempt to clarify this matter with you. Whether you believe me or not is of little consequence now. I am more than willing to cooperate with a paternity test, so may I be released? Chapter 84. What evidence do you possess to prove my infidelity? Sushi declared, attempting to rise from Bo Jingyan's lap. Sushi, if you claim you Haven-T cheated, how can you prove it? His accusatory voice echoed in her ears, still reeling from the shock. Sushi felt utterly at a loss. How could she demonstrate her innocence when she had never engaged in any improper conduct with another man? What proof did she need to establish her purity? Memories of Bo Jingyan's prior insinuations about her supposed indiscretions flooded her mind. What evidence do you possess to prove my infidelity?
President,
she retorted defiantly. Even though his humiliations no longer pierced her heart as they once did, the conversation had circled back to this topic, and she was determined to seek clarity. Why did he incessantly accuse her of betrayal? Sushi fixed her unwavering gaze upon him, her expression resolute, unwilling to relent until he elucidated his claims. Yet, Bo Jingyan remained unhurried, responding, There's no rush. Let us await the results of the paternity test. Upon hearing those words, Susie felt a surge of confusion within her. His tone exuded an air of nonchalance, as if he held dominion over everything. Could it be that he possessed evidence? Evidence of her entanglement with another man?
Impossible.
Susie had only been involved with him, the inebriated man from that night, and had shared intimate moments with him, Bo Jingyan. In her recollection, she had not so much as touched another man, let alone converse with them. He awaited the paternity test? Very well. She believed he would hastily arrange for it in the coming days. Unless it involved queuing at the hospital, the results should emerge promptly. Just a few days. She would wait and see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Fine, let the days pass. And she would witness how Bo Jingyan could substantiate his claims of her infidelity. Once Susie had finished speaking, Bo Jingyan gradually released her. As she felt his arm withdraw from her body, she swiftly stood up. In her hesitation, she could not resist reiterating, Bo Jingyan, I do not wish to remain here. Her voice resonated with determination and discontent, her gaze directed at him with disdain. Bo Jingyan also rose to his feet, adjusting his sleeves before coolly stating, "You have no room for choice. We shall discuss everything once the paternity test results are revealed." Susie furrowed her brow, a sense of unease gnawing at her as she impatiently inquired, "Discuss what?" Bo Jingyan leaned closer, his voice low and haunting as he murmured, "If the child is mine, then you shall inevitably belong to me. If the child is not mine, then you, Susie, will become a pariah of the Bo family, enduring endless suffering for the rest of your life." His deep, indifferent tone echoed in her ears like a devil's curse. What was he insinuating? The child was his? She was his? What did that mean? Did he not only wish to seize the child but also to keep her under his control? Though she understood that the latter was impossible, she would not entertain the notion of the former. Once, she had loved him dearly. To exaggerate, she had loved him to the point of despair. However, she no longer wished to endure the demeaning experience of being overlooked while standing by his side. Bo Jingyan, according to your hypothetical scenario, if the child is indeed yours, you shall not take them from me. I will do everything in my power to protect them. Moreover, should you dare to harm what you claim is not yours, I will fight you with all my strength. What of his success? Susie would not be swayed. She refused to believe he possessed an unmatched authority. Oh, is that so? Then I shall observe just how formidable you truly are. Bo Jingyan's words dripped with provocation and menace. With that, he turned and began to stride towards the door. Seeing this, Susie hurriedly caught up to him, blocking his path. "Return my bag and phone." Bo Jingyan, towering over her, cast a glance down, a slight smirk forming on his lips. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he replied, "What's this? So eager to call your old flame? When you were in trouble, why did he not answer your calls?" Upon hearing Bo Jingyan's words, Susie was momentarily taken aback, and she instinctively retorted, "How do you know?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she covered her mouth in realization. What was she even asking? To anyone else, it sounded as if she was indirectly admitting to having a clandestine affair. She was flustered by his presence. Clearing her throat, she reluctantly clarified, "I didn't mean that. I was asking how you knew I called Gu Shanshan and Mu Qingqing for help." "I checked your phone," he replied. She was rendered speechless, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Bo Jingyan. With great restraint, she suppressed the urge to curse at him. Meeting his indifferent gaze, she questioned angrily, "Bo Jingyan, do you understand what personal privacy means? What gives you the right to snoop through someone else's phone? It's outrageous. Such a lack of manners." In her mind, she berated him countless times. Yet, Bo Jingyan's expression remained unchanged as he leaned closer to her, tauntingly stating, "What privacy do you have? How much? Is that why you deliberately changed your phone?" Was he trying to humiliate her again? A wave of frustration surged within Susie, causing her to lower her gaze and touch her discomforting abdomen. Just as her mind spiraled with worry about the fetuses, Bo Jingyan's calm voice broke through, "Get some rest." His tone was peculiarly serene, as if they hadn't just been arguing. As he reached the doorway, Susie hurriedly called out, "You clearly know that Luo Kiki is the one harming me. Why are you letting her go?" This abrupt shift in conversation seemed to strike a chord with Bo Jingyan. "Do you have evidence?" She was instantly silenced, staring at him, her lips moving but no words escaping. Yet suddenly, she recalled Enchi's peculiar behavior. With renewed determination, she declared, "I don't have evidence. But you do." Upon hearing this, Bo Jingyan stepped back into the room, slowly approaching her. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul. Chapter 85. Is she feeling jealous over another woman? What evidence do you have to prove that I have evidence? His question was light, his tone casual. Yet, for reasons unknown, it felt as though countless needles were piercing her heart. The earlier images of him defending Luo Kiki began to swirl in her mind, including the moment he let her go upstairs first, only to treat Luo Kiki with an entirely different demeanor moments later. It was as if he was performing for both of them, but the nature of the performances differed. With her, he feigned affection, while with Luo Kiki, he was cold and severe. What weighed more? His question, "What evidence do you have to prove that I have evidence?" was delivered too smoothly, reminiscent of a criminal's defense. "Do you have evidence?" She couldn't help but let out a cold laugh within her heart. Bo Jingyan must surely know. He is aware that everything she has endured is the doing of Luoka Ko. Even now, he continues to defend her ardently. Even in the face of criminality, he shelters her unconditionally. The tumult of emotions within Susie reached a peak, her chest constricting violently, a momentary pain rendering her nearly breathless. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she could not contain the streams that cascaded down her cheeks. Her lips quivered slightly as she slowly parted them. Her voice tinged with a sob. Bo Jingyan, I know you have never loved me, and I am aware that you disdain the thought of me as your wife. However, you cannot stoop so low as to disregard my humanity. You are fully aware that she is responsible for all of this. Why do you not turn her over to the authorities? Bo Jingyan gazed at the tear-streaked face before him, his brows furrowing deeply. Had he hurt her? Was she envious for another woman's sake? Was she accusing him of not loving her? As he pondered, his large hand instinctively reached towards Su Shi's cheek. Just as he was about to make contact, Su Shi swiftly recoiled, her voice icy. The law is vast and inexorable. Those who have wronged me will ultimately face retribution. And you, an indirect accomplice, shall not escape unscathed. Bo Jingyan's hand lingered in the air for quite some time before he slowly withdrew it. His gaze remained fixed upon Su Shi, a complex emotion flickering within his calm eyes. Are you cursing me? He inquired in a tone devoid of warmth. Su Shi raised the back of her hand, masking her earlier sorrowful expression, defiantly wiping away the traces of her tears. With narrowed eyes, she glared fiercely at Bo Jingyan. Thus, they stood in a silent standoff, neither willing to budge. In the heavy atmosphere, this confrontation stretched on for an extended period. Ultimately, it was Su Shi who shattered the silence. Bo Jingyan, I have neither the heart nor the strength to drag this out with you. You have cast me aside. And I accept that. I merely wish to find a job and live my life in peace. Yet you and your ilk do not allow me to find solace. May we all be deprived of good days ahead. As she spoke, her chest rose and fell slightly, the remnants of her emotions still simmering within her. Her tone was not raised, yet it carried a certain chill. Bo Jingyan, standing beside her, revealed no discernible emotion on his face. He simply gazed quietly at Su Shi's visage and eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Rest early. Emotional turmoil is detrimental to the fetus. Su Shi's gaze remained fixated on the closed door, her body seemingly drained of all strength. She felt utterly devoid of spirit. Exhaustion, helplessness, and pain intertwined within her heart, gnawing at her very being. She stared vacantly at the opulent bedroom around her, a bitter smile forming within. Once the paternity test results arrive, Su Shi envisioned the scene of Bo Jingyan snatching her children away from her. She gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen. Imagining a terrifying scenario, she was confined to this room by Bo Jingyan, waiting in solitude as her belly grew day by day until the children arrived. But those precious little ones would be ruthlessly taken from her by Bo Jingyan. She wept in the hospital, her cries heart-wrenching and desperate. Yet no one offered her compassion or assistance. The mere thought of it rendered Susie's body uncontrollably tremulous. She refused to endure such a life. She could not bear the agony of carrying her child for 10 months only to be denied the chance to see her offspring. That sense of helpless despair made her tears flow abundantly, like a rising spring. The image haunted her, compelling her to kneel in prayer to Bo Jingyan, pleading with him not to take her children away. Nestled on the sofa, she clutched a cushion tightly, weeping uncontrollably in self-pity. Time slipped away unbeknownst to her, and before she realized it, exhaustion overtook her, leading her into a deep slumber. The next day, the morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire bedroom. Susie slowly opened her weary eyes to the harsh brightness. Her gaze wandered aimlessly around the room. The remnants of sleep still clouded her mind, rendering her unable to discern the moment. Just as she attempted to gather her thoughts, a gentle knock echoed from the door, followed by the respectful voice of Li Huilan. "Madam, it is time to rise. Breakfast is ready." Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the sofa, and her memories began to crystallize. It dawned on her that she had been crying on the sofa the previous night, eventually succumbing to fatigue and drifting off to sleep. How had she ended up in bed? In a flurry of confusion, she rose to examine herself. Her clothing remained unchanged, but her shoes and socks had been removed. Who had come to her aid? Had Li Huilan carried her to bed? Yet, she thought, a woman would struggle to lift her, pregnant and in slumber. Could it have been Bo Jingyan? Or perhaps, after he left, he had gone to comfort Luoka? Lying in bed, Susie's thoughts wandered for quite some time as she tried to piece together the memories of the previous night. It was not until her stomach rumbled insistently that she finally compelled herself to rise. As she entered the bathroom, she noticed an array of toiletries displayed on the shelf beside the sink. The skincare products were familiar to her, top-tier brands designed specifically for expectant mothers. The towels and washcloths also exuded a sense of high quality. Chapter 86. How long will you confine me here? Susie walked slowly toward them. Had he instructed the servants to prepare all of this for her? A bitter smile crossed her lips involuntarily. Gazing at her surroundings, she felt no sense of gratitude. On the contrary, she soon resumed the troubling imagery from the previous night. She felt as if she were merely a vessel for others to bear children. during her pregnancy. She was kept in a state of pampered confinement, enjoying meticulous care, only for Bo Jingyan to seize her children upon their birth. A lump lodged in her throat, tears welling in her eyes. She cast a glance at the myriad of items before her and selected only a toothbrush and toothpaste, hastily washing her face with a washcloth before descending the stairs. The pendulum at the corner of the staircase emitted a crisp ticking sound, with the hour hand pointing to 7:30. With a slow and laborious gait, Susie descended the stairs, each step feeling burdensome. In the distance, she glanced toward the dining room. Upon catching sight of Bo Jingyan, she halted momentarily, taken aback. What brought him here so early? Had he not left yet? Seated at the dining table, Bo Jingyan donned casual home attire, quietly gazing at the news projected onto the wall. Just as Susie contemplated turning away, the voice of Li Huilan reached her ears. "Madam, you're down. Please take your time. Breakfast is ready, and Master Bo is waiting for you to dine together." With that, Susie continued her descent, her gaze occasionally darting toward Bo Jingyan. Was he truly waiting for her to share breakfast? Throughout their 2 years of marriage, the instances he had accompanied her for breakfast could be counted on one hand. Each morning, by the time she rose, he had already hurried off to work. Later, in an effort to join him for breakfast, she had taken to waking up before dawn, learning to prepare various dishes, and rising before 5 each day to personally make breakfast for him. Yet, far too often, he would merely cast a dispassionate glance at the meal she had prepared before hastily departing. Initially, he would claim that time was too tight, but eventually, he grew too apathetic even to offer an explanation, leaving as she descended the stairs. The breakfast she had ready by 5:30 coincided with his 8:30 morning meeting. The commute to his office took merely 20 minutes, an excuse to avoid spending time with her. From that point onward, Susie ceased to awaken at such an early hour. In fact, she began to develop a slight aversion to breakfast. Subsequently, she would sleep until she naturally awoke, making her way down from upstairs. The once spacious living room felt perpetually desolate. Bo Jingyan returned home late, often working late into the night, and leaving in a rush each morning. Such had been the nature of Susie's marital existence. Pausing hesitantly, Susie found her thoughts spiraling uncontrollably. Li Huilan's gentle voice rang out again in her ears. "Oh, our little gentleman must be hungry. Come, come, let us have breakfast." As she spoke, Li Huilan gently placed her hand on Susie's arm, signaling her to descend slowly while observing her abdomen. Once Susie had fully reached the bottom of the staircase and raised her gaze, she found Bo Jingyan standing before her. He exchanged a glance with Li Huilan, who nodded and swiftly departed the living room. Susie cast him a fleeting glance, her lips moving silently without uttering a word. However, Bo Jingyan spoke softly, "Come, let us have breakfast." Susie hesitated for a moment, then walked past him, making her way to the dining room at a leisurely pace. As she approached the table, intending to pull out a chair, Bo Jingyan, who had followed closely behind, swiftly assisted her by pulling out the chair. "Please sit." After a moment of contemplation, she slowly seated herself. Upon raising her gaze, the array of dishes before her was nothing short of exquisite, a veritable feast of her favorite foods. The gentle voice of Bo Jingyan echoed in her ears, causing Susie to feel a sudden discomfort throughout her body. Although he had exhibited such warmth the previous night, was it not merely an act? In the early hours of the morning, with just the two of them in the restaurant, who was he attempting to impress? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her stomach let out a low growl. Yet, Susie hesitated. Last night, she had been weary and unwilling to engage in an argument. Now, if she were to sit here naturally and begin her breakfast, it might imply to him that she was quite pleased to be in his company. At that moment, from the corner of her eye, she noticed Bo Jingyan had already taken a seat beside her. "Let us eat first. After breakfast, I will take you somewhere," he said, extending a delicate egg cup toward her. Susie refrained from reaching for it, her gaze coolly assessing him as she replied frostily, "Where to? How long do you intend to keep me here?" Bo Jingyan, stroking the egg cup in his hand, did not respond to her question but instead asked directly, "Do you need me to feed you?" Just as Susie was about to retort, her stomach growled audibly. Bo Jingyan's brow furrowed as he glanced at her abdomen, remarking, "They seem to be requesting food from you." Susie awkwardly rubbed her hands beneath the table. Before she could make another move, Bo Jingyan had already brought the egg to her lips with an exquisite spoon. After a moment's pause, she took the spoon and the other egg cups from the table and began to eat. Bo Jingyan's gesture lingered for a moment before he raised an eyebrow and finally took a bite himself. Thus, breakfast was consumed in silence between the two. Susie wiped the corners of her mouth and calmly stated. As her words fell, she slowly turned her gaze toward Bo Jingyan, who sat in silence, contemplating while gently touching his injured arm. Susie inadvertently lingered on his arm for a few seconds. The bandage appeared to be freshly changed. What injury required daily dressing? At that moment, a servant approached, placing a medicine box on the table with a respectful tone. Master Bo. The doctor advised that these medications should be taken half an hour after meals. Bo Jingyan nodded expressionlessly, and the warmth that had graced his demeanor before breakfast had vanished. Then, his usual cold voice broke the silence. Su Shi, it seems your memory fails you, or perhaps you are very eager to spend time in the station. Chapter 87. What is your intention in deliberately breaking my phone?
Su 11º side in silence.
Was he adamant about keeping her confined here? As she wallowed in her gloom, the hesitant servant spoke up. Do you have no tasks to attend to? Before the servant could finish her sentence, Bo Jingyan's sharp reprimand cut her off. Startled, the servant immediately lowered her head, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I will return to my duties. With that, she hurried away as if fleeing from punishment. Su Shi pondered the unfinished words of the servant, and the scene from the previous night flashed vividly in her mind. In an instant, it dawned upon her that the person who had carried her from the sofa to the bed last night was likely Bo Jingyan. This speculation swiftly spread within her mind, and Su Shi could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. In the past, she might have thought that being cradled to bed by him while asleep would have been a source of happiness. However, now her only concern was whether he might take advantage of her slumber to whisk her away to the hospital for surgery. The air hung heavy with silence for a considerable time until Su Shi finally broke it. I shall remain here only until the results of the paternity test are revealed. In light of our previous marital bond, I shall be magnanimous and offer you an explanation through the results. However, should you attempt to take my child, I will fight you with every ounce of my strength. Now, return my bag and phone to me. Su Shi deliberately mimicked his tone, pouring forth all the words she had longed to say. As her voice faded, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Bo Jingyan's face, attempting to decipher his attitude through his expression. Yet his countenance remained shrouded in frost. When his gaze finally met hers, his lips parted slightly. Someone, bring my wife's belongings. As he spoke, his eyes, like Su Shi's, remained locked onto her, their depth and sharpness reminiscent of the gravitas he had exuded during past press conferences. Such a gaze was beyond Su Shi's comprehension, evoking a sense of unease within her. She could not fathom how someone merely a few years her senior could possess such a mature demeanor. Feeling increasingly at ease, Su Shi decided to rise and check whether the servant had delivered her items. Fortunately, as she took a few steps away, she spotted the servant hastily descending the stairs. Madam. The servant, trembling, handed a box to Su Shi, who, upon reaching for it, watched as the servant quickly retreated. A frown crossed her brow. Why did the servant appear so fearful? Without further contemplation, Su Shi hurriedly opened the box, only to find her phone lying inside, its screen marred by a multitude of cracks. It was evident that it had been dropped. In disbelief, Su Shi snatched the phone, anxiously pressing the power button. After several attempts, the device showed no signs of life. She tossed the box onto the corner cabinet by the stairs and strode purposefully to Bo Jingyan, demanding, Why did you allow my phone to be damaged in such a manner? Still seated, Bo Jingyan slowly lifted his head and replied nonchalantly. It slipped from my grasp and fell to the ground. As you can see, our esteemed marble floor is quite hard. He gestured towards the floor with a slight tilt of his chin, as though inviting Su Shi to observe the floor's formidable nature. Su Shi was rendered speechless. The man before her had displayed ferocity and cold indifference in the past, yet she had never encountered such shamelessness. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath. Though this gesture did little to quell the anger simmering within her. Bo Jingyan, while I may not possess your intellect, I am not a fool. What is your true intention behind deliberately damaging my phone? Susie, perched high above, questioned him sharply. Bo Jingyan, once again unhurried, replied with a tone as calm as if discussing the delightful morning meal, his gaze towards Susie imbued with a sense of amusement. Susie, exasperated, retorted, Is there anything more absurd than this? It's akin to being trampled by someone, and, before you can voice your complaint, they chime in with, Who told you to extend your foot beneath mine? With a displeased expression, she slammed her phone onto the dining table. You broke it, so you must send it for repairs. Bo Jingyan cast a fleeting glance at the phone on the table before rising gracefully. Repairing things? That hardly aligns with my status. However, I could buy you a new one as compensation. His movements were elegant and regal, laced with an air of arrogance. Susie glared at him. I don't want that. I want this one. No sooner had she spoken than a faint scent mingled with the aroma of medicinal solutions wafted into her nostrils, causing her words to choke in her throat. Bo Jingyan's face was nearly pressed against hers, and before Susie could retreat, he wrapped his arms around her waist. His magnetic voice whispered in her ear, I don't want that. I want this. Susie, you're being coquettish. He mimicked her tone with a sarcastic twist. Susie was at a loss for words. She exerted all her strength to push him away, attempting to escape his grasp, only to find herself held even tighter. You, Bo Jingyan, are a scoundrel, she exclaimed, raising her hand to strike him, but he deftly seized her wrist, pinning it behind her back. In the next moment, he leaned closer, his chin brushing against her neck as he softly murmured, Don't be noisy. Be a little obedient. Think of the treasures within you. Susie froze, her body stiffening. It was not his nonsensical words that left her paralyzed, but rather his latter statement, a reminder of the incident by the pool. In the days that followed, her emotions had been tumultuous. Several times, she felt discomfort in her abdomen, and upon realizing this, she endeavored to soothe her spirits. Once there was a semblance of improvement, she spoke icily, Please let go of me. Moments later, Bo Jingyan indeed released her. Susie retreated silently. Glancing at the phone on the table, her eyes shadowed with disappointment. There was no chance of it functioning again, and she imagined Gu Shanshan and Mu Qingcheng must be frantic looking for her. Chapter 88. You heartless woman. Lost in thought, suddenly, Bo Jingyan's hand appeared in her line of sight, palm open, revealing a phone. Need to call someone? You can use mine. Susie hesitated for a moment, but did not take it. After a pause, she coldly remarked, I need to inform Gu Shanshan, otherwise, she'll be upset if she can't find me.
Oh.
She was here, accompanied by someone surnamed Mu.
What? Where are they?
Susie asked anxiously, her complexion paling. They were here? When did this happen? Bibo Jingyan was reluctant to let her go, given their understanding of her and Bibo Jingyan, as well as her current attitude towards him. They were certainly not going to relent. If things escalated, the consequences were uncertain. With this troubling thought in mind, She hurriedly inquired about her concerns. Have you confined them? Upon hearing this, Bibo Jingyan's lips curled into a bitter smile as he approached her. His voice low and probing. Shi, how truly vile do you perceive me to be? Shi disregarded his words, pressing on. What have you done to them? Gu Shanshan's temper was easily ignited, and she had always been particularly protective of Shi, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Bibo Jingyan as a result. As for Mu Qingcheng, Shi found his character inscrutable. However, he believed Bibo Jingyan was responsible for his parents' troubles. It was entirely possible that Mu Qingcheng, in a fit of emotion, might undertake some reckless act that would instill fear. The more Shi contemplated, the more her worry grew. If her fears materialized, Bibo Jingyan would undoubtedly not spare either of them. Administer my medication, and I shall disclose the truth, Bibo Jingyan's voice cut through her thoughts, as he held out a pillbox towards her. Shi hesitated for a moment before slowly accepting the box. After opening it, she extracted a pill and offered it to him. However, Bibo Jingyan did not take it with his hand. Instead, he leaned forward, opening his mouth towards her. She closed her eyes in exasperation. In the next moment, without hesitation, she tossed the pill into his mouth and swiftly poured water into it. Bibo Jingyan coughed violently, both the pill and water spilling out. The sound of his choking echoed through the hall, and he appeared somewhat disheveled, an unprecedented sight. Shi quietly reveled in her triumph as Bibo Jingyan's voice, tinged with reproach, reached her ears. Are you trying to end my life? With an air of elegance, Shi set down the cup, casting him a glance as she feigned guilt. My apologies, that was not my intention. As Bibo Jingyan wiped the moisture from his lips, a sinister smile crept onto his face. Shi, I realize I know far too little about you.
Feed me again.
The last 3 words were nearly an outburst, his gaze holding an inscrutable glint. Shi paused, then reached for the pill once more. Yet, just as her fingers neared his lips, Bibo Jingyan suddenly opened his mouth, engulfing both her fingers and the pill. Suwonse. Bibo Jingyan raised an eyebrow, leisurely sipping water to wash down the medicine. His eyes surveying Shi with unabashed satisfaction. Shi shot him a fierce glare and turned her back to him. Soon, she heard Bibo Jingyan's indifferent voice behind her. I informed them that we have reconciled, thus alleviating your suspicions, and they departed. Shi was taken aback. Was it truly so? He would not deceive her. If Mu Qingcheng remained composed, Bibo Jingyan had no reason to act against them. With this thought, she decided to let the matter rest. She cast a few glances at his casual attire, recalling his earlier words, and directly inquired, Where are you taking me today? To the hospital, Bo Jingyan replied, elongating the last word and wearing an inscrutable expression. Upon hearing this, anxiety began to stir within Susie, though she endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor and feigned indifference as she asked, What for? As her words fell, Bo Jingyan's gaze slowly descended from her face to her abdomen, where it lingered. Instinctively, Susie cradled her belly, her trepidation intensifying. Sensing her growing tension, Bo Jingyan continued to tease. What are you afraid of? He leaned closer to her, prompting Suzy to furrow her brow and retreat with each of his movements. This insufferable man seemed increasingly erratic, bordering on neurotic. As she cursed him inwardly, she continued to back away until, by unfortunate coincidence, her foot caught on a chair leg. As she stumbled backward uncontrollably, she instinctively reached out to grasp something, only to inadvertently seize the injured arm that Bo Jingyan had hastily extended. She not only clutched the bandage, but also dug her fingers into it. I'm so sorry. After a moment of composure, Bo Jingyan finally spoke in a low voice. You heartless woman, I intend to take you to the hospital for a pregnancy checkup. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why the theatrics to frighten me? Suzy muttered inwardly, feeling no malice was intended on her part. After all, it was he who had been closing in on her like a deranged man. Wait, was he genuinely taking her for a checkup? With that thought, Suzy snatched the shattered phone from the table and ascended the stairs. They had been entangled for the entire morning, leaving her physically and emotionally drained. Moreover, he appeared to be putting on quite a show. Just as she reached the staircase, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A flustered servant rushed toward Bo Jingyan, exclaiming, Master Bo, the old gentleman has arrived. He's already in the courtyard. The servant's tone was laced with palpable urgency. Suzy froze momentarily. The old gentleman referred to Bo Huailin, her grandfather. What brought him here so unexpectedly? He had never visited without prior notice, always calling ahead for Bo Jingyan to send a car. Bo Jingyan, still standing by the dining table, furrowed his brow as he gazed at her. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them in mere seconds. Chapter 89. How many secrets have you conspired to keep from me? Suzy hurriedly ascended the stairs with utmost speed. She did not wish for her grandfather to discover that she was already pregnant. She had not yet devised a plan to confront Bo Jingyan, and if her grandfather were to meddle, he would undoubtedly insist on keeping her there. Moreover, the presence of the children would complicate matters further. Yet, the look Bo Jingyan had conveyed urged her to seek refuge upstairs, leaving her somewhat perplexed. As Su Shi hastily retreated into her bedroom, she distinctly heard the anxious voice of Bo Huailin resonating from downstairs. Where is our Shi? Su Shi could discern the urgency and dissatisfaction in his tone. She held her breath, listening intently, and then caught the obedient voice of Bo Jingyan. Grandfather, what brings you here? Shi is still studying abroad, isn't she? Su Shi remained silent, absorbing only part of the conversation. Soon after, Bo Jingyan continued calling for his grandfather, his voice growing increasingly close. A wave of tension washed over Su Shi. Was Bo Huailin ascending the stairs? Was Bo Jingyan pursuing him? Her eyes darted around the room, desperately seeking a place to conceal herself. After a brief moment of hesitation, she dashed towards the wardrobe. Just as she secured the door, the sound of the bedroom door creaking open reached her ears. See? Little Shi? Bo Huailin called as he peered into the room, his voice echoing distinctly in the stillness. Su Shi's heart raced, as if she were on the verge of being discovered. She dared not breathe loudly, covering her mouth in fear of making a sound. Through the slight gap in the wardrobe door, she cautiously peeked outside. It seemed that Bo Huailin's mental state had improved significantly in the days she had not seen him. His complexion was rosy, devoid of the pallor that once marked his face. It appeared that his health had substantially recovered, which brought Su Shi a sense of relief. However, it was evident that Bo Huailin had no intention of leaving. She observed the determination in his expression. He seemed convinced that Su Shi was indeed within the Bo mansion, in this very bedroom. How could he possibly know she was here if Bo Jingyan had not disclosed it to him? Continuing her watch, Su Shi noted Bo Huailin wandering about the room. He occasionally drew the curtains to inspect the balcony and commanded the servants to check the restroom and bathroom, seemingly unwilling to overlook any potential hiding places. Suddenly, Bo Huailin's gaze turned toward the wardrobe. Su Shi felt a jolt of panic, her body instinctively recoiling. Just as her anxiety peaked, Bo Huailin began striding toward the wardrobe, with Bo Jingyan closely trailing him. Bo Jingyan glanced at the wardrobe and, in the next moment, seized Bo Huailin's arm. Grandfather, why don't you trust me? Whenever you visited the mansion, Shi would always run to the yard to await your arrival. Why would she hide from you? As soon as he finished speaking, Bo Huailin swiftly delivered a playful slap to his head. You rascal! How many secrets have you both conspired to keep from me? Just wait until I find Shi. His tone was laced with reproach and anger. He then shouted, Someone, open the wardrobe. The nearby servant wore an awkward expression, casting a hesitant glance at Bo Jingyan, seemingly seeking his approval. What are you waiting for? Do my words carry no weight in this household? Bo Huailin bellowed at the servant. After a few moments of silence, Bo Jingyan spoke up to placate Bo Huailin. Grandfather, please don't be angry. The Bo family is, of course, under your command. As the words fell, Bo Jingyan turned his gaze towards the servant and commanded sternly, Go. Open the door. The servant, no longer daring to delay even a second, immediately dashed to the wardrobe and unhesitatingly pulled open the cabinet doors. Bo Huailin hurried over to inspect. Closely followed by Bo Jingyan, a neatly arranged collection of garments was revealed before them. Bo Huailin furrowed his brow, meticulously scanning each piece of clothing. After inspecting from left to right, he finally bent slightly to look down, exclaiming in surprise, Cici? Cici. As he called out, Bo Huailin, resembling a child, directly knelt on the ground, reaching out to grasp Su Shi's arm. Bo Jingyan also bent down to take a look. Su Shi was huddled tightly in the corner of the wardrobe, her arms wrapped around her knees, her head slowly lifting from its buried position. The small figure, curled up, appeared helpless and fragile. The weariness and grievance reflected in her eyes astonished Bo Jingyan. How could such a transformation occur in just a few minutes?
Meanwhile, Suonse,
having found herself in an unavoidable predicament, suddenly feigned surprise, exclaiming, Grandfather? What brings you here?
Child.
What has happened to you? Bo Huailin echoed in shock, signaling the servant to assist in pulling Su Shi out. Once she emerged fully from the wardrobe and stood before Bo Huailin, he tenderly arranged her hair, expressing concern. My dear child, did you fall asleep in the wardrobe? You're not a 3-year-old anymore. How did you end up in there? Bo Huailin's barrage of questions left Su Shi feeling dizzy. She had no choice but to maintain her pretense. With a slight furrow of her brow, she bit her lip, displaying an expression of profound grievance as her gaze gradually shifted to Bo Huailin. Her face was a portrait of innocence and sorrow. In the fleeting moment of eye contact between Su Shi and Bo Huailin, she also cast a glance at Bo Jingyan, though her eyes reflected a sense of fear. Noticing the direction of Su Shi's gaze and her pitiful demeanor, Bo Huailin's anger flared instantly. Was it this little rascal who locked you in the wardrobe? He exclaimed, pointing a finger at Bo Jingyan. Su Shi frowned, maintaining her previous expression, her lips quivering but remaining silent.
Bo Huailin, enough.
Directly seized Su Shi's wrist and began to lead her away. As they passed by Bo Jingyan, he scoffed, his tone filled with discontent. You come too.
To the study.
Bo Jingyan frowned, his index finger tracing along his brow, narrowing his eyes sharply as he scrutinized Su Shi's retreating figure. He realized he had no understanding of this woman. Playing tricks on him? Very well. His face seemed to turn a shade of green. In the study, the atmosphere was as serious as Su Shi had imagined. Bai Huailin cast a piercing gaze upon Bai Jingyan, asserting in an irrefutable tone, Do you believe that just because your parents are abroad, no one can manage you? No. Grandpa, I have always listened to you, Bai Jingyan replied.
Have you?
Then explain to me how you have been tormenting Su Shi. Bai Huailin's voice grew increasingly stern as he spoke, simultaneously guiding Su Shi to the sofa. Turning to her, he immediately softened his tone. Cici, do not be afraid. Grandpa is here. If you have suffered any grievances, tell me, and I shall take charge. Su Shi momentarily froze, initially intending to toy with Bai Jingyan.
Yet now,
she found the entire situation utterly devoid of amusement. The only family member who truly cherished her was Bai Huailin. The discord with Bai Jingyan, coupled with deceiving Bai Huailin, weighed heavily on her conscience. The moment Bai Huailin offered to take charge deeply resonated within her. In the past, she had only endured scorn and bullying. She had never heard such words from anyone she considered family. Tears quickly welled up in Su Shi's eyes as she grasped Bai Huailin's arm, her lips trembling. Grandpa.
I am sorry.
Her voice was laced with guilt and remorse towards Bai Huailin, realizing she should not have deceived him. As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears began to fall. Bai Huailin, witnessing this poignant scene, became even more convinced that it was Bai Jingyan who had bullied Su Shi, igniting a greater fury within him. After offering Su Shi some gentle words of comfort, he turned a serious gaze towards Bai Jingyan, demanding, Speak, you little rascal. Bai Jingyan, seeing Su Shi's expression, dismissed it as mere theatrics, astonished. This little woman, emboldened by her grandfather's affection, was becoming increasingly audacious. Unable to hear Bai Jingyan's response, Su Shi's gaze instinctively shifted towards him. Standing across the coffee table, he resembled an Qi in his posture before her. So, Bai Jingyan, you too have reached this point?
Suonse pondered silently.
Although she had often witnessed Bai Huailin reprimanding him, the severity of today's confrontation was unlike anything she had seen before. It was evident that he held deep affection for his grandfather, and perhaps also the greatest fear. Grandpa, I did not bully Cici. I cherish her dearly, Bai Jingyan earnestly asserted, but then turned his attention back to Su Shi, asking, Isn't that right? Cece, tell Grandpa whether I have bullied you. Upon finishing his statement, he added, speak the truth. The weight of these words carried a significant implication, laced with a hint of menace. She hesitated, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. Huailin leaned closer, whispering in her ear, I do not believe what he says, Cece. You must tell me in your own words why you were in the wardrobe earlier and why you feel so wronged. You cannot hide anything from Grandpa. With her head bowed, She was at a loss for where to begin. Her emotions lingered in the realm of guilt over deceiving her grandfather, her hands nervously rubbing against one another in her lap. As Huailin observed She's silence, he cast a fierce glare at Jingyan and slowly began to speak. Tell me, why did you get divorced? Upon hearing Huailin's inquiry, She was momentarily taken aback, and even Jingyan furrowed his brow in curiosity. With a stern expression, Huailin retorted, Humph. You little rascal, how would I know? That's not your concern. Just tell me, why the divorce? As he spoke, he glanced at She's abdomen and added, moreover, there is already a bloodline of the Bo family within you. What are you trying to do? She looked at Huailin in astonishment, wondering how he was privy to such information. The matter of her pregnancy was known only to her and Jingyan, along with Enqi, who was always obedient to Jingyan's commands. Without his cue, Enqi would never divulge anything. Anxiously contemplating this, She discreetly cast a glance at Jingyan, whose expression also revealed a hint of confusion as he slowly paced before the coffee table. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Huailin scrutinized Jingyan with a doubtful gaze for a moment before redirecting his attention to Shi, kindly stating, Shi, be a good girl. Before I came in, I instructed the servants to prepare some dessert for you. Why don't you go to the dining room and eat? I need to have a few words with this rascal. Shi hesitantly lifted her head and, after a moment of contemplation, rose from the sofa. As she took a couple of steps, Jingyan swiftly approached and gently grasped her arm, saying softly, allow me to escort you down. She did not decline. She gave a slight nod to Huailin and followed Jingyan out of the study. Once they reached the corridor, she asserted, you need not accompany me. I can manage on my own. With that, she had already reached the stairs when Jingyan's voice called out from behind her. How did Grandfather find out? Hearing his question, Shi abruptly halted. With a cold sneer, she replied, are you implying that I informed Grandfather of everything? Jingyan approached her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? And she lacks the courage. Shi met his cold stare with equal intensity. Lowering her voice to question him, pray tell, what benefit would I gain from alerting Grandfather? Jingyan maintained his unwavering gaze on her. Isn't it to use Grandfather to evade the paternity test? Despite feeling as though she had been thoroughly wounded and incapable of feeling further pain, Shi's blood surged to her head in response to his accusations. Taking a moment to compose herself, she replied coldly, President Bo, you need not persist in your suspicions against me. Otherwise, if you provoke me further, I may very well decide to leave. Or I could simply ask Grandfather to take me away. Chapter 91. Regardless of your reasons for conducting this test, you have profoundly insulted me. After speaking, Shi's gaze held a blend of melancholy and cunning. She cast a swift glance at Jingyan before hastily descending the stairs, pondering how he could connect the dots regarding matters of which she was entirely unaware. It was at that moment that the servant announced Huailin's arrival. Jingyan's expression of astonishment mirrored her own shock. He even conveyed a glance urging her to hide. Yet, in a mere moment, the man's demeanor shifted. As Shi approached the sofa in the living room on the first floor, her gaze involuntarily flickered upstairs. At the staircase, Jingyan remained, fixated upon her, his gaze inscrutable and profound. She felt utterly fatigued, yearning for a paternity test to be conducted immediately, hoping for swift results. Then, she wished to extricate herself from him, severing ties for good. At that moment, facing Huailin alone, Jingyan respectfully inquired, Grandfather, how did you come to know of this? Might you share with me? It is of utmost importance. Huailin, still seething with anger, let out a cold snort and remained silent. After a prolonged silence, Jingyan spoke again. Grandfather, in 1 week, I shall provide you with an explanation. Would that be acceptable?
What?
Do you intend to conceal everything from your grandfather? Huailin retorted. Grandfather, you are aware of my methods and principles. Please trust me this once, Jingyan implored. Huailin slowly rose and began to pace in the study. His steps were heavy and deliberate, as though each one bore an immense burden. After a considerable time, he halted, a furrow of concern etched upon his brow. Why do you suspect that the child in Shishi's womb is not yours? At this juncture, Jingyan faced Huailin, remaining silent for a while before responding, Grandfather, My suspicions are not unfounded. Only she, and I are privy to this matter. Who informed you? His voice was low and resolute, as if concealing a profound secret. Bai Huailing's gaze pierced through his grandson, seeking to uncover the depths of his heart. Although Bai Jingyan was relatively young, he had always been the most prudent and thorough among his siblings, not one to chase after mere rumors. Perhaps there was indeed irrefutable evidence at hand? Bai Huailing took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Jingyan, regardless of the circumstances, if this matter is not handled properly, it will not only harm Shi, but also tarnish the reputation of our Bai family. Bai Jingyan furrowed his brow tightly. Grandfather, I understand the gravity of the situation. However, until the truth is clarified, I find it unacceptable to remain in the dark. Bai Huailing nodded slightly, releasing a gentle sigh. He understood Bai Jingyan's character. Once he resolved on a course of action, he would see it through to the end. While he trusted Shi, he remained uncertain about what evidence his grandson possessed to justify such steadfastness. Feeling a pang of sympathy for his grandson, he finally conceded, Very well. Since you have your own convictions, proceed in your own manner. However, I hope you can resolve this matter swiftly to prevent it from affecting our family's reputation. Bai Jingyan nodded earnestly. Rest assured, grandfather, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution at the earliest opportunity. The following evening, at a medical institution, Thin Jingyan commanded the foreign expert, summoned for the purpose, to conduct a paternity test in a manner that would inflict minimal harm on the fetus. He issued orders for the entire team to work tirelessly, day and night, to expedite the results. Once the sampling concluded, Shi sat in the corridor, appearing as though her very soul had been stripped away. Her gaze was vacant, fixed upon the floor beneath her. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and her lips trembled slightly, as if she yearned to articulate something but found herself silenced. Although all of this transpired in secrecy, she felt her dignity had been trampled upon. A man who did not love her suspected her of infidelity. The very act of conducting a paternity test was a profound insult to her, akin to a sharp blade mercilessly piercing her heart, shattering it into countless fragments. In the desolate corridor, apart from Chi seated on a chair surrounded by a few bodyguards, no other figures were present. Time ticked away, each moment stretching endlessly, until Thin Jingyan finally emerged from a nearby room. As his polished shoes came into Shi's line of sight, she slowly lifted her tear-stained face. She parted her lips, unable to restrain herself any longer. Thin Jingyan, why do you treat me this way? Her voice was laced with pain and helplessness. Thin Jingyan's throat moved slightly as he settled beside her, his expression darkening further, lips pressed tightly together, as if he were struggling to contain his emotions. Suonse, you need not blame me. I appreciate your willingness to cooperate and provide me with an explanation. Once the results are in, I shall reveal to you the reasons behind my actions. His words, seemingly meant to console, carried an icy undertone, akin to a dagger piercing Shi's heart once more. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Within her, humiliation battled with an overwhelming fear of the results, the dread that he might attempt to take their child away. Meanwhile, Thin Jingyan regarded her quietly, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his gaze. He gingerly lifted a finger, reaching slowly towards Shi's cheek, as if wishing to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Yet, his movement appeared stiff, as if he were uncertain of how to confront this woman. His finger hesitated, seemingly fearful, lingering before making contact with her cheek. When he finally resolved to touch her, Shi swiftly recoiled, her actions decisive and resolute. Thin Jingyan, regardless of your reasons for conducting this test, you have deeply insulted me. Her voice was imbued with despair and helplessness, evoking sympathy in those who heard it. Witnessing this, Thin Jingyan fell silent for a moment before rising swiftly to follow Shi. Upon entering the elevator, she pressed herself tightly against the farthest corner, maintaining as much distance as possible between them. Her eyes, devoid of life, stared blankly at the neon lights beyond the transparent elevator glass. The scent of the man, mingled with that of antiseptic, occasionally wafted through the air. His tall figure remained straight, exuding an air of grandeur, even as he turned his back to her. However, for Susie, the allure that once captivated her seems to have vanished entirely. He feels so foreign to her that it is as if she has never known him at all. Chapter 92. Are other men more appealing than I? During the days spent in the Bo residence awaiting the verdict, Susie felt as if she had plunged into a frozen abyss. Although Bo Jingyan showed her abundant care, the pain within her heart remained indelible. Susie became taciturn, her words reduced to terse and perfunctory replies, responding with little more than a nod. At times, she would sit quietly by the window, lost in thought. Throughout this protracted period of waiting, her mood grew increasingly somber. That afternoon, Bo Jingyan knocked on her door once more. Open the door. I have something to say. Speak. I can hear you. Bo Jingyan persisted, his voice firm. I said, open the door. Susie stood her ground, her resolve unyielding. I do not wish to see you. Let that be clear. No sooner had her words faded than Bo Jingyan's voice echoed from outside. Susie, don't you want to hear my plans regarding the children? At the mention of the children, Susie's hands instinctively clenched her garment tightly. Bo Jingyan, I have warned you. Should you dare to take them away, I will fight you fiercely. As her words lingered in the air, a sudden silence enveloped the corridor. Susie's heart raced, akin to a startled fawn. She stood still, her concern for the children rising anew. Minutes later, a knock resounded at the door once more, this time accompanied by Li Huilan's voice. Hearing this, Susie slowly approached to open the door. Upon opening it, she found Li Huilan standing beside the visibly agitated Bo Jingyan. With a cold glance, Susie accepted the clothes Li Huilan offered, preparing to close the door immediately. Yet, the door was abruptly halted by Bo Jingyan's arm. His gaze was merciless, radiating a chilling aura. Accompanied by his frigid voice, he commanded, let me in. A wave of fear surged within Susie. She hesitated to exert her full strength in closing the door, fearing she might harm herself in the process. Nevertheless, her resistance proved futile. For no amount of effort could match Bo Jingyan's strength. In the next moment, he effortlessly slipped through like a specter and closed the door behind him. Susie parted her lips, weary of further debate, as she moved to place the clothing aside. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Bo Jingyan making his way to the sofa, where he settled in with the same confident and proud demeanor, one leg casually draped over the other. His very presence exuded an intangible air of dominance. Susie adjusted her position, deliberately averting her gaze from him as she continued to organize the garments. After a prolonged silence, Bo Jingyan's icy voice broke through the stillness. Your bag was lost by the driver. This is compensation. Following the sound, Susie turned her gaze to the bag he had brought in, a luxurious designer packaging. My bag was purchased for $699. How can the esteemed CEO Bo afford such an extravagant replacement for me? As soon as Susie's words fell, steady footsteps echoed behind her. Her hands paused momentarily before swiftly resuming their task, feigning the arrangement of her garments. Without needing to glance back, she knew he stood directly behind her, exceedingly close. His unique fragrance and steady breath enveloped her senses. After a prolonged silence, his voice resonated softly in her ear. Susie, your melancholic demeanor is detrimental to your health. With his words came the warmth of his palms resting on her shoulders, gently turning her towards him. He softly called her name, Susie. Startled, she slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, a cryptic smile suddenly gracing her lips. Is that so? Once the paternity test results are revealed, and I depart from here, my melancholy will dissipate. Upon finishing her sentence, her smile broadened, radiating a vibrant joy. Thin Jingyan's gaze fixated on her expression, his brow furrowing in growing discontent. As if he found her peculiar demeanor somewhat distasteful, the hands that had rested on her shoulders abruptly withdrew, his eyes deepening with a cold intensity as he scrutinized the Susie he struggled to comprehend. Susie observed the shift in his expression, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. As though she had anticipated his reaction, she cast him a fleeting glance before resolutely turning towards the balcony. Yet, as she reached the doorway, Thin Jingyan's icy voice pierced through the air. Do you find other men more alluring in your heart? Do they bring you joy in ways I cannot? His words struck her like a sharp blade, piercing her heart. Her body stiffened abruptly, her hand, which had been reaching for the doorknob, halted mid-air. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, clearly taken aback by his inquiry. In certain aspects, she mused internally, attempting to decipher his meaning. Her mind flooded with various interpretations. Yet, as an adult, her thoughts regrettably veered towards intimate relations. The notion flashed through her mind, igniting a wave of humiliation. Taking a deep breath, she turned slowly to face him, striving for a calm demeanor as she replied, If you believe so, then it must be true. After all, in your world, Thin Jingyan, you are always right. No sooner had she spoken than she witnessed Thin Jingyan close the distance between them in mere moments, his once piercing gaze now ablaze with fury. Turning crimson and fervent, Susie's throat involuntarily constricted as she recognized this expression as a hallmark of his extreme anger. Suddenly, an invisible pressure bore down on her, rendering her breathless. Yet, she maintained a facade of fearlessness, meeting his gaze with a flicker of defiance. Soon, Thin Jingyan's breathing grew rapid, the tension thickening in the air. His chest rose and fell slightly, seemingly struggling to suppress the inner fury within. Witnessing this demeanor, Susie felt her carefully maintained composure teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 93. How would he seize her child? Susie, do you even realize what you are saying? Bo Jingyan's voice was laced with barely restrained anger. His heaving chest seemed to declare the severity of the offense taken by her words. Standing before her, Bo Jingyan towered over her, his crimson eyes appearing as if they were ready to unleash flames. Susie cautiously cast a glance at him. What was she saying? What did he wish to hear? Though framed as a question, the tone unmistakably conveyed his certainty that she was precisely that kind of person. Moreover, he had uttered such repugnant remarks more than once. Was it not permissible for her to provide an affirmative response in accordance with his insinuation? What more did he desire from her? Susie had truly grown weary of this confrontation. Bo Jingyan, I believe we have exhausted any topics worth discussing. I am tired. Please leave. Susie coldly issued her dismissal. Yet, as her words hung in the air, Bo Jingyan's footsteps closed in on her once more, cornering her against the wall. Is that so? No topics to converse about? Then perhaps you could elaborate on how other men bring you joy in certain aspects, and how they are more appealing than I. Bo Jingyan's words reached Susie's ears, tinged with a playful yet slightly lewd undertone. However, this time, Susie did not succumb to anger. During the early stages of her pregnancy, she had experienced dizziness several times due to common symptoms of low blood sugar. Having finally restored her health, her emotions had recently been in turmoil. Her children truly could not withstand her further distress. Susie slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, a smile gracing her lips as she feigned nonchalance.
Boyingan.
Do you not find yourself rather tedious? With that, Susie maneuvered past him to the balcony. Leaning against the railing, gazing into the distance, she continued, Bo Jingyan, do not forget that before we formalized our marriage, you were already showing affection to that Rococo in front of me. In truth, both of us know who betrayed whom. So there is no need for you to repeatedly cast dirt on my character. Regardless of whether he was listening, she added, today, I intend to express everything in one go. Bo Jingyan, I have chosen not to hold your countless accusations and slanders against me. Since love has faded, and we are already divorced, you need not deliberately hurl bitter words at me here. Furthermore, putting aside all past grievances, I appreciate your efforts to extricate me from the police station and clear my name. I shall cooperate with the paternity test, and we will consider matters settled. Henceforth, please refrain from entangling yourself with me any further. I am exhausted, and I am weary. Having spoken these words in one breath, it felt as though she had expended all her strength. Whether it was due to the fatigue emanating from her heart or a profound sense of injustice, a veil of mist gathered in her eyes, yet she fought valiantly to prevent the tears from falling. She leaned against the balcony railing, gazing into the distance. The words she had spoken lingered in the air for a long while, accompanied only by the faint fragrance emanating from the figure behind her, Bo Jingyan, and the weighty sound of his breathing. Perhaps her words had made an impact. Could it be that in the future, they would each find peace? Or perhaps her words had merely stoked the flames of his anger, and his heavy breathing was a harbinger of an impending eruption? Lost in her silent musings, she observed Bo Jingyan, who at some point had taken out a cigarette from his pocket, now rolling it restlessly between his fingers. His movements betrayed a palpable restlessness, and the emotion suppressed within him coalesced into an intense turmoil. Occasionally, his gaze would flit towards her silhouette, as if he had something to express. Yet he stifled it resolutely. In this hushed atmosphere, time seemed to stand still until a knock at the door shattered the silence. Upon hearing the sound, Bo Jingyan discarded the crushed cigarette but into the trash and swiftly approached the door. Standing at the threshold was Chi, who immediately offered a respectful report. Mr. Bo, they request your presence at the agency. Bo Jingyan inquired calmly, what was the outcome? And she replied, they did not specify, only requested that you come. Understood. Wait for me downstairs, Bo Jingyan instructed, then closed the door. After a moment of hesitation, he sauntered back to the balcony. Addressing Su Shi's silhouette, the assessment should yield results soon. As for... His gaze drifted to her waist, but as he turned, Su Shi's eyes caught his. Filled with determination, she stepped closer, raising her melancholic face to meet his gaze. They are mine and mine alone. This time, Su Shi's words, though softly spoken, resonated with conviction. Bo Jingyan lowered his eyes to her, the movement of his throat betraying a hint of trepidation. After a brief pause, he simply stated, you should rest. Su Shi stared blankly at the closed door, her steps heavy as she moved to the sofa. His previous hesitance suggested he would not acquiesce to her wishes. If he remained unyielding, even litigation would not afford her the luxury of a competent lawyer. Moreover, now Bo Huilin's grandfather was aware of her pregnancy. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Su Shi could not help but let out a weary sigh. Time slipped away unnoticed until she was roused by a voice. Slowly, she opened her tired eyes to find Li Huilan standing before her. Adjusting her position, Sushi inquired softly, "Is there something you need?" "Assistant N is waiting for you downstairs. He asked me to bring you down as swiftly as possible." Sushi gently massaged her temples, then gradually rose from the sofa. Her movements were deliberate, her mind racing with thoughts. And Chia's arrival at this hour likely signified a trip to the assessment agency. It seemed the results were now available. She did not descend immediately, but first dismissed Li Huilan. Then, walking to the wardrobe, she found a bag and began to pack her few belongings. Once everything was in order, Sushi cast one last glance around the room. A deep sigh escaping her lips once more. What will he do to seize her child next? She could not fathom. Yet, the anxiety within her deepened, casting a shadow of unease and fear over her heart. As she stepped out in a daze, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of the fruit bowl on the coffee table. Below, and she paced anxiously in the hall, repeatedly urging Li Huilan to prompt Sushi once more.
Li Huilan nudda Jarly.
Preparing to ascend the stairs when she noticed Sushi descending slowly from above, carrying a handbag. Chapter 94. He harbored a fierce disdain for wrongdoing in the business realm. He would not engage in criminal acts. "Madam, you've finally come down," an assistant remarked, his voice tinged with exasperation. Li Huilan hurried up the steps, cautiously steadying Sushi's arm. Sushi cast a fleeting glance at Li Huilan, then directed her gaze toward Chi in the distance. She inquired nonchalantly, "What is the urgency?" "President Bo instructed me to bring you over promptly." Sushi hesitated for a moment, withdrawing her arm from Li Huilan's grasp, and made her way directly to Chi. "Let us go." Inside the car, Sushi's gaze subtly scanned Chi, who was focused on driving. In a seemingly casual tone, she asked, "Assistant N, do you not fear the consequences of aligning yourself with President Bo, who shields Luo Kiki's transgressions?" Upon hearing her words, Chi felt a tightening in his back. Clearly, those loyal to Bo Jingyan would stand by him. She treated her grievances as mere complaints. "Did you inform my grandfather about my divorce and my pregnancy?" "Madam, from my position, it is not my place to speak." Not a single punctuation mark shall escape my lips. A wry smile graced Sushi's lips, revealing a hint of self-mockery. She sensed that her inquiry mirrored her earlier complaints. With a soft sigh, she turned her gaze to the window, her mind swirling with thoughts. Who truly knew all this? Who had informed Bo Huilin? What could be their motive? It was plausible that Luo Kiki was aware of her divorce from Bo Jingyan. However, she could not possibly know about her pregnancy. Even if Luo Kiki were aware, she would not divulge such information to Bo Huilin. Given her ambition to marry Bo Jingyan and her understanding of how much Bo Huilin valued Sushi, such actions would yield no benefit for Luo Kiki. Lost in her musings, half an hour swiftly passed. The car smoothly entered a parking lot, and Chi parked the vehicle, quickly exiting to open the door for Sushi. As she stepped out, she noticed Bo Huilin approaching from a nearby parking space. "Grandfather? What brings you here?" Sushi exclaimed in surprise, hastening toward him. Bo Huilin also advanced with a vigorous stride, but as they drew closer, Sushi noticed that he appeared significantly more haggard than she remembered from just a few days prior. Concern etched on her face, she asked anxiously, "Grandfather, are you feeling unwell again? Why does your complexion look so poor?" With a heavy heart, Bo Huilin gazed at Sushi and said earnestly, "Alas, my dear child. The misunderstanding between you and Jingyan has caused me such distress that I can neither eat nor sleep." Sushi, observing his demeanor, felt a surge of guilt and compassion. Her voice trembled as she replied, "Grandfather, I'm so sorry for worrying you." Bo Huilin affectionately ruffled her hair. "Good child, do not cry.
Come.
Let grandfather accompany you upstairs." After instructing the driver to wait in the car, he took Sushi's wrist and led her toward the elevator. As they walked, Bo Huilin spoke gently, "Jingyan can be quite stubborn. I understand that his actions in this matter have hurt you. Once we get upstairs, I shall ensure he apologizes and acknowledges his mistakes." Sushi felt a lump in her throat, tears welling uncontrollably in her eyes. After composing herself, she asked in a hushed tone, "Do you believe me, grandfather? Do you remember how we met? It was during my sudden illness, when no one dared to help me. It was you who, undeterred by the potential repercussions, came forth. How could a brave and kind-hearted young woman engage in unscrupulous deeds? As for Jingyan, he may excel in the business realm, but to me, he is merely an immature fool. His recent antics regarding divorce are likely the result of being misled by someone, leading his heart astray." At this point, they reached the elevator. Once inside, Bo Huilin glanced at Anchi, who had followed them, and continued, "Sushi, do not dwell on anything. You have grandfather by your side, all right?" His words warmed Sushi's heart, yet also filled her with sorrow. If Bo Huilin believed in her, why did Jingyan harbor such doubts? For a moment, Sushi found herself at a loss for words. She longed to ask Bo Huailin to cease his attempts to reconcile her with Jingyan. She even wished to implore him to dissuade Jingyan from taking her child away. But uncertainty gripped her heart. She feared that even if Jingyan did not want the child, Bo Huailin might still desire his grandson. Sushi fell into silence, her head bowed as she stared blankly at the elevator floor. Moments later, the elevator arrived at their destination. The lengthy corridor was devoid of any presence, and the harsh fluorescent lights cast a chilling glow, intertwining with a stark silence that created an inexplicable sense of oppression. Anqi led the way without hesitation, guiding them to an office door. The moment it swung open, a pungent cloud of tobacco smoke enveloped them, prompting Sushi to cough uncontrollably. Amidst the haze, the imposing figure of Bo Jingyan stood by the window at the far end of the room, resembling a solitary statue. The floor was strewn with shards of broken glass, scattered papers, and even a broken chair. Chaos reigned. The three exchanged glances, momentarily halting in their tracks. Perhaps the sound of the door had startled Bo Jingyan as he slowly turned to face them. When Sushi caught sight of an unfamiliar fierceness and gloom in his expression, an involuntary tension gripped her back. What had transpired? What was wrong with him? Just as Sushi was engulfed in confusion, Bo Jingyan swiftly approached them. As he halted his steps before them, he coldly commanded, "Anqi, take Grandpa to the adjacent room to rest." After that, he turned to Bo Huailin, "Grandpa, please wait for me in the next room, all right? I need to speak with Sushi for a moment." Despite harboring doubts and unease, Bo Huailin, upon witnessing his grandson's grave demeanor, slowly began to move alongside Anqi just as their figures vanished from sight. Sushi was forcefully pulled into the room by Bo Jingyan, who then slammed the door shut, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Chapter 95. I have already arranged for the surgery. They will be dealt with today. In the dimly lit room, the atmosphere felt heavy. Sushi stood there quietly, her gaze fixed on the man before her, who resembled an enraged lion. Though he had been angry before, she had never seen him this furious. His demeanor and the smoky ambience of the room stirred an inexplicable anxiety within her. Soon, her back was drenched in perspiration, and the thick scent of tobacco made breathing a challenge. Bo Jingyan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Sushi. His large hand, gripping her arm, gradually tightened, as if he intended to crush her bones. The pain coursing through her escalated with his increasing grip. She furrowed her brow and said, "Bo Jingyan, what on earth is wrong with you? You're hurting me." Struggling against him, she observed his face, where the veins on his forehead bulged like twisted dragons, and his jaw was set tight, a clear manifestation of his fury. It was as if each breath he took was a struggle to suppress his inner rage. What had transpired to provoke such ire within him? As she pondered this, he abruptly released her arm and moved towards the desk in the room. Suddenly, Sushi felt a sharp sting on her face, and a moment later, several sheets of paper fell from her cheek. In the fleeting moment as the papers descended, she glimpsed Bo Jingyan's arm, which had just struck her face with the sharp-edged A4 sheets. Instinctively, she brought her hand to her throbbing cheek, and upon feeling a trace of moisture, her heart sank. She raised her fingers to her line of sight, revealing a glaring red mark. Had she been cut? Was she bleeding? Gasping for breath, Sushi widened her eyes and glared at Bo Jingyan in anger. Bo Jingyan. She was about to voice her indignation when she caught sight of the cold intensity in his gaze, sending a wave of fear through her. His eyes were filled with a chilling resolve, fixated on the scattered papers on the floor. Her voice caught in her throat as she quickly realized that his unusual behavior must be connected to those very papers he had thrown. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to regain her composure. She supported her lower back with one hand and slowly bent down, collecting the papers one by one. Upon noticing the words paternity test prominently displayed in the headline, her gaze instinctively searched for the conclusion of the assessment. Gradually, the grip of her fingers tightened around the paper, causing one corner to crumple under the pressure of her increasing unease. No, this cannot be.
Absolutely impossible.
Susie's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and tears gradually welled in her eyes. Shaking her head, she murmured to herself, her voice laced with profound grievance and despair. Soon, a voice emerged from above her, belonging to Bo Jingyan. "I have arranged for the surgery. It will be done today." His words, as frigid as his tone, cut through her like ice. Susie felt her hands lose all warmth, her heart racing in panic. Her lips quivered as she stared at the densely packed text on the paper, mumbling in a daze. Susie kept repeating these words, her gaze occasionally darting towards Bo Jingyan. It was better not to look. Each glance felt like his piercing stare was repeatedly stabbing her heart. He stood there, motionless, regarding her as if she were a condemned criminal he despised. She struggled to suppress the unease within her and the terror inspired by Bo Jingyan's words. How could the results turn out this way? The person who conducted the test was hired by him and was a professional, so there should be no errors. Why did it indicate a lack of parental relationship? A surge of anxiety gripped Susie's heart.
He had just said it.
He said he would kill her children. This madman would truly do anything. With this thought, she hurriedly ran in front of Bo Jingyan, blocking his path. Her voice trembled as she implored, Bo Jingyan, this isn't true. The results are wrong. I do not expect you to believe me, but you cannot harm my children. Her voice, trembling and hoarse, carried an unmistakable tone of desperation despite its low pitch. Bo Jingyan slowly halted, his narrowed eyes coldly scrutinizing Susie, delivering his chilling reply, Susie, people can lie, but science cannot. With that, he raised his elbow, unceremoniously pushing her aside. Just as he was about to open the door, Susie rushed forward, grasping the hem of his clothing, and shouted with all her might, Bo Jingyan, if you insist on sending me to the operating room, that is a crime. Let the police take me away once the surgery is over. His words struck Susie like a bucket of ice water, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. What kind of heart did he possess? Even at the risk of imprisonment, he sought to harm her children. But they were his children too. Desperately clinging to his clothing, her sobs escalated from choked breaths to uncontrollable tears. Bo Jingyan, you cannot treat me this way. The report is erroneous. They belong to you. I have never been with another man, never. As Susie wept bitterly, she stammered her explanations. Yet, Bo Jingyan appeared resolute, releasing the door handle and silently prying apart her fingers one by one. When her hand was freed, she hastily grasped his shirt with her other hand. The wrinkled fabric seemed to her a lifeline. It felt as though, should she let go, a swarm of bodyguards would burst through the door, ready to take her to the operating room. He was capable of anything.
Bo Jingyan.
Susie cried out his name, her voice choked with sorrow. In a brief span of time, her eyes had become noticeably swollen from tears. Chapter 96. This time, she fears she may have no defense. Bo Jingyan's hand gradually came to a halt, and he awkwardly closed the door once more. She sensed a shift in him, and a flicker of hope ignited in her heart. She hastily wiped her tears, altering her tone to one of gentleness. Let us conduct the paternity test once more. Please, send someone to do it again. If it truly proves erroneous, I swear, I have never betrayed you. Her tone grew increasingly humble. In that moment, she felt utterly alone in this place. No one could assist her. Even if Bo Hualin were present, he would be profoundly disappointed by such a report.
Now.
She could only plead with Bo Jingyan to safeguard her child. Bo Jingyan's gaze remained unchanged, his coldness and resolve even more pronounced than before. His voice, too, had taken on a hoarse quality. Susie, look at this. Trembling, Susie directed her gaze toward him. Bo Jingyan was retrieving a stack of items wrapped in paper from his pocket. His expression suggested it contained secrets that could determine her fate. Susie's heart raced uncontrollably. Her eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. As Bo Jingyan's fingers gripped the outer wrapping, her gaze followed his hand intently. It was then she noticed that his hand was shaking as well, trembling to a degree akin to her own. What could be inside? With bated breath, Susie focused intently on the object when Bo Jingyan's cold voice pierced the air again. Open it. His tone bore an irresistible weight, and as he spoke, he thrust the item into her hands. Gaining her composure, she swiftly unwrapped the outer paper. Gradually, photographs came into view. One by one, she picked them up, examining each closely. The images appeared to be taken in a luxurious hotel, dimly lit and suggestively intimate. On a lavish double bed lay a pair of entwined figures, their bodies obscured. However, the angle of the camera obscured the man's face, and likewise the woman's. Susie held her breath, continuing to sift through the photographs one by one. Occasionally, her gaze would flicker toward Bo Jingyan, whose increasingly cold and stern demeanor filled her with unease. It was not until Susie reached the final photograph and beheld the woman's face within it that her hand involuntarily trembled violently, causing all the images to slip from her grasp and scatter across the floor. Expertly authenticated. This was the untouched original. Have you seen clearly? Bo Jingyan inquired coolly as he crouched down. He slowly gathered the photographs, rising to his full height with deliberate slowness, as if each motion bore a weighty significance. In that moment, Susie appeared as though her spirit had left her body, her gaze transitioning from incredulous shock to a state of stupor. It was only when Bo Jingyan retrieved the photograph revealing the woman's face and held it before her that he firmly grasped her chin, forcing her tear-streaked face to meet his blurred gaze. A chillingly calm voice echoed in her ears. Look, the timestamp in the lower right corner indicates this was taken months ago, before we divorced. Trembling, Susie stared at Bo Jingyan, who then slowly pointed towards her abdomen, adding, The timing coincides with when they came into this world. Desperately shaking her head, Susie cried out, "No, that's not me. I didn't do it, I swear." Before she could finish her plea, Bo Jingyan tightened his grip on her jaw. He leaned closer, his cheek brushing against hers, while his other hand glided gently along her face. Then, like a devil from the depths of hell, his voice penetrated her ears. "Susie, be a good girl and tell me, who is the man beneath you in this photograph?" Tears streamed down Susie's face like pearls released from a broken string. She was not that woman. How could she possibly know the identity of the man whose face remained unseen? Straining with all her might to free herself from his grasp proved futile. She moved her lips, articulating each word with effort. "I don't know. That's not me. I have only ever been with you. I haven't done anything." Bo Jingyan clenched his jaw, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Is that so? Then tell me, who is this woman who bears such an uncanny resemblance to you?" As he spoke, he gripped Susie's jaw with renewed intensity, forcefully pushing her against the wall, rendering her unable to escape his penetrating gaze. In this force movement, Susie fixated on the woman in the photograph, whose alluring expression mirrored her own. Overwhelmed by shock and pain, she realized the woman in the image was indeed her doppelganger. Anyone could see that they were one and the same. Despair washed over Susie. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, she knew that, given Bo Jingyan's nature, he would never consent to a re-examination. Once this thought crossed her mind, her entire body seemed to lose its strength. The hands that had clutched his arm fell limply, as if surrendering to fate. If it were not for the fact that Bo Jingyan had her pinned against the wall at that moment, Sushi might have crumpled to the ground from sheer exhaustion. Observing Sushi in such a disheveled state, Bo Jingyan was convinced that this was the manifestation of a criminal who, refusing to confess, had been utterly shattered by the evidence laid bare before them. He let out a cold hum, his voice sharp as he interrogated her. "What is this? Are you shedding tears at the sight of your own grave?" He leaned closer to her, his gaze piercing and unwavering, akin to that of a hawk. Sushi lifted her weary eyes, her expression hollow and vacant as she gazed at him. At that moment, Bo Jingyan's crimson eyes roamed over her, revealing nothing but contempt. Suddenly, Sushi chuckled a low, haunting laugh tinged with madness. Bo Jingyan's grip on her chin abruptly released, only to be replaced by his hands cradling her delicate face. His voice hoarse as he questioned, "Why did you marry me? How can you so effortlessly feign the role of a devoted wife after sharing your charms with other men? What is your heart truly made of, Sushi?" Chapter 97. Let us spare no one involved. Bo Jingyan's broad hands enveloped her face tightly, her reddened lips distorted by his hold. In Sushi's blurred vision, she beheld Bo Jingyan's face, still aflame with anger. After a prolonged silence, her trembling lips finally parted to utter the words, "Bo Jingyan, listen carefully, I shall say this one last time. First, that woman is not me. Even if she bears my likeness, she is not I. Second, the children are yours. You have never believed in me. That was true in the past, and remains so now. If today you insist on sending me into the operating room, know this, unless I perish on the operating table, upon my return, I shall bring you to justice, ensuring your imprisonment and disgrace. You and I shall be adversaries for all eternity." Once she spoke her piece, her eyes dimmed of all light. She slowly closed them, resignedly awaiting Bo Jingyan's impending wrath. Bo Jingyan, his brow furrowed in concentration, spoke in a gravelly tone once more. "Sushi, do you not find yourself utterly ridiculous? Do you think I chose to divorce you for no reason? Why do you think I refuse to share a bed with you? Why do you think I no longer trust you?" With her eyes shut, Sushi's heart was already a stagnant pool of despair. His words stirred no ripples within her. Her voice, icy and devoid of warmth, responded, "Is it not because of your childhood sweetheart, Luaka?" "Enough, let it end here," Sushi declared, not even bothering to open her eyes. Though her words were delivered lightly, the undercurrent of despair was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Bo Jingyan, betraying no emotion, released her. With no strength left to support herself, Sushi slid down the wall until she sat despondently on the floor. Almost immediately, Bo Jingyan's equally frigid voice echoed in her ears. A fine conclusion. With that, he adjusted his attire, tucked away the photograph, picked up the appraisal documents, and slowly made his way to the door. Before departing, he cast one last penetrating glance at the woman seated on the floor, his eyes still sharp and unyielding. It was only when the sound of the door closing reached Susie's ears that she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the lingering haze and disarray within the room. She cleared her throat, her gaze gradually shifting to her abdomen. Was it her fault? Had she erred in leaving them behind, in a father-leaving-son scenario? Were those with tender hearts destined to endure the torment brought on by their compassion? If she had not retained them, she and he could have severed ties long ago, thus avoiding the humiliation she had suffered at his hands. Yet, Susie found herself instinctively caressing her belly, aware that they had coexisted for countless days and nights. And she felt reluctant to part with them. However, what could she do? Today, they might remain here forever. As expected, the door was pushed open once more. Two burly men, resembling bodyguards, stood at her feet. "We have been instructed to escort you out. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Leaning against the wall, Susie slowly lifted her pale face and coldly inquired, "What are your names?" The two bodyguards exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of her intent. Nevertheless, in order to fulfill Bo Jingyan's command swiftly, they promptly stated their names. A faint smile curled at the corners of Susie's lips as she lowered her head again, whispering to her abdomen, "Children, have you all remembered? Today, we shall not spare anyone involved. Is that all right?" The two bodyguards felt unnerved, exchanging anxious glances, realizing they had been summoned to escort a woman who appeared to be unhinged. As they exchanged apprehensive looks, Susie had already steadied herself against the wall and began to rise from the floor, her gaze vacant as she walked towards the door. Upon exiting, she encountered Bo Huilin, who approached with quick strides. His expression bore a cloud of concern, his eyes reflecting worry and confusion as they settled on Susie. Bo Huilin choked on his words, asking, "Susie." With tear-filled eyes, she glanced at him, then looked down at the trembling hands clutching several report papers. After a brief pause, she spoke softly, "Grandfather." "He doesn't believe me," the child. Just as Bo Huilin intended to interrupt her, she hastily continued, "Grandfather, please don't be sad. There will be other women who will bear you grandsons." Tears welled up in Bo Huilin's eyes in an instant as he gently patted Susie's arm, reassuring her, "Child, do not be anxious. I will have that wretched boy retest. We will retest, dear." "No need," she replied. But scarcely had Bo Huilin finished speaking when an icy voice approached from afar. As he spoke, Bo Jingyan had arrived beside them, halting his steps. He addressed Bo Huilin respectfully, "Grandfather, the car is downstairs." As he spoke, he signaled to the bodyguards to take Susie away. "I dare anyone to touch my granddaughter-in-law." Bo Huilin's voice thundered through the corridor, causing the bodyguards to freeze in their tracks. He cast a stern glance at those present, directing an even fiercer glare at Bo Jingyan before turning his attention back to Susie. "Child, I have authority here. Do not be afraid." The perpetually silent Susie gazed with eyes still devoid of luster. Having long been disheartened to the core, she scarcely possessed the courage to plead for help from Bo Huilin. Her lips trembled, words choking in her throat. Perhaps she could attempt once more? After all, given Bo Huilin's attitude towards her, he must believe in her, mustn't he? Yet, just as Susie hesitated, Bo Jingyan's voice resounded behind her. "Is this the purpose for which you brought grandfather here? With your cunning calculations, have you also foreseen the path you shall tread once those photographs are exposed?" His tone was neither cold nor warm, but each word struck Susie's ears like a lethal blade. He had previously been certain that she had informed their grandfather about everything that had transpired. Now, he not only suspected her of deliberately bringing their grandfather, but even dared to threaten her. Susie took a deep breath, slowly shifting her weight to face Bo Jingyan. She lifted her haggard face and inhaled deeply. Then, in a swift motion, she raised her arm. Smack! With all her strength, Susie delivered a resounding slap to Bo Jingyan's face. The loud crack echoed throughout the corridor, startling everyone present. In the next moment, bodyguards rushed forward. Just as they were about to restrain Susie, Bo Jingyan, licking his back teeth, gently waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Susie continued to glare up at him. "Why do you stop them? Let them end my life as well. Then you, Bo Jingyan, can live a life of your own liking." Chapter 98. This woman speaks not a single truth. Beside them, Bo Huilin furrowed his brows, sighing deeply. "What a fine pair you are. And yet you have descended to this state." "Jingyan, before you jump to conclusions, let us clarify the situation. I came here on my own accord. It was not Susie who informed me. Grandfather, you need not lie to defend her." "This woman speaks not a single truth," Bo Jingyan coldly interjected, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. Bo Huilin sighed once more, glancing at Bo Jingyan with a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He could not fathom how his usually astute grandson could be so befuddled when it came to matters of the heart. With trembling fingers, he pointed at Bo Jingyan, his voice tinged with sorrow. "My child, how can you not even trust your grandfather? How have I taught you? In the realm of business, you understand the necessity of thorough analysis and careful consideration. Yet, when it comes to emotions, you are utterly oblivious. What do you hope to gain from this? Besides driving Susie further away, what do you truly expect to achieve?"
Bo Huilin spoke earnestly.
However, Susie had no desire to hear any more of their dialogue. Grandfather, I have disappointed you. Yet, please do not concern yourself with today's events. Susie's words were gentle, sincere. Bo Huailin looked at her, his heart filled with both compassion and helplessness. He knew that Susie was a good girl, kind, gentle, and clever. He could see that she had genuinely loved Bo Jingyan all along. He sighed and said, Cece, you should have a good talk. Grandfather believes this is merely a misunderstanding that has accumulated over time. It is essential to discuss and unravel each other's hearts.
Suom senadit.
Her eyes flickering with a hint of agreement. Seeing her acknowledgement, Bo Huailin glanced between Su Shi and Bo Jingyan for a moment before saying with reassurance, All right, you two converse. I shall wait for you in the office over there. Su Shi respectfully bowed her head to Bo Huailin's retreating figure. Once he completely vanished from her sight, her gaze turned cold and filled with disdain, as if she were looking at a stranger. Her voice emerged icily, Bo Jingyan, I indeed married you for money, and I have never loved you. Upon hearing these words, Bo Jingyan's complexion instantly paled, although he had always harbored this belief. Hearing it uttered in Su Shi's calm tone made it difficult for him to accept. My eagerness to divorce you stems purely from weariness, or rather, the disgust of witnessing your self-important demeanor every day. Su Shi disregarded his expression and continued, her tone imbued with contempt and mockery. Bo Jingyan appeared to be subjected to an unprecedented violation of his dignity. He clenched his fists, attempting to rein in his emotions. Observing this, a slight smirk of derision curled at the corners of Su Shi's lips. Furthermore, I am eagerly anticipating the painful price you will pay for your arrogance. Before Bo Jingyan could retort, Su Shi stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, Once you have dealt with the children, remember to have someone conduct a new assessment. You must personally oversee the entire process to ensure accurate results. With that, Su Shi stepped back slightly. When their eyes met, a manic smile danced upon her lips. Without waiting for Bo Jingyan to speak, she resolutely turned and walked towards the medical personnel awaiting not far away. In the long corridor, Bo Jingyan stood frozen in place, his piercing gaze locked onto Su Shi's departing figure, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. In the dim, abandoned warehouse, one woman respectfully reported to another. Miss Luo, based on observations from the surveillance of the parking lot, Bo Huailin has met with Su Shi. I witnessed them enter the building together. Hearing this report, Luo Keke's lips curled into a cunning smile. She slowly removed her cap, shaking her hair, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Excellent. I shall see what capabilities this wretched Su Shi possesses to protect her child. Luo Keke's voice was sharp and grating, filled with anger and jealousy. She recalled the shocking revelation she had overheard when she sought out Bo Jingyan that day at his study door. That wretched Su Shi is pregnant. She had invested so much for Bo Jingyan, yet his heart remained elusive. Meanwhile, Su Shi was pregnant, which filled her with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Moreover, that wretched woman, despite being divorced, still had the audacity to entice Bo Jingyan. Even more astonishing was that Bo Jingyan did not believe the child in her womb was his. She initially intended to devise a means to harm Susie's child. However, upon hearing that Bo Jingyan had invited an expert from M country to conduct a paternity test, she was practically consumed by a fervor. M country, where such assessments were made, was familiar to both Bo Jingyan and her. At that moment, Luoka could only speculate who it might be. She recognized the critical importance of this individual to her plans, for only through him could her scheme be executed. Consequently, she spent money to acquire the boarding personnel information for that flight. Perhaps fate was in her favor, for when she beheld the familiar name of Dr. Brown, she was taken aback. Thus, she seized the opportunity to wait in the airport hall. When Dr. Brown momentarily stepped away to use the restroom, Luoka successfully encountered him. Dr. Brown was someone she had crossed paths with during her time in M country, or rather, a person with whom she had a complicated history. Dr. Brown had been in a romantic relationship with Luoka's close friend from M country, yet he was caught in a liaison with another woman, an indiscretion that Luoka happened upon. Given the influential and noble status of her friend's family, if this matter were to reach her friend's ears, Dr. Brown would likely face dire retribution, his future irrevocably shattered. Thus, in order to silence Luoka, Dr. Brown had always been subservient in her presence, akin to a marionette under control. This time, Luoka would manipulate Dr. Brown to tamper with the paternity test results. Reflecting on the situation, she believed everything that was meant to transpire had indeed occurred. Not only could she eliminate Susie's child, but she could also seize the opportunity to irrevocably sever the bond between Susie and Bo Jingyan. Furthermore, she discreetly relayed all of this information to Bo Huailin anonymously. Now, Susie's reputation in Bo Huailin's eyes would surely be in tatters. She was eager to observe how Susie would navigate her future. As Luaka contemplated this, a laugh escaped her lips, as if she could already envision Susie's expression of despair. The laughter lingered for a moment before abruptly ceasing. Luaka coldly scoffed, attributing all blame to that wretched woman. Not only had she caused Li Xinhua to land in trouble, but she had also tarnished Luaka's image before Bo Jingyan. Bo Jingyan had granted her 3 days to turn herself in. In the cold confines of the operating room, Susie's legs dangled helplessly from the elevated surgical table, her gaze vacant as she fixated on the medical instruments before her. The medical staff, clad in sterile attire, regarded her with detached scrutiny. One of the nurses spoke up, "Dr. Jian, there is still a report pending. We will need to wait an additional 5 minutes." As the nurse's words hung in the air, the doctor approached Susie, stating, "Given the rush of the surgical arrangement, the preoperative checks were also expedited. If you are fatigued, you may rest for a moment." Susie slowly raised her head, her hollow eyes briefly meeting the doctor's gaze before they fell once more. She awaited her fate with a heart as desolate as ash, akin to a patient anticipating the doctor's pronouncement of whether salvation remained. As the nurse had reported, 5 minutes passed, and a series of urgent knocks resounded against the operating room door. The door creaked open, and the nurse who had knocked stood at the threshold, anxiously reporting, "Dr. Jian, the patient, Miss Susie, has been reported to have cardiovascular issues. Please review this report. It indicates she is not suitable for an abortion procedure."
Doctor.
Jian furrowed his brow, taking the report slowly, and after a moment of contemplation, muttered to himself, "This doesn't add up. If this were the case, other examination indicators would also show abnormalities. Why does only this report reflect such a finding?" The nurse glanced into the operating room, noticing that Susie had not arrived and was not looking in their direction. She leaned closer to Dr. Jian and whispered, "Although we are a privately commissioned team and must act according to President Bo's wishes, the physician who issued the report warned that proceeding with the surgery could be fatal. We should report the situation to President Bo first." Dr. Jian tucked away the report and walked toward the operating room. On the operating table, Susie had curled up, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Dr. Jian observed her for a moment, hesitating, before gently suggesting, "Miss Susie, shall I have the nurse take you to the adjacent room to rest? About the surgery." Susie slowly shifted her body, turned over, and cast a cold glance at the doctor before promptly closing her eyes again. Dr. Jian wished to say more, but seeing her demeanor, he swallowed his words. The nurse beside them quietly advised, "Dr. Jian, perhaps it would be best to report to President Bo first." After a moment of hesitation, Dr. Jian hurriedly exited the operating room with urgent strides. In just a few minutes, Bo Jingyan appeared at the door of the operating room. Under the gaze of everyone present, he entered with an air of calmness. His tall figure came to a halt beside the operating table, and he spoke in a neutral tone, "Susie." Susie's eyelids fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Her vacant gaze flitted over Bo Jingyan, and she coldly inquired, "What? The surgery is off. Afraid of jail?" Before she could finish, a nearby nurse quickly interjected, "Miss Susie, your current condition is not suitable for surgery." Susie's eyes followed the voice, and a cold smile crept onto her lips. "Oh, not suitable now, but suitable tomorrow? If it needs to be done, then let us do it. Don't you have a postoperative risk waiver? Bring it to me to sign. Rest assured, if anything goes wrong, you won't be held accountable. Besides, I live alone. Even if I die, no one will come looking for you." Her words left the room in a chilling silence, the tone as indifferent as if discussing a trivial matter. The nurse who had spoken earlier stood in stunned disbelief. This woman had clearly been hurt by the man whom many women dreamt of marrying, Bo Jingyan. Crazy, absolutely insane. Other medical staff began whispering amongst themselves, exchanging furtive glances and hushed comments. Bo Jingyan's brows knitted tightly, and he raised his right arm, gesturing subtly behind him. And she, standing behind him, promptly nodded in understanding. Within a minute, all medical personnel in the operating room had been dismissed. Susie observed the unfolding scene with detached indifference, as if she were watching an absurd farce. From the moment someone anxiously knocked on the operating room door, a wave of unease surged within her heart. As the reports continued, she could not discern their clarity, only sensing that something was amiss. What? Was the surgery truly no longer necessary? Once the door to the operating room closed again, Bo Jingyan coldly commanded, "Sushi, gather yourself." Sushi collected her thoughts, slowly meeting his gaze, and then smiled.
Bo Yingan.
"Are you afraid? Why have you suddenly become so fearful? Can't you handle this?" No sooner had Sushi spoken than a shadow loomed before her. In the next moment, she found herself lifted from the operating table by Bo Jingyan. Perhaps having laid there for too long, her feet touched the ground, and her legs felt as though they were standing on cotton, unsteady and weak. She instinctively reached for the operating table, but Bo Jingyan encircled her once more. His arm constricted around her waist like a vice, rendering her immobile. She lifted her gaze to Bo Jingyan's face, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Remove your disgusting hands." Sushi glared at him coldly, her body instinctively retreating, yearning to distance herself from him. Yet Bo Jingyan did not relent. He hoisted her horizontally and placed her on a nearby chair. Seeing that he had released her, Sushi sat limply, refusing to move further. However, Bo Jingyan seemed disinclined to depart. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at Sushi for a considerable time, as if he had something to articulate. Sushi scoffed coldly, then echoed her earlier inquiry. "Bo Jingyan, what game are you playing? Are you afraid? After creating such a grand spectacle, do you feel embarrassed to withdraw suddenly? Hence concocting some absurd report to halt the surgery? Am I not aware of my own affliction? If I truly were ill, would that not only serve your purpose? Go ahead. Let those people in to perform the surgery." As Sushi's frantic words echoed, Bo Jingyan abruptly leaned closer to her. One arm braced against the armrest of her chair, he questioned in a deep, intense tone. "Have you lost your mind? What are you causing a scene for?" Sushi retorted, "Yes, I have indeed lost my mind. In life, I could not defeat you. Even in death, as a ghost, I shall not let you have it easy." "Sushi!" Bo Jingyan exclaimed sharply, roughly tilting her chin to force her gaze to meet his. Chapter 100. "Sushi, I never intended to harm you."
Boyingan.
Staring closely at the woman, suddenly found her so unfamiliar, as if he did not know her at all. The woman before him, her complexion pale, lips parched, bore an expression of despair and anguish that startled him. Even her normally lustrous black hair appeared devoid of sheen, strands scattered across her wan face, making her look exceptionally haggard. Bo Jingyan involuntarily swallowed hard, frowning as he articulated every word with precision. "Sushi, I never intended to harm you. What I cannot tolerate is the seed of another man within you. Do you understand?" Sushi fixed her gaze on him intently, slowly beginning to speak. "No one cares whether you can endure it or not. Enough with the idle chatter. Let the doctor in. Those hired butchers you brought can accomplish it with ease. What's the matter? Are you afraid?"
Stop talking.
Bo Jingyan's voice grew low and menacing. "Afraid? If you utter a single word of fear, I can sign it myself. I could even write a statement asserting that this is all voluntary." Sushi seemed oblivious to his words, frantically continuing her accusations. "I told you to stop speaking." Bo Jingyan closed the distance between them, veins bulging on his forehead, his previously low growl escalating in volume. Sushi, forced to tilt her face upwards, showed no signs of retreat, glaring fiercely at him. "Why not speak? You are simply afraid." As Sushi continued her relentless tirade against him, her lips were suddenly silenced. Her eyes widened in shock. He sealed her lips with his own. How utterly insane. Sushi exerted all her strength to push him away, but in the next moment, he grasped the back of her head firmly, holding her in place. Seated, she found herself completely immobilized beneath his imposing figure. One hand gripping her cheek, while the other restrained her head. No matter how she struggled, escape was utterly impossible. Bo Jingyan, in a frenzy, kissed her with rough urgency. He pried open her lips, intertwining their mouths, fiercely sucking on her tongue. He offered her no respite. As helplessness overwhelmed Sushi, she bit down hard. Yet he swiftly seized her jaw, rendering her unable to muster any strength. He continued to press down on her, kissing her insistently. Tears of humiliation streamed down Sushi's face uncontrollably, mingling between their lips. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, Bo Jingyan slowly released her. After being kissed for what felt like an eternity, Sushi gasped for breath, her lungs desperate for air. Once her oxygen deprivation eased slightly, she glared at Bo Jingyan while vigorously wiping her lips. Observing her actions, Bo Jingyan leaned in closer, his voice low and teasing. "Compared to that man's kiss, wouldn't you agree my technique is superior? You are a devil." As Sushi opened her mouth to curse, she raised her arm to strike him. But just as her arm lifted, an unsettling discomfort surged through her body. In that moment of hesitation, she fearfully lowered her gaze to her seated form. A foreboding sensation intensified as she could not see clearly. In a sudden panic, she pushed Bo Jingyan away and quickly rose to inspect the chair. On the pure white seat were several glaring drops of blood. Trembling, Sushi reached for her clothing. It was blood flowing from her body. As she quivered, unable to articulate her thoughts, Bo Jingyan scooped her up once more. Enduring the pain in his arm, he rushed her to the operating room door.
"Someone."
"And she," Bo Jingyan called out loudly as he hastened down the corridor. Soon, all the medical staff emerged from a nearby room. Bo Jingyan coldly commanded, "She is bleeding. Save her. Ensure she is unharmed." Quickly, to the operating room. In Susie's increasingly blurred vision, a throng of individuals clad in white coats moved about. She slowly stirred her lips and murmured, "My child, my child." In the corridor, and she reported respectfully. Thin Jingyan gazed intently at the surgical lights. His brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded. Thin Jingyan remained silent, and she immediately added, "There is a matter I am uncertain whether to report to you."
Speak.
Thin Jingyan replied irritably. Based on recent events, the entanglement between Li Xinyue and Miss Su stems from a misunderstanding. Li Xinyue firmly believes that Miss Su has taken her assistant, asserting that this assistant was introduced to the fluorescent studio by Miss Su. During my investigation, I inadvertently learned that before Miss Su joined Dream Shadow, she had applied to the fluorescent studio. Just as she was about to pass the interview, a person claiming to have the surname and made a phone call to the interviewer, resulting in Miss Su's disqualification from the fluorescent studio. Thin Jingyan's brows knitted tightly as he narrowed his eyes at Enchi the last time they encountered Zhou Mylin assaulting Susie. She had questioned him about whether he had instructed Enchi to influence her interview. It seemed there were ulterior motives at play. Enchi, maintaining eye contact with him, continued his report. I obtained that person's mobile number and discovered it leads overseas. In my opinion, this appears to be a deliberate act, possibly aimed at framing you. To speak frankly, this individual seems intent on sowing discord between you and Miss Su. Thin Jingyan's inner turmoil erupted like a volcano, and he instinctively ran his fingers through his hair, diverting the topic by asking, "How is the investigation at the hotel progressing?" Those photos had left him trembling with fear. Was that not Susie? It was not just Thin Jingyan's temperament that was strained. Any man in his position would find it intolerable. Thin Jingyan's expression darkened further. His lips pressed tightly together, as if trying to swallow all his anger. After a moment of silence, he abruptly ordered, "Enlarge the photos. Identify the brand labels on the bedding, and investigate." President Thin, you just cradled Miss Su's injured arm, which is still bleeding. You should attend to it. I consulted with some obstetricians, and they indicated that minor bleeding during pregnancy may be related to emotional or physical factors. Miss Su should be fine. You. Go attend to your matters. Thin Jingyan coldly interrupted. Yes. In the hospital room, the blood pressure was normal, the electrocardiogram also stable. All indicators remained steady. Susie was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of sounds and the beeping of machines. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find several anxious faces of medical staff gazing back at her. "Miss Su, you're awake? How do you feel?" Whether it was the harsh light overwhelming her newly opened eyes or the exhaustion of her spirit, tears streamed down her cheeks. She parted her parched lips, but could not utter a word. Observing her condition, the doctor gently sighed and spoke in a soothing tone. "Miss Susie, did you experience bleeding symptoms or even fainting during the early stages of your pregnancy? Firstly, your constitution is rather delicate during pregnancy, especially given that this is your third child, which your body may struggle to endure. Secondly, you have a severe case of hypoglycemia, a condition commonly observed among pregnant women. Today's bleeding may be a result of heightened emotions, but it is nothing of great concern. I will prescribe some nutritional fluids for you, and with intravenous treatment and proper rest, you shall soon recover." As Susie listened, her hand instinctively rested on her abdomen, her heart brimming with anxiety and worry. Observing her gesture, the doctor added reassuringly, "Rest assured, the children are healthy and well. Focus on your recovery." Susie cast a blank glance at the doctor before slowly curling up into herself. Noticing her desire for silence, the doctor led everyone out of the ward. Once the ward fell into complete silence, Susie finally opened her eyes, slowly surveying the room. This ward was as lavish as the one previously occupied by Bo Huilin. Was this arranged by Bo Jingyan? Is the surgery truly off the table? Does she have cardiovascular issues? Aside from her hypoglycemia, did she have any other complications? At this moment, Susie's mind was engulfed in confusion and unease. Her thoughts drifted, only to be abruptly interrupted by the memory of Bo Jingyan kissing her. His temperament was unpredictable, oscillating between madness and calm. What was he truly after? Just then, the door to the ward swung open. Susie turned her gaze toward the sound, and there stood Bo Jingyan, striding in with long strides. After entering, he gently closed the door behind him and walked directly to her bedside. Placing the items he carried on the nightstand, he silently pressed the button on the side of the bed. The head of the bed was gradually elevated. As the angle of the bed increased, Susie's view expanded, revealing Bo Jingyan's stern face, his eyes harboring a profound depth. She could not help but speculate on his intentions. "Sit up and eat something," he instructed, opening the items he had brought, broth, nutritional meals, and fruit. In no time, small boxes filled the entire table. Susie's gaze was vacant as she scanned the table, remaining motionless. Bo Jingyan let out a slight sigh, lifting one of the boxes and presenting it to her with an authoritative tone. "Eat this." Susie shot him a cold glance, yet she still did not move. Her eyes were like still waters, devoid of ripples. Bo Jingyan pressed his lips together and continued, "If you don't eat, they will starve." His words were devoid of any emotion, echoing the tone he typically used to command others in their work. Susie furrowed her brow. Was he not planning on proceeding with the surgery? Or was it simply that, due to her discomfort, surgery was postponed for the time being? As she pondered his words, her gaze remained fixed upon him. Perhaps sensing her unspoken questions, Bo Jingyan swiftly added, "The surgery is cancelled. Just eat." Upon hearing this, Susie felt a pang of acidity in her chest, her nose tingling with emotion. She paused for a moment before finally accepting the meal box he offered. She initially took small bites, perhaps feeling a flicker of hope, and her hunger gradually intensified. Before long, half of the meal on the small table had been consumed. Throughout this time, Sushi did not utter a single word to him. Yet, Bo Jingyan seemed unperturbed by her silence, quietly seated nearby, his gaze seemingly fixed on her. Once Sushi felt sufficiently satiated, she leaned back against the headboard of the hospital bed, her mind adrift. She had no desire to speculate about his presence, or what he might wish to convey. She did not want to see him, nor did she wish to exchange a word. After a prolonged silence, Bo Jingyan finally spoke. Sushi collected herself and coldly replied, "Since the surgery will not proceed, you may leave. Let's not cross paths again." Upon finishing her statement, she turned her back to him. Behind her, she first heard Bo Jingyan sigh, followed by his deep voice. "Can't you perceive it? I accept you, as well as them." What kind of statement was that? Such words could hardly emanate from the lofty Bo Jingyan. Sushi could not help but sit up, her tone serious as she inquired, "Have you discovered who that woman is? Or is there new progress regarding the paternity test?" At her question, Bo Jingyan's calm demeanor took on an edge of coldness. He neither shook his head nor nodded, nor did he respond verbally. Observing his expression, Sushi let out a cold huff and turned her body away once more. Apart from Bo Jingyan's subdued breaths, there was a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, his voice broke the stillness again. "You should rest here. I will have Li Huilan come to take care of you." "Bo Jingyan, do you not understand human speech? Please vanish from my sight. Let us never meet again in this lifetime. Your current condition is not suited for agitation. Everything will proceed according to my plans." Subsequently, she silently pulled the blanket over her head, wishing to avoid his presence and his words. However, just as she covered herself, he roughly yanked the blanket away. Grasping a corner of it, he hesitated for a moment, then neatly arranged it over her legs. "Do not sulk. Rest well here," Bo Jingyan commanded softly. As he spoke, he rose from his chair. He took a few steps before pausing to ask, "Previously, where did the necklace on your neck come from?" Hearing this question, she slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. The necklace? Hadn't he discarded it? Why inquire about it now? Chapter 102. Keeping her by his side to slowly humiliate her? Sushi's eyes brushed over him, her voice devoid of emotion. "I am a liar. A liar speaks no truth." No sooner had she spoken than Bo Jingyan leaned closer, so near that she could distinctly sense his breath. Instinctively, Suon se recoiled. But he pressed in closer. "Are you attempting to provoke me into kissing you again?" The corners of Bo Jingyan's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Imbued with an inexplicable intimacy, Sushi remained speechless, vowing that, given the chance, she would have him committed to a psychiatric facility for a thorough examination. "I do not remember. I have worn it since childhood. If you wish to know, you should ask Zhou Mylan." Susie had repeatedly inquired with Zhou Mylan about the necklace. On one rare occasion, Zhou Mylan spoke to her kindly, mentioning that wearing it could bring good fortune. Having worn the necklace since childhood, Susie had developed an emotional attachment to it, thus she had never taken it off. However, the necklace had long been discarded by Bo Jingyan. Upon hearing Susie mention that she had worn the necklace since childhood, Bo Jingyan was filled with questions. He distinctly recalled that Luaka Ko had also claimed to have worn the necklace since she was young. Although it was the same item, the starkly different backgrounds of Luaka Ko and Susie suggested that they could not possibly share any blood relation. Furthermore, after seeing Luaka Ko's necklace, he had already dispatched someone to investigate. Susie had a birth certificate, and the timing of her birth matched perfectly with Zhou Mylan's records at the hospital. Based on these documents, she was indeed the child of the Su family. Or perhaps, it was merely a coincidence that both necklaces originated from the same artisan? Bo Jingyan furrowed his brows in contemplation, lowering his gaze back to Susie, who had once again covered her head with the blanket. He let out a gentle sigh and slowly sat up. If she needed anything, she could ring the bell by the bedside. Li Huilan would be there shortly. With that, Bo Jingyan strode out of the hospital room. Susie waited until she heard the door close before pulling the blanket off her head. The thought that Bo Jingyan still refused to let her go kept her heart in suspense. She fixated on the clock on the wall. And after a quarter of an hour had passed, she hurriedly pressed the call button. Soon, a nurse rushed in, her face etched with concern. The nurse respectfully inquired, "Miss Sue, do you need to go to the restroom?" Susie, noticing that only the nurse had entered, spoke in a pleading tone. "I came to the hospital in such a hurry that I forgot my bag. Could I borrow your phone, please?" Her voice carried a hint of urgency. Her eyes filled with sincerity. Upon hearing this, the nurse's expression faltered, and after a moment of hesitation, she slowly replied, "I'm sorry, but we are not allowed to have our phones while on duty." Susie frowned, feeling helpless, and continued to plead, "Could you please fetch it from the changing room? I truly need it." After making her request, Susie felt quite presumptuous. The nurse had already stated that using phones was prohibited, and they were not even acquaintances. Yet, she found herself with no other options. She had no way to contact Gu Shanshan from where she was. Seeing the nurse bow her head, Susie assumed she was hesitating. So she lowered her voice further, sounding pitiful. "Young lady, to be honest, I was brought here against my will, and my family has no idea where I am. They must be frantic looking for me. Please, I beg you, just let me borrow your phone." The nurse furrowed her brow tightly, occasionally glancing towards the door. And after much deliberation, she was compelled to reveal the truth. "Miss Sue, I understand your situation, but Mr. Bo has specifically instructed us not to lend you our phones." Several bodyguards were stationed at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Sushi felt utterly stunned, gripping the blanket tightly, suppressing the fury that surged within her. The meticulously devised plan she had envisioned now appeared to be utterly futile, a realization she should have anticipated. He was always decisive in his actions, unwavering in his commitments. Leaning against the headboard, the flicker of hope in her eyes was swiftly extinguished by despair. Observing her despondent demeanor, the nurse could not help but offer some words of encouragement. "Miss Sue, I believe you should focus on recuperating here. It seems that Mr. Bo has been quite considerate towards you. Today's nutritious meal was specially arranged by him, with a list provided to the doctors. And a top chef was even summoned to prepare it for you. Frankly, the nurses here envy you for that. Moreover, during your time of distress, he insisted that the doctors do everything to ensure the safety of your child. Surely, you are not part of the same team that intends to perform surgery on me?" The nurse furrowed her brow and shook her head. "Therefore, you have no notion that he aims to endanger my child rather than safeguard them. Please leave. You needn't concern yourself further." She seemed to be speaking to herself as she uttered these words. The nurse, bewildered by her comments, felt no need to linger, and thus nodded slightly to She before hastily exiting the ward. As the nurse opened the door, She intentionally glanced outside. Indeed, as the nurse had mentioned, several imposing bodyguards were stationed at the entrance. More than one, it seemed. A sardonic smile crept across Sushi's face. What were Bo Jingyan's intentions? He had always been forthright about his desires, never one to mince words. Just as in the business realm, when he declared his intent to target a company, that company would soon meet its demise. What was he truly after this time? Did he genuinely wish to accept her? To accept several children? Those photographs, along with the results of the DNA test indicating non-paternity, though every man in the world might come to terms with such a reality, Bo Jingyan would not. Why would he keep a woman he despised so deeply? To keep her close merely to humiliate and torment her? Chapter 103. What? Afraid I might strike you? The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the hospital room. She gradually awakened. From the time she received her nutritional injection until after breakfast, her gaze remained vacant. Li Huilan attended to her with great care, yet she remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion. As if she were the calm after a storm. She contemplated numerous escape methods, yet none seemed feasible. Persuading Li Huilan appeared impossible. As noon approached, the door was gently pushed open, and Bo Jingyan made his entrance, once more. Following him was Chi, laden with various bags. Before Sushi's gaze could land on them, and she announced, "Madam, these are the clothes and nutritional supplies personally purchased by Mr. Bo, along with skincare products for pregnant women." Sushi's eyes slowly shifted, coldly interrupting Chi. "I possess a name. I am called Susie." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Anchi's face, prompting him to swiftly close his mouth. He quickly organized his belongings and respectfully stood aside. Bo Jingyan lightly waved his hand, and Anchi along with Li Huilan promptly exited the hospital room. After a brief silence, he slowly strolled to the bedside and inquired with a tone neither warm nor cold, "How do you feel today?" Susie cast a fleeting glance at him before diverting her gaze elsewhere. Bo Jingyan appeared unfazed by her indifference. He picked up an apple from the bedside table, peeling it as he spoke. Susie regarded him with a look filled with skepticism. Letting out a cold snort before displeasedly questioning, "Bo Jingyan, have you truly forgotten that we are divorced? Or do I need to find someone to enlighten you on what divorce entails?" The depth of his gaze darkened, and his motion ceased. A mere piece of paper? Is it merely a matter of paper? Previously, she had found him unapproachable and difficult to communicate with.
Now.
She realized that conversing with him was akin to playing music to a cow. "Eat the apple." Bo Jingyan soon presented the perfectly peeled apple before Susie. She regarded him as one would a monster, filled with confusion. She could not fathom how he could harbor such intense hatred one day and act so nonchalantly the next. Calming herself, she felt an increasing sense of disbelief. In the next moment, she uncontrollably swatted the apple to the ground. It rolled into a corner of the room, and Susie nonchalantly glanced at Bo Jingyan, who was furrowing his brow at the fallen fruit. Just as she was observing, he suddenly stood up. Assuming her action had provoked him, she instinctively recoiled. Bo Jingyan's upright form hesitated momentarily. He slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on her with an amused inquiry. "What? Are you afraid I might strike you?" Susie quietly swallowed, remaining silent. In her line of sight, Bo Jingyan had begun to walk towards the apple. After reseating himself, he continued to gaze at her while indulging in the apple. Susie watched the scene in disbelief. It was inconceivable. In the past, if something had fallen from his hand, he would have never touched it again, yet here he was, eating the one that had fallen to the floor. Moreover, when had his temper become so mild? If it had been before, had she dared to knock away something he offered, his glare alone could have devoured her whole. Susie fell silent, her gaze occasionally drifting toward him. Once Bo Jingyan had consumed half of the apple and cleaned his hands with a wet napkin, he spoke again. "I have already informed you of my decision. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Observing him rise once more, Susie hastily called out, "Bo Jingyan, are you unable to comprehend what others say? We are divorced. What is your purpose in this incessant pursuit?" Bo Jingyan adjusted his attire and replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. "Did I agree? Have you ever sought my consent?" Susie retorted, struggling to suppress the anger bubbling within her. She felt that the man before her was being unreasonable. If he was indeed being unreasonable, then any further argument would be futile. No matter what she said, it was futile.
"Consider it a debt to repay." "Debt?"
Susie widened her eyes. "Repay what debt? What have I ever owed you?" Susie inquired with rapid-fire questions. Was he not satisfied with merely suppressing her? Did he also impose upon her the burden of a debt? "Are you referring to the hospital expenses? Rest assured, once I am discharged, I will promptly repay you." "No. What you owe is such that you may have to sell yourself to settle it." Susie furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications of his words. She even began to piece together the incident from the operating room, where he had tossed her that card. Her mind was flooded with recent events. Are you referring to the $1 million equipment from the Dream Shadow shoot?" Susie could not help but exclaim. That day, Li Xinyue was taken away, while the two models and Luaka were released. Thus, he had clarified that she was not guilty of selling company secrets. However, the equipment was indeed something she had come into contact with. Susie was instantly rendered speechless. Over 10 million, selling herself would not suffice to cover that. "Is your company's equipment truly that expensive? I haven't seen an invoice. You could claim any amount." Susie questioned uncertainly. Nonetheless, Bo Jingyan slowly retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to Susie. His voice was calm and deep, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Trembling, Susie extended her hands to cautiously accept the document. She pinched it between her fingers, hesitant to look. His ability to produce it indicated that the price was indeed as he claimed. Despite the fear swelling within her, Susie instinctively glanced at the paper before quickly returning it to him. This time, she fell into a profound silence. Unsure of what to say or how to navigate the future, she was utterly lost. How could she repay this sum? Even if she could work nonstop for 24 hours, she would likely still owe it until her old age. Chapter 104, I will not return to the mansion with you. If you have the capability, then bind me. Susie's mind raced chaotically until she suddenly recalled something she had heard before. Such top-tier equipment would surely have insurance. Insurance? Susie blurted out, as if she had found a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Does the insurance have anything to do with you? Don't think about escaping. Carrying a massive debt could easily escalate to criminal responsibility. His tone was nonchalant, yet Susie felt cold sweat break out along her back as his words registered. Whom could she blame for this?
It was simply her misfortune.
Even if it were not a debt to Bo Jingyan, anyone she owed would not let her off easily. Standing by the bed, Bo Jingyan cast a few glances at Susie and spoke again. We will discuss the specifics of the repayment later. She could not utter a single word. Aside from her two friends from childhood and her beloved grandfather Bo Huilin, it seemed Susie had never been treated kindly, neither by others nor by fate. She had endured much suffering at the hands of Zhou Milin and now encountered the madness of Bo Jingyan during what should have been a time of engagement. In her youth, perhaps she was too naive, her eyes and mind not fully developed, which led her to fall for a man like Bo Jingyan. He was not only arrogant but also possessed a foul temper and lacked any semblance of conscience. Furthermore, he was obstinate in his ways, always placing himself at the center of everything, completely disregarding others and their feelings. The more Sushi thought about it, the more infuriated she became. Yet she endeavored to maintain a calm facade, coolly stating, "You." Bo Jingyan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he responded briefly. Sushi was left in utter disbelief at the audacity of such a shameless person. However, Bo Jingyan merely cast her a subtle smile before striding towards the door of the hospital room. Watching his tall, unfamiliar silhouette, she felt no desire to plead, even a little. He was a heartless individual, evident from the 2 times he had coerced her into surgery. Leaning despondently against the head of the bed, her gaze grew increasingly vacant. It felt as if her life was destined to be this way. Trapped as though under a spell, no matter how hard she struggled. A few days later, Sushi was escorted to the Bo mansion by several bodyguards. Standing in the courtyard, she gazed at what was once her marital home, now resembling a prison. She had resolutely departed from there, believing she would never again be entangled with it or with Bo Jingyan. Lost in her thoughts, Li Huilan approached, gently grasping her arm and respectfully saying, "Madam, it's hot outside. Please come in." Sushi glanced at her indifferently and coldly inquired, "Where's Bo Jingyan?" Li Huilan replied, "Master Bo said he is handling some matters and will be here shortly." Sushi pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond further. Just as she was about to step towards the house, an urgent voice called from the entrance. She.
See.
Sushi frowned and slowly turned around. Zhou Milin was eagerly banging on the iron gate, her loud voice reverberating throughout the villa. Behind her stood Su Daqiang, along with her so-called fraternal twins.
Suruiruyan Sujuejue.
She. Why are you standing there? Hurry, and let the butler open the door. Zhou Milin urged, her knocking growing more vigorous. Madam.
Who are those people?
Sushi remained silent, having walked a few meters when the banging abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by Zhou Milin's exuberant voice. The family of 4 had encircled Bo Jingyan, who had just alighted from the car. Yet, his gaze bypassed them and fixated directly on Sushi. Her brow slightly twitched. Aside from her, Gu Shanshan and Mu Qingcheng, no one else knew that she, Sushi, was not the biological child of the Su family. Could it be that Bo Jingyan had invited Zhou Milin and the others? However, upon further reflection, that seemed unlikely, for in Bo Jingyan's eyes, they were merely her family. He had never entertained them as a son-in-law, neither now nor in the past. His disdain for them was as palpable as his irritation with an unwelcome pest. Susie observed the individuals at the entrance from a distance, unable to discern the particulars of their conversation. Moments later, she noticed Bo Jingyan gesturing subtly towards the butler. Subsequently, the iron gate was slowly opened. Zhou Milin and her companions hurriedly entered the villa's courtyard. Meanwhile, Su Ruerue and Su Yaya rushed towards her. Sister. Susie furrowed her brow slightly, a tumult of emotions swelling within her. It felt as though it had been an eternity since she had last seen the 2 of them. She scrutinized them closely. Both had grown taller and matured. Especially her younger sister, Su Ruerue, who had reached the age of 21, blossoming into a graceful young woman. The past grievances were primarily inflicted by Zhou Milin upon Susie. This pair of siblings, perhaps due to their youthful naivety, had not caused her any profound hurt before. Susie managed a faint smile, striving to maintain a gentle tone. She regarded the 2 with confusion. From head to toe, they still wore designer labels. They appeared far from the pitiful state Zhou Milin had described in her repeated lamentations. Casting a glance at a distance, she saw Zhou Milin and Su Daqiang walking side by side with Bo Jingyan towards her. Susie quickly whispered an inquiry. While Su Ruerue was admiring the opulent villa, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Susie felt even more perplexed. Could it be that Zhou Milin had deceived her in order to extract money from her? Chapter 105. To confine you, no justification is required. Susie pondered. Zhou Milin was indeed capable of such actions. After all, for the sake of money, her acting skills rivaled that of an accomplished actress. Although Susie wished to inquire further, Bo Jingyan had already brought Zhou Milin and Su Daqiang before her. In front of everyone, he approached Susie directly, an expression of affection enveloping her shoulders. Then, Bo Jingyan gently said, "It's warm here. Let us go inside." Yes, our son-in-law is right," Zhou Milin exclaimed joyfully, her face beaming as she enthusiastically led the group indoors. Susie remained rooted in place, waiting for everyone to enter the house. She forcefully brushed off his arm resting on her shoulder. Bo Jingyan let out a soft sigh, his hand slipping into his pocket, his gaze wandering over Susie's face. Susie coldly queried, "What ulterior motives do you have in bringing them here? Bo Jingyan, are you not weary? Do you not fear enjoying your comforts while they gossip behind your back? Is your company truly that idle?" Susie shot him a glare, no longer wishing to engage in conversation. As she turned to walk inside, Bo Jingyan unexpectedly grasped her arm. "Do not create a scene. It would be you who feels embarrassed. Is that so? What do I have to be upset about? I would rather Zhou Milan drain you of all your resources." Bo Jingyan raised an eyebrow, his tone relaxed. After all, having once been the matriarch of the Bo family, how could you not be aware of the family's immense wealth? "Let her take what she wants," Susie retorted. "If you are so affluent, why not allocate some of it towards addressing your health issues?" As Bo Jingyan gradually drew closer to her, his voice, deep and resonant, whispered in her ear, "My ailment requires your remedy." She closed her eyes briefly, feeling at a loss for words. Disinterested in engaging in his banter, she stepped back a few paces, creating some distance between them. After a moment's pause, she deftly shifted the conversation. "Bo Jingyan, to what extent has the equipment been damaged after falling into the water? I must be informed, do you not agree? The valuation must be communicated by a professional to me, the party concerned. What kind of man confines me here, under the pretext of debt?" Her gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept over him. "You are assured that I, Shi, have betrayed you. Thus, you seek indiscriminate revenge? I believe answers will soon reveal themselves."
Bo Jingyan nonchalantly replied.
Drawing nearer once more, "Take care of your pregnancy. If you become agitated, it is you who will suffer." Shi stood at the doorway, gazing into the distance, where 2 rows of bodyguards stood rigidly. Upon leaving the hospital today, she had intended to resist him vehemently. Even if it meant incurring massive debts and being imprisoned by him, she was prepared to fight back. However, Bo Jingyan had suddenly threatened her with Gu Shanshan's future. No matter whom she might wrong, she could not betray Gu Shanshan. Reluctantly, she decided to endure and seek alternative means. While Shi was lost in her troubled thoughts, a large hand suddenly grasped her arm. Bo Jingyan offered her no opportunity for contemplation as he pulled her inside. In the hall, she noticed Zhou Milan moving about, scrutinizing the antique artifacts within. As her gaze swept around, she suddenly spotted Su Ruerue. Earlier, she had observed Su Ruerue clad in hot pants and a crop top, showcasing her youthful, fair midriff, which was undeniably eye-catching. Upon seeing Shi and Bo Jingyan enter, Su Ruerue hurried over, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hello, brother-in-law. You are even more handsome in person than in the news," radiating a stronger masculinity. Bo Jingyan's gaze merely skimmed past Su Ruerue, settling instead on Shi's face. "Please, take a seat on the sofa. The dessert will be ready shortly," he instructed. Shi's brow twitched slightly. How could this entire family enter the mansion without Bo Jingyan's consent? She remained perplexed regarding his intentions and decided to observe the unfolding events. Casting a glance at Su Ruerue, she complied and approached the sofa alongside Bo Jingyan. An inexplicable sense told Shi that this young girl was no longer the same as before. Perhaps she had matured, or perhaps her time abroad had altered her disposition. In any case, the once naive child now exuded an ineffable aura. Moreover, her gaze, regardless of where it roamed, often found its way back to Bo Jingyan. As Shi pondered this, Bo Jingyan leaned close and whispered, "You all enjoy your reunion. I shall retreat to the study to attend to some matters." Shi chose not to respond, still contemplating whether she could devise a plan to escape from the clutches of these vampires. As soon as Bo Jingyan ascended the stairs, Zhou Milan promptly approached her. Shi cast a bland glance in her direction. "How did you all arrive?" Zhou Milan, having settled beside Shi, began to chatter incessantly. Susie found the noise unbearable, yet she endured it as best as she could. After a moment of silence, she interrupted Zhou Milan's words. I see. Is Ruerue turning 21 this year?" Zhou Milan nodded vigorously. "Yes, she is 21 now. Quite grown up." Susie managed a faint smile and continued. Zhou Milan, upon hearing this, nearly burst into a cheer. She quickly beckoned for Su Ruerue. Su Ruerue rushed over, affectionately settling beside Zhou Milan and linking her arm with hers. "Mom, what's the matter?" Zhou Milan tenderly brushed aside a strand of hair by Su Ruerue's ear and said lovingly. However, Su Ruerue did not appear particularly pleased. Instead, she pouted and replied, "I want to find someone like my brother-in-law." Zhou Milan reassured her, All right, given your sister's current status. She certainly wouldn't settle for someone beneath your standards." Susie observed Su Ruerue, whose gaze occasionally drifted upstairs, specifically lingering on the spot where Bo Jingyan had vanished. A barely perceptible smile tugged at Susie's lips, only to be quickly concealed. Chapter 106. Where can one find a man as exceptional as my brother-in-law? Susie tugged at her voluminous dress, attempting to obscure her slightly protruding belly. When Zhou Milan saw her, she did not exclaim, indicating that she had not noticed Susie's condition. This suggested that Bo Jingyan had not informed them of her pregnancy. After Susie had Li Huilan bring some pastries and fruits, she feigned kindness and took Su Ruerue's hand. Ruerue, you've blossomed beautifully, with your height and education. I'll find someone for you just like your brother-in-law. Su Ruerue murmured softly. Where can one find a man as outstanding as my brother-in-law? Though her voice was faint, Susie caught every word. A cold snort escaped Susie's heart. That man was merely adept at masquerading. Had she not once been like Su Ruerue, believing him to be incomparable? Susie found herself unable to discern whether Su Ruerue was blind or if she herself was. Since Su Ruerue seemed to harbor some romantic feelings for Bo Jingyan, Susie decided to use this as a breakthrough. Stealing her resolve, she feigned great interest and inquired, "What's this? Ruerue, do you have feelings for your brother-in-law? What nonsense are you talking? That's your brother-in-law. Don't say such things here and make a fool of yourself," Zhou Milan chided, gently patting Su Ruerue's arm while giving her a knowing wink. This subtle gesture, clearly intended to exclude Susie, was not a new occurrence. In the past, though she was a few years older than Su Ruerue, she often wore her sister's hand-me-downs. During their school years, most of their clothes were casual and oversized, and Susie could barely fit into them. The favoritism she had once endured with kindness, believing their family was struggling and that her sister cared more about appearances, had erupted once she discovered she was not a biological member of the Su family. The grievances she had suppressed now flooded to the surface, lingering in her heart for far too long. A hint of sadness lingered in Susie's squinted eyes as Zhou Milan showered Su Ruerue with affection. Only when confronting her, Susan would resort to violence. Moreover, no matter how severe the beating, as long as Susan remained of use the next moment, Zhou Milan could easily don the guise of a devoted mother, feigning indifference. Suppressing the tumult of hatred within her, Susan continued to speak with a veneer of gentleness. "About a month, I suppose." As she spoke, Susan's brow twitched slightly, her gaze shifting toward Zhou Milan. The utterance of mother was a struggle, as she fought against the profound revulsion that surged within her. Yet, in her desire to escape this place swiftly, she endured. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Milan, seized by the prospect of such fortune, eagerly nodded in agreement and urged Su Ruerue to comply as well. With a facade of warmth, Susan's eyes sharpened as she scrutinized the group. Since their entrance, it appeared they had not brought any bags. She feigned casualness, inquiring, "Has Ruerue developed a habit of not carrying a bag while abroad? A young lady should not venture out without one." "Oh, we brought them. The driver insisted we leave our bags in the car." "Sister, is it because brother-in-law has a special status that we cannot bring bags in here?" Susan nodded along with her words. As she spoke, she cast a glance upstairs, confirming that Bo Jingyan had not descended. She continued, "If you can't part with your phone, perhaps you could ask mother to discreetly slip it into your clothing." Ruerue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course, I can't live without my phone. In this digital age, I would go mad without it. Just this short time. I am already anxious to retrieve it from the car, but I fear brother-in-law may disapprove." After a moment of contemplation, Susan replied, "Indeed, he has an eccentric temperament. It's best he remains unaware." Susan surmised that the driver's instruction to leave their bags in the car was undoubtedly a precaution orchestrated by Bo Jingyan, intending to thwart any opportunity for her to access her phone. With the conversation reaching its natural conclusion, Susan slowly rose, maintaining her facade of gentleness. "Let us agree on this. You may explore a bit. Dinner should be served shortly. I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while." Of course. Zhou Milan responded effusively, her demeanor more exaggerated than that of the mansion's servants. Susan internally scoffed, recognizing the adage that money could move mountains could easily be rephrased to money could sway Zhou Milan. The sight of her countenance stirred memories of a recent incident at the bus station, where Zhou Milan had yanked her hair and struck her. The humiliations Susan endured seemed to Zhou Milan as if they had never occurred. Watching their departing figures, Susan's gaze gradually hardened. As she began to ascend the staircase, Su Daqiang unexpectedly approached her. Once Zhou Milan and Su Ruerue had vanished from sight, a deep concern radiated from his eyes as he addressed Susan. "Cece, where have you been these days? I have been quite worried." Susan cast a cursory glance at him. Worried? Since her divorce from Bo Jingyan and her departure from the Bo estate, had Su Daqiang ever called her once? Had he sought her out even a single time? She replied with a cool detachment. Your concern for you and Rue is all that matters. To you, I am merely an outsider.
Sudakyangangstasli tortit, siksi. What do you mean by that?
Are we not family? Are you not my daughter? She lifted her face to gaze at Su Daqiang, her heart aching to inquire about the identity of her biological parents. Yet, this was not the appropriate moment to ask. She must endure no matter what.
Indeed.
We are family. Why don't you take a moment to explore, while I rest for a while? Shi, reluctant to engage further, dismissed him with these few words. As she approached the threshold of her bedroom, a sudden thought struck her regarding Bo Jingyan in the study. She hesitated for a moment, unable to resist the urge to divert her steps toward the study. Upon reaching the door, she cast a glance back toward the staircase. Confirming that no servants were in sight, Shi pressed her ear against the door. The faint sound of Bo Jingyan's voice emanated from within.